Good afternoon, everyone. Grab your coffee because we are back at the COP BTM for day 9 of the DPC 2023 Southeast Asia Spring Tour Division 1. I'm your host, Sophie, and I'm here with my lovely panelists. I got John, I got Aurora. How are you guys doing today?
Doing great.
Still dead inside.
Dead inside? What Dota player isn't dead inside?
I mean, well, Geekslate at least, won their first series, so the mood went a little bit up and then, down again.
The world's biggest coper right here. But today's going to be a very interesting set of games. We've got 2 teams that have already qualified to the major, and we've got 1 team that could possibly qualify in this next upcoming series. That's going to be very exciting.
Yeah, this is basically our tiebreaker for the season. Like, this is AG versus Execration, like literally the tiebreaker. So there won't be a tiebreaker for the major because it's happening in the league. But we could have tiebreakers for elimination at the very least, maybe.
That is very true. I mean,
And it's pretty sad for me actually to see one of the teams go.
yeah, it's always sad to see a team go. But before we talk about today, let's take a look at Wednesday's results. What happened on Wednesday exactly? We had Execration versus Blacklist Rivalry. Execration winning 2-1. We had Polaris Esports versus Geekslate, where Aurora Geekslate won. Oh my god.
Yeah, I was stuck in a traffic jam, so I didn't really get to watch the series.
Oh, that's sad. But lastly, to finish off the day, we had Bleed versus Team SNG, where surprisingly Bleed won that. I saw Ice Abaddon. That was kind of crazy.
Yeah, like the last series was a bit wild. And I think everyone had an earlier night than they expected for that one. So I'm sure the feeling was great here. But it's also a matter of when you're qualified to the major, what do you do with the rest of your league games, right?
That's
You aren't going to overtake Talon because they are just undefeated and you're relying on someone else. So all you can really do is, I don't know, just try hard to stay number 2 or try some new stuff. To be fair, Bleed did play really well, but,
Yeah, that's right. Well, let's talk about this series. First of all, we had Execration versus Blacklist, the Rumble in the Jungle.
Yes.
Rambulan.
That was a fun one. The Meepo pick.
Yeah. Oh, there it is.
Carlo beating up the air, good old BDZ feeling himself. I mean, this highlighted for me, the series highlighted the big weakness of Blacklist because they won their lanes every time. Like, they had a good lead by 10 minutes in, and it just didn't translate. They'd go back, and it would be a little disconnected in the mid game.
I think it's because they prefer the 4-1 kind of playstyle. Because Raven has always been on a hard carry kind of hero. I mean, he has played a little bit of Kunkka and Masi, I think, but it didn't really work out. So I think they just want to stick to what they're comfortable with, and then it's kind of easy to tackle, because 4-1 has always been in the scene since very long ago. So yeah, I feel like that's why they couldn't really beat Execration.
Yeah, but we also always found an issue whenever Cuckoo's on Nature's Prophet. It seems like it's too greedy. He needs to be on this playmaker kind of hero to be able to actually give space for Raven to farm.
Yeah, and I actually saw Kimoa make a long-ass YouTube video that I don't think was a meme talking about why Blacklist would lose with Nature's Prophet. So yeah, it's not been the best showing. And the second series was also a little bit of a shock. I think Polaris just looked a little bit sharper than Geekslate in the games they play, even though, they barely had in games 1. It felt like Polaris had more potential to bounce back in, but Geekslate this time rallied really hard to take this one.
Yeah, they we were laughing about it. They make Geekslate look good.
Yeah.
That's a big feat.
That's a pretty big feat. It sounds mean, but to be fair, I think consistently Geekslate has looked like the most lost team this tour. And up against Polaris, they look pretty all right. They look polished. They look like they knew what to do. They had all of their stuff together. If this was the kind of performance we saw from them earlier in the tour, they might not be in this position.
I mean, yeah, Geekslate was 0-5 prior to that series, so it's kind of saying something.
Although I feel like they kind of found this way where they just pick Darkseer +1 and then they give Cox a strength hero. And they tried picking this before. They actually played quite well into the early phase, but then once it gets to the mid game and then the late game, they're kind of lost. So I feel like maybe we could, like keep doing this because we already kind of got the early phase, like settled. So just keep doing this. And then it showed up like when they played against Polaris, like they were having the upper hand the entire series.
Well, this one was a doozy.
Actually, we did expect to go home early for that night, but like
Not for this.
Not yeah,
Not for this
the other side,
It's a surprise. I tuned in expecting to be on game 3 or, it's still on game 2. Tune in at 9 o'clock, it's already done. I was like, I didn't even get to watch the games. And I was like, all right, I guess Bleed is somehow back, And again, it's one of those things, like Bleed played well, yes, but to what extent is SMG trying something else with their playstyle or draft? Who knows?
It was already kind of sus for like the game 2 when we saw the draft. We were already like, this is actually quite difficult to execute because their draft, they don't really have someone to go in and start a fight. And I feel like that's why they picked the Primal Beast in the last pick. But then like it didn't matter because like the opponent has Abaddon, has Silencer, they have everything to cancel this Primal Beast initiation. So yeah, it's kind of just really sus to me.
Well, here's our Division 1 standings. We got Talon with a secured spot to the Major. SMG also with another secured spot. Fighting for their spot to the Major are Execration and Army Geniuses both in 3rd and 4th. Then on the other page, we got Bleed versus Blacklist Rivalry, followed by Geek Slate, followed by Polaris. Not versus, did not mean versus, but yes, that is our second pagers. It's going to be very exciting today because we have Execration and Army Geniuses as our first series. But one thing that's actually very important with the standings is, I think, SMG, they lost against Bleed, but I guess Talon is currently undefeated. They still have 2 more matches to go.
Yep.
So, it could go either way. But the most important thing is DPC points.
Yeah.
They want those.
Yeah, especially after placing 3rd in the last tour, which, to be fair, Talon kind of placed themselves in that position. They need those points. We need one team to at least go to TI by invite, so they have to stay first. They shouldn't draw.
Yeah, that
hopefully.
is very true. But today, we also have some very exciting news. We got a watch party going on. Isn't that right, John? We got a watch party.
It's going to be fun.
It's going to be very fun. So scan that QR code right here. So, and then fill a form. It's going to be at Arcadia Switch Bar. And me and John will be there. It'll be such a hype time. Aurora's going to be there.
Yes.
Who are you going to be there with, Aurora?
My team, Goose Gaming.
Whoa! Team Malaysia! Whoa, this is going to be super hype.
Real Commonwealth champions?
The real Commonwealth champions?
Wow.
Holy. Actual celebrities. Get their autograph while you're there. But yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun. There's going to be drinks, food.
Yeah, food.
Giveaways?
Giveaways.
Yes, a lot of giveaways.
Yeah, a lot of giveaways. Steam points and good. Steam gift cards.
Yep.
And more. Yes, and a lot more. So be excited for that. Very, very excited.
Should be fun.
But yes, let's talk about today now. Let's go back to the Dota. We got Execration versus Army Geniuses as our upcoming game. This is going to be very, very hype.
I feel like this is the best series of the day, not gonna lie.
Yeah, I have to agree with you.
I think this is the best series to close out the tour. Like everything else afterwards is like determining maybe, again, standings for DPC points or potential tiebreakers for relegation. But for the majors, this is the only series that has any determining factor for the majors left.
That's true, actually. It didn't really feel like we got any... Because I feel like when we found out that SMG and Talon qualified, everyone's like, oh, they qualified. It wasn't like, oh, this is a qualifying game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, all right.
Yeah, I just saw Liquipedia one day and like the bar was green. I was like, oh, what? Like, how'd they qualify? And then,
Pretty much.
I mean, for the other teams, it's like gradually, you can see the progress. But then for these 2 teams, it's like, they keep trying to overtake each other, Yeah.
That's very, very true. Do you guys have any team that you favor currently?
I'd say Execration probably looked better. I think AG, when they've taken some losses, they've looked a little bit shakier going in. Like we saw how, Execration loved to say 2-0 last time they got a 2-1, but we talked to Bob. Good old Bob the Builder or Bob the Wrecker.
King
Bob. You should have done your minion voice.
King Bob.
There you go, yeah. Good old King Bob. And, he was feeling himself. He talked about the best mids in C. I forget who asked it. Asked the best mids in C, and he said, it's him, it's Cox, and it's Carl. And, not mentioning Yoe, Mikoto, any of the other regions. All Filipinos, and outside of Bob, not really doing too well, actually.
I mean, when you ask him the question and he is, you know, like one of the, you know, answers, like he'll have to, you know, support his fellows.
Yeah, true.
He's trolling, you know. But you know, every small part of a joke, there's part of truth in a joke, you know, even if you're joking.
Yeah.
Partially true. But Army Geniuses, I feel like they started off the season really strong. But towards the middle of the season, I wouldn't exactly say they fell off. I just feel like their games weren't as convincing.
Maybe to an extent, they're kind of figured out, right? Like, first phase, Gyrocopter tends to be banned. Some of the tricks that Yoep pulls off mid, it's very situational. Like, he looked really good on his Ricky, but sometimes they fall back to the Pugna pick, and, you know, it's not necessarily the best Pugna game. So it does feel like teams have gotten a better read on them as this DPC went on.
I feel like that tends to happen when you're from like Division 2 and then you came to Division 1 and like you're kind of wrecking like everyone. Then everyone just, you know, like focus on why you're so good all of a sudden. Like maybe previously they were thinking, a team from Division 2, maybe we don't have to focus so much. Like maybe we should, you know, like tackle Talon, tackle SMG, and then suddenly this team is just, you know, like the bomb man on a roll. Then I guess everyone just, okay, maybe we need to, you know, like find a way against them. Because to me, like AG kind of have like draft issues. Because they're very limited to certain hero pool. Yeah.
But I think we can both agree that the vibes on both of these teams are immaculate. Like, it's like two families. You know, every time we get them for an interview, they're always so like jolly and joyous. They're just so bubbly and fun.
And that's why it's sad to see one of them.
Yeah, that's so true. But also, just both of them have kind of a very similar path. Like, they have a similar journey, where last season, Execration, they came up from Division 2, then to Division 1, and just speedrunning their way to a major slot. So now it would be kind of crazy to see Army Geniuses do the same thing. It would be very endearing. But the thing is, like, I love Execration too. You know, it's like, these are both kind of, I would say, underdog teams because, you know, they're both coming up from Division 2 this year. So I am so torn.
Yeah, it's a tough one, right? Like, AG's been struggling to go into Div 1 for a very, very long time since that team was formed. Finally being here, and this is their big shot. And I feel like this is one of the things with some of these teams as well. Like, if they go into the tour, they don't accomplish that objective, sometimes by next tour, it kind of fizzles out. So I'm worried that they might lose that momentum. This has to be make or break for them, I think.
Yeah, I mean, if you just set your standard, like, you have to beat the best team, right? And like, fortunately, there's like 3 slots in the C qualifiers. So I feel like if you can somewhat be as good as at least the second team, you know, then like you're kind of safe. But this season is just SMG, and then like it's Execration and AG, like they were just, you know, like showing each other off, man. So I feel like that's difficult because the teams are like, at least half of the teams are really, really good. And to me, I feel that's a good thing because you make each other, you know, like have to really do their best, right? Like even out of their comfort zone. Like I haven't seen Execration picking meeple for like a long time, and then suddenly like just bring the meeple. I mean, I'm sure the player could play the hero, but then to bring it, you know, out in a DPC game, then, you know,
where
like
the stakes are high.
Yes.
Yeah, that's very true. That's also the one really nice thing about this season. I personally feel like the upper half of Division 1, like the quality of Dota games and the teams themselves have been, you know, pretty high performing, where those teams that will end up going in the major, I feel like SEA will have a pretty good shot at doing well. I don't know, maybe I'm coping.
Yeah,
maybe
no, I'd agree. I think a lot of the issues for some of the teams that went to the majors were corrected. Like Execration feels like they should be able to carry over. I would have said Geek Slate as well, but their issues got worse coming back from the major. I think SMG is going to be a wild card. It's weird, but again, you change your coach, you bring Zhao in, and it changes things up. Like, they're trying some stuff from Immortal Fate, and, you know, it's a different outlook. This is something I've heard from Western coaches coming in to see. It's like, it's very different playing with these players. It's very different what they expect from Dota. So there might just be a clash in ideas.
Maybe it's also because they got a hangover from the Lina patch, you know?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
perhaps.
That's true. Maybe. But yeah, I'm just super excited. Actually, I feel like now I'm most excited to see the major because we're also hopefully going to get a patch before then.
Is it before or after?
April, right?
Late April.
It should be mid-ish, but wouldn't late be the major already? Late April is the major.
Yeah, it's either right before or right after.
So it's got to be right before.
That sounds really
There's
messed
no
up,
way
though.
they can drop the patch mid-major.
No, they're not going to drop it mid-major, but dropping before a major sounds like insanity. Though.
That would be awesome.
Kind of, but it's
It's a big
also
patch.
that's also Division 2, right? Like you can't go and like,
Yeah, exactly.
screw the whole
Exactly. So
division
you've
up.
got to mess someone up.
Yeah.
I guess in the grand scheme of things, you're only affecting a small percentage of teams in the major. Then again, you're also messing your major.
Okay, wait.
So.
The thing is, I actually read it again in the patch notes. It says aiming to release in late April. So it was only
Aiming, I
Yeah.
see. We've all been bamboozled by Volvo.
I hope not. I need a patch so
Yeah.
badly.
Yeah, same. It's kind of sad seeing the same heroes over and over again. Although I do still love Furen, so
It was
Yeah.
nice not seeing Lena.
yeah.
Oh yeah, that was necessary. And Ricky, Ricky's support being dead is kind of
Oh yeah,
good.
that's true.
Okay, I mean, Lina for me is just like first time. Because mid players, we always meet Lina.
Yeah.
Like before the buff even, then we're always like, okay, no mid lane then, we're just gonna farm. I'm just gonna get bullied. And then like all of a sudden Lina got buff and then everyone just, what the fuck? That kind of feeling. I'm just like, oh, first time.
That's true. Well, let's enjoy not having Lena with this draft coming up because we haven't seen Lena at all. So I assume we wouldn't get her. But anyways.
I would really wonder if anyone would play her, like in magical damage kind of playstyle.
Maybe.
Because like that didn't really get nerfed.
Yeah.
And she actually does a lot of damage with like the entire build. So I mean, I'm not sure because like everyone is just so used to playing Pango, Sound Spirit, Ember Spirit, this division, right? So
Right. Well,
maybe they
we
just want to, do something too different.
Sure.
we have Pugna and Gyro Band. That's very, respect for Army Geniuses.
Yeah, you basically take out probably their best heroes. Maybe not best in terms of meta, but like their strongest comfort. DB's loved his Pugna. I appreciate him. Good old Daud Budwi 1. Person of my own caliber, enjoying the Pugna. And the Jar being taken out from Varish. Just ensuring that AG is not going to be in their comfort zone. But I think allowing something like the Kotl True, NP is still in the pool if you want to pick it up on either side. You still have a lot of pretty good solutions from both sides to build your draft around. Like Execration does have the Tiny, which has been really successful, but I believe, who was it saying? Adam or Winter saying that this was mainly because of Q. Like he played most of those Tiny games, but you can still make it work. The Beastmaster is also an interesting one from Execration. I don't know how to feel about the hero. I feel like some teams can make it good. There's a really good answer to that, though.
I was gonna say, are they gonna take the night stalker and then they have like the daytime, the nighttime because like the
Yes.
Beastmaster is there, right?
Yep.
They really did it.
Night Stalker Shard. Always a good, counter to all the beasts.
Yeah, and it covers your Kotl as well. So, you don't have to worry about Execration trying to pull out maybe, say, a safe lane, Night Stalker for Palos, something that just takes care of the Kotl once BKB is up with Blink. So you feel pretty secure now with what you want to do in AG. This is a pretty strong foundation. I wouldn't say Execration's any weaker. It's just that you have a more direct answer coming out from AG.
Yeah. Well, isn't Night Stalker and Kotl, like, don't they have a connection in the lore? Like, didn't
They're enemies.
yeah,
right?
like didn't Kotl kill like all of Night Stalker's family or
Yeah, 'cause
something?
he's some dude who loves the sun and light,
Something
Night
like
Stalker's
that,
some
right?
edgelord.
Edge.
Stuck in his room.
He's
doesn't
one of
want
my
to be
favorite
forced down.
heroes.
Yeah, it doesn't make him any less.
Am
of
I an
edgelord. No.
So Kotl is the bad guy.
I'm not so
Oh.
sure if there's something along the lines.
Well, he's eliminating Night Stalker, but that doesn't mean Night Stalker is a good thing to keep around.
Okay.
Necessarily, right? Like, Pugna's a pretty mean fella. I think anyone.
But
Like,
fun.
he kills, doesn't
He
he
is
like
fun.
kill children or something?
He kills a lot of things.
No, isn't that like part of the lore?
I guess.
Anyways, back to the draft. We have Undying Band, Faceless Void Band. Undying, actually, I feel like Undying's a very strong hero, but I feel like
is.
we haven't seen it much.
No, we haven't. And that always disappoints Winter, and I get why. Undying just gives you so much. Its laning potential is just so high. Most laning partners you have with it just dominate the lane. I like that Execration do remove it because, frankly, with a Beastmaster and Tiny, if you are running like a Tiny 4 with a Beastmaster offlane, like Undying wrecks that lane so bad.
I feel like maybe it's just the teams are very worried if they pick an Undying early and then they have to deal with like a lot of micro, like there's not enough bans to do that. And a lot of times you have to actually just ban out the comfort heroes from the opposing team. So which is what these two teams are doing right now. And I think Execration just bans the Undying because they already showed the Beastmaster, they already showed the Tiny, and potentially the Tiny is just gonna stay 4 and like Undying is just gonna give Tiny a really hard time,
Yeah.
so they're just gonna take it away.
Yeah, like double strength lane never feels good in that situation. I like the respect bans for Bob and Carlo, like Mirana gone, Bat Rider gone. That's another thing that can just kind of jump the Kotal once he's kind of set up for it. So you're just ensuring, again, Bob's not in strong comfort. There are still a few heroes I do feel like Bob's really comfy on that can show up. Storm feels a little bit awkward, but something like TA, if you are playing against Kotal mid, that is less than ideal of a lane matchup, but it is a Bob special if you wanted to go like really greedy. Ties into your Beastmaster for a push once you've got Desolator online, and you can give Paolo something more momentum based on safe lane if you want to go that route.
Ooh, they banned the team. I thought they would actually just ban a Storm because it's Night Stalker, Kotal, and Storm, right? And like RB geniuses don't actually have to ban a Storm away because if they don't ban, like they can take it, and it's like on Execration's like choice to choose one of them. I mean, I guess they just want a better lane for the Beast.
Yeah, they're just prioritizing Tino. Like we've seen this multiple times with Execration. If Tino does have a rough time, like he has almost no impact. Like we've seen Visage games where he doesn't have that start, his aura items are off the mark, and Execration's tempo is just thrown off. So Tino's lane is really important to build up that game plan that Execration has in mind, and I think it's fair to ban around that.
Maybe they just feel like, okay, they have Kotal, we're not gonna give TB because, like chakra. But I still feel like having TB and NS in the same lineup is too greedy. On top of that, you have Kotal who, okay, they kind of have that synergy, but then like how do you get the map, like, yes, okay, Night Stalker can get the map, but you already showed like Kotal, Night Stalker, and if you pick the TV as well, like your lanes are not that strong.
No,
I feel Execution can punish it, But maybe they just don't want to deal with it because they don't really have like enough micro heroes, as in like the heroes to deal with micro, and then it's just a TB Kotal fight.
It's still annoying. Like it will still scale. I like what Execration's doing with picking up this Enchantress up, right? Because we talked about the Night Stalker being a foil, but now you have to worry about two sets of creeps, and you can only really clear one at a time. Enchantress still has a good laning presence there. There is a solution now to kind of handle both lanes. I mean, well, it's still only one lane. I think laning phase-wise, you're not going to be clearing out the boars too easily unless you are running like the Kotal wherever the Beastmaster is, depending. But you do have a way of at least freezing the enchant creep early on in lane, free gold, free money. You've got a lot of mana regeneration coming out from AG. And now you've got like a pretty decent, but not really broken combination of like Kotal Tusk, I guess. It's fairly spammy in the middle of these fights. Pickoffs are looking good for AG, but there's something, I'm not sure, because you're running CM Kotal support duo. It doesn't feel like the best
core, couldn't it?
It could be, but then you'd last pick a support.
I feel like the Kotal would be there to secure the Night Stalker's lane.
Yeah.
Okay, they picked the anti-mage again. A little bit too early, don't you think? Like, I mean, okay, the lane is pretty good, but later on, like this Tusk comes and roam, and then this Night Stalker gets his timing, and as an anti-mage, you kind of feel really bad. Yeah,
it feels pretty awful in that mid-game tempo. But I think what Execration will want to do, because you have the Ench and the Beastmaster with the Tiny, and whatever Bob wants to pick up next, you just really play that tempo. Drag the attention away from Bob, and just force all of these heroes to jump them instead. Like the AM will have pretty free reign as long as you remove the Tusk and Night Stalker from that area of the map, and you can just work onto that farm. I mean, we've seen Polaris be really proficient with that AM.
Yeah, maybe. But I'm more curious as to why both teams ignored Pango though. Because I feel like in the AM slot, Pango is actually like quite decent against like CM and Kotal, and then later on, like that's Night Stalker, right? If you press his ulti, something's going on, so you can just, like pre-roll, and it's pretty decent against Tusk, I would say, in terms of matching his roams. But then I would say for Army Geniuses as well, like they could have taken the Pango.
Yeah.
But maybe they just feel like, that's raw, They don't want to pick a Pango to do stuff, and then like all Execration needs to do is just raw the Pango.
Yeah. Like they've got answers on either end. It's interesting. I mean, it's also just being completely ignored now. If you wanted on Execration, you could probably still run the Pango here as if AG doesn't ban it, you've still got that mid slot left. Unless we're seeing something like a Bob Tiny come out in the first phase, but I'm not sure if you really need to do that. Like, your Tusk matchup isn't too bad. I think you really just need to get something else mid.
I feel like it's not that good of an idea because Tiny, when you go in, you can only like stun one.
Yeah.
Right? Ideally. And then if you stun someone, like maybe I don't think he can find the CM or the Coddle. Let's be
harder.
Realistic. Like, there's no way these two heroes will just suddenly stand in some lane and then let this Tiny kill. If they are dying, like they are dying for a purpose. They're dying for the map. Like maybe it's daytime and then Night Stalker doesn't have his out. Okay, so maybe one of the supports will just do this so they can show the Tiny, they can show the Beastmaster. But yeah, I would hope that Execration actually pick the Pango here. It would be easier for them to open the map, roam, and buy some space for the anti-mage.
They take the TA out as well. So for AG, it's looking a little bit tricky in the sense that you do have this really good tempo early on. I think their scaling is kind of lacking when compared to Execration right now. Most of the big cores have been banned out. Monkey's gone, TA, Terrorblade. You've got an option for, well, we've seen in your dream play something like Sniper, but you don't really want those backline hard-hitting heroes with an AM on hand. It does become a little bit tougher to just protect your position there.
Maybe they can pick Slug. I think it's not that bad. Oh, it's a Kunkka. Okay, Kunkka Midnight Stalker 1.
Yeah, that sounds a little bit better.
Yeah, because the Night Stalker, I don't think he can stand against the anti-mage in the lane. Is anti-mage Enchantress, like, you have no chance.
Yeah. So are we expecting DB Coddle or Tusk?
Yeah, if Night Stalker is 1 and Kunkka is 2, then who's the 3? Maybe Call?
Yeah, I think the Coddle sounds better for DB in comparison. Like, Jokam has played a pretty mean Tusk before. I wouldn't be surprised by that. The lane still sounds pretty okay to play into the AM. Like, you can kind of harass them first 3 levels. Not the worst thing in the world.
But it's really good that they do this, now that they can kind of switch the 3 calls around, like, depending on the last pick for Execration. I think when you have, like, the first pick order and you have 3 calls that can switch around, it's, like, almost half the win. Execration picks the Phoenix. Okay, you're right. The Tiny is mid.
Yeah, they'll just run Tiny mid. It's, I guess against the Kunkka matchup, it's honestly, again, not amazing, but also not the worst. It's still kind of playable for Tiny. I would say Yoa does have a really good lane lined up. The Phoenix last pick is...
I think it's a good pick in the sense where, okay, no one on Army Geniuses wants to hit the 8.
Yes.
Get the Night Stalker, but then when you press your ulti, the Night Stalker don't want to be near you anywhere. So I think it's actually quite a good pick, but because you already have anti-mage and like Enchantress, I would say it's kind of greedy as a support.
Yes, like it's so EXP dependent. Phoenix does want to rush level 2 egg, level 3 egg pretty fast. I am interested in seeing how Execration plays the lane because now your lanes feel a bit strange in comparison, and I think that's not something I expected coming out from the draft. I would say AG, their tempo looks pretty damn scary. Like they play the first 15 to 25 minutes really well. They can stop Execration from doing what they want, and it does feel like it's going to be all in on like Palos trying to use the space and scale.
Yeah, I do feel like AG also has more catch. I mean, you have X, you have Shards, you have what's that frozen thingy?
Frostbite.
Frostbite. I don't play CM. But you have Void and the Solar Bind. So you have quite a lot of slow versus what is Avalanche, Toss, and Roar. And the slow.
That's why like when you watch like the lineup come out and then you feel like, okay, Phoenix is really good in terms of team fight and everything, but then the early phase, how are you gonna make it happen?
Yeah, exactly. I feel like early game there's a lot more kill potential.
Yep.
Yeah, from these.
And this Tiny is not gonna have a day off.
No.
Yeah, definitely not. But let's get this showdown on the road. We have a possibly, well, it is a major deciding series and going to be a very exciting first game. So I'm going to send you all over to Cap and SVG.
That's right. It's going to be the best series, hopefully. Well, at least it comes to the game, but at least the expectations are very high for this series. There is one slot left going to Berlin for Southeast Asia, and it all comes down to this series right here between Execration and Army Geniuses and SPG. Do you have any, whether it's just based off your read of the team, or do you have any like early judgment of who you think to go to Berlin?
I give slight advantage to AG, honestly. I think they've shown to be a bit tighter this season. I kind of like their drafts, at least conceptually, a lot of times. I see what they're going for. I don't think they're perfect, but I think Claire's the kind of coach who is always willing to work and grind that out. He's not some super cocky guy. So I think they've worked through a lot of their issues. They're a very cohesive team. As we see here, like already, pretty decisive move, all on the same page. I kind of like the chances in this series. I think Execration kind of got to pull one out of the hat to gain some advantage, based on what we've seen this season at least. Obviously, it's pretty even.
The Night Stalker vision right there. Right? Yep. Just like, whenever the enemy Night Stalker, you gotta be careful what you're doing around that mid lane. Night Stalker is getting that full vision over to the other side, is planting wards, or in this case, see the opportunity for an early first blood.
And I think this game in particular, we're talking about first blood. I feel like lanes mean a lot here in terms of AG wanting to win them with the matchups they picked, and Execration wanting to get out of these lanes so that you can hit that AM mid game and not be too far behind. Because I feel like that's always the thing with Anti-Mage. It's like, okay, what does his Battle Fury timing look like? How fast can he start split pushing the map and get to his third or fourth item? Because he's not doing much in this game before then. He doesn't have the big mana void targets. Again, it's just kind of a naked AM pick. You really have to be confident in what this hero's going to do for you late game. I'm not sure it's that reliable between tag team and NS carry. You can kind of man fight him, and especially if the lanes go bad here, which they easily could. You have this Kunkka versus Tiny mid that we've seen most of the time. Kunkka seems to be winning this matchup, at least in SCA in particular. You get this NS Maiden versus Beast. NS is going to free farm this lane. And then you put this Coddle down here versus AM. It's probably another free farm lane for DB, unless some really bad shit happens. So yeah. I feel like AG is going to have a decent start here, and they have a lot of AoE between the Kunkka Coddle cores to deal with the summons.
What are the upside for Execration?
As I was about to say, Egg. Egg is the upside here. You know, there's no Egg killer. You can turn off the NS ult, which is pretty obnoxious in the fights. He runs in to try and eat your Ancient Creep. Suddenly you turn it day, you can't eat it, can't run away. He just gets destroyed, scrambled, if you will. I think that's their best spell in this game, honestly. And maybe if you get some tempo between the Beast and the Tiny, you can just abuse the Night Stalker cooldown. Because when Darkness is on, when Dark Ascension, I keep calling this spell Darkness.
I'm changing. Called Darkness.
Yeah. I know. It's. I need to get with the times. You know, I can't keep living in the past. This Dark Ascension, when it's on cooldown, I feel like Execration are way stronger. Just the skirmish between the Beast and the Tiny having way too much spell damage before PKBs come out. So that's probably the window I would look to with your Execration. 10 to 15 minute mark is going to be a big one. And probably even that 15 to 20 in terms of when that ult's left for.
Well, if you think they're way stronger during that period of time, isn't the implication also then Execration is much stronger in team fights as well if they have Supernova and they're not getting initiated on, let's say?
That's the big question, though. Are they getting initiated on? Because until you have Tiny Blink and Bob is doing the work, I feel like X into Boat into Coddle Blast is... There's no saves here for Execration. Someone's just tanking it at the start of the fight. Yeah. That's pretty obnoxious. Oh, Paulos. Careful, son.
That was a very close one. Carlo's going to hand over a Tango, but that's all he's got. He's got a salve going on for himself, so Carlo might be able to do something here.
Oh, this lane is not fun for him so far. Just getting permanently blasted. He doesn't have the ability to blink and mana and burn the Coddle's mana, because of course he has Chakra anyway. Makes this lane really annoying, actually. It's usually the one way you can win Anti-Mage's lanes, but that's also the downside of this last pick Phoenix, which it was. It makes this AM lane pretty trash. I would not think a Phoenix Anti-Mage is the lane I would want to play to win it, or even help AM free farm. Sure, you have some anti-Tusk in the Fire Spirits, but that's not really what they're using to win the lane. They're just using the regen trades off core Coddle that they switched up. Maybe Execration weren't expecting this. So again, the lane's pretty solid here for AG. They're kind of doing well on all three, outside of Tino, who's having a really good time up here, but it's an Enchantress 4, so you kind of expect it. If you go to lane with Enchantress 4, you should be winning that lane. I don't think there's anything that can really stop this hero from just securing the offlaner's free farm. It's the upside. Even maybe.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of Shank's preferred heroes, or at least one of his most successful heroes anyway. So you got to imagine a 4-position Enchantress on somebody who plays it quite a bit and is successful with it is probably going to be able to win the lanes for you. So 24-2 for Tino, doing quite well there.
Just too hard to man up on the beast. And you have to fight this Enchantress who is constantly out trading your Crystal Maiden. Like, this matchup is okay for Crystal Maiden because you can kill the creep, but I've always felt like the lane matchup is pretty bad. Because Enchantress can just out-regen you. He has better right-click, better stats, better armor, better move speed. Literally just better. Everything outside of your creep can die to Frostbite, but then you're using your high mana nuke on a creep and not on a hero. So even then, it's like, okay, well, I'm just getting a better trade regardless. Like, you know, but Enchant is just a cheaper spell than Frostbite. So this is the downside of this matchup, and Breeze is feeling it.
Oh, yeah, he almost dies. Even the hit cord coming through, and Tino, he goes in for the kill. It's Shanks, or actually, Tino does get the last hit. The Impetus was not enough damage. And a second kill in the game, and Execration just going to be banking a whole lot of their hopes, I think, on this top lane, considering the way the laning phase is going.
This is the lane they want to have Snowball. They want to have a very good game for this beast because he does have very strong spells in the fight that can enable his other heroes, but he has to be able to get there, and this is the tough part. The nighttime presence.
Oh, Tino! He almost got another round of axes off before he died, but In Your Dream manages to kill him and gets away with a decent amount of HP with it too. So Shanks spends a little time away from lane, and Tino pays the price.
Normally you might be okay with this if you're beast, if your Enchantress is posing a mid-gank threat, but I don't feel like that exists in this game. Just due to this mid matchup, I don't think Yahweh is ever going to get low, and I think full HP Kunkka is not really gankable.
He's got to be one of the most durable mids in the game. I mean, this guy gets so much HP.
Yeah, it's absurd. What is this?
3.8 strength gain per level. He is actually one of the highest in the game. He is just behind, Centaur and Primal Beast? I think he's got to be like third. Right.
Is he third? Yeah, he might be. Definitely those two first, but he's up there.
Rotation your way is going to result in another kill for Tino. Really nice rotation because now Tino is going to have to walk out the lane. His TP will be on cooldown, and they're going to gun for Shanks as well here. Shanks can't hide away in the jungle. The Night Stalker has that vision. We'll be able to dodge the torrent and make it a little bit more annoying for Army Geniuses to run him down, but they will eventually get this kill.
Eventually is a long time. There's a lot of space, man.
Yeah. Oh, Apollos! Oh no.
Okay, guys, that was pretty
What happened to Apollos? I didn't see that one.
He just got blasted in the face. Ain't no way around it.
Wait, did he underestimate the damage, or?
Yeah, he just took it.
Oh, okay.
And he did not like it. That's a big kill here. This is a very dominated offlane from DB, which, as we always say, I feel like when this Army Genius offlane does well, their games just feel a lot easier. Yeah, so it's a double pain in the neck here as DB's off to a good start. Also, I feel like this core Coddle, when he has a fast start, becomes really scary. This hero's been pretty successful overall, I think, win rates wise, but it feels like he has a good start with the auras. He gets there faster than almost any other aura buyer than maybe Brood in a free Brood game. That's also a scary thought for Execration here, who might lack damage to punch through it. If you think about where their damage comes from.
Carlo is going to be run down once again. The bottom lane, DD and Jokum. This combo of the two is getting some nice kills, but it is going to pull DD out of position, and the rotation from Bob actually is going to be fine. Palos is level 6, so they didn't have a finishing blow there.
Not even sure what would have killed him with that mech delivery. Just too farm. And this is bad news. This is bad news anti-mage because he's not going to have a lot of place to go. The other lanes didn't go well enough that the space is being opened up because Tino's still getting shut down top. Dark Ascension, level 7 versus level 5 Beast.
getting ruined. In Your Dream manages to dodge the fire spirits multiple times and is going to be able to go in for the kill. Now he has to dip away into the trees to get out of this tier 2 vision.
Kill Carlo.
He's going to go back. Are you kidding me? He's going to go for the kill on Carlo, and he gets it too. A double kill. TP's out. Shanks can't see him, so he can't kill him. What a move. In Your Dream. That was a monster play. And bottom lane, they're killing Palace again. Oh, Jesus. This series may not be close at all. At least the way this laning phase is going for Army Geniuses, they are absolutely throttling Execration in the laning phase.
This game 1 it might not end up being close. That's for sure. This is already out of control. I don't think you can have this bad a start with an anti-mage lineup in a game that isn't some crazy anti-mage game. It's not like he's playing versus Stormledge. He's playing versus Night Stalker Kunkka. Okay, you're gonna mana void for 400. Like, it's tough. So and the reason I bring that up is because I feel like big mana void targets are your way to come back from a behind position with this hero. Even if you're behind, if you can join a fight, mana void some guy, you get a big team fight kill, you can win the game off that. This game doesn't have that. So now you're just gonna have to jungle with the ring while your team is getting bamboozled right now by AG.
Seriously, I mean, In Your Dream is just, he got active. Oh, actually, Yoe got active first, right? He went out to that top lane, got the kill on the TP back from Tino, which was a really sick move. And then now the Night Stalker's paying it forward, an early gank onto the mid lane to be able to keep Bob out of the game. I mean, you said if Bob doesn't get a Blink Dagger, and also a big part of their combo here is Carlo having level 6, and it's 10 minutes right now, and he's 4.5, so even a Tome won't be able to get him to that Supernova. It's going to be hard for them to be able to fight back, period. Token's going to go for a kill on a Shanks here. Is going to be caught overextending. So that is just going to be a straight-up clean kill, thanks to Bob's counter rotation.
Finding something during this. This is the 10 to 15 minute window where if you want to get back in this game, now is kind of the time to do it. You're not going to really get a better chance because when that 15 to 20 hits, it's going to be mayhem, man. I feel like In Your Dream you might have Radiance done by then even, which he's just rushing here.
Yeah, nice.
I don't mind it. I actually think this newer Radiance is one of the tools we're going to see a lot more versus these summons or illusion lineups, just rushing them on the heroes. Any of these tanky strength heroes that use it well. I think this item just seems pretty nice now. So I don't really mind this build-up. I don't know if Night Stalker's the best Radiance user, but maybe it's okay. That's good enough.
Get Shanks. What they wanted was Kino out of a smoke rotation like that, but the Enchantress kill, that'll suffice.
Well, there used to be a hero there.
Now it's Roadkill.
Sheesh. I also like that AG haven't pulled TB off bottom. I think, well, or that they haven't pulled too many cores top. Because I don't think you want to overcommit for the beast defense. You either want the Cook up here or the Coddle, but I don't think you want both unless Execration bring all 5. Because then you're giving way too much space back. It's an easy mistake to make. Like, you're just like, oh, we're winning, let's go kill people. And you TP all your cores top, you kill the beast, and then AM gets all this jungle and lane for free. Instead, DB's just sitting out here blasting waves, taking away some camps, continuing to get massively farmed here. And these are the kind of things that build you in a better early lead. Like maybe you're up another 500,000 gold because of this. I think it just makes the map better to play. Like Paul's can't farm this wave, he's just getting harassed.
Night Stalker wanted to come over. I think he wanted to maybe blow Dark Ascension and try and get a kill on the Animage. Doesn't actually work out because the Phoenix was standing between the two. So In Your Dream. Head back to mid. Bob is going to find a kill here in the jungle, but no way. Had the X, and I was wondering if anybody was going to TP into the outpost to, maybe take a fight around that. But no, they chill. Army Geniuses say, whatever. It's a 5 position. We're out farming Execration, and again, this is the daytime where Execration is supposed to make moves, but they can't really make many moves without that Blink Dagger for Bob, who is still 225 gold away.
There's no move to really even make other than just smoke off with the beast. I think the catch is too limited here, and even these random support kills, they're good for Bob because they're getting for that blink, but they're not necessarily progressing the game themselves. They want the big team fight off the egg and the roar. That is what Execration are looking for during this period. They're just not getting it. I mean, Yahweh's just still sitting top. He's like, come at me. Smoke at me, brothers. I'm waiting. With 1,800 HP almost.
You don't kill him soon, he's going to have 1,800 HP and a BKB.
And the greens that can come in off the Coddle. I'm already done. are very farmed cores for AG. All right, here's a question though. You know, I was talking about this Radiance on NS. When you have Kunkka, isn't it better for the Kunkka to go Radiance than the NS to just go to the BKB?
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant structures
okay.
are fortified.
You were talking about. I was thinking, why don't you go armlet BKB AC on Night Stalker? Is that what you're saying? Or
Sure.
do you
Like that.
want him to rush BKB?
No, like just the right-click build on NS with the shard built in. And then,
Okay.
because I think one thing is, Yahweh will always get that Radiance faster, and I think the faster you get it, the higher impact it is. I think NS also, he doesn't benefit from the extra farm rate as much as Kunkka, as he has like extra attack speed built in, and NS with BKB will more reliably kill an egg potentially in a fight, whereas Kunkka with BKB doesn't. That would be my
Kind of bad because it's daytime.
Wait, what do you mean? Oh yeah, I guess it kills it anyway, but
Yeah, he would still be a day stalker, so
that's true.
I'm actually not sure whose attack speed is worse at that point.
Oh, these kind of debates are interesting. I'm not sure there's a 100% right answer, but
Sure.
I just still don't understand why mid Kunkkas haven't tried this.
They're gonna go for it. They got him. Palad's gonna be stuck inside of the silence of the Night Stalker, combined with an X and everything else. Yeah, pretty easy kill. Good takeoff there for Army Geniuses as they head into the second nighttime, and they can get Palace's Courier as well, which was going to not quite complete the Battle Fury, so he wasn't even going to have a 15-minute Battle Fury. He still needs another 600 for the Void Stone. So now you're guaranteed a 17-minute Battle Fury minimum, if not later than that. That is, I just do not see how Palace is going to be able to carry this game. Somebody else is going to have to do something here. I agree. Maybe this is it. Toss back on a Jokum, something small, something to work with perhaps is the Tusk to be able to snowball back into the arms of DB, who heals him up. Half HP with the Greaves and the Blast.
A very bright saving angel indeed.
Oh no, they had vision on the other side of the river.
Just a blink.
Does blink away. They didn't throw, Torrent was still on cooldown, in fact.
I mean, what is the comeback for Execration? It has to be the 4-man with the AM coming in. They have Beastmaster Pipe. Tino's going to TP mid. So they want to take this fight with the egg. They get it off?
He goes off from Yoe, though. That's going to make things a bit difficult for Execration, but they got a BKB out of him and didn't really have to use anything. That's okay.
Yeah, but I think they want the fight here, right? They want the committed fight. They're just going to smoke, but they saw the smoke on the catapult.
Yeah.
This should not lash.
And they got the scan on him afterwards, too, so... And your Dream's just going to disappear into the trees. TP out? No, he's greedy.
This is pretty damn greedy.
So greedy. Oh my God, the smoke's gonna break. They're gonna get him with the supernova. Oh, what are you doing in your Dream? You had the out. Everybody gave you an opportunity to get away. The Execration still find the kill, and maybe still find a fight afterwards. At Jokum, they're gonna chase him. Palos, careful of that one. Thinks a little far forward into the hands of the freezing field. Uh-oh. Shanks is being overwhelmed by the magic damage. Bob does manage to get that one kill. And with Tino on the side here with the pipe, they can actually push through this perhaps. A little bit of damage onto TV. Go away. He's still pretty tough to deal with though. And they blast back Tino into the tier 1. Yoe picks up a double off of that team fight. So wasn't the Dream breakout fight for Execration to turn things around, but it does start with a really nice kill from the night.
You'll take that off a smoke that never should have worked in the first place. And your Dream just... Maybe you didn't expect them to be there that fast or to break it on the tree line, but that was just hella damn greedy, man.
It really was. Maybe he thought, well, I'll be able to hide away in the trees while my team TP's in. But, I mean, that was a fast reaction from Carlo. He knows exactly what he wants to do in this game. He wants to go and just egg on top of the Night Stalker every fight.
That's also another thing, though. Like the BKB on NS, I feel like it gets you out of those situations when the egg is popped during your ult or something. It makes you less vulnerable to the AM damage, to the tiny damage. That was why I was considering it. But even in a situation like that, if you're trying to bait that smoke and take the fight, why were AG not going there in the first place, right?
Yeah.
Their reaction was kind of late to go there. Oh, our Night Stalker got caught. We got to TP and help. Like, what? How do you mean you got caught? You guys scanned and drew the line. You knew it was coming. Here's the weird sequence for them. And it does cost them a little bit here. They were building a lot of momentum. Gonna give Paulo some Battle Fury time now.
You're gonna have the shard for the Night Stalker if he wants it. But Tino, I mean, he went for a full aura build on Beastmaster. Got him with his corner into the boat and the X afterwards. That is the way to kill an AM right there. Very nice. In your dream, he's gonna start going for more. Managed to get the silence on Carlo after the dive, so he was dead anyway. And Shanks, he'll be able to get back to the Radiant base, but Execration are just pushing out side lanes with Bob and Tino because there's not much else they can do. They certainly can't contest the Army Geniuses 5-man during nighttime.
It's just not strong enough. Unless you get a perfect fight with this egg or you get some toss-back kills, there's not much else on the map for Execration right now. And the way AG are playing, they just have too much net worth and they're not giving too many openings either. They don't have to split up that much. They can let Coddle deal with some of the lane pressure, continue to farm up these auras and AoE control. And I don't think they're too afraid of scaling in an even game either. AC Kunko with this Radiance later BKB NS, you're going to be able to man fight here for a decent chunk of this game.
Yeah, I mean, especially if you get like the Basher build on Night Stalker, you go into the level 25 talent, the 100 attack speed. I feel like this lineup, you can fight an Animage. Your lineup is not that susceptible to the hero that I think you worry about going like into it.
No, if anything, I feel
silence on Apollos. Yokum can follow it up, not with a snowball actually. He doesn't have a snowball. He's going to have to go for the shard punch. The shard comes too late and the punch not in time.
Mess that up a little. Paulos will definitely take it. As here's the
mid lane, Bob, pretty tanky. He does a lot of damage though. Gives the Chakra over to Baris for another round of spells and a freeze of right in the middle. Had to use a Primal Roar to be able to stop that one, but it's enough to be able to get the tiny kill. That Supernova, it's gonna get scrambled. The egg doesn't last for long. And Tino stuck, doesn't have a TP out either. What a beautiful shards. Yokum might have messed up that last one on the AM, but this shard, just right. And Tino run down by a daytime Night Stalker. That cannot feel good.
Night Stalker. Day talker, talking shit right here as he slaps his fellow C Dota down. Only one of these teams going to the major, so I would assume there's some mental games being played right now. Perhaps before the series started, you know, maybe you send some Steam messages. Like, what are you gonna play today, bro? I know what you're gonna play.
Did you ever do that? Did you ever message somebody on the old EG before your matchup, as it was the only important matchup for North America?
I sent Bulba some emails. You know, it's all.
Okay. You sure you read them? Or?
No, I don't think he ever. He'll go check it now. You know. What the hell does this guy send me? There's some players who do that though.
Okay, did you ever receive any of those messages?
No. But I don't really check my Steam, so it's definitely possible I got some.
No, that's true. You are a perma offliner.
That's the way of the world now.
Yeah.
The way of the future.
Avery was trying to tell me that this is the new thing. All the kids are doing it. You stay offline on Steam all the time.
Yeah, and no one talks to you. It's great. It's like perma-muting everybody in Dota. It's the way to play this game.
This smoke, Army Geniuses are going to connect. Gonna find Tino, Carlo. Supernova's coming up in 3 seconds, but he's not gonna have that 3 seconds.
Too late.
Pushed into the silence of the Night Stalker. God-like spree for Yoe as he somehow gets one of those kills away from In Your Dream. So In Your Dream's gonna have to try and get the Enchantress kill instead. Does manage to get that one. So 3 kills for 3 different killers on the side of Army Geniuses. Everybody pulling their weight here on AG as they take this game 1 by storm, up 12,000 net worth lead now and giving just no room to breathe for Execration. If they were throttling them early, at this point, Execration is about ready to pass out.
The chokehold too strong. Just a dominant game 1. Really no flaws in this. I feel like they had the better lanes. They played them within the decent margin you would expect to come out with an advantage. Shut down this AM really hard. Now AM's just permanently on catch-up duty. Still doesn't even have Manta. And they're just rolling with the scale. BKB done for In Your Dream. AC done for that Yahweh Kunkka. Now they just get to build some luxury items to close this game out. Looks like Hex next. Don't mind that one. Ags for DB coming up, and one creep here. So a lot of control being built on top of probably another damage item for your dream, which is going to be that Basher.
A hawk flew right on by the camp that DB was farming. So he got an extra 60 gold off of it, but he also got the heads up that like, oh, hey, Execration had vision of me. I'm going to lead the triangle now, hang around one of my towers. Ward behind the tier 1, but Carlo's smoke broke and it's daytime, so they saw him. Now this whole smoke rotation, if it wasn't ruined before by the hawk dying, now it's definitely been ruined. The birds, man.
If you're not willing to take this fight, though, are you going to get a better one? Like, this is daytime with no dark ascension.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
You're not going to get a lot of these opportunities. That's the problem. I feel like you're on a clock here. I might have just forced that fight, honestly. I feel like from a theory standpoint, you should just smoke wrap there and jump somebody with the tiny and force the fight when you know you have the hero advantage. Because that's H's carrier on NS. So you can't really do anything in that engagement. I feel like it's your best chance in this game. Because now you
it's
miss
sort of
that
like a damned if you do, damned if you don't sort of scenario. Like,
yeah,
like your smoke gets ruined. It's not really the fight that you want, but you have to take a fight eventually. Otherwise, it's going to be a fight for your high ground during nighttime with an Aegis Night Stalker.
Yes. I mean, that was your moment to kind of catch AG maybe sleeping there and get a good initiation numbers fight. Because now you're just going to 5-man you. Ult's back up. They can just go high ground here with sustain if they really want to. Nighttime hits in back, so you don't even really have to pop it early. And this type of fight is just, it's tough when they're grouped up like this. Maybe they're not going to force it, but you got pulled back with everybody outside of Anti-Mage.
Oh, look at them. They smoke back for Palos. This is cool. They know that Anti-Mage is not going to come back to base because he has to keep farming. This is not a time for AM to, like, coming out of the jungle with 6 items. He's only got 2. So he's going to keep farming, and AG are going to go hunting for him.
This is a heavy timing committal, but like you said, they got them all in base, so they're not losing anything. And Paulus is too scared to even farm. The fear of the darkness has been instilled in his mind.
Small thing in your dream is turning off his radiance a bit while he's moving around. Turn it back on now as they're going to give up on the chase over Palos.
Maybe Execration happy that there isn't a better siege mechanism here for AG. That is the one thing their lineup's missing.
Tempted pick off on Carlo. And AG probably recognizing that they are fairly far ahead. And maybe they're having the same discussion that we were earlier. Guys, do we care about going late game against this lineup? Like, do we have to force this now, even if it's a little awkward? And maybe the consensus is, no, I don't think so. Maybe we're going to be okay.
I don't think so. Unless AM somehow finds 10,000 gold sitting around in a bank account he didn't know he had. I'm not too scared of these man fights. I just don't see AM winning them.
Step lively now. Your
I think you
admiral
just
is on board.
confidently control 2/3 of the map or whatever you feel comfortable doing. Continue to build the lead. Get to your next set of control items. It's going to make the fight impossible. In fact,
they've always got a way to be able to catch Palos because DB with the shard used the recall and in your dream to be able to get that kill in the top lane. And the rest of AG, I was going to see if they were going to hold this ground or not, because Execration thought about pushing out. They're like, okay, no Night Stalker, no Coddle. Surely this is a time to be able to take something here. Supernova immediately goes off with the Aghanim Scepter of Bob doing an okay amount of damage. They get killing a Yoe. Now the Night Stalker's back. They took a little bit too long, and In Your Dream is pouncing immediately onto the Phoenix. That's going to be 1 kill. Yokum's still trying to get away. Shanks held in by the Frostbite. Will not be able to get that kill. Toss back underneath the tier 3. BKB gets activated. In Your Dream can't really get a kill off of this one either. Still had the Aegis too, so maybe a little bit too scared there. Prospect of being stuck inside the enemy base.
Also just doesn't do that much damage, honestly. Smacking this tiny, not cutting through the stone.
No, you're not.
So decent find for Execration. You're gonna lose your AM. That's pretty hard to avoid in this type of game, but at least you're finding a big core kill without Kunkka getting that BKB off. But this Night Stalker is out of control. Honestly, I didn't remember to talk about it, but this is Coddle NS. You could have also gone Ags this game, and you have that Ags double void. That's cool combo. Now that I'm watching this fight, that could have been pretty cool too. Because
looks like it's around counterspell as well.
Yeah, the stun is significant now, especially if you can double it. It's really obnoxious. So I wouldn't have minded that build this game either, but it's kind of an old school build that did have its birth in Southeast Asia.
Oh, really?
Huh?
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
A little bit of Dota historian knowledge there for you.
I do know some things.
Dire's top tower.
I mean, I'm not convinced you're totally right, but
Back check it. Good luck.
That's the problem. There's no Dota. There is a Dota Wikipedia called Liquipedia, but I don't think they keep the history of strategies on there.
Nobody does. I can just make that shit up all day, and there's nothing you can do. I mean, I heard you thinking about that. Like, wait a minute. I don't know what.
I was like, Night Stalker Coddle is like really old. I'm not even sure if Avery was playing that back then.
No, I do feel like SEA was the first region to really start abusing it. I mean, think about things in Dota's like who actually did shit first, right? It's probably some random like 5K dude in a random region in a random time. Who knows, right? But I always think about it in terms of who started really abusing something and understanding it to its full potential. And I feel like this strategy, I thought SEA was the first region to really start cranking this one up. And then it just became first phase during that one patch, if you remember. So,
yeah, I do vaguely remember that.
Actually, I think that was the patch that SEA won that major, right?
Yeah, it was the one. Are you talking about the
TNC?
Yeah, TNC, where they won the first major before COVID.
Yeah, that was the one March was coaching them, I think.
Yeah, I think so.
And March had like 3 or 4 strats that he just spam abused. It was a Shaker Morphling.
Yeah.
There was a Furion PA strat. With some Magnus thrown in. And then there was Coddle NS. Those were like his big ones for the tournament. They won that tournament off that. Like, they were definitely the best at abusing them all. That was a very long esoteric history lesson, but you're welcome.
I mean, I'm sure C fans enjoyed reliving that one. Not too many lands you can point to where.
Is that like a backhanded insult?
Dire's structures are
I mean, I feel like I could say that because I've been casting C for a long time and I've been cheering for C for a long time, and it's been a letdown for a long time. So
brutal.
But maybe Talon is, Talon outdid my expectations of recent major, and Army Geniuses have just taught themselves a Palo skill that might just be able to end a little bit of a, I'm not even going to say stalemate, but
it's a farm out period. They're just farming out the map, getting to the next Roshan here. I mean, Paulo,
you know what it is? It's a quarantine period. Execration have just been quarantined off to like their sections of the map, which is pretty much their base.
Monka, dude, did they COVID test them or what? Came back positive?
Somebody broke quarantine. Get him.
Jeez.
All right, 14 seconds until Roshan actually spawns. Army Geniuses are going to take that, very likely, and I think Execration, if Army Geniuses does it slow enough and like doesn't notice, of course there's a double damage right next to the pit, but if they don't notice, then it's possible that Palos is up and it's daytime. I feel like that is your last hurrah. Contesting Roshan during daytime is probably your best bet.
Yeah, but how do you deal with NSO?
Well, how do you the Supernova?
Are you winning the fight in the Supernova though? I don't know if you have to damage.
Are you winning the fight against Aegis Shard?
No, I think this game is lost.
Well, then better to go out fighting in the Roshan pit. I feel like Roshan offers unique opportunities.
This is a fight you have to take here. You don't have a choice. So 5-man smoke, gonna try and fight around the pit with the egg. Hope they just overcommit on the egg and then somehow stun and save it here. Rosh is dying really fast. Holy crap, double damage.
Somebody get in there.
Moonshard NS. The vision.
Wave going out. Oh, he jumped in. Stole at the right time. He caught the Aegis. No way.
Block him in the day.
Pickup. But it's dying. The Knights. Oh, they actually still managed to kill the
Holy crap.
Wave, and now the constant Will-O-Wisp is pulling them in. Oh my God, Bob. You did what you could. But you can't beat this. You can't beat these Army geniuses that are this far ahead, that are this crisp with their gameplay, that are this good with their team play together. That was just beautiful.
Was that a 4-man wave into 4-man torrent they all got pulled into?
Yeah, with the will-o-wisp constantly pulling him in. I mean, it was pretty much a black hole going on there.
The clump was not your friend there, Execration. I mean, they didn't really have a choice in this game. That's probably an impossible fight. They did their best. They just steal into, I mean, a decent egg placement. You can't place it too far away because it gets tighted. You kind of have to go aggressive, but just too many heroes are going to run up and start hitting. You don't have the stun. That's a very tough fight, but AG make it look fire. I like that.
Yeah.
That was a nice little combo.
You're going to give some respect to Execration with no Dark Ascension and no 9 time for 50 seconds. They're going to chill out.
I also like this Moonshard Night Stalker. That's how you kill the egg. Right there. You just walk up, it turns day, you just beat it, you start hitting it. What do you care, right?
Yeah. And so they see the egg. The Will-O-Wisp is pulling them in constantly. And then he gets the last 2 members on the edge of the Will-O-Wisp into the center of it. That was beautiful, UOA.
This team's got some moves, man.
Uh-huh.
I don't know who gave it to them, but they studied at the monastery of
they got Palos too. I mean, that's pretty much the Roshan fight was the knockout punch, but this is Execration getting back up on the 10th call and now just getting knocked over by a tap.
Yeah, this is where they didn't hear the bell because they can't hear the bell. And somebody tell them the bell has been sounded. The bout is over, my friend.
Yeah, the sound of the bell is that Ignis Fatus right there. Whom.
Bing. Oh, very dominant performance. I mean, if you go game 2, you're probably a bit more hesitant to do this beast opener if you're Execration. Especially if you end up in the same trade, I feel. Yeah. And I severely doubt we're going to see another anti-mage. I have not felt the strength of the second phase AM picks that just aren't versus anything obvious. Like, I don't know. If you're versus a Lesh opener or a Storm opener or something, I can get the idea, but these games just don't seem winnable for these anti-mages. Or I don't see why you would want AM over even just some more well-rounded carry that's going to get countered. Sure.
I was all over the place. Locked in by the shard. Pulled back by the wave from UOA. Force-staffed out. Pulled back in by the Will-O-Wisp. Round and round he goes, this merry-go-round, and the results in kill after kill for Army Geniuses. Finally, Execration will call it, honestly. I figured they were ready to call it about 10 minutes ago, if not 20 minutes ago. But Army Geniuses, an emphatic Game 1 victory. This still is a full series, and you talked about, the draft changes that could occur, but this Game 1 has got to be a rough way to start a series that is going to potentially send you to Berlin.
And this is a lot of breathing room if you're AG now. I feel like when you're in these high-pressure series that are major deciding for both these teams, now you win Game 1, you're like, all right, we can even throw a Game 2 away and we still just need to win one more. That's a nice place to be in. Whereas if you're Execration, now the pressure is really on. You cannot drop another game. You have to win here. It's do or die, last game of your season. Those are rough. You have to be a very strong team to bounce back from that, reset, come up with a new plan, figure out what you did wrong and adjust it. So I do not envy that position. I have been there. It is a very tough one. There's almost nothing tougher, to be honest. Sometimes these games right here, like this Game 2 for Execration, it's honestly tougher than a lot of the games you play on LAN sometimes, because you feel like when you get to LAN, all right, we're here. At least we made it. And maybe if we suck or get 12 or slain, whatever, there's stuff we can work on. But this is like your whole season. You're just sitting at home if you don't win this game. So buckle up, pull yourself up by the bootstraps. It's do or die, my friends.
Yeah, it is do or die. Execration, they kind of went the easy route last season. They got in, secured to Berlin pretty early. If they're going to make it this time around, it's going to be trial by fire in this next Game 2 and potentially Game 3. We'll see whether or not they make it that far, though, as we head back to the panel.
Army Genius is really showing that they want to go to the major with an amazing performance in this first game of the series. Absolutely stunning. Man, the thing I love about this Night Stalker hero is just like, if you have a good lane, the game's kind of in your control, you know? It's up to you if you want to take it and just use Dark Ascension every time it's up, like just go, 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 go.
Yeah, it's a very good tempo hero that just snowballs really hard. I think Execration didn't... I mean, I like the AM pick, right? Because I enjoy Palos AM, because I think he makes it work. I don't know why you pick it there. And then the flex and the tiny, like, yes, you could have done that, but why would you listen to me? You know, you should have done something like the Pango, run Shanks tiny. Then you have Beastmaster tiny lane, which could have been more aggressive on the Night Stalker, pressured a little bit more, slow down in your dreams timing, but none of that happened. Like, we had an atrocious early game for Execration, but AG, you know, they played perfectly. They danced around this lineup really well, and they're back in form at the very least.
I know I trashed the Phoenix pick a little bit, but honestly, I feel since the AM pick is already gonna go down, you know, like, okay, I know they like the AM pick,
yeah,
you like the AM pick, but we have to be realistic. Sometimes the thing that you like might not be healthy for you.
Yeah,
That's very true.
Yeah, because I feel if they have like another carry hero, it will be like easier to play this game. It's because they picked the AM so early, and there's already a Night Stalker, and they haven't really shown like their off lane or whatnot, because they only pick like the Coddle, the Night Stalker, the Tusk, the CM, and then like suddenly the last pick Kunkka just allows them to kind of switch the lane out if they want to. So I feel you can't really control a Night Stalker. Night Stalker is already great against like Beastmaster and kind of decent against Tiny, because when you play Tiny, you don't want to meet tanky heroes that you need to kill, and Night Stalker is one of the tanky heroes. So it's just, Night Stalker is just not punished, and then on top of that you pick anti-mage. It's just sus.
Yeah, the thing I love about SEA games is like, there's always a chance for a comeback. It's people don't really call it GG until the very end, until the throne explodes. But this game, like, ain't no way, man. There's no way that Execration are coming back from this, because Army Geniuses, like, they made it a point to just choke and make the AM suffer. And any place in the map he was, they would just find him and kill him.
Yeah, like we talked about the conditions for Execration. They had to buy so much space for Palos. Bob pretty much had to take control of this game, have a really good timing in the blink. And Tino, you know, just start that split push. But Tino had an atrocious lane. It didn't feel good at all. Like nothing went according to plan for Execration. And with this kind of draft, the moment you're behind you don't just bounce back.
Here's our match MVP Yoe on Kunkka, making a lot of space on the map, just joining in all these fights. He's very proactive, that's for sure.
You know, for me, when I see him killing the Enchantress top, and then immediately he TP down to kill this AM with the Night Stalker, in a mid player's perspective, that's just perfect, man. Like, it's just so good to see.
Yeah, he's really helping out everyone.
Yeah, he was super aggressive. He was the first one to rotate to that top movement. He was always on top of Palos. You know, he was at the right spot. I like his atomization, going for the shard again, and he's just effective. It's one of Yoa's specialty heroes, to be fair, but he played it really well here.
And I've got something special for you all. Once again, we have something exciting to talk about. We have DPC 23 Spring. Use that promo code right over here for 7 days free of Prime. To what exactly? Esports has Continent of Extremes event on their website. Basically, it's a series of tournaments. There's 1v1s, 5v5s. Super duper awesome. You can join, and with the Prime, you get free entry, you get no ads, and you get some extra prize money. So definitely something very cool to check out. You don't lose anything, because once again, it is free. So use that code that just disappeared from this area. But yeah, I would love free stuff. Don't you guys like free things?
Absolutely do.
Possible free
I'm a
things?
Malaysian.
Yeah.
It's in our blood, like free stuff.
I see. And
Everyone
possible free stuff at the watch party tonight also. Oh my gosh.
Of course.
So much free
Lots
stuff.
of free stuff.
Yes, ePulse bringing it to you from Southeast Asia. But we are going to go for a quick break. After the break, we are going to get game 2 of this super intense Army Geniuses Execration series. Who will go to the major? We shall find out in just a bit. Welcome back, everybody. We have got what I would like to consider the most exciting matchup of today. We have Execration versus Army Geniuses. We are back for Game 2. Welcome, everyone, to the DPC 2023 Southeast Asia Division 1 Spring Tour. I'm your host, Sophie, and I'm here with my panelists, John and Aurora. How are you guys doing?
Good. Nice short break. Lots of free stuff that we announced before we went on break. And now we have a game, which is still free to watch too. All the free stuff here.
I just hope I don't see like anti-mage. I mean, if you make sure the anti-mage can play the game, like there's no early night soccer and then your team has like only one hero that can move around the map. Otherwise, like just please don't pick the anti-mage. Because you're going to encourage a lot of pubs to pick anti-mage regardless.
That is very, very true. But I think the one thing about last game is I know that might look like a boring game to a lot of viewers, but personally, I really enjoyed it because of how clean Army Geniuses looked. You don't typically see that in Southeast Asia where the team just looks super, I mean, they almost looked perfect, you know?
Yeah.
Discipline is the word.
Discipline, yes. So they were very, very disciplined.
They were, but it was also a big issue of Execration's draft just couldn't deal with it. Like, there was no way to punish any of that because their lanes went so bad because they went for the Phoenix pick and for that early AM. It just felt like there was no way for Execration to play against AG that game. So I think it was a pretty big outdraft, but we'll see. I mean, maybe Execration believes in the AM enough that we'll see it again. Who knows?
Please don't do
First phase, first pick.
Anyway, like I felt kind of weird with their support arrangement. I thought the Enchantress would kind of avoid the CM because that's kind of what the CM is picked for. But then like I understand why they picked the Phoenix and then put the Phoenix against the Tusk because, you know, like Tusk can't use his third spell. Yada. But like he's leading with a call, so he's not really gonna use his hack team, I feel.
Yes.
And in that sense, I feel like Enchantress might be better with the AM because you can just up the heal and heal the AM so the AM can farm. Because I noticed that the AM and then the Phoenix, they constantly have no HP.
Yeah.
That's why the AM couldn't take any creeps at all. Like when the, I think it was Kunkka, he has like 32 last hits. This anti-mage has like 16, which is half. Then that is really bad.
It's atrocious.
Let's get this Game 2 draft started. We get the players ready to pick their heroes, ready to ban.
They're gonna give the gyro. They're like, okay, no color.
Yeah. But they don't pick it anyway. They go with the Rubik first. So I like that from AG. I think it's safe to just, Rubik's probably one of the best heroes to just first pick blind. Like it always has a use. It's never going to be countered by anything hard. So you always have a good time with a first phase Rubik. I'm curious about Execration though. What do you go for? You want to double down, go first pick, first phase. Do not do that, please, Kimo.
I mean, they did the tiny first phase, right? So maybe tiny +1.
Yeah.
I would say Barada is the best choice, but
Oh, there it is.
do they really
Tiny.
prioritize the Barada? No. Yeah.
They go with the Tino
Visage.
Visage instead. Which is, again, it's a strong comfort pick for Tino. Back to the Night Stalker for AG. My issue with a Visage, and honestly my issue with Execration in general is, if Tino's lane goes to hell, like the entire team goes down with him. There's something about what they want to do with Tino and his aura items that I've seen it multiple times in his Beastmaster last game, now on the Visage. I've seen this multiple times, even across different iterations of Execration. If he does not get a good start, then it goes downhill fast. Like matchup against Night Stalker, it's not the worst. I can see it being pretty playable. And you can try to do something at 6. If you get it slightly early, you feel pretty all right. But they've got to correct, like, it's not enough of a difference when Beastmaster, I think that their playstyle changes and their drafting changes still have to kick in.
Just don't pick anti-mage.
Yes.
I feel maybe they kind of just want Tino to be on his comfort heroes. So it's fine that he, like gets picked in the first phase anyway, because he's gonna be fine. Just that from the second phase onwards, you have to kind of adapt the draft towards him. Like not pick something that needs even more attention. They did ban out the TB, which is understandable because when you pick Visage and you want him in the offlane, like you just don't want to meet TB, this kind of hero that can screw your lane up and later have a way of dealing with your birds. I mean, because Night Stalker is kind of like decent, but like you said, not say that great because what happens when the Visage push? What happens when he has the burst? And the Night Stalker can't really do anything. But given that the Night Stalker didn't have a good lane, and I think Execration just bans the TB anyway because they think TB might be able to play the Night Stalker and then they can just pick another carry hero for In Your Dream to deal with the Visage. So yeah, it's a good defensive move this time because the last time I feel like they did that because they want to protect the anti-mage more.
Yeah. They wanted to make sure Polaris would have game, but you know, it's he didn't really, even with all of that protective bans. Keen to see how AG build up because for them it's like again hyper flex with Night Stalker. We saw them kind of bait Execration into a couple of moves there. They take out the DP. It does feel like that they might be, you know, looking to just give themselves a pretty strong mid matchup. They've taken care of some Bob heroes. So maybe just looking to give Yoe a pretty good time. I'm trying to think what else is left in the pool for Exe.
Furin is there.
Yeah, the NP has been ignored for the most part this first game and now the second game. And it still ties in pretty damn well. I mean, it's still a good hero, right? Like, especially with AG banning out the
Naga,
Bat
the
Rider. You feel pretty good here. You could run like a Palos NP and you should be able to go take under. They'll go to Luna instead, the Palos Luna. I mean, it's Luna Visage, right? Like, you can push really hard when you connect with Visage and Luna. Your output is pretty damn good.
But why can't you pick the Luna at the 4th slot?
Yeah,
Because now Army Geniuses can see 2 core heroes, basically.
I'm trying to think. Well, there was a time when that Luna 4 or 5 was popular, and I do think Carlo and Shanks used to play that support, but I don't think he doubled down that hard.
And you're kind of like helping Army Geniuses in a way. You pick Luna, they have the Night Stalker, and they have Rubik as well.
Yep. It's a lot of nighttime.
Looking kind of sus to me.
It doesn't feel good. I don't know. I mean, yeah, maybe the technique here is just never go for Eclipse. Just never have it.
I mean, yeah, maybe.
Just max Aura. I think this is the kind of game where Palos would probably just max his Aura and Glaives and farm.
But still, you kind of like need to make sure this Luna's lane don't go get dumpstered though.
Yes.
If I'm not mistaken, Carlo likes to play greedy heroes as a +5. And when you have Luna and Visage, you don't really want to do that. I'm not sure if they should change it up so much.
Yeah. I'm digging AG's solution. Like, now you've got Mars Arena to play with. You know, if the Luna's outside, she's not going to do damage, especially if she doesn't go for Eclipse. If she's inside, she's dead. You don't have any saves on Execration's end. And you've got that specialty Gyrocopter back for Varish. So you're feeling pretty solid. You have some flex still, because honestly, you could probably still run IYD Gyro, although again, it's pretty dead. That should just be Varish. But you can still flex the Night Stalker and the Mars around, depending on what you need in your lanes. Like, you can still run Night Stalker 1, mid Mars, off lane Mars. You can kind of adjust. And it's back to that strong drafting from AG, where they're going to end up in that position where they can just flex things around.
Do you think it's too greedy to pick IO for Army Geniuses?
For AG?
Because I don't think Execration right now... Okay, I mean, like Tiny and Visage kind of have the damage to kill the IO. But then when you think about how they're going to play the map and then how they're going to connect, there's a Night Stalker, there's a Mars.
Yeah.
This Gyro and IO, Gyro can always just farm.
Yeah.
And this IO can always connect him to the Mars and the Night Stalker. So
I like that. I don't know if that's something AG will want to dip into. I'm trying to recall old Army Geniuses.
okay, maybe not now.
Varish picked the like. Yeah, no.
Kunkka. Yeah, it's kind of annoying to play IO against Kunkka because you can't save the person. He has X-Mark.
Yeah. At the same time, now Execration just show off their mid Kunkka more than likely coming out here. I mean, their Tricore is revealed, whereas for AG, they've got a pocket pick for either mid or safe lane now.
You know, which is kind of weird because you are second pick order and then you show all 3 cores before the last pick. Which is what the last pick is for, you know?
Yeah.
To save a core pick.
I don't know. Like, I'm not sure what to expect out of Execration now. Like, There is a tempo here. There's some durability coming out, and both with a Visage can feel pretty good for Visage. Got decent team fight. I just like what's on AG more. Like, you pick all of these heroes as well into the Rubik. I mean, he has a ton of spells to steal. From the Tiny, the Visage spells aren't too bad. Of course, Kunkka, pretty much all the spells feel good on Rubik.
Every Execration like should stop the cap and ban TA next because TA looks too good on Army Genius's lineup
Yeah.
right now. Because TA like lanes fine against Kunkka if they really want a TA, and TA can just go mid anyway.
Yep.
Night Soccer can go 1 and then the Mask go 3.
Yeah, I think that all still works out. Like, your lane matchups still feel pretty damn good there. You've got a scaling solution on your mid, and oh, they banned out themselves. What are they expecting from Exa? Are they expecting Visage support? Are they expecting Luna support? Something's got to be support if they're thinking this way, right?
That's kind of weird. They banned it themselves. I mean, to be fair, TA is kind of okay against their supports. Their supports can't do anything to this TA, and then yeah, you can kind of like kick the Luna to a support role since you have Night Soccer and Rubik. But the lane is still kind of weird though.
Yeah, it's not a particularly good feeling lane. We get
Timber.
Timber coming out for AG, so
You know, it's like the top level disrespect when you pick Timber into Luna.
yeah.
I feel they're trying to gamble this way because I think it was also Execration last time who picked the Luna against I think it was Talon something, because Talon also picked the Timber into a Luna. I think it was Execration, and then they didn't really play the matchup well. Even though I feel Palace didn't play the matchup well, but after the laning phase, he actually did pretty well. Even though he had a not so great start and the Timber actually survived the laning phase.
Yeah, you're right.
Right.
They did do Luna. But just yesterday, I think it was, Bob played Timber mid and owned. You remember that game?
I remember vaguely that game, yeah. Mid Timber.
like
Was
what I've
it
seen.
last
It was
game?
against Blacklist. It was yesterday.
It was literally 2 days
It was
ago?
the first series.
Not yet. Like,
I mean, not yesterday, yeah.
gosh,
yeah, 2
why
days
did
ago.
I remember that? But yeah. Bob, so what's your
I
support?
think it's a Carlo Luna.
Carlo Luna. I mean, this is all in on the aura synergy from Execration.
Okay, at least they do something that is usual, which is the greedy support.
Yeah.
And then Bob's getting the hero that needs to control the game, which is
Yeah.
SF. It's quite a good pick, honestly, against Timber, Night Soccer, Mars, this 3 combo, right? None of them can actually lane Night Soccer. Lane the SF.
Yeah.
But
He's-
it's still quite greedy.
It is greedy. I mean, his lane matchup against Yoa should feel pretty good there. Like, Mars versus SF is a good lane, although I think Mars can kind of play around that.
Yeah, it's not too
Time
bad
Fury.
because
It's
you have
actually
your
not the
spear.
worst. Yeah. You can get that distance out so you feel better. I mean, I see what Execration's trying to do. This is just something that I would say in a draft, like, oh, just go for this because you have all the auras. You
Yep.
know, if
Yeah.
the one thing that would make this better is if Marcy wasn't banned first phase. And it still doesn't convince me. I'm not convinced by
Okay, I mean,
this
technically,
idea.
if they group out and push early, there's nothing army users can really do because it's Night Soccer, Rubik, and then Gyro. They kind of suck at defending.
Well, Execration's draft kind of looks like the classic C, could be all core lineup.
Yes, it's close to it.
So they're paying tribute to this region. But that is the draft for game 2. Very excited to see how this game will go. I'm going to throw you guys over to our casters, Cap and SVG.
All right, who is going to Berlin? Is Execration going to be able to bounce back after an incredibly rough game 1 against Army Geniuses with their choice of a last pick SF? Avery, what'd you make of this? I mean, they had the Luna already in answer to Timbersaw, and then they feel like they got an even better answer to Timbersaw in the SF. Do you like it? You hate it?
I think the SF pick is definitely solid. My issue would be they demoted this Luna to the 5. And I think it was a kind of decent carry Luna game. I don't know. I don't think there's much that threatens carry Luna in this game, especially with boat roam on top. If you get the Scotty timing on Luna, you're like, she's queen of the game. So maybe they just believed in the Shadow Fiend carry more than the Luna carry here, but I think they really had opportunity to blow the draft open with that last pick, and it kind of just like switched something out for something they already had in a way, right? Yeah. That said, they can still use this Luna to provide a lot of firepower because they have the Visage, and the Aura is still going to be really good with the rest of their lineup. You still get some extra night vision, not bad versus the NS that is being run by Dream again. The biggest downside of all of this that I see is that AG ended up getting to put this Timber on the offlane versus what is presumably a carry Kunkka that's not going to swap lanes or do anything fancy.
Yeah, I thought surely because they picked the last pick, the SF, I saw Bob pick it, and I was like, okay, but like, don't you want the SF versus the Timber Saw? I was like, maybe Bob's just more comfortable. Maybe Palos doesn't play SF, you know? And he's like, okay, they'll do a lane swap in order to make sure that Bob is playing the SF, but they're actually not. They're actually going to put Kunkka into the Timber Saw, and they could have had a Luna carry instead.
That's the weird part. That's the weird part. And I don't know. I don't think the Kunkka is doing a huge amount in this game outside of just being the buffer and the team fight utility, because he's kind of playing versus some very tanky and BKB dependent cores. NS and Mars are definitely going to buy BKBs this game, and Timber just doesn't care about Kunkka in general. So this isn't some crazy carry Kunkka game. It's not like you're versus the Beastmaster that we saw last time. You're not versus some weak heroes that aren't going to have spell immunity that you can kind of just crush by right-clicking them 10 times in a fight. I just feel like this carry Kunkka doesn't have an insane purpose here outside of he's going to buff up the Shadow Fiend, and all their eggs are in the Shadow Fiend basket, which that is a powerful basket. And in this lane, you can throw all your eggs into it, and he should have a good lane. Like, this should be a free farm Shadow Fiend with Luna Aura on top of it. Maybe it'll work out. It's a bold move. I'll say that. It's a very bold move, because I feel like the reliability on AG side is there. They have some of their signature heroes. They have pretty solid lanes again. Pretty well-rounded damage in terms of physical and pure and magic, with the Gyro Shard that seems to be Variza's best hero, one they're very confident with. So I feel like the pressure is on Execration for sure, on top of the pressure they probably were going to have in this game no matter what.
Well, we want the best Southeast Asian, or at least the third best Southeast Asian team going to Berlin to represent the region. And no better way to make sure that happens than a highly pressurized match like this one. Ari's doing a good job doing little half pulls here with the Harpies, which are already pretty good at killing waves. And then he's doing half pulls at the same time, really limiting the experience that is Visage, which is fairly important. You always have a hard time with Bob. Not really that surprising, though, because SF crushes... I mean, is there a melee hero that does fine against SF? I feel like they all get crushed by SF nowadays.
Tuskar. I don't know.
Yeah.
I just say Tusk because of the law of Tusk, man. You can't crush Tusk in lane. It's impossible. I think Pango is good in the game, but the lane's probably still lose the lane, but I think you can make up for it and you have like some decent kill threat. You're annoying at almost all points. Like, I'd be fine playing Pango into SF, you know? Mars is, I think, just, he's like in theory similar. Right-clicking Mars with range carries always feels a little bad, but I don't think Mars is that scary of a hero this patch. I feel like SF is a way scarier hero.
Yeah, we talked about that earlier, where Mars nowadays, like, your scaling is going Refresher, going some sort of like Sniper Refresher type build. Yoakum gonna get caught in bottom lane at the same time as Mars. They try and go on to him, not so much, but this bottom kill will be secured. Palos going to get the first blood, so maybe we're questioning the Kunkka pick, or rather where it lanes, but it for now is working with getting the first blood. Not shutting down DB though, and probably not expecting to.
So low XP for Timbersaw. Well, actually, he didn't get too much here as Yoakum comes back to stuck it all up, but the early waves are definitely favorable for this Luna Kunkka. This is not a weak lane on the early waves between the splash and the beam spam. You can also go double stick, which they did, so they're getting all the charges off the Timber and the Fade Bolt. You're not really going to beat this dual lane in the early waves. It's just getting Timber XP, playing for the later levels. Yoakum is just getting bullied, man. You got a feel for the guy down here.
Yeah, he really is. Carlos showing that the support Luna is Well, at least in lane, pretty good. I mean, he's giving the aura over to a hero that's, you know, splashing on them with the Tidebringer. So that's just one more factor that makes this lane obnoxious, like you were talking about.
I'm gonna kill him here again.
Ooh, missed the torrent. Yoakum doing a good job dodging over to the side here. DB really can't help out until he has, well, for starters, more mana, but also Timber Chain.
He also just doesn't really want to try and kill them either until later. Like, you don't want to use so much mana that by the time you get to 6, you don't go some extra mana items. You don't have the kick out presence. You're kind of just giving them stick charges if anything.
Yeah, that's true.
These early trades just not favorable for this AG lane. Ooh, raindrop doing work.
Not quite enough.
Mid is a little favored SF, but not too much. I say that the levels are a lot more favorable than the network.
I was about to say, yeah,
he's on level
got 12
up,
knife, and he's about to get a kill.
I spoke too soon. I didn't see that XP in.
Yeah.
Yeah, that did him in real fast there. Now he's pulling ahead. And this is what Execration want. A very strong SF in this game. Because that is the hero they can just rally behind. It'll give him the Roche. It'll give him the Timber Killer. It'll give him a lot of just stand your ground team fight versus NS, honestly. It's not the easiest hero for NS to run into sometimes. You can do it all with the boat roam.
Yeah. One thing I will say about the whole SF all-in concept, they have a lot of frontline for it, but they don't have a save. Is that concerning to you at all?
Well, if he needs it, yeah.
Okay,
We'll
sure.
find out,
that
you know?
makes sense.
I mean, I say that because some of these games, you just don't need it. Like those Lycan SF games we watched this season.
Yeah.
SF's just 10-0 and he's at your high ground at 20 minutes and it's like, okay, good luck. Some of those SF games turn into that. I don't know if this will be that type of game. I don't think it's going to get that out of control, but I feel like SF either never dies or he dies a lot. And so it's one of the games where he ends up dying a lot. They'll wish they had a save for sure. This doesn't strike me as a game you hard needed. I think him just having BKB is pretty good because what's the initiation here for AG?
Sure.
Link Spear, I guess. That is dodgeable. And there's not a huge amount of follow-up chain stun. There's a missile and a telekinesis. You get away without a save here. I think you're fine. You're going to have some auras from Visage. You should have a Greaves or Pipe in this game, maybe both. You should have some front line between Kunkka and Visage, so your SF, in theory, is never the one getting jumped first in this game with the only jump stun that AG has. Another reason why I think putting all of your faith in this Shadow Fiend could work out this game, because honestly, I can kind of see them just going in the pit, rallying behind him, forcing AG to go into them and play through their front line in the Visage and Kunkka. That sounds a little difficult, unless your Timber's chopping them down.
I was gonna kind of say the same thing here. Like, looking, even if we question like their individual decisions when it came to the draft and those last couple of picks and laning and stuff, like the big picture for Execration, I feel pretty good about. Mostly because I think if you get to that BKB timing, you're gonna weather through to get to a point where you go late game, and I think Execration is very favored late game this time around.
Yeah, I'd probably agree on that. I think it's pretty close, honestly, but they do have Tiny, so I'll go with Tiny because Tiny's a stupid hero.
Nice ward here from Yoakum. Left lane, but left a ward in lane for DB to feel secure. So Bob attempted a pretty early rotation for an SF that's the hard carry in this game. Tried to see if he could find a Timbersaw kill. Immediately gave up on it as soon as Timbersaw seemed like he knew something.
This is the boat timing. They wanted to kill him with this boat into triple raise. Would have been a nice kill to get Paulo some more time down here. And I also think if you're going to pick a hero to shut down in this game, you pick Timbersaw. Because I do feel like there's a lot of weight on DB in this game in terms of being their largest damage source and cutting through those auras when they come online. It's one of the heroes that can do it better. But if you get shut down early game, then you just never get there. So
yeah,
probably what Execration are thinking, like, hey, this Timber has a bad game. Who's going to kill anybody? Through the buffs, through the Visage buffs, through the boat. You're not touching anything. So I do like that idea.
Carlo, looks like he's going to be caught by Yoi's rotation. So Now the Kunkka is definitely going to be kicked out of lane, and DB will probably own this area. Maybe a support will come down here and try and get some more experience, but this is probably Timbersaw's tower to take unless Bob wants to make another go at it.
Radiant's bottom tower is
Way
under
too hard to
attack.
go down here. Balls can linger, but honestly, he kind of wants to get this boat doing something at some point in this game. Which means either you bring the SF down here as well and you try for that timber kill, or you go top. The top move is just hard because then your dream has night vision. And you have a level 1X. So like,
That's actually a good point. Maybe they should linger like you're talking about and wait till daytime to try and rotate up to that top lane.
I think you do. I think maybe you try for this timber kill once more. If he's getting chipped, he just went hood rush. I just don't know if he dies. I think he does if you play it really well. You get 3 raises with a beam interrupt and boat. He probably dies. But it's a lot of committal.
Toss back into the Visage Familiars. The Dark Assumption is going to be used here, Ascension rather. Shanks is going to be overwhelmed by that damage, and not much that Tino can really do about that one. Another successful rotation for the Mars, but another rotation that really only gets the support. So how successful was it really?
I don't know. I'm not going to make any Dark Assumptions on that one.
Nah. They're going to actually try and use the rest of this Dark Ascension to go to bottom lane, but the SF had the same idea. He goes for the ultimate, hits it now. Let's see if he hits the triple raise, and if that's going to be enough. A double raise isn't quite enough, and couldn't really charge forward to try and get that close range one anyway. So, not sure who that favors, because Army Geniuses rotated all 3 cores to bottom lane, but SF also used his ultimate and didn't get a kill.
This favors Execration. For sure, that because now this Timber feels very awkward. He doesn't want to be down here with his NS who can't go anywhere. All 3 cores for AG in his bottom lane. Pretty much this is all you can do is try and make something else happen down here or run across the entire map. And you're just giving a huge amount of space to this Visage. They're going to TP the Timbersaw top. Maybe no choice in this type of rotation. But at least this will salvage the predicament a bit. Still, I think Execration we're fine with that. I think that Timber kill is great if it happens, but honestly, pretty low probability. Getting the whole team rotation for a tiny, you'll take that. Not the worst outcome. And this tower is still pretty full HP because Paulus just runs back down here. No Dark Ascension, Timber went top. This is the downside of Timber going top. You can't threaten this tower anymore because NS does not kick Kunkka.
Yeah, and SF has been putting a lot of pressure on a mid lane. Tino and Carlo, they saw the Timbersaw top lane, and they just said, screw it. Let's forget about that top lane tower for now. Let's go mid, take this tower. Now that the tower is gone, SF is free to rotate up to top, and they can go again at the Timbersaw if they want.
Yeah, super good read of the situation. This is one of the best ways to abuse this tanky hero you feel like you can't kill. If you force the TP on him, you can go somewhere else. And Execration just made that move instantly with that smoke to mid. Free tier 1. A lot of extra gold. A lot of extra space for the cores as well. Still had triangle stacks for the Shadow Fiend. He's level 11. He's an absolute beast in this game. Once that double damage.
To protect the double damage, but the arena's going to go out, and UA will secure the DD for himself and gets a kill on Carlo. Good, honestly, golf clap to Carlo for attempting that. I appreciate the fact that he really wanted to get SF Bob a refill on the bottle and a double damage rune to boot.
Should have taken it though. You don't give it away there. But
yeah, that's true.
It'll be a fast smoke for AG and another read from Execration. Playing super defensive here. They know all these heroes off the map. This should not be a smoke that connects.
They got the scan. Really well done. Honestly, Execration, game 1, very lackluster. Army Geniuses just took it to them and just kept beating them down over and over again. But Execration this time, as you say, playing very defensive, always seem to have their supports in the right spot to tank these ganks that are coming in. Once again, Shanks is going to be able to run interference here, giving Tino a chance to be able to get away. The extra movement speed gets him ahead of the spear. Now a beautiful Requiem onto 3 with the lockdown of the birds as well. Army Geniuses will be lucky to get DD out, and he won't make it out. So that's going to be 3 kills for Execration and a great team fight around this tier 1 tower. Execration just played defense, and Army Geniuses eventually stumbled just a bit too far, try and force the team fight a little bit too much.
I mean, you know what they say, sometimes the best offense is a good throw, and that was quite a throw. I mean, that was just a forced move. Like, I don't know what this fight is. There's no way this fight ever goes well for you on AG. All the TPs are up on Execration. A lot of their spells are defensive-oriented anchored spells. Like, they don't have a lot of jump, they don't have a lot of mobility, but if you take the fight into them, suddenly Requiem, suddenly Boat. These birds become really annoying. Just giving Execration exactly what they want there. Under a tower as well, during day where your NS can't even join, and you don't even have arena. I mean, this is just a throw of a fight. No way around it. They had no business being there doing what you're doing. And you get punished. You get punished.
You know what that was? That was poor accounting. Because I think they added up the resources, the new things that they got. Rubik stole Eclipse, and they had a double damage rune. I think they thought those two things were like, oh my God, like we are so strong right now. Let's just take any fight we can get, sort of thing. But as you said, they didn't have the Night Stalker and they didn't have the arena. I think they just didn't account for those things. Night Stalker's gonna get caught. Oh, what a setup there. That was really nice. Carlo TP'd in, had that one little tree he was sitting behind, dropped a ward. Just so happened that the Night Stalker was sitting right on there, and Palos was able to complete the rotation to get the catch.
There's not much else the NS can go. He's kind of been stuck down here, and at the same time, he still hasn't been able to take this tower. It's at 120 HP, but it's not dead. It has caused AG a lot of problems in this game. That TP of Timber top, and you can see how much map control it ended up costing in this game. Delayed a lot of the progression. That's why these TPs are dangerous. Sure, maybe you defend your tier 1, but look at how much space you gave up in the meantime. Paulus is still bottom in this game. He's so rich off this. And now you're starting to look at this net worth differential. This is a result of those moves that happened. I just feel like AG forced them a bit. They're going for the kills instead of the map progression. That's costing dearly. BKB already done on Palos after disassembling Echo. He is going to be very farm in this game.
If you had to put a number on it, where do you think this game rests right now?
8.
Okay, thank you. That's a great number. Can you explain your number? Show your worth, please.
I mean, 8's more than 7.
Okay. Up? Oh, okay, never mind. I was like, okay, certainly he's dead, and then he almost got off that Requiem. Yokum was in control the whole time, ready to go with the telekinesis. They do get a counter kill on Tavares, and they do have the Night Stalker cutting in for even more. So it looks like, especially with that race slowing him down underneath the silence, that's going to be Shanks dead. Carlo in some trouble as well. Eno might be okay. They're going to focus on the Carlo kill, and we'll be able to get it. A 1-for-3 exchange. Army Geniuses bounced back just as easily. And the top fight was a total disaster, and I was beginning to wonder if they were just going to give away this game too, but no, they're going to fight for it. Clawing back what was a pretty nasty win percentage previously to Execration's favor, 80-20, which is what I presume is what Avery meant by he said 8.
Yeah, 8 out of 10. Can I revise my number now?
Yeah.
Drop it to 6?
Wait, you think it's that big of a jump?
That was a pretty big fight, because you got this fight where you didn't get the Requiem up before Bob had BKB. He's really close to BKB on the Shadow Fiend, and that fight looks very different. And now you basically got 2 tier 1s for the price of 1, right? You got this bottom tier 1 by just attrition, and you got mid tier 1 off the fight. So now you opened up the space, you got your Mars back in this game. He was falling really far behind in net worth. That's a huge fight for AG here. Cannot be underestimated. Nonetheless, you're going to push towards pivotal items here for Execration. You have that blink on Shanks, who picked it up before he died, and BKB is coming out for Bob now. So that type of fight is not necessarily repeatable unless you get the blink spear on the Shadow Fiend.
Right.
Which shouldn't be that easy in this game. I say shouldn't, but you never know.
I mean, I feel like it's possible just because of the fact that they do have the vision advantage. Anyway, misses the initiation there onto Shanks. Kind of awkward. Shanks was able to blink out of it. And Tino is not an easy target to go for, especially with the pipe he's going to be rocking next, and that's going to be flying out to him. And are they going to go straight up for Roche?
Yes, you should Roche here. No arena, they cannot fight you. You have Vlad's, you have BKB Shadow Fiend, and you have Luna Aura with drums. This is a huge amount of power spike right-click damage for the birds and for your right-clickers here. There's no way AG can take this fight. This is the right call. It's just a free Aegis Shadow Fiend gameplay to a T. You have Radiance running for In Your Dream while this is happening, but another fight he's not going to get to use it in. You might even get more. DB, what are you doing, son?
DB getting caught. The Timber Saw, I thought he was so tanky, and well, he's going to be pulled back by the X. Almost had a good escape. Another Timber Chain, but it's denied. A Loosening Beam to him in his grave. as they're immediately going to smoke up, run to Bob, and run past Bob looking for more. They're going to cut straight down in your dream. He is farming down here. If they could delay his BKB, that would be a massive win. Can they do it without the SF?
He's connected to him as well. This is a good fight if they find it.
They're going to find the
They're
room.
gonna find Yokum.
Okay.
X on
X.
X.
Telekinesis throwback, trying to stall his death, but it does still occur. Polaris gets caught by Tino, meanwhile, at the same time. Sports eye on the side of Army Geniuses.
And this team fight for AG is just not going to be there. The items were too delayed off the laning stage, and the five-man group up from Execration is incredibly strong with the early drum, the early BKB, and now you have pipe finished for Tino. You don't have the damage to cut through this right now, and you're getting caught on the map.
This is so bad. And Timbersaw, who, this is one of those weeks. I mean, this is second nighttime. You gave up Roshan. You've now given up 2 Timbersaw's deaths, so his progression is very delayed. He had a pretty nice Hooded Defiance Kaya Sange timing here, but now after 2 deaths, he's just gained no net worth this nighttime.
Might be one of those games where suddenly SF just never dies again and ends the game like 12-1 or something. Because they have to kill him through so much here now.
Yeah.
And every item this Shadow Fiend gets, it gets multiplied. It's buffed net worth. You have the auras, you have the boat, you have the drum, you have the Luna aura. You have all this stuff getting pumped into the Shadow Fiend. So every item Bob gets, the more he snowballs in this game, it counts for so much damn net worth on this Execration side. And the group up is just still uncontestable here for AG. When is it contested? Is it EKB Mars and go? I mean, that's pretty much the only item on the horizon here for AG. You just go high ground if you're Execration. I feel like you poke it here.
Yeah, see if you can get Dark Ascension out of Army Geniuses. You can, then you've got the next 3.5 minutes of daytime that is totally free for you. Oh, it didn't latch. Not on building, and now a BKB. Beautiful Requiem. That's going to be able to take down 2 cores. BB is not going to be able to survive through the onslaught of damage. Off the glyph now, but 2 heroes dead. Execration. It went from a poke to now an outright push.
That might have been the one chance you have to stop this SF, and it's just gone like that. Spear doesn't hit. The tip,
close.
The tip of the spear, too short. That's why you spear him to the tower, lads. Lesson learned. Now you buy back stolen Requiem, but not doing a whole lot.
Get the damage out onto Shanks. It's too tanky. A second round, okay, this one does land on the bomb. He doesn't have the BKB, but you can't kill him. He still has that Aegis. It's the race to work, and Yoe goes down. Okay, Elena Barracks, plus what else can you get? I mean, there's Diner Towers are still up. That's the awkward thing about it, but maybe they could just keep going for kills, even underneath tier 4s. Going for your dream and triple raise. He's dead. DB will struggle to get out of here. Back to the fountain he goes. And okay,
that's
maybe Execration. Yeah, that's it. GG. They're gonna call it right here, right now. Execration. They got dumpstered in game 1, but they just flipped the script. They just dumpstered Army Geniuses right back in game 2, even harder.
Where did this game come from, man? They were just firing on all cylinders, all those Shadow Fiend cylinders firing at once. Like I was saying, that's a high pressure game. That's the highest pressure game of these young kids' lives, to a degree in this season. To show up like that in dumpster, that doesn't just win you the game. It sends a message. It says, don't mess with us, boys. We're coming for you. And that was just good, coherent execution, honestly. All the items are correct here. You play through the Shadow Fiend. The second you hit BKB, into the Roshan with the Vlads. Drum on Luna, buffing everybody up. 4-0-4 build. That's just smooth sailing. I feel like this is the Shadow Fiend, the Schrodinger Shadow Fiend, He's either 10-1 or 0-10. There's no in between. Sometimes he's both at the same time. That's the Shadow Fiend in all of my pubs. But here,
where's the part that you don't know until? Is that like you don't know until 15 minutes?
That's at the draft screen,
Oh, okay.
when your team picks Shadow Fiend, you don't know which it is, but it is both of them. Reality splits and it goes both ways. But obviously, Execration on the beneficial side of that reality split. That game was just too damn easy. And another
Yes.
good abuse of Night Stalker. Remember, this was a first phase Night Stalker. Didn't have as much purpose because he's not eating a creep. If you group up versus hero and you group up early, he really struggles since the dawn of time, or I should say the twilight of time, because he just doesn't have strong enough damage to punch through the auras in the early portions of these games. That's where this hero struggles. So it's kind of cool to see them do that type of strat with the Visage that's been out of favor as compared to the Beast or Lycan where he can eat the creep. You can't eat a bird. The birds are indigestible, Cap.
Well, it's probably not because they're birds, but probably because they're stone form. But
No, it's
either
the
way,
birds.
Execration will be able to bounce back and take a pretty dominant game 2. Off we go to a game 3 to determine who's going to be going to Berlin. Let's see what the panel has to say about a one-sided stomp in this game 2.
Such a huge turn of events. Both of our games so far have been stomps. Where's our 50-50, John? Where is it, Aurora?
I feel like it's the draft that's going 50-50 instead, and then the games are just a reflection of the draft. Like this time around, Execration executed around their all-in, going for this kind of clump up for the push, having all their eggs basically in that SF, and you know Bob did deliver. He played a pretty mean game. It also helped that their lanes came out really strong, and that is one thing that this lineup can do. Like AG didn't manage to work the bot lane, especially you mentioned with the Timbersaw, right? Like it's just not the best feeling in the world. JoeCam and DB kind of struggled. So with AG kind of losing that momentum on the Tim, you don't have too much to follow up from Yowie running around in his Mars.
I feel like the problem was actually how the Mars moved, because I don't think you need to move to the Kunkka or say the Timbers lane, because he already got that covered. He is already kicking the Kunkka out of the lane. I feel he should be asking the Night Stalker to collapse mid with him, because then he had Arena, he had the Night Stalker ulti. Like, they didn't use the first ulti together, and it's just an SF, you know. You must remember, against SF, you just need to stun him twice. He's dead for sure, and there's no save from Execration. And on top of that, I feel even though they already know this SF is the person they need to pressure, regardless of how the side lane went, they still keep on going to the bottom lane, you know, and then that gave such a free lane for Tino to apply so much pressure. And then they had to force their Timber to TP top, which is one of the worst feelings when you are playing a Timber, especially in the off lane. And then the SF prioritized that mistake and capitalized on it, went to pressure mid, asked the Visage to come down, and they just lost everything there.
Yeah, it's just maybe a bit of an off read coming out from AG, but Execration, I mean, they capitalized on it. And again, we always talk about like Tino off momentum. It throws him off. He was on momentum this time, and our MVP, Bob, again, he performed really well in the SF, had a great lane matchup, delivered the goods, and was just that solid anchor for his entire team to kind of play around with along with Tino here.
And I think when you are playing Mars, right, you should always remember you can always collapse mid, just like Furion. You should use your Arena to dominate the mid lane, like the terrain, because you can destroy trees and you can show that like whoever is hiding, so they can't really defend the tower, being like nobody can go on them. But like you have Night Stalker, you have Mars, and then for some reason you're going to the Timbers lane, who the Timber has already gotten the full control of.
Yeah.
But you guys know what this means now? We are gonna get our 3 games!
Oh, yeah.
Woo! It's gonna be super exciting. I really hope that this upcoming game is going to be kind of a more 50-50 matchup, but we will find that out right after a short little break. Don't go anywhere. Will we get the 50-50 game that we're all pining for? We will find out in this game for this series, Army Geniuses versus Execration. Welcome back, everybody, to the DPC 2023 Southeast Asia Spring Tour Division 1. I'm your host, Sophie, and I am here. We are back with John and Aurora. How are you guys feeling about this upcoming game?
I feel like they might not be able to give us like a 50-50 chance.
All right, Southeast Asia, right? When are we going to get our 50-50, 70-minute long game? It's been a while, actually.
Yeah, it has been a while, but I feel like both teams have been drafting for very specific conditions in the past two games, right? Like, they've been setting up for certain picks, trying to flex. I've been preferring AG style, but Execration has shown that they can execute on their own style as well in game two. So the more interesting part is like how both teams adjust to drafting in game three. Like, will we see kind of the same all in on this certain flexibility, like Execration going for the early Tino heroes and kind of building around that? Or will AG's flexibility kind of get them through here?
Yeah, but I feel like they're just doing the half thing, you know?
Yes.
They're drafting their, okay, AG is drafting their usual thing, and then Execration is also drafting their usual thing. Then they don't really relate to each other. It's like both teams are trying to do their thing, which is not wrong, but sometimes you can't ignore what the other team is doing.
Yeah.
Kind of have to adapt and use your draft to execute it, I guess I would say, because I saw the Luna pick, it was actually not a bad pick after how AG pulled out the last pick.
Yeah.
But they didn't really use the Luna against the Timber as I thought they would, even though Pulse kind of didn't play well with the Luna. But I think after that game, he would have learned it, I guess. And even though the Luna went to support, so she has the license to just pump all the beams, right?
Yep.
They still didn't do well in the lane. Because I saw like the Kunkka kind of was on even grounds with the Timber, and then the Luna was suffering while pulling the jungle. So it's kind of weird there.
Yeah. Like I think in that lane, they were focusing more on shoving away Jokam. Like they were shoving Rubik away more, which was the softer target, but they didn't find the kill every time. Like the raindrop came out and the lane became a little bit more playable for the side of AG. So yeah, maybe some micro corrections coming like that for Execration might help their chances here, but I'm more curious about the draft, you know? Like it's been a little bit different each game, so I want to see how different it is for game three.
Well, let's indeed see how different it is with our draft coming up. This game is going to be intense. Should be intense. This is a major deciding game. So I want a game. You know, I want a good one. Not just what we've been
Oh, the
seeing.
Marcy.
Yeah, that's our change. Marcy out for Execration because AG banned out Brood and Kotl instead. So Execration has this potential opening that I know they love, their Marcy Visage pick.
Yep. I think they might be preparing for this Marcy, because if they let it go, they must have something up their sleeves.
Palos
Finally.
also plays Marcy.
Yeah,
True.
they've got a lot of ways of flexing it, but I think just having Marcy plus potentially Visage, it's a combination I hate seeing just because it's so filthy. You sidekick a familiar, your tower just
Like,
melts.
do I stay and hit the birds? Do I not? You know,
No,
like,
you just don't. You just give up. You call GG when you see that. Or like, all right, I don't want this. This is not Dota.
But AG picked the Furion and Tiny.
Yeah, true. Like they do have a solid core as well. Like I like the Furion matchup versus, well, do I really like it against Marcy? I think it can work. It works a lot more in comparison. But if a Marcy does have a good start, you know, it's allowed to farm up, allowed to hit like the BKB Battle Fury Armlet kind of timings pretty well. It can actually run down a Furion pretty all right, especially since you can maybe rebound off familiars. You're sending them up ahead, so you've got the gap close. So it's not the most straightforward, NP will just win this core matchup on even farm. I think it's about timing.
Yeah, if Winter was here, it's Winter, right, who always harps on the whole, oh, why are they picking Bat Rider against Nature's Prophet?
Yeah, why aren't they?
So, I mean, yeah, exactly. Why aren't they?
Well, because they've got Marcy, you know, you got to play Marcy Visage. That's
They
it.
can still pick the Bat Rider though. It's mid Bat Rider,
Yeah.
you know.
Yeah.
What about Naga? Are they gonna ignore it? Because we have seen quite a few games that the Furion suffered against the Naga.
It's not the comfiest for the NP. They ban it themselves in Exa. I think you can see Clairvoyance. It's like, okay, they ban it. All right.
I mean, understandable because like you don't want to fight micro with these two heroes. Visage is kind of okay, but it's just that Naga is kind of great against his passive.
Yeah, just melts through Gravekeeper's cloak, and you're suddenly very, very squishy. So it makes sense. I just don't see AG.
They could have just let AG ban it, right?
Yeah, like I don't see AG hard going into the Naga themselves because I don't see them hard flexing the NP. Like it feels like NP plus Naga in the same team is a little bit greedier than I'd like. You can make it work. I just not the biggest fan of that kind of greed with how AG plays.
I think it's actually okay because there's still quite a lot of mid heroes in the pool right now, which can make this NP Naga core duo work, especially because now that they have Mirana on Army Geniuses, Mirana and Naga in the lane, it's kind of hard to play against. So maybe they were also kind of predicting that.
Oh. Luna again.
All right, yeah, that's all in.
Oh, there's the
Okay,
Rider.
okay.
Bad Rider as well.
Oh, Winter's gonna be so
What's
happy.
happening with Kimo?
I wouldn't say happy, I would say he won't be unhappy.
Yeah, he
That
won't
is
be
true.
happy.
That is true. Not disappointed,
Yeah.
but
But
not
he
happy.
will be disappointed in the Luna pick though.
No, but this is what I always theory crafted with Mike when we were seeing Execration do this. It's like the aura plus side click and Visage. It's like on paper this is really strong, but it's also 3 heroes that enable an aura combination on one bird because you can't sidekick both birds. So it's pretty interesting. You have a tempo to play on Execration, and I guess you have the Bob Bat Rider now as well, and AG just picked the Ember into it, which is, again, it's a matchup that I'd say most mid players, or at least from what I've seen, is like very player based. Like there is a way for either the Ember or the Bat Rider to win, maybe a little bit easier for. It's hard to say who it's easier for because I feel like it's actually really player based. And I love that they respect Ban Meepo. Just don't want to get cheesed.
I mean, they probably picked the Ember because they wanted someone else to be able to go in as well, and then to set up for the Mirana arrow. Just a stable pick.
Army Geniuses draft is looking very, very safe.
Yes.
Yes.
Very classic. It's what we see a lot.
What you would expect to be like the team to pick to win?
Yes,
Yeah.
exactly. But the thing is, I feel like Army Geniuses are at an advantage when they pick these very funky, nuanced drafts rather than, this very stable, typical thing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's not really their style.
Yeah. So, I don't know. It'll be interesting to see how this works for them. But Execration's draft, I mean, the Marcy Visage is like their classic combo.
Yeah.
But as for like the Luna, this is kind of new for today.
I mean, it is a greedy support, and Carlo always plays greedy support.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it could be a Gore this time. We'll just have to see.
It could be. Like, theoretically, yeah. Like, you would probably want to. I mean, you could. I don't know. It's like a core Luna here is also not too bad if you are expecting NP core-to-core matchup, so you run Marcy support instead. Or what if you're going something really weird and you're running Marcy and Luna support? Shanks does play the Marcy sometimes, right? So
Yeah, it's why they picked the
Yeah, Shanks plays Marcy.
Marcy and Visage
Yeah.
together.
2 supports like that.
I feel they won't put the Luna on core anymore because
Yeah.
Carlo already played it last game, right? I
Yep.
think they're
That's true.
quite fine with it. They would want another hero on Pulse. Probably Slug.
Oh, they
Oh,
banned
they banned
themselves.
You know what I want to see on DB is like Magnus or Enigma, like these big, team fight heroes.
Playmaking heroes.
Yeah.
Mm.
Oh, Dawnbreaker.
All right, so
Bob
I-
looks like a happy guy.
yeah, I don't know about. This is interesting. Again, Execration can kind of toss certain things around, so we're expecting. Surely it's still the Tino Visage. What are you doing with Dawnbreaker?
I feel aside from the Bat Rider, you don't really have answer for this Ember.
Yeah, you don't have the hard lockdown necessary at all.
LS.
Okay. So it's a Furion 3, Lifestealer 1, which is this Lifestealer is just really good here. He can lane any of the heroes that want to
Yeah.
go core.
Like he doesn't have an issue in the lane matchups. Pablo's on the Dawnbreaker 1.
That's fun. That's new. I miss watching Dawnbreaker 1, honestly. It's very, very fun to watch.
I like Dawnbreaker still as a hero. I don't know if it's really justifiable on 1 right now.
I mean, you objectively you want to avoid the lifestealers lane. So
Yes.
you have no choice but to.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
I mean, it can work out. Like this draft of Execration against like a hyper timing draft, you would actually probably want a Desolator and Palos, and you tie in with everyone, you get a really good push. You've got some sustain. Your issue will be Yoa. In fact, Yoa and In Your Dream, like you really don't have ways of locking both of them down. Once Rage is up on In Your Dream, he's pretty much free to do what he wants. So the pressure's on Bob. Like he's got to be able to perform on a Bat Rider. I mean, his lane matchup again should be pretty okay, but what he does afterwards and how his timing's like for say travels is going to be the big one here.
I feel like Bob has always been the overtime mid player. You know? Always be trying to open a map for the team.
Yeah.
And all. But it is what they are used to. So maybe they're just trying not to change up too much.
Yeah. Oh, I'm so excited for this game. I feel like this is gonna be the one. Am I coping? I think I might be coping a little bit, but I feel like we're finally gonna get like a really good, juicy game because it could. I feel like this one could go either way. You know. Am I? Or...
I think the conditions for either one winning is actually pretty one-sided. So if Execration would win this draft, it actually ends pretty fast. I think if AG wins, it's maybe the longer one. That's the more 50-50. But I think X's timing draft, like again, 15 to 20 minutes, they can probably just take these towers if you're not careful.
I feel like even though Execration might not be drafting the logical kind of lineup, but they are still in their comfort zone.
Yep.
So
Right. So let's find out who is going to Berlin with this match. I'm going to send you guys over to Cap and SVG. Take it away.
Thank you, Sophie. That's right. As you could tell, we're all very excited for this game 3, as my cat just would not leave me alone. So now she's going to join in on the broadcast, which she hates being picked up. So this is torture for her, basically.
It's the catalyst. Replaces the analyst. Ask him who's going to win this game. Who do you think's going to win?
She immediately scrambled out of my arms as quick as humanly possible, so I don't think she gives a damn about who's going to Berlin. Though that is technically her home. I actually bought her in Berlin.
Poise and victory.
Damn.
And a giant cat.
That's probably got a cool backstory to it, but honestly, no one cares about your cat, because we're playing for a major here. Unless your cat's going to the major, one of these teams is. It's all on the line. 3 weeks of hardcore training and gameplay coming down to a single game and perhaps a single lane. Because to me, I feel like this game is about Bob Bat. How much does he get out of the lane? How much does he get in terms of power runes and dealing damage? Because if he runs this game over, he could really run it over and just set the ball up for Execration to come online. And there's not a lot of tower defense or outspam for AG if that ball gets going. That's the one thing I'm worried about with their lineup. It's a lot of single target focused cores outside of the Ember that are going to have trouble if the auras from this Visage come online early. And I think the Bat is the one who can set that tempo to get there. If AG get to play a slower game and just farm their cores though, this does actually look like a decent lifestealer game in some ways. I think he fights Dawnbreaker reasonably well.
No, that wasn't your first reaction when Lifestealer is picked up.
Well, I mean,
I
always have
your
a
reaction was a little bit more visceral.
I just don't like that, you know.
It was a puking sound basically, but it is. You may not like the hero, but it is a good Lifestealer game. You'll begrudgingly give it to them.
Yeah, I think so. I think you can definitely do some work this game. I kind of like this hero versus Dawnbreaker when you have another semi-carry like the Furion. I think he just stands there and man fights him during his man up, and then Dawn feels pretty bad. So I like what Lifestealer can provide this game. He should have a free laning phase. The downside is I don't think you can really pressure the Visage too much with this hero, with a Potom. So maybe you're giving this ball the opportunity to come online with this Lifestealer pick, but I think it's fine. I think the drafts are whatever in this game 3. It's honestly about who plays better, who chokes less. I don't know. However you want to frame it, you know. The pressure's on. You just got to perform. You got to outplay your opponents at some point. This is the game to do it. Draft be damned.
And mid lane's already been a little bit dicey. Yoi allowed 7 stacks to tick up on him, in part because he went for the sleight of fist timing towards the end of the sticky napalm, but he didn't quite time it right. And then, you know, he ended up getting stacked again, and then he had to just play outside of lane until it went out entirely. So he's on a little bit of a rough one, but Bob wasn't able to keep it going. So in the end, the CS seems to be pretty even. The Dawnbreaker carry, we've talked about this one a couple of times. In fact, I remember when I was mentioning to you this Dawnbreaker, China was running a support Dawnbreaker against the offlane Furion last patch. And you said Dawnbreaker is a pretty good answer to Furion. Why is that?
I think the lane's really nice. I think it's a hero that deals with treants throughout the majority of the game. You have ways to kind of deal with Sprout, at least in the mid game, and then you just out-man fight. Dawnbreaker does not really get out-man fought in the late game by a lot of right-clickers, and that's kind of what Furion wants to do at a certain point. You also have this ult that gives you global presence to match his, which is stronger for a majority of the game. Now, I think ultra late, when we're talking 5 or 6 slotted Furion with full like AEC, Satanic, whatever, I don't think Dawn is nearly as good anymore unless she is also kitted with the same thing. So if you're playing support Dawn or something, I don't think support Dawn really does much to Furion late. But carry Dawn, you can get there with the Starbreaker charges and like 5 or 6 slots. Hero does a lot of damage really quickly. So it kind of just comes down to like who has to pop BKB first, if the Dawnbreaker can close this Furion, which sometimes comes down to who your initiators are, which is why it's another reason I feel like this Batrider, you really want him to have a good game. Because Bob, if he finds Furion in these fights or on the map and drags him into Donald, that's just a guaranteed kill. You get stunned into the Starbreaker, you're gone. Yeah. So this Dawnbreaker can power up this Batrider pick. Or it can also power down, depending on if the bat has a bad game.
Well, right now, Bob has 6 denies. I'm keeping a close eye on the denies because that's part of where the kill power in this lane comes from, right? If you get level 6 first on Batrider before the Ember Spirit, then lane is real tough for the Ember.
He's a little bit ahead. He's getting there. He might have that window. It's just going to come down to the next minute here. He gets a tiny bit more CS to open up that portal.
Yeah, we'll see what happens with the 4 minute power runes. Is yeah, this is going to be your first blood. It's looking like actually had a decent number of sig charges, and they don't want to go for the dive, and that's fair enough. Water rune,
fire and raindrop. Gonna say,
oh, he barely got it ahead of Ari's. Managed to refill the bottle, gets that little bit of a heal. His Army Geniuses brought both their supports to try and help out Yoe in this crucial period. If they could have taken away the refill on the bottle, that would have been super good for the Ember Spirit, who didn't even go bottle on this lane, had to go the Boots rush.
Boots, Slight a chain build. Sleight of Chains build. So this is the build we've seen versus Battle on this Ember be developed over the last month or two. I feel like people are very comfortable with it at this point. And the lanes seem to be going better as a result. I mean, he's just flat out doing better in this lane by gold standpoint. So that is something to take note of here. And pretty quiet early game.
Yeah, still no
kind
first blood.
Farming. These aren't really kill lanes, right? They're kind of just farm lanes with the cores we have. Like especially this Visage lifesteal lane. I don't think there's anything ever happening in this lane.
Oh yeah, I haven't even looked at that bottom lane because I just figure, okay, this is a boring farm fest. Nobody's gonna pressure the Lifestealer, nobody's gonna pressure the Visage, and really I feel like the supports only die if they make a really crucial error.
Which might mean that these rune clashes are gonna guarantee happen this game. I kind of expect them to happen in a lot of games, but in games like this where your silings are pretty static and supports often don't feel good about just lingering here, you're not getting amazing free pulls off, then you just go fight mid, because it's kind of the only other place to fight, and you're guaranteed to get something going with the rune battle. So I would not be surprised to see 20 seconds from now, the 3-on-3 mid, if both these teams want to prioritize that power rune coming up. And you do have this tiny level advantage on this Batrider. He is 6 off this creep before Ember 6. Gonna try
to go for it. Yeah, flame break immediately. Not quite enough for the lasso. I'm not sure if he was in range or didn't feel like he could get the kill, but either way, it probably means he always going to get his level 6 off of this. They're going to go and try and get away the illusion rune. They do manage to get it. Varys picks it up before Bob can get the refill there. They're going to try and go for the kill onto Shanks as, yep, the avalanche into the arrow should secure it. They're going to give it to Yoe as he used the slight mid-air to secure first blood finally. And unfortunately for Execration, that happens just a few seconds too early as they were killing DB at the same time.
I mean, you'd rather have the first blood than the power rune if you're Yahweh. You're you're pretty happy with that exchange. And if you're Execration, I think you take it because shutting down Bat's momentum is better than gaining some early Furion network. I mean, if DB doesn't die, sure, maybe that's optimal, but I think this is still the better trade from a game concept standpoint. This Paulo's
gonna go for the kill. I think he really wanted to wait for the Furion.
Yeah, this is not the highest lasso kill you're gonna find right now.
No.
Especially if you get a return.
Counter rotates and does manage to get the kill onto Carlo as a result. Of course, he had a remnant up, so it's a lot easier for him to make a rotation like that. Very low commitment.
Galway's just having a better game than Bob here. It's just flat out right at this point. I don't even think there's any stacks for this Bat Rider. There's one double, but the other large camp has been blocked here with a sentry. So
Tino was so focused on the CS that he actually kills himself on In Your Dream. In Your Dream was punishing him over and over again on these denies. And Tino got it in his head. He's like, I have to stop this Lifestealer from getting all of these last hits on, especially with the upcoming range creeps. And then he just tanked, like, he got a melee range and tanked like 4 hits before he realized he was in trouble.
Well, maybe repeat on the other side. Just getting smacked. These are some smackers in this game.
Still not enough. Paulo's low enough that he didn't want to keep going, and probably for the best. Both supports end up showing up in this lane.
Surprised he didn't want to commit Donald there to just kill him on the basically 0 HP.
Ooh. Power room picked up by Yoe as well.
In Your Dream is back on bottom. No TP on this Visage. You do have to be a little careful now trying to get to the 6. I guess you have Donald to back you up, but you don't want to use it on this Lifestealer who's going to be able to rage it off.
My question is, what is Shanks doing here in this bottom lane? You're not doing anything to Lifestealer, and top kind of needs help.
They're definitely getting pushed in. And this is also conceptually good for AG because if you're pressuring the Dawnbreaker, then you don't have to worry about the numbers fight turning around on you.
True.
That's also something to consider this game. Between the Furion and the Dawnbreaker, both teams are going to want to try and pressure the hero that can give them the numbers advantage, so the skirmishes are not skewed in their favor. Especially with the start some of these cores have had. Like, this Dawnbreaker is the most farmed hero in the game right now. Paulos is really strong when he comes in on these counter initiations. We're going to see both supports for AG roam to mid. But again, do you want to overextend on this mid play when you have this Dawnbreaker roll? Wait. Seems scary to me. I'll let someone else do it more. You go tank that.
It definitely have to be kind of a kill at a distance, you know? Maybe with the avalanche arrow. And then Yoe can commit with a remnant out or something. Either way, they actually got to be able to kill and you're down. He gets off a rage and he's got an infest. So they keep on trying to force the rages out of him, which maybe is slowing down the Lifestealer's farm a little bit. So you do have the question of just how efficient it really is.
They're just trying to make it mess up. If he messes up and you can commit in with Donald, he will die. Arrow lands top.
Yeah.
You get it.
Easy kill. Army
that's
is
a while.
I mean, that was probably a kill even without Yoe, but he came in for the extra bit of insurance, and they will now take this tower. And that's just straight up the power of the Furion. And Bob can't really get involved yet, and probably not for a while. He's going for the Boots of Travel build, which usually means boots into BKB, second item.
This is a kind of slow Boots of Travel. I feel like you wanted a minute or two faster here if you're having a really game on bat. I mean, we've seen some 6.5, 7 minute Boots of Travel. This is going to be close to a 10.5. Some stacks being in there.
Yeah, they Jokum sees this stack, and the Ember is going to try and clear through it with slight spam.
This is not a thing. Why is this happening right now?
I don't know. It's really weird. But Rage is now down on In Your Dream, and they've already used the Infest earlier to save himself. So they managed to get it out of him enough times that Bob was able to make a successful rotation. Paulo's joined in on that, so his ultimate is now on cooldown.
Those earlier pokes paying off. Sometimes they create little openings you can take advantage of, and that's a big kill to kick the Slicer out and take the tower. Get this Visage rolling, who's now decent level with Vlad's already up. So the ball can start to come online here for Execration. And the thing about their ball this game compared to that last one where they did a similar strat is the Dawnbreaker can always deal with the Furion lane or deal with the map pressure and still be able to join that group up. So you have initiation from the bat that can pull him into the Visage Luna Boras, and then Dawn can choose to join that gank or fight or not. And that's a pretty powerful tool for Execration to play the map this game. Whereas for AG, their fight's kind of dependent on Tiny Blink. Outside of your just slight chaining people into arrow, which is going to work for a little bit longer, but isn't necessarily guaranteed in all these engagements.
Yeah, especially seeing as the Visage is not going to put up with that. He's got familiars to block it out. But if that's the case, you feel like at this point you should just kind of run around as your Ember Mirana and then leave Tiny to it in mid lane, just let him farm up Blink Dagger?
Honestly, I feel like you don't try and force the moves right now if you're AG. I think you, if Execration are let you farm, you trade farm until you get your first big items, and you kind of read their moves. If they come into you to try and take the fight, then you counteract it. This gank will be a long smoke, but it should hit, and Shanks will bite the bullet, or bite the arrow.
He's gonna eat the whole thing.
If you can find this little stuff, it's great, because your Furion's just pulling himself back in the game. Highest net worth all of a sudden. Doing Furion things. Ags rush it'll be.
Yeah, he's got it too. 80 golds, and he'll have an extra mechanic to be able to work with arrows, so that's kind of an interesting idea.
The root definitely seems nice this game. You don't have a lot of early spell immunity on Execration's side for these engagements, especially if Paulus is going to go Crystallis after this Echo Saber. It's going to be a very slow BKB for this Dawnbreaker. Maybe just relying on the shard immunity, but that only gets you so far, especially versus poke damage. I do like the Furion Ags. The Furion Ags can do a lot this game.
Nice little poke there on the mid lane. Yowie was able to force a lot of rotations at the Remnant for safety, so even the two supports very easily reset. Looks like Tino is going to start taking over the mid lane now that the off lane tower is gone.
I feel like Execration want to make a move for this mid tower.
Yeah, I'm surprised Tino isn't making that play, right? I feel like the Visage is super strong. Doesn't he just poke at mid tower over and over again?
Maybe he's afraid of getting smoke wrapped with a tiny toss or something, but you're just losing on the map.
That is a lot of burst.
Meanwhile, Yahweh's just messing with you 1v3.
He almost got that kill on Carlo. That was a smooth move right there.
Like, this is just not that happy of a map setup, I think, for Execration right now. Because there's no pressure anywhere. Maybe you're just waiting for this pipe on Visage, but it does feel a little slow. Because Luna support is pretty bad when the group ups aren't happening. So if you have windows where you can group and make stuff, create opportunities for the fights, especially with Dawnbreaker ult up, I feel like that's what you should be looking to do. And now instead you lost your tier 1 instead. It just makes this tier 1 move mid even harder for your Visage because he doesn't have this anchor point.
Yeah.
2-man smoke to try and get something going with this double damage Batrider. You need a good core kill here, I think. Feel good about
their arrow on the Palos. No follow-up to it, though. It's just a bit of a poke. And they're going to be able to catch this Lifestealer. Got him on the lasso after the rage. He's going to jump over, finds a creep to infest into. It's the range creep. Off it goes, but it's going to die almost immediately. And he's caught by the Starbreaker. So it was a heavy rotation once again. Execration have to bring a lot of heroes whenever they go for this Lifestealer kill, but it is paying out every time.
Will bot spot him at the end of that DD to at least threaten to kill her to get more TPs out. Decent reaction force from this Batrider off of not a lot of threat. So you're going to clean up a lot of the map space here, make that move pay off. You get the big Lifestealer kill. Always good when you can kill this hero, because he's kind of dependent on where his net worth sits relative to the other cores he has to man fight. When he falls behind, it can feel really hard to claw your way back. Does not have the big farming mechanisms to do it.
Yeah.
That's always going to be the best kill in this game. And getting close to some of these auras. Drum is getting completed by Carlo soon. And you're working your way towards that pipe.
Oh, the arrow's going to come in. The Marcy dead almost immediately, but there was some counter stones going out. Finally, the Nature's Prophet ultimate comes out and they clean out the two supports. Bob's still playing around with the edge of this one. With the help of the Visage, he feels all right. In fact, they're not just going to get that one kill, almost a second one. Varys is able to leap out of it last second as the Firefly ends up fading away.
No detection. Gonna need it next time, boys. Buy some dust. dust them up. At least you're salvaging that rune fight, because this Ember is destroying you in the skirmishes. On top of Fear Animal, definitely doing some work here. There's just not the sustain, not the spell immunity out yet.
Yeah, you could definitely see like the two strengths of those lineups in that little skirmish. Like on one side, it's Ember Spirit with the Arrow and Nature's Prophet ultimate just helping to get these heroes low enough he can commit for the kill. And then on the other side, it's the Visage. The Visage is at a point where you can't really contest this hero once it comes into the fight. And that's before the pipe. Pipe is coming in right now. So it's finally time perhaps for Execration to make a big move.
I think it for sure is. You have to remember, you have Luna Aura for the birds, but you also have Sidekick. These are really strong birds. About as strong as you're going to get. They're going to shred people right now before the big late game armor items come out.
Oh, so close. Loosen Beam and a follow-up rebound lasso. Both attempted, but not quite there. Just a half a second between life and death for Yoe. And as a result, that goes from a definite mid-tower push and probably would have taken it to now a bit of a poke for Execration. And Army Geniuses do have a chance to be able to respond and push back a little bit as the creep wave immediately dies. So there goes that. Jump over, Power Rune, picks up a Haste Rune. Pretty good for Yoe, who's out of Remnants right now.
Fear Animal was used though, so this is definitely just man up and take the tower here. You're not fighting this Visage, especially without that ult. Are AG actually going to try? They're bringing Lifestealer to finish Deso.
Okay, that's
strong.
a timing.
You can get him on top of people, and you have the blink on Yoakum as well.
Yeah, they've got the combo right now. They can blow up somebody. They're going to go straight for the Bad Rider. Didn't go for the Infest combo, though. The Dawnbreaker is going to come in with the heals, but two supports are already dead, and the Lightstealer only just now got to the fight. He got lassoed immediately. What should have been an instant kill on Bob failed the combo. There was no Infest. Whether that was Palace's fault or whether, I don't know whose fault it was, actually.
I mean, I just don't think they wanted to Infest, but maybe the toss back just got messed up. Maybe it hit something else, or their idea was they're going to toss him into the Lifestealer, and then instead he has to walk all the way around this ramp. But either way, yeah, that burst is just not there. It's not even close. And this, I'm not sure this fight was your fight anyway when you're just running into the brick wall like that. Okay, let's say you get the initiation, you kill Bat. I feel like you're still dead on the cleanup to this Visage.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, looking at that, I thought maybe Palace's heals, you know, maybe that would have been enough to keep it, but you know, Lifestealer commits there. I think that's definitely a dead Bat Rider. But as you said, when you come out of that, you're still stuck around a Visage. So
you're coming out in a world of pain, my friend. You need the armor items here to take the big 5-on-5s, I think, if you're AG. Unless, again, you're going to trade with some toss-back exchange, which you can do. Or you can poke with Chain's Arrow. That's still an option. But there's sustain now for Execration side. And you don't have the armor to defend against the bird damage coming out. Take the longer fights. That's going to be a big question mark here. What do you do during this time period? You just try and find some more pickoffs. Well, they're going to pretty good one to find.
Oh no, they tossed the Lifestealer and the Arrow. Oh, it hit them as they sharded. They still managed to get the kill, and they actually get Carlo as well. So even if the execution is horribly screwed up, AG still have the firepower to persevere. And they can just go back to Roshan now.
Yeah, more than enough single target burst on that one.
Yeah.
Even with that shard giving him some spell immunity, his armor is also a problem. If you look at his Dawnbreaker, he's only 13 or whatever, and you reduce it by 6, just get chunked.
Yeah, if he gets hit by a slight from Yoe, that's an extra bit that's dropped there as well. So maybe reconsidering the Hyperstone that he bought first in the build up to AC. Maybe he should have had a plate mail instead.
Well, definitely a little greedy, but it gives you the faster farm rate, and you're playing for those later timings anyway.
Sure.
I mean, more importantly, AG find that fight where the Visage can't be there. And this is where this is the type of thing I think their lineup should be abusing. The fact that they can use the Ember and Furion to shove waves out. You force the Visage to show somewhere, and then you fight away from where that hero is. So he's not the first contact. He's not creating this wall you have to go through. Like that mid-river fight, you're just plowing into the Visage.
Oh,
It's just
Bob.
favorite.
is under
Try to
attack.
sneak onto the Ember Spirit there, who's trying to slow down these pushes from the Visage. Meanwhile, DB on the other side, they're going to have the TPs coming in, so they may not have gotten that kill they wanted on the Ember Spirit, but they get the tier 2 tower and stop DB split pushing.
They're going to try and pick him off for lingering here.
They
Little toss back, little
do.
deep.
Palos, once again, Magic Immunity makes things a little bit hard, and in your dream, doesn't want to dive a tier 2 tower, especially with the extra tower aura. That armor is probably pretty significant.
Oh, it's nice for sure. They did smoke out of that, and it was kind of a wasted smoke. That's unfortunate. Still, I think Execration are very happy with the tier 2 bottom into a Furion kill. They have a lot more room on the map to play with, and they can push towards this AC on Palos, which I feel like is a huge time in this game. You're going to debilitate the Deso here for a bit. You're going to give a lot of armor versus what's mostly a physical core-oriented lineup, and buff up the birds even more. The bird apocalypse. I mean,
They're also going to be getting Crimson Guard as well. The team is going to be getting Crimson Guard, rather. So the Tino will be completing that soon, so that'll limit the physical damage even further, especially the damage from the Ember Spirit that comes out with these slights.
we got Centaur stomped out of smoke.
Went for the Visage kill. They're going to try and chunk him down. They do manage to do so. The Dawnbreaker is going to come down, though, hits the Ember Spirit, try and burst him, and they do manage to get that much. But Palos, he wants to stay away from In Your Dream now. They do have the lasso, though, with the Eclipse. Can they burst down the lifesteal? They're going to try, but the rest of the team soaks up some of those charges, and In Your Dream is ultimately fine. He still had the Aegis after all. We'll be able to burn it out, though. Really good play by Bob. And he's going to go for the supports as well. This is an excellent Firefly usage by him. Pops the BKB to ensure he gets the kill on the other support that he was looking for. Jokum does go down.
Single target burst enough to break that Visage wall. Decent use of Aegis here. You don't get that Dawnbreaker kill, which is a big prize, because now he's going to farm for a lot, and he got a lot of levels off that fight. I mean, Paulus is level 17 now. He's big. He is big and bad.
Yeah.
He's going to be able to get to AC. So not everything AG won out of that exchange, but considering you're running into the Visage front line, that's where those fights are the toughest, because you have to just commit so much to kill him. Another factor is you're kind of racing against this Marcy, who's also just going to rush BKB this game. I feel like Shanks, he can be a force to be reckoned with.
Well, maybe he could have, but he's going to die again here, so that'll delay the BKB. But yeah, if he can get to that BKB timing, and if he could survive through some team fights, maybe we get to the Basher, and then, you know, then you've got a support that is able to kind of lock down any core that it wants to.
I mean, it's really annoying for these cores. Like, all of them getting man-fought bashed by a support Marcy with Luna Aura and Drum Aura and AC, and
They're going to go for Tino again. They toss him in front of the Visage Familiars. Here comes that arrow. It actually hit one of the birds, so this time around, they're not going to be able to get that quick burst, and In Your Dream has to get out of here. Infest inside of Yoei. They go for the supports instead. Yokum's going to be the first to fall. Yoei with this double damage is pretty dangerous.
Not dangerous enough.
Yeah, they're just too, the ball is way too tanky, yeah.
Yeah. He just keeps building the auras right back next on the menu. I do think you want the shard here in this game.
Yes, I think so too.
The only other thing I would say for this Visage, because I think if they go like that and you get the shard off, that fight's done for another 10 seconds, right? You have to completely reset and take it again, or just lick your wounds. This Visage is causing them a lot of problems in this game 3.
You can stone form when you're ensnared, right?
Radiant's top tower is
Should
under
be
attack.
full too, I think. Yeah.
Gonna catch DB here. They have lasso to be able to stop In Your Dream too. In Your Dream needs to get out.
Save me!
Doesn't have
Save
any
me!
effect, actually. So now it doesn't even matter if he got to his team. The Infest was still on cooldown for 40 seconds. And Execration, well, I think that was part of why they made that aggressive move that they did. An excellent catch, bringing down 2 cores. And we'll be able to take over the map now.
I thought he had Infest there too. He looked like he did. He was doomed from the start. Just a good smoke from Execration here. And you're looking towards this second Roshan. That's what Execration want in this game. Because they feel like they probably cannot lose a true 5-on-5. And you get that second Roshan with Shard. Maybe that's where you give it to the Visage off that. I don't know who else you really give it to in this game when you already bought the Dawnbreaker one. yeah, it's probably just going to him. So then his buildup makes even more sense, right? You just save the extra gold. And then you're going to hit a really good power spike. So many auras. Crimson Guard, Wraith Pact, Pipe, Boots of Bearing, AC,
Radiant's top
Luna
tower is
Aura.
under attack.
That's it.
That's a pretty good list. I mean, imagine Tino's gonna go for, what do you think, like Shiva's next? Like get the shard, but then
Dire's
next
top
big
tower
item.
is under attack.
What do you
I
think
wouldn't
he
mind
goes for?
Shivas.
Oh,
We
we still
probably-
have, we don't have a Greaves yet. You didn't list the most important aura item, perhaps, in this meta.
Oh, he's working on it. I mean, you can't get everything at once, you know?
Yeah.
But I'm saying compare that list to AG's list right now.
Yeah.
It's mech. That is the list. That's the entirety of the list. So there's some disparity here, and that's why these fights are just so hard. They got to push through this period and get to the later stage where the damage comes online, and the right-click cores can offer enough of a bite to chunk through the aura. 'Cause that's what they're looking to do.
Radiant's middle
Yeah, I mean,
tower
one big
is under
important part
attack.
is they do have 3 physical damage scaling cores, right? So if they can go to like 45, 50 minutes, they'll probably be looking pretty
Dire's
good.
bottom tower is under attack.
We'll
They get
see.
there in one piece.
Right now, Execration is trying to break them into pieces as they've taken down the tier 2 mid. They're going to go for the top tier 2 next. And these 2 towers gone, that limits your control over Roshan considerably if you're Radiant side. I mean, you just do not own any real estate near that area.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
It's all disappeared, crumbled. Now you're facing the ball at your base.
Okay. This is a
Not
bold
an Aegis
move.
push.
My God, that tier 3 died fast. Okay,
It is
still alive.
gone.
20
It
health.
is gone. You think it's there. It's an illusion. This is a shadow of the tower's past.
Radiant's top tower.
And there it goes.
Not the most valuable glyph I've seen.
Dire's bottom tower
They did get
is
it
under
off.
attack.
So a free one.
That is true. It was a free glyph.
AG have just kind of been lingering around here. This feels very indecisive, which is not a good sign in a high pressure game. I feel like they're unsure of how to take the fights, or they're not just splitting the map. If you don't want to fight, that's fine, but then you need to be maximizing the map. Get on the enemy side, getting some form of lifesteal. I feel like In Your Dream has been running back and forth in this area for 3 minutes now. And I don't necessarily blame him in terms of
Radiant's
the
top
indecision.
barracks are under attack.
You got to commit to something. Otherwise, you're just losing.
Oh, like Bob, he tried to commit for something, almost caught Yoei, which would have been a massive pickup. But
Yo, these birds are gonna kill you, though.
Tino, yeah, they just do way too much damage. Arrow, nice arrow. Palos
toss back.
done, toss back, there we go. Thrown back in, they got a silence off on him too. Palos having trouble to be able to deal with all this when he just gets bursted down. Now an opportunity, a moment of weakness from Execration, and AG are gonna try and pounce on it. They chase after Tino, he's pretty tanky. In Your Dream, still gonna go for it here. Yoakum tosses him back, Carlo pops over the trees, but he gets arrowed to death, and Tino's gonna fall right next to him. The familiars are gonna die as well. Big gold pickup for AG, and look at that, Roshan is theirs for the taking as a result.
This push could not have gone worse. And what a randomly good arrow from Varese, man. That arrow just salvaged this game. Lands it on Dawnbreaker, who doesn't have EKD. Sets up the toss back. You saw Execration almost slow motion, thinking, oh my god, he's going to get tossed. They tried to run on top of him to cover it, but not fast enough. And that was a non-Aegis high ground. And this is why non-Aegis high ground is kind of a no-no in today's Dota. Like, if it goes wrong, it goes really wrong. That was like a 10k gold swing almost. Absolutely brutal. And now AG are just straight back in this game. Because now you have Aegis on lifestealer. He can commit in a jump, not be as afraid. That aura timing gets shot down heavily during that period. You bought a lot of time for your cores to get some good items here.
Radiant are scanning.
An
Power.
80-20 swing that goes right back down to 50-50 pretty much.
Brutal.
As they have a successful scan on Bob right now.
The Infest teleport.
The Infest teleport. He's going to walk around. He knows he's somewhere around here. Oh, blink away from Bob. He got a slight heads up of what was going on there and barely sneaks away with his life.
Gotta be
Oh, that could have been. I mean, you already got the Aegis. You kill the Bat Rider, and I feel like at that point, Army Geniuses just flood the map.
You gotta think about these infested Furion teleports. That's some real old school technology. That's an ICBM straight to your face, you know? Missile to the gut. Especially when he has Aegis. Even if you're outnumbered, you can get the rest of your crew there.
Top tower is under attack.
Just an over-anxious push by Execration. I think if they execute it better with just birds in front and they slow poke it, it's maybe okay, but it's also just the power of Tiny. Why I talk about this hero so much, man. Like, what other support punishes you that hard on that push for a single random arrow? There isn't one. It's nothing.
Vengeful Spirit.
Okay, well, that hero is trash, so it's not. You wouldn't be in a spot to do that. In fact, you might be a level.
Because it's true.
You might have level 1 swap still, so I don't even know if that's true. You might be standing on your high ground.
Repositioning is such a powerful tool. Vengeful Spirit swap. Surely it's a broken ability, but it's just on the worst hero.
I mean, that spell isn't even as good. It's just a worse reposition.
Yeah, it's just a worse toss.
But
Arrow
technically,
gets a little vision.
Right. All right, they did finish Grease, so the quad aura's online for Tino. He's bought the whole shop here.
No, wait. There's still more auras we can get.
That's true. A couple more in the tank. He did buy that shard. So Roche Streams were also slain off of that high ground. And AG leading by some gold. So what feels like the first time in a very long time in this game. Back to an even game.
What other auras are there? There's Shivas?
I mean, they already have AC.
Get a Helm of Overlord and get one of the Ancients. Get the big Golem. That's an aura.
It's true, you can get a neutral. You can get some neutral creep auras. They could all buy a HOD and get all of them. Wildekin armor. I don't think there's
a Time Warp aura. There we go.
Spicy. I think that's it. I think that's it for the viable ones.
Ketbari's mid lead.
Nice little pick off. I mean, Execration are still in a decent position in terms of their scaling course here with Visage and Dawnbreaker. As Yahweh EKBs for that Arcane Rune. Probably worth it if he was worried about getting mini stun. Powerful rune.
Yeah, I mean, both him and the Bat Rider used that Arcane Rune really, really well.
I still think Execration can win these late game man fights if this game goes late here because of that failed push. It's not out of the question. All the auras, the pumped up birds, the pumped up physical in general for this Dawnbreaker who now has BKB. So that also changes some of the paradigm here where he isn't as susceptible to just getting bursted off the jumps.
You even got Carlo rocking the pumped up kicks.
True. Very true. Oh, he has Ceremonial Robe. There's another aura.
Hey, another aura. Nice.
We didn't think about the neutral item auras.
That's true. I was thinking, was there a neutral item with an aura?
I think that's the only one, though, right? I don't think there's another.
No, the tier 5, the
Arcanist armor.
Yeah.
All right, big smoke here from AG. This is Shiva's on Yahweh done. AC for In Your Dream. So they have those big late game armor items. This is a huge window. Gotta find the opening.
Aegis is just about to expire, so Execration, I think, are also ready for a fight. Knowing that, like, okay, Aegis is expiring, they probably want to try and put it to use here. They don't. It falls, and no action is received. The Abyssal Blade is almost done for Palos, which starts getting a little scary here. The Abyssal Blade, and then you follow up with the Starbreaker. That's some heavy burst and control. Nice toss back into the Familiars, though. The Familiars, once again, blocking the arrows, and they have the save with the Dawnbreaker. Low commitment, maybe a little bit too much commitment, as it looks like the Tiny is going to be caught by this one. AG are going to fight for it, though. Shanks with his BKB is not scared, though. And instant buy, yeah, from the Tiny. So Execration call it quits, resetting now.
Dangerous poke game. Once you're committed, Execration do not want to let you get back out. BKB is down for Shanks, so maybe Yahweh feels like I'm just going to go in here.
gonna go for it. Extra movement speed on Carlo, but he's slowed down or locked down by the chains. Quickly killed, and nice teleport forward from DB. Catching the supports here as well. One TP out. Shanks, though, is gonna be the recipient of another slight chains. That'll find another kill for AG.
Oh, Yoko, it's your buyback.
Oh, that is going to be a dieback. That's a nasty one, and his team can't really get here in time to punish. Well, if Furion can, of course, he can always teleport in. He'd be teleporting in by himself. The rest of AG, they're making their way over.
You don't want to let him get away with this.
High ground here. Yoe with the Shiva is going to get some reveal, some information. Nullifier onto Bob over there on the side. In Your Dream marching forward, trying to challenge. They're going to go for a fight here. Apollo's be able to go for this one.
The man fight.
The Vlador out in the side. They have the lasso as well. Nullifier out on Apollo. He has the Starbreaker, and he's breaking through the Lifestealer. The Lifestealer can't actually outman fight the Dawnbreaker, not with this much control. And a nice slam from Tino, who uses his stone form to be able to get the AoE stun to stop that TP. Bari's now going to be caught as well. A loosened team stuns him up for a second. He's out of leave charges, so that's going to be a 4th hero down on the side of Army Geniuses. Execration, a clean turnaround from them.
Apollo Starbreaker might have just broken the back of AG in that fight. That was brutal damage at the end of that lasso. And that's the problem here. If the fight goes later for AG, that rage runs out. That Lifestealer gets stunned by anything. He just gets shredded.
Now that early control that Execration had, there's no buildings to protect. There was no tier 2s left. It was just tier 3s and barracks, and they're going to take a whole lot of them.
The failed high ground from earlier paying off as they just get to clear through. This might just be Megas. You don't have eyes.
Okay, one glyph. They're going to have like 10 seconds to clear through Megas before the Lifestealer is here.
Oh, with the birds,
to do it.
It's pretty damn fast. They're gonna chill.
They don't want to throw it. That was a moment. It's one of those moments where if you overcommitted and you threw away that fight, it gives AG a chance back into the game because they do not have buybacks on certain heroes.
And you know what? I'm okay with it. Like, if you're confident you can take the next Roche fight, then I think this play is absolutely fine. This lasso is just too damn good. They have too much time to wait and cast their spells because the man fight is just not pressuring Paulus at all. There's no damage going into this Dawnbreaker. Yeah. And just what are you supposed to do? Back in the game, though.
Back in the game. Pick off in the Roshan pit. Shanks is going to be caught. See if they get enough bashes. BKB, and he managed to get away. Meanwhile, the Starbreaker is coming through. Yokum, he's going to be the target here. The Tiny, almost already dead. And Fest pops out. Only gives a little bit of reprieve. And now toss back.
Damage.
In Your Dream, he's dead as well. No buyback on these heroes. DB is going to be falling as well. Execration. I think they just snuffed out the light of Army Geniuses' run to the Berlin Major. They have done a brilliant performance here in this second season. They came up from the lower division. They immediately started smashing some teams. Excellent performance by them, but ultimately not enough to get over the finish line against Execration. This series was the series to determine who would be going to Berlin. And with this Megas inbound on the side of Execration, it's much all hope lost for Army Geniuses.
Where there's a will, there's a way. Start casting them Furion ults. You're going to need a lot of them to make that comeback here.
Especially as how Tier 4s are dying. They do have a buyback on the Lifestealer.
The problem is, you're up against level 25 Dawnbreaker.
Back on a Visage. That's something. He still has his stone form ready to go, though, so he is not an easy kill. In Your Dream's going to find out. Starts pushing forward for it. The Wraith Pack does end up going down, but Tino, is pretty easy reset for him thanks to a 4 staff and the movement speed he gets. He's out of there.
I mean, the 5th aura for him is online. The Shivas, the full set of Exodia has been completed, and he's achieved his final form. How do they vanquish the ultimate beast?
I don't know. But they're going to try. They're going to push forward. They're all in on this. They think we can't give them Roshan. They're going to get a nice 2-man avalanche combination on the Bob, the double BKBs, and this just setting up a Starbreaker of Your Dreams. Oh, Sprout onto In Your Dream. Now he's going to be blasted as well. He's not getting any hits in this fight. Follows close for the clear. A bash tells him up for a second, but it doesn't matter. There's just too much damage everywhere on the side of Army Geniuses. The rounded knight, in fact, is In Your Dream. The rest of Execration cleared out. GG is called, and Execration Execration are going to Berlin.
Damn, they snatched that victory from the jaws of defeat here because that game one looked so rough for them. But props to this team, man. Well-deserved high-pressure situation. They make it work with those Luna Visage strats. And damn, did Paulo show up in this last game, man. Like, what a performance from the start of that game to the end. He just broke their back with this Dawnbreaker pick. It looked absolutely nasty in those fights. You can pump them up with so many auras, Luna aura, sidekick being thrown around. They have BKB piercing disable. This Lifestealer did not stand a chance in those later fights. I thought it was going to be closer, but looking back on it, they needed a way bigger lead for this AG lineup to kick into formation. And hey, you got to give it to AG this season. They were definitely the standout rising stars for this region as a whole.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, these guys looked really good in a lot of their games. DB popped off in a lot of them. They had pretty decent drafts the whole way through. You know, maybe some of them weren't super favored, but they never had huge holes. And it's sad to be one game away from your first major. And one game away is one ticket away. So, I mean, props to both these teams, but Execration, find a way to make it work. And
it also means a reminder that they were the team that got first place last season. So they were the recipient of the chunk of Southeast Asia's points for the DPC. So now them being able to get third and a chance of being able to score some more points at the second major of the season does give Southeast Asia some hope at being able to get a few more slots into TI. We did last year, which was an unfortunate split of just a bunch of C teams taking a lot of the points. So as a result, Execration, third place here at the CDPC, and happy to see it. Looking forward to see their performance in Berlin. But for now, we're going to take a break and head with the panel.
Execration have done it yet again, securing their slot to the major. What a game to finish out our series. Was it the 50-50 that we wanted?
Not really.
Not so much, yeah.
Not really.
But it was still better than the first two, I would say.
It was.
Yeah.
In my opinion, it was a 50-50. Like, did you notice that they keep throwing like after fights after
That is true. That is very true.
I just found it so funny in the draft. Kimmo was reacting like that. It's like, and then they picked the Dawnbreaker after that reaction. I think that was the phase. I was like, okay. And they played it really well. Like, it was so back and forth, though. Like, it was a bit more 50-50, I think, in the first 20, 25 minutes. And then Execration were just really hard to deal with. Like, the aura stacked up. They played really well. They blocked a lot of this initiation follow-throughs with the arrows, with Tino's micro. And good God, there was, once you're on the objectives, like, Jesus Christ, this combination just melts towers. Like, it does not stop. Like, just sidekick and Luna Aura, it works. Michael Phoenix, if you're out there, I'm not stupid, this works.
Yeah, I'm a Dawnbreaker believer, man. I love Dawnbreaker core, always have, and they really put it to work this game. I mean, Starbreaker, man, what a spell.
I mean, I feel like what I say when the draft finished, they don't necessarily need to draft the correct heroes, but they just need to draft what they're comfortable with. And having that Dawn, it's quite questionable because AG responded with the Lifestealer pick, right? It was, it felt like a free game for Lifestealer, but then because it is Execration in their comfort zone, all of them, like Carlo gets his, greedy support, but then like still offers some DPS in the fight, and then Bob is Bob. He excels in whatever he plays, and then like they get their signature, like the Marcy, the Visage, the combo, and then Palos. He's not a guy who just sits and farm. Like we can already see from the first game. Yes, he feels like an anti-mage game, but then it didn't feel like he played it out, or so to say. So I feel the Dawnbreaker, questionable pick, but it's what they need, to group out as 5. Like I can always connect to my team.
I mean, the global presence with the ult, the counter initiates always, very reliable. But also, I mean, honestly, I didn't really feel DB's impact this game on the Nature's Prophet. Batrider is one of the, clear-cut answers to that hero, and that's kind of just what it looked like this game. It felt like there wasn't a game for DB to play. Bob was literally everywhere. He just shut him down. Yeah,
I felt like the way for AG to kind of make that work was like force Bob to make a decision, right? Like, because he has to worry about the Lifestealer and the NP, but what ended up happening is they managed to find a way to kite around in your dream and then also just take care of DB separately. So they can always save that lasso for whoever is not being caught out at the moment. Execration were always finding the right target at the right time. You can see how happy they were. You can see how happy Bob was as well. Our MVP had a fantastic game on his signature Batrider. as he does get to go to another major. They're feeling great there on Execration. It's nice to see, but I have to say, on the topic of emotions, like Army Geniuses not being able to reach a major, that's such a heartbreaker.
Yeah, that is actually.
I think
Like-
this series, no matter who loses, we will still feel.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it would have
that's
been.
very true.
Like the fact that I've watched In Your Dream and so many qualifiers reach so far and fall flat. And it's not just In Your Dream. We were talking about Army Geniuses being, like the first full or more Indonesian org to go in outside of Boom, which, it was pretty Filipino at the point they were qualifying. This is something that I've seen happen to so many Indonesian teams that they make it to grand finals and then the Filipinos crushed them. It's unfortunate. Even when the Filipinos are on the downturn, it's really unfortunate. And I feel this could have been that moment, but they'll have to find it elsewhere, maybe next tour.
Yeah, but you don't get to majors off just hopes. You don't get there just from emotions. You get there because you work hard and you win. And that is what Execration did today. Just an amazing performance from that team. And I'm just so stoked to see them, hopefully perform better at Berlin than they did at Lima. That's for sure.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about this, right? Like Talon placed third place through qualifiers. Through tiebreakers, and they've placed third place in the majors. Now Talon's first. Maybe they bomb out Execration.
Why would you even say that, dude? Why can't you just say that the logic is Talon goes first in DPC and then goes first in the major?
You,
What?
as a fellow Talon supporter, should understand the suffering that we faced last year.
I'm done here. I'm done.
You cannot go into
Someone
anything.
cut the camera.
Just don't have expectations. I had no expectations for Talon last year. And now I have no expectations for Execration. Maybe they do well.
I have always expectations for these teams.
You should not.
Because I love Southeast Asia.
Yes, I love C, but you have to
Go back. Go back.
No, you have
Get
to
out
let
of here.
it go. You have to accept
Ain't
that
no
what
way.
happens will happen. It's Southeast Asia. Who knows what happens?
Yeah, but I'm, it's. For me, it's not really a shocker that both Talon and Execration are going back to the major. I think that, out of the C region, that they have performed pretty, exceptionally for most games throughout the season. But now we have SMG joining them to Berlin as well. So that'll be, I think SEA really has a strong shot.
Yeah, they look great. And mentioning those names, it probably sucks to be Geekslate right now. It really sucks.
Yeah, that
I'm
is
sorry.
true.
You don't have to remind me.
I mean, it's such the polar opposite end.
That is true. But let's not think about those guys, because we got an interview with Paulos from Execration. Congratulations on winning the series, but most of all, congratulations on qualifying to Berlin. How do you guys feel?
Thank you. We feel very happy. We didn't expect to qualify, especially without much. But we adjust pretty well. Yeah.
Oh, I want to know what was the idea, like who was the mastermind behind the Dawnbreaker pick?
We practiced it before, the Dawnbreaker. That's why. We were confident and yeah. We win in Scrim with the Dawnbreaker. Then we just pick it. And we can adjust the Dawnbreaker and Marcy together. That's why we pick it. Yeah, we can play Marcy carry.
Hi, Palos. It's been a while. Kumusta ka?
Hi, Jan.
Kumusta?
All
It's
good.
been a while since we had an interview. I'm curious. We saw your draft. We saw you guys in the draft. For some reason, there was a moment where Kimo was really emotional. Can you remember that moment in this game's draft? Why was your coach Kimo like, he was doing this on a ban or something?
He's always like that. He's very confident. He's Kimo guy. He's always confident. And we're really confident with the Luna Visage. And
All right.
that's why he acts like that.
That's fair. That's fair. I am curious. You guys have a pretty packed schedule going into Berlin, as I know you guys are also going out to Dream League. Is there any teams that you'd like to face off against, specifically internationally, that you might
I think
see?
Spirit, because they're the only one that like us in Lima Major. We want to get revenge.
Okay.
Hi, Paulus. I actually have a question about. Regarding the draft again, because I feel like your team is the only team that really don't care whatever your draft, as long as the five of you feel very comfortable with it. Like we can see this Dawnbreaker, you told us that you guys practice it in Scream, but logically when we casters, analysts look at the draft, we feel like, oh my god, what is this Dawnbreaker pick? So it's like, can you tell us how do you guys build this kind of bond where you're just so comfortable with each other. It doesn't even matter if they get counterpicked.
Yeah, we just don't really care about the enemy heroes. We're just building a team that's good together, and
Yeah.
that's complete. Like there's a Russian and can end the game pretty well. Yeah.
Yeah, because what I always see from you, right, like you don't want to be the one person farming away from your team. You want to always join your team for fights, you know. And that's what I really like to see from a carry player. Like, don't play the game 4v5, you know. Play it 5v5, and you have always delivered it.
Yeah.
So,
We pick AM and we just farm, then we get destroyed.
Glad you guys recognize that. I have a question for you, Paulos. So we asked Bob last time who his top 3 mid laners in Southeast Asia are. Who are your top 3 carry players?
All Pinoy, Raven, Scam, and me.
Pinoy pride. Pinoy pride. I do have one question. You know, going in, Lima was a little bit up and down. I think you guys actually did great, getting a lot of draws. But what do you think is the difference now for you guys going into Berlin? What's changed from that Execration to this Execration, your second major?
I think we just remove the Lina this patch. We always giving the Lina and Brood
yeah.
Lime. And
Okay.
I think that's why we lost so much.
Okay, that's fair. I accept that, yeah.
Well, since you guys are going to Berlin again, do you have anything to say to your Pinoy fans of your Pinoy pride?
Thank you for supporting us, and I hope you continue supporting us even though we're a bit scratchy and keep losing.
All right, thank you so much, Paulos, and congratulations again on qualifying to Berlin.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Enjoy your day. Oh man, I wanted to ask them how they were going to celebrate. What did they do last time? Did they go to Okada?
They almost always go there.
Did they go to the casino?
Every time, you know, this is one thing with the Filipino teams. They love telling me, hey, let's go to Okada, Chan. I'm like, I think of the buffet. I never think about the game. And I think they have the opposite idea, you know, but who knows? I mean, it's topical, but Gabby just got banned on Twitch. So, you know, the Filipinos, we have ways of celebrating. I'm sure they're going to have fun either way.
Yeah, what I like about them is it's not only Dota in their minds. You know? They enjoy everything. And you can see even when playing Dota, they don't treat each other just Dota teammates, you know. They are really like a family, I would say.
Yeah.
Totally. Yeah, I'm just really excited for them. This is their second major that they're going to attend, so going to be a huge one. Hopefully they end up getting a better score, and I just really love also how humble they are, you know?
Score don't matter, just win the correct matches.
That is true. That is actually very true. But yeah, they're such a lovable team. Very humble, you know, talking about how often they lose, but just support them either way. But up next, we have another deciding match. We have Polaris versus Blacklist Rivalry, deciding in a very different way, because this is going to decide who is going to get relegated to Division 2. Or it may or may not. They might have to go for tiebreakers, but it's a very important match nonetheless. So we will watch it right after the short break.
Well, if you can believe it, we now finally have all three of our teams locked in for Berlin. Again, I always say, barring any visa issues, because I know this region occasionally has difficulties traveling internationally. But you heard at the end that Execration, they have things going on even before they make it to Germany, because they're going to be going to Dream League, which means that they will be getting some practice competing against international opponents even before the major begins. And they will also be joining Talon there. So really, it's just Team SMG that is going to be twiddling their thumbs until Berlin goes. But I can talk about it. These guys can help me talk about it. Winter and Adam. Winter, my condolences. Your boys Army geniuses. I was rooting for them also. You encouraged them, but they just couldn't cross the finish line.
Next time, maybe next time. You know, they had a really, really good season. I feel like it's a very encouraging season. They came up from Division 2. I feel like most of the people would probably not expect them to be able to, you know, even have a chance to qualify to the major. So I think that itself is a huge accomplishment for them. So,
I think outside of China, I can't think of any team that has qualified from Division 2 and then immediately gone to the major. Usually you need to spend at least like one league in Div 1 to like get practice.
Western Europe?
I don't think any Western European team has ever gone.
I mean, OT has a chance, right? If they win their last series.
Yes, that's true. If Ordu Thunder managed to qualify, that would be another example, which is, I guess, encouraging for the state of the DPC that these Div 2 teams are competitive enough to promote and then immediately compete against the top dogs. But Execration instead ends up taking it, and so we will have more Filipino representation in Berlin, because it was originally going to be 2 players pretty much, because it was either going to be Yoei on AG or it was going to be the 5 players on Execration, and it will indeed be Execration as we see our thumbs up next to all of the teams. Are you encouraged, Adam, seeing Execration repeat a performance or repeat an attendance to a major?
Yeah, I like that they went back to what they were good at. I think throughout mid-season, or I say mid-tour, they kind of looked to be experimenting a bit more. I think the week 1, the first series they played, they opened with Visage +1, and they won convincingly, and we're like, wow, Execration is still so good. And then they just went away from that. And today in the clutch series, you know, just like, oh, Visage is back. You know, I'm glad they realized that first 2 Beastmaster was, I think, almost 0% win rate for them.
Yeah. Yes, I'm glad. Well, maybe they were just keeping it in their pocket. They were keeping things interesting. They wanted everyone to be on the edge of the seat, knowing. Just scrimming, exactly.
I mean, first 2 Beastmaster is like a Western European thing. A lot of teams have been first 2.
Yeah, they've also been losing.
To the same heroes? Sure. Huh. Did they lose to
every game
Night
I see
Stalker?
Beastmaster, they buy this fucking mech and they're fucking useless.
Yep.
Like, stop it, guys, stop it.
I think it's because a lot of them they get picked so early and then they're against the Night Stalker or
some other
Doom.
counter that's
I've been
rough.
seeing Doom Devours Ancients be another counter to them, and then they're like, well, now I can't go Overlord. What do I do now?
I feel like you're supposed to still buy the helm. Like the first helm, so you have a timing against the Shard Eaters, right? But I think like Doom and Night Stalker are only good against you mid-game if you buy the second helm. But the first helm actually like helps your game so much and so much pressure on the map. I feel like these mech Beastmasters we see, we don't really see as much pressure for them. They feel like they need to fight, but they also can't really fight. It's not like the mech's super strong or anything. I don't know. It just feels not Beastmaster.
Do you think that Cuckoo or Bach would do it? Because that is the matchup that we're going to be looking at right now. It's Polaris Esports versus Blacklist Rivalry. And this is also a relatively important match. Obviously, our previous series was determining who's going to the major. For this one, it will be determining if Polaris is guaranteed relegated or not. If Polaris lose, then they will be ending this tour with only 1 win. And there's only one other team with 1 win, and that's Geek Slate. And so if they lose, that's it. It's curtains, back down to Div 2. But if they win, maybe they'll be able to stick around for some tiebreakers, or maybe they'll just outright qualify or stay in Div 1. As we get into our first draft, Blacklist don't really have much to play for. I guess...
No, if Polaris win, Blacklist play Polaris in tiebreakers.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah,
yes,
so
because Blacklist only have 2 wins right
correct.
now.
So they're 2-4 and Polaris is 1-4.
Yes. So then, and Bleed is also 2.
Correct.
And so there could actually, so never mind. Blacklist actually has a lot to play for if they want to avoid relegation tiebreakers. And if they win, then actually 5th place in a DPC league gets 40 points.
Oh, that's
so
cool.
Blacklist could get 40 DPC points. Every little bit counts, Winter.
Yeah, you don't want to be the one that didn't qualify because of -1.
-1. Although it would be crazy because like Blacklist would have to top Tour 3 and then like win the third major to have a chance of directly qualifying. But it also controls your seeding. I think the number of DPC points, or maybe it's just your placement in Tour 3. I don't know. We're worrying about Tour 2 right now, and we are thoroughly through the draft right now. I'm not going to read it all off. I usually do, but we're way too deep into this.
And Disruptor Clockwork.
Disruptor Clockwork.
Very different from Blacklist for sure.
Yeah, I feel this clock has been there.
Yeah, the clock is the go-to, but the Disruptor not so much.
I guess so. What do you think of the Kunkka though? I feel like over the past courses of history, this has been the hero that's the most anti-Disruptor. You know, X Mark against Glimpse. He out-team fights your team fight, and Disruptor kind of doesn't really do anything to you. You know, you rush BKB.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not a fan of like picking Kunkka, but they definitely have a reason to pick Kunkka here against Disruptor. It's also good against good with the Mirana arrow. You set up for a free arrow, so there's that. You know, so your Mirana can easily gank the mid lane. They go for Death Prophet. Death Prophet is usually something people they don't pick it against the Kunkka, because Kunkka can always like kill the Death Prophet. Like Death Prophet is strongest in the early game. It's difficult to kill her through Spirit Siphon, but with X Mark and Bolt and with the Mirana, generally you have what it takes to take the DP down.
I will say this hero has not been too popular in SCA, but I feel like even in other regions, but in Europe, I think Liquid are just outright first picking this hero or Zai every game. And he makes it look so good, so I don't know if this is a sleeper hero or Liquid's just good enough to
He's like an off laner where I feel like you can pick the hero early, blind pick, and you don't really, you know, worry about, okay, I need to ban this, blah, 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 blah. I need to ban so many heroes, you know. You can just pick the hero even if the matchup could be slightly worse for you, as long as you have a very good position for a hero, like someone to secure the lane for you, like a Clockwork, then the hero doesn't really care about the matchups.
That's true.
Very, very reminiscent of like ye old universe, in my opinion. You just give him something and like no matter what, he's gonna be okay. And then sometimes he even pops off, which is great.
Alright, do Polaris pick Monkey King here? Because we have seen them pick MK against the DP, but this DP obviously could be Carl.
I mean, what would you say is the best carry against DP? Some are better in the lane, but some are better later, like Terrorblade. All those long-range heroes. Like
TB is definitely the best, you know, natural Skadi buyer. I think Morph's pretty decent too, because you have the counter siphon off, which makes you really strong. There's Skadi, you naturally buy Manta for a silence.
In the lane also, do you think that Monkey is the better one in the lane? Chaos Knight, Monkey King?
Well, I just think Akashi is amazing.
Yeah, I think so too.
And TB's banned out.
Also, Monkey Mirana's I guess last season lane. It looked really strong all the time it was played. I think Fnatic especially played it. The Zhao, Gabby. Taking some time here, so more team fight. Ooh, Core Marcy. Core Marcy? No, wait, Bok plays Phoenix for them, right?
This tour, they have not played Phoenix or they've only done 5-position Marseille, but they haven't played any Phoenix this tour yet.
So the Phoenix is a call? If they're playing?
I don't know, but if this was EU, I would think this is Core Mirana. Because it's actually good against Clockwork DP. Like really good. You have burst to kill them, they don't threaten you ever.
Inspired by Uragi, perhaps?
On some very classic draft. Faces Void Death Prophet with Disruptor.
I feel they are so cooldown reliant right now.
Very, very cooldown reliant.
I feel like their big spells do not out-team fight Polaris. Like sure, you have Chrono Exo versus Egg Bolt.
Egg is very good against the Chrono.
And I feel like his lane's super hard too. Like whereas Phoenix core or Marcy core, this Disruptor Void, I don't know, I'm not very convinced.
It's very, very peculiar like heroes that they are selecting together. Very peculiar combination, very slow. But in general, Blacklist, they do really like to play Dota very slowly.
I feel like Blacklist has this formula where they pick two supports to kind of play with Carl, and then Cuckoo and Riven just farm. And most of the time, I feel like their supports don't play too well with Carl's hero. I think there was this game where they had Rubik, Tiny, Clockwork. You know, to me, that doesn't look like a strong 3-man.
They're just very greedy in general.
They are.
And I don't know. I don't really fancy very, very greedy playstyles nowadays. You know, I feel like it's much more easy to be the other team trying to take the map, set the parameters, control Roshan,
But they're not changing that dynamic. Like we saw Bleed.
Because they just want to be comfortable. You know, they want to just...
They're losing. Yeah,
you're losing.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but they want to find a way to win by being with their comfortable playstyle. They're not going to try to take themselves out of the comfort zone and try to win that way.
I can't think of any team, even like internationally, that's succeeding with that strategy, though.
I
You
mean-
can't have 3 greedy cores.
Let me tell you the story of Nigma Galaxy.
I mean, it's not a surprise, you know, the teams that are adopting that kind of playstyle, they are not really doing well for the last couple of seasons.
No.
Nigma is looking better though. I think there's like a way to make it work some patches, but sometimes
Yeah, but what's
you
the
can't force it.
idea behind it? So you see everybody playing fast. So then you decide, no, everybody's playing fast. We don't want to follow the fashion, you know. We want to just create our own playstyle where we try to play greedy and they're so fast, right? So they can't be scaling as well as us. So eventually, as long as we try to break even in the laning phase and break even in the early game, then we'll eventually win the game. Is that the idea? Like, why are you actually thinking of the game this way, you know?
Because I think in Dota maybe like 3-4 years ago, if you were more mechanically skilled, you could get away with that.
Yeah.
Because the team that's going fast is going to make a mistake at some point.
Takes more execution.
Exactly. But now, like, everyone is so neck and neck in skill these days that a team that goes fast will not slip up against a farm-heavy team.
Yeah, I mean, I would also say that a draft can also skill and play fast, be fast at the same time. You know, that's why Nature's Prophet is so prominent in the last couple of months. You know, the hero is like so strong early and he's so strong later as well. You know, and then if you're a team playing on cooldowns, that's what Nature's Prophet love. You know, because he doesn't have cooldowns.
Yep.
Every time you don't have chrono and the exorcism, you're just gonna lose a big part of the map.
Wonder what the pick here is for Blacklist. There's like Tide and Primal that can...
Tower defender, they need tower defender.
Tower defender?
Underlord kind of hero.
I feel like they're stuck in this position in the draft where they need to play team fight.
Yeah, Timber is good. It's a good tower defender because they are so greedy, right? So they need somebody that's gonna anchor one part of the map and hold. And when everybody's attacking that part of the map from Polaris, you need somebody to be there to buy time, do whatever. You know, if he's gonna feed, whatever. So the other two cores are gonna be able to farm. Or they feel like everybody's strong enough where when the anchor is getting pressured by Polaris, they can rotate over with the chrono. But it's I'm not saying I'm advocating the way they're playing, but I'm just trying to reason, you know, what they're doing, you know, here.
There is logic behind it. And it looks like it'll be an offlane Marcy, which, again, even during Tour 1 in Div 2, Polaris did not play Phoenix at all, but Bach did play one game of offlane Marcy in Div 2. What does an offlane Marcy do?
It reminds me of his Legion commander, so no.
Yeah.
I think you get to just send a lane, especially against what they have now, Disruptor Void. They can't like out-harass you.
Yeah.
You scale pretty well into the game right now. Like, I think now their heroes can man-fight Marcy later on, which is kind of nice. You have sidekick with
They have a lineup where if they win the lane, they're just going to run the enemy over, like totally demolish them. But if the lane doesn't go as well, I can see maybe Blacklist holding onto the map and just winning the game because they have this greedy draft.
And greedy players, which...
Greed on greed, you know?
Greed on greed. We'll see which of these teams will maybe be fighting for their spot here in Division 1. It's time for game number 1 with Cap and SVG.
That's right. We spent the last series talking about the pressure of playing a match that will determine whether or not you go to a Valve Major. Now we're playing for the pressure of just trying to stay in the upper division and stave off relegation, Avery, which is a position I don't think you've ever been in, but you've been in plenty of positions to be like eliminated or something. It's a different kind of pressure, right? When it's not a light at the end of the tunnel, it is a darkness that is lurking right behind you.
Oh, it's always lurking close by, around the corner, never far from sight. You have one bad season, all of a sudden it just feels like the world's collapsing. It's definitely a visceral emotional response. I think when you get eliminated from a tournament or eliminated from a league, like any of those above, it's very tough. It kind of forces the team to look inward and be like, all right, do we still believe in ourselves? Do we believe in the concept of this team? Do we believe in the leadership? These things are always going to mentally get questioned by everybody individually, sometimes on a team basis, regardless of what that loss is. So anytime you can avoid it, it's nice. But sometimes, like, teams need a wake-up call too, right? People act like, there's always this talk about elimination is always bad, dropping down is always bad. But if you're in that position in the first place, it probably means stuff is going wrong. And for these teams, stuff has not clicked this season. So if you drop down, it can be kind of a wake-up call. Like, guys, we need to get our shit together. What's going on in this team right now? And you're either gonna make or break off that. So it's a double-edged sword. But yeah, you'd probably rather start to get your stuff going here instead of spending a whole season in Div 2 to get it going again. And this is
especially for I think the storyline that you're talking about applies far more to Blacklist, right? I mean, this is a veteran roster. This is a roster that's supposed to be fighting for major spots, not for staying ahead of getting relegated. I mean, Raven, Cuckoo, Tims, those guys have been around the block, and they've been to a number of LAN events. They've been to some majors. They've been to TI. You know, like Carl is a hell of a mid laner. And like something is going wrong with this team, and maybe this is exactly the wake-up call they need. And if not, maybe relegation is exactly what, you know, behooves them to shake up the roster or something.
Seems likely, honestly, if it goes that bad. I think there's a decent chance this team changes something, but it goes back to what you're saying. Who do you change? These guys are all veteran, all-star players in a sense. They all bring something very valuable to the team. Could just be a question of chemistry, maybe the drafting, maybe the games, as we've seen, are just too slow. That's what I always go back to. This team is just so damn slow, man. Like, there's nothing happening in so many of these mid-games. And even going to this game, this feels like a game they're going to farm and hope Faceless Void carries late. Which the upside for them is I can kind of see Faceless Void carrying this game late, and there's not a huge amount of tempo pressure that's going to come out from this Polaris lineup, especially if the mid matchup's hard, which I think Carl should have a fine time mid on his Death Prophet versus Kunkka. Still, you're kind of in that Blacklist philosophy of let's just have 3 carries that all farm and all deal damage. Don't buy a single aura, and then 2 catch supports who also don't do any help. You know, there's just no buffs on this team. It's just very greedy. It's so damn greedy.
Yeah, I mean, when they were talking about the last pick, Winter was adamant that they needed a tower defender because, you know, I was sitting there going, yeah, they kind of do, because that is the way Blacklist is gonna play. Like, they want to be able to hold their side of the map for as long as possible, because they're also going to try and scale as much as humanly possible. And, well, they're definitely a scaling lineup this time around. We'll see. So in this game, there's usually one core that we kind of need on Blacklist to have a good game so they don't get run over. Is that Carl for this game?
I feel like Carl has the best chance of having a really good game. I say that, and he's kind of getting demolished mid-early. Doesn't help. I mean, the hero who can stall the most in this mid-game is probably the Timber if he gets out of control. I just don't know if he's going to get that out of control this fast. He is versus Nature's Phoenix. I think once he's level 3, he's pretty much invincible in this lane. So he might just snowball, and if he can kick Akashi out, start pressuring the tower, if Bosco is a really good game, then it makes Kunkka's life harder, makes Marcy's life harder for a long time. They don't have a really big Timber core killer. They don't have some DP or Viper or Bat with stacks. They don't have an Ursa or OD or something of that nature. So I can kind of see this Timber being really obnoxious for players for a lot of this game, and then just pushes them into that late game where the DP and Void just carry the hell out of it, because I have a hard time imagining this Blacklist lineup not winning late game. They have 3 carries to do it. Surely one of them.
One of these guys is going to lock it down for him. Well, Bosco does seem to be doing pretty well. And like you said, there aren't a whole lot of answers to deal with them core killers. And also the support pickups. Spirit Vessel really an item? I feel like that's actually part of my appeal for Timbersaw, is that one of the things I hate playing up against Timbersaw is I'm like, oh, I gotta go a Spirit Vessel now. I just don't like buying that item right now. I feel like they're just higher value utility items most of the time for supports.
It's pretty lackluster. It's very expensive. The build-up's not as good as it used to be. Earns worse. The charges are sometimes hard to come by in games, and then it's a dead item, especially on support. Like support, it's even less reliable that you necessarily get the charges when you want them or have them for a pivotal fight. That's just a bad position to be in as support. You know, like 4-staff don't have charges. You know, I don't have to charge that bad boy up. They don't miss. So you got to compare these things, and a lot of times those are the types of factors that just play into it. Unless some item is more reliable. There was a time when Earn was... The reliability wasn't as big an issue because Earn was really cheap and the buildup was better, and the early game fighting seemed pretty reliable in some of those metas, but
there was pretty much an urn on every, like, both teams would always have an urn in every game, basically.
Yeah, urn was just
a spirit vessel, but they would at least build urn.
So that's the big difference. So far, 3 lanes for Polaris are winning here. They are pulling ahead in all 3, getting to their items. I still think if they get off to a decent mid game here for Polaris, they have some chances to just force the Roshans down, especially with the big cooldowns from Blacklist. It's letting you have to be careful with these scale lineups and where you can get abused. If your Chrono's down, if your Exorcism's down, what's happening during that period? That's why I feel like it's going to be a very slow game for Blacklist, despite the fact they're also Blacklist, is that I don't think they have much damage when those big ults are on cooldown, outside of that Timber just popping off.
Right. In which case, Polaris, if they want to take advantage of some of the stuff we're talking about, they need to be able to push the pace. And a lot of that, I think, comes from Akashi and the Nature's Prophet, how he's feeling in the game and where he actually tries to get aggressive. Because, you know, a lot of these Nature's Prophet like to chill out until they have like 2 or 3 items before they start, you know, joining in on these fights. But even just the Wrath of Nature could be a pretty big component. We have like a nice killer like Marcy.
You're also going to have to choose where these cores go in the early game, because Furion cannot stay up here versus Timber once he hits 6, but even before then, it doesn't feel great a lot of times.
Right.
He's doing fine now. There's not a huge amount of mana on Bosku, who is going this Vanguard rush, so the aggressive potential maybe isn't super high for now, but you do have to move at some point with this Furion pretty early, and Mac is in a similar situation with his DP Kunkka matchup. He just eventually gets out-leveled, this Exorcism's online, and you don't really ever kill this Death Prophet with an early range drop, whereas he can kill you. But these cores from Polaris are going to get forced out of these lanes, and it's a question of where do they go or what moves do you make. You can go bottom. You can try and kill this Void with a ship or something. You can combine the cores, try and do it on one of the lanes between mid and top. But I think you have to make something happen. So I don't think you just want to let this DP and Timber free farm empty lanes in a worst case scenario.
Right. It's so funny watching Akashi just ignore Bosku as much as possible. He's taken like 5 right clicks in a row, but he's like, I'm just here for my CS, man. I'm just trying to get my level 6, and then you can have the lane. Like, please.
Ceasefire. Ceasefire, brother.
Oh, Blimp's back. That could be your first blood, and it will be very easily. Raven is the one to pick up the first blood of the game. So, Blacklist, you know, we talking about how their lanes are going to feel good, especially as time goes on, while players are going to be the ones who need to break down the laning phase. It's already proven to be true with the first blood being picked up. It's only going to get worse from here. So Polaris do need to start thinking about what kind of moves they want to make, like you're talking about, or maybe what sort of counter moves. As Tim's going to get aggressive, trying to interrupt Mac farming up the jungle, but he gets blown up almost immediately. Polaris brought more than enough firepower and more than enough manpower into this fight.
Little freebie going Mac's way, but the downside is you use Ship for this Clockwork, who's up in 4 seconds here. And now you're just exoing mid, and you don't have this ult to combat it. You don't have this Ghost Ship for a move bottom. I almost feel like that wasn't worth the ship. Like, you'd rather have the ship up than this useless clock kill. Because now
especially if your support's going to die anyway. CML gets caught by the glimpse and the battery assault, and Carl goes back for a little bit more damage on that mid tower.
A little bit getting turned around here, especially because you had this Furion ult coming up too. I think you have to make good moves with this Furion ult and Ghost Ship combining to either kick the Faceless Void out of bottom because Marcy won't do it, or to just take the fight to Death Prophet. But this Timber is untouchable. He went the Vanguard, he has the armor. There's just nothing you can do to interact with his hero. There's another reason you have to be thinking about these moves and setting them up, so you don't lose too much on the map. Now you're giving up Power Rune to Carl. This is where Blacklist can break this game open a bit. If they combine cores, get some early tier 1s. They have the invincible heroes right now. You gotta use them for something. Bosku trying to use it.
Yeah, CML. It was sitting behind the tower, trying to slow down the wave. Used fire spirits to kill the big wave that was pushing in, and he did manage to do that, but eventually will get killed as the 2 supports wrap around from behind, and Bosku is free to once again put pressure and damage on that tower. And Polaris, where are they going to go? Because right now it's Akashi and Mac farming up a hard camp together. Feels awkward. Mac, he starts making his move over here to see if he can kick out the Faceless Void like you were talking about, but it's kind of blind. It's not a guaranteed connection like you're hoping.
He also has Chrono, so if you don't set that up properly, Raven's going to turn it around on you.
Yeah, just straight up Chrono on Akashi. That's going to be a very easy kill. The Torrent is not going to be enough to dissuade Blacklist from moving forward, and Polaris have lost their carry.
This is just not the way to do it. Now you're just giving extra food to Void. On a Chrono, he was farming golems. He says that looks a bit juicier. And the problem is you have to go down this area because you can't interact with Timber. But the smooth should be decisive and it should be kicking Void out, not the other way around. So now Blacklist are very happy with this. Anytime you get extra core kills with Faceless Void, you feel like you're just winning the game. This hero's such a monster in the late.
Well, Tim's similar to what CML is doing, trying to hold the tower a little bit longer and see if he can get some experience. Bosku is going to come down here to hold it, though. Against all of these heroes, they can't really touch the Timber Saw, so looks like they will have to back out, especially since mid lane. Carl is doing some damage once again. Mac TP's in, but it looks like Blacklist have gotten a read that he was doing something here.
Not a bad TP from Bosku, as you took this top tower already, and then you can send Raven up here on this triple wave. So he's super happy about that one. It's like, damn, my offlaner setting farm up for me. This is new. I haven't seen this on Blacklist in a while. So good distribution here from Blacklist, not losing too much. They're not really losing too much pressure. I don't think they're worried about the early kills too much here. They just kind of want to get their ults on supports. This is also a downtime for Exo and Chrono. So again, if you're trading farm during those big old cooldowns, Blacklist pretty happy about it. And it kind of comes down to Polaris to make something happen. You have Ghost Ship up, you have Wrath of Nature. Another Clockwork kill on the menu.
Fall back in, especially with the arrow. Torrent, actually not quite enough. Oh no. And the Starstorm misses too. Okay, now they're going to use the egg on top of the two supports, so they will actually get maybe both. Mech goes out, saving AU. Once again, they just are lacking in the damage, and they have to maybe overcommit one last leap, and this time the Starstorm lands. Immediately goes for the TP out, but Carl will be able to get the rebuttal. A quick crit swarm will be able to secure that one.
2 for 1. Not too bad with the Wrath of Nature ship. He'll probably take that. We've yet to see Pope get involved in this game. He did go armlet first Marcy, so he has some fight capability here. A lot of early damage and tank ability. Maybe just not the easiest ways to use it. I kind of agree. I don't know. You just go in and leap off a smoke or something. But again, Bosku's just running at you. This Timber is an impenetrable force.
Bosku's running at you, and Carl's running at the towers. Even with the illusion rune, he'll put just a bit more damage on this tower. Tims even joins in for a single hit. Now they are going to try and kill him here, but the sounds goes out. All the Torrent, they're going to be able to pull him back in. Bosku, oh, the Static Storm goes down. That
what an arrow!
All things. Nice arrow though, getting the kill. Maybe no. Carl's still alive. The Fire Spirits burn out. Finally, to get a two-man Chronosphere though, locking down the Kunkka. Surely Mac going to be in some trouble as Bosku goes to finish him up. Not quite enough. The Gold buff helping out, but finally he does fall. Polaris can't really handle the Timber Saw, so the rest of the Blacklist heroes will be able to retreat behind him. In fact, Bosku even daring to hit this tower. Gotta be careful though. There is still some damage out there.
Sunray is still a very strong spell versus hero, especially as you get to the later levels, so you have to respect it. Do long range cancels for it this game, something else that's going to be obnoxious. That was just miss coordination from Polaris. Like, they get silenced on the X Torrent, but then that rebound misses, and suddenly a couple of spells that should have landed don't. You have to commit a little bit more on that DP. You're lucky you get a really good arrow there. Honestly, that salvages that fight. Yeah. You do get this big DP kill, but it's enough time that Raven gets in there, finds the backline Chrono, and another assist for this Faceless Void, who's continuing to power up. Nexo's still online here if you're Blacklist. No reason to be passive anymore.
Nice deny there from Boomy. Really good timing. Carl was holding on to the exorcism, so they take that mid tower, but now he can put it into something else. So maybe if, you know, they get the right kind of team fight, could be a Roshan, could be the off lane tower, pair up with the Timber Saw. A lot of options here.
Could put it into his retirement account. Invest it wisely, and it might turn into 2 exorcisms.
What does a retirement account look like for an undead hero?
Probably a really good return. Considering you returned from the dead, you know, they probably give you a decent rate.
That is pretty good.
And you got a lot of time for it to compound.
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt. Compound interest. Powerful tool. Blacklist is going to go for a 3-man smoke up here and are going to do kind of what we were talking about with the off-lane tower move. They found somebody in this triangle, and they probably could have gone straight for the tower off of that. Instead, they'll just take the camps that are here and maybe even farm the 15-minute ones too. The whole squad is here. Everybody from Blacklist is solely surrounding this tower. Nobody of Polaris is going to step into this trap, though. At least not yet.
Probably no reason, especially with Exo committed. The lines have been drawn on the other ones. Why take this fight? You're just trying to get the items that are really important in those early skirmishes, which is double BKB here between Mac and Poke and this Vessel on Marana. It's a long way off, but you're looking at 0 charge earn and you're going for this build. You kind of need it. Otherwise, you're just missing a lot of net worth.
Every time they go for a tower push like this, Timbersaw is able to go to some other tower and defend it. So he opts to defend mid. The offlane tower push still going strong from Polaris here.
DML gonna steal some stacks. Not a bad use of his time when nothing's going on. I do think the Phoenix levels matter a lot in this game. We're looking at what's gonna take down these big healing cores on top of that Vessel. I feel like it's Sunray and the Spirits.
Yeah.
So much of their anti-heal burst damage. Little Morano trying to catch somebody. Losing. Tim's.
Oh no, he missed. Tim's doesn't get stunned. He still gets exploded and they will be able to burst him down alongside the tower, but now they've got the
good chrono
sphere with the Static Storm on top of it. Excuse me. Yep, Static Storm. He did commit that one. So double ultimates to be able to kill the Marcy and the Marana. So a core and a support. They didn't get any of the big cores. Mac and the Kashi will both be able to get out of there. But as you said, this is just kind of like bonus farm for Raven, right?
Bonus farm indeed, because he's getting a lot of bonuses this game. 1, 0, and 5. This is where Faceless Void's really scary, man. These games that get slowed down, you get caught in some bad fights. Suddenly he just gets all the farm afterwards while you're waiting in your base. Hero's terrifying late game when you don't have saves, and there are no saves on Polaris' side. You gotta just tank that chrono with rum. Better be some strong ass rum.
Numbs yourself in the pain, but ultimately the damage is still going to be done.
I also like that Carl went this Greaves build on the Death Prophet this game.
Yeah.
I think there's a world where he could optimize greed here with just some treads or BKB rush, early Kaya BKB, something like this we see from the Death Prophets, but you have 2 other damage carries. You have 2 supports who are initiation, but not really good aura buyers. Just getting 1 or 2 of these AoE items lets you commit for that Roshan easier, lets you win some of these mid-game fights a bit more reliably. So maybe it hurts his individual impact, but I feel like for the team, it makes a big difference. You can't have too many carries, man. You know, everybody wants to carry the game. Nobody carries the game.
I think we've had this conversation before about Carl. We like it when he goes to team items because ultimately Cuckoo is just not going to. Whether or not like that is the best use for Carl as a player or not is, well, I guess up for Blacklist to decide. But we always feel best about the games when Carl is on a hero that can build some sort of team fight items, whether it's auras or not. Like I think we've said the same about like when he's on Kunkka, which is, you know, a little bit more of a setup utility type mid hero. It allows the greediness of the side lanes to feel better, more cohesive.
Someone needs to build on team. It hasn't been anybody else.
Or in boat. Unfortunately, Tim's had a force staff, so he was not hit by that one. Now they're going to get Blunts back. He leaps out of the kinetic field but into the battery itself. Not so hot there. One hero pickoff, and Polaris, they really got to be careful with these pickoffs because Roshan is a possibility here for Blacklist. They've got their ultimates up. They've got the Chronosphere. They've got Exorcism. They can try and force this one. Oh, nice one. And from Pokerino, with the double BKBs, they're going to commit for that one. The two supports are going to be in some trouble here. Nothing else is going to get caught in this explosion from Polaris. In fact, Blacklist are still going to be able to fight this one. Bosco is going to go for it. Max being body blocked up here now, slowed down by the Spirit Titan, and there is just not enough skills. No saves on the side of Polaris. So if Bosco can get that commitment, he will get it.
Just too much tankiness in this early fight. You get both supports, but none of these cores are close to dying. You get an AU buyback, maybe some miseration for your wounds, but that's about it because Roche is being done right now. This is a pretty greedy Roche, though, because your Exo's out. You do have Chrono.
Same time, players don't have their ultimate either, so...
I guess not. There's just no contest. Man, Aegis on Faceless Void here, that feels really good. Because he's highest level in the game, basically, at 14. His spells are really good in the fight. This is a solid dilation game in terms of if the fight's so long. Him being an initiator is totally fine because there are no big saves. So this is an Aegis you can really use in the fights if you're Raven. And probably a good sign for Blacklist. If you like slow games, getting Roshans is the key to victory.
Yeah, it's effectively a 5-minute window where players aren't going to feel comfortable taking team fights. They can't go for pickoffs, but once again, Tim's use of the Force Staff able to dodge an attempt on his life.
Just...
Maybe players can go late. Is that even possible? Like if Pokerino, like he is gonna have the Basher build. Like there is a chance he jumps on the void and just.
I mean, yeah, there's a chance. I don't know how high it is.
Is not looking so good. He dies here, which he will. Heals from CML are not good enough. Glimpse back in. They have the Supernova out. They don't have any way to protect it, so it just dies like that. Nice and easy. Two supports fall. Mac trying to get out with his BKB. They're still going to chase after him.
Oh, they have Glimpse of
going down a little bit. Keep the vision and keep close enough. The Glimpse, not quite there.
I'm surprised the Polaris wanted to try and take that. I mean, if your Marcy dies first, I feel like that's all your damage.
Yeah.
Especially if you're using Sunray to heal her. Maybe if you still have Sunray or something, you can play off that. But their stuns are just so limited. It's part of the problem with this lineup. You have a Phoenix Mirana lineup with not the best reliable stuns. You have an X, but the spell immunity and the Force Staff's already there for Blacklisting. You have a rebound, but it's hard to land that. And if you're dead, it takes that out of the window. So you kind of have to be the initiator here for Polaris. After watching all these fights, if you're getting chronoed, I think that fight's just terrible. It's not the way you want to have it go. You want to be starting on somebody with an arrow follow-up and make Blacklist commit to an awkward situation, especially if it's Faceless Void or Death Prophet, because then you take a big ult out of the fight. You just haven't seen it yet. And Mirana ult and smokes should be the way that happens. Which here's another one they're trying to get something. They're just getting run away.
Glimpse back. Oh no, the Glimpse stopped Pokerino's jump, and the arrow actually comes from behind. Actually, Glimpse ends as he was going for the counter initiation. And now the Death Prophet's going to be in some trouble. Pull back in with the Glide Mirror, the manager bursts him down. He's into that fight. That's not a fight he wants to be in the middle of. He's going to come back on a second life. Is he going to get out with his BKB? Very likely. As Pokerino doesn't have the Basher because, yeah, he got picked off earlier. So still no Basher for him.
There's the Marcy impact that I've been wanting to see in a lot of these fights. They finally get the initiation connection off of smoke. And that fight looks very different because now you can just implement your burst on this Death Prophet. Exo for what? You get melted, son. That's the benefit of this double physical sidekick lineup. So some of the synergy that Polaris has been trying to get going in this game finally comes together. The question is it too little too late, right? Has enough damage been done by Blacklist to propel them into that late game? Still even here. And Marcy, you talk about who wins late game. I mean, Marcy can always win late game if she gets the jump because you literally disappear. And it's not close.
But it just requires Pokerino to actually be keeping up in net worth with some of these other cores, which right now is 1K behind the Death Prophet, 2K behind the Faceless Void. They actually are gonna have a go here on the Timber Stomp. He's told they got him. Nobody there from Blacklist, at least of the supports, that could help out, apparently. They do manage to skedaddle on out there, but Polaris beginning to pick up a bit of steam here. In fact, Kashi's going to teleport in aggressively, see if they can catch more, and they've got him. AU goes for the glimpse back, but underneath the route, surely they have the damage, and they do.
Tim's too.
Spot touring. Back with the wave. Mac trying to catch Tim's. They actually hit the arrow, but he's already up into the high ground. Not worth diving for that one, but Mac finding more and more. He's really putting this tidal wave to good use.
I feel like Cuckoo's just sitting there, giving them that go when he doesn't have BKB off cooldown. That's way too cocky, man. You got to respect the Sunray in this game if your team isn't there to cancel it. It just melts you.
Yeah, Sunray plus Spirit Vessel, and then just any kind of magic damage disables. Not as tanky as you used to be.
I mean, if he has BKB, you can dispel and walk away from a lot of that, but when it's on cooldown, you're super susceptible, and you're just giving him that opening. Polaris.
He also went for the damage route, too. He went for the Kaya instead of the Sanj. Obviously, he's completing both of them, but I feel like it says a lot about your mind frame when it comes to this game, whether you go the Kaya or the Sanj first.
I don't blame him. He was having a pretty good game, 6-0 and 3.
Yeah,
I think it's just a misstep, you know? You just got to respect the Phoenix net worth and damage in this game, because CML is level 13 with a lot of farm on this Phoenix. He's got Shard, he's got a full locket. This is a powerful Sunray in this game. He even took the Spell Amp here, which, you know, you normally take, but some games the extra slow is nice. This is not one of those. So this Sunray is very powerful. Got to save some stuns for it.
The only reason Polaris is actually ahead in net worth right now is because the support difference.
It's big. It's really big. I mean, the network differential between these support duos is what? We're looking at almost 14K compared to 9.5. That's 5K network difference. That's an item and a half in utility damage. That's a lot. So if you can make it work, that's how you can win these fights with Polaris, which means, again, getting the initiations, because then your supports can just go to town with an arrow, with a Sunray. You're just killing a hero off the bat. You're not getting jumped in return, and you don't have that setup going for you. It's really important that Polaris find
this Moonlight Shadow is massive. They're going to run straight into Raven. If they can get the shot on him, they get him with the arrow. The bullet. Force half over the side. Tim's just built Raven out. Oh my God, Tim's an angel. A guardian angel for Raven gets him out of a situation that he was surely dead. He was getting chain stun and easily killed there. But Tim's right place, right time, and will die for it even.
Sometimes you send a prayer. You send a prayer to God and he delivers you that guardian angel. Sometimes it's Tim's.
Well, that could have been a huge moment for Polaris, because I mean, getting that Faceless Void here could have meant a lot more map control, which would have led into maybe controlling the pit for this upcoming Roshan, which potential spawn time is starting in 25 seconds.
Everybody wants it here. And if you're Blacklist, you want to make sure you have your ults up for that fight. Exo, Chrono, you're not going to use them here before that Roshan's up. Which is another reason some of those initiations and those skirmishes are important for players, because if they get a fight like that turns into an actual team fight where those ults get used, even if they lose it, suddenly that next Roche becomes better.
Right.
So right now, Blacklist are pretty happy if nothing happens for the next minute or two. They just get to take that full fight with their ults. If you're Polaris, you want to get the most out of the map right now, and you're not necessarily afraid of getting dragon engagements that aren't even good if the ults get dropped. Of course, you'd rather have it go your way, but you'll take almost anything here. Mac even has double damage bottled. Not a bad rune to have in your pocket.
No, not at all. AC next for Akashi, not actually completing the full out Daedalus. Why do you think that is?
I mean, this region just loves crystals. That's all I've learned. If I've watched anything in the last 2 seasons of DPC, this region loves crystals. I mean, not on land, but in the regional, they love this item. So I don't know what it is. Just makes them feel good about the rate they're farming. It's a very efficient farm item. So maybe these games just go late and pays off over time. It's like a mini Midas or something.
Yeah.
That could be part of it because we didn't really see these C teams do these builds on the Lima Major.
Dire's top
But
tower
in these
is under
games,
we didn't.
every series, Crystallis Hyperstone. Just green.
I do feel like whenever I do build Crystallis, like that item, the build-up does feel very nice. Recipe is cheap. Damage items are easy to build up. Like, honestly, it feels great to build. It's just
That's a nice
very
idea.
interesting that they're so consistently building it.
Yeah, I feel like we see it on almost all these safe lane range carries.
Yeah.
That they like it. The TA, the Furion. Never saw it on the Lina, but wouldn't be surprised if it's in there somewhere. I don't know. It's a decent item if you get to build into something with it later. Nice little damage power
the DD. Roshan just spawned too. The hook shot over the side. Actually spots Pokerino. Gets him inside of the cons while the Mana is stuck on the other side of him. Stuck inside the Static Storm. But healed up. Actually going to be okay. Great for Carl. He's going to try and lay into him, but lost sight of him, and the arrow slips on by all of Blacklist. No big ultimates. I mean, they didn't use Chronosphere and Exorcism, at least, on the side of Blacklist, so those are still open.
Decent initiation. You're going to poke some BKBs out. It's a question of who has BKBs left. It's pretty much Mac and Raven.
Oh, they're going for it. They really, really want to be able to get this. BKB is still up for Mac. He's going to pop it now after the glimpse. They managed to get the 3-man Chronosphere. This is what Raven wanted. The kind of wave
no way.
Side, but he still managed to get the Phoenix kill, and Mac is going to be chased down. Akashi hoping he doesn't get mashed, but Tim's with another hook shot coming on and just came up just in time to be able to kill the Nature's Prophet, and Polaris get as Pokerino is going to be the only one to get out of that fight there. Blacklist, they needed that victory there because all their side lanes were pushing in, but that victory should be able to get them Roshan.
Should it? They're committing for this tier 2. Exo's going to be out. Chrono is gone. You're up at 30 here if you're Polaris, and if you're not doing this now as Blacklist, I don't think you're getting it. Then it's a question of, if you're Polaris, do you just run to the pit here?
It's interesting. Blacklist, they think they have enough time.
Fast enough. Maybe it is. Just a little 30 on Furion. He was just so high level. Yeah, I guess you're Gucci with everything. Huge room for them. And that goes back to where if you're Polaris and you are getting jumped, that is just not a good setup for you. Your lineup does not function once the Chrono is down, once the hook shot's down. It's just a nightmare.
Yeah, I mean, we didn't get to see like the Sunray or Supernova counter initiation against the Chronosphere. You know, him being caught in the Chrono, I think is like I agree that I think the Sunray probably isn't going to be good enough, but I think maybe it gives you a fighting chance. But if he's in the Chronosphere too, then you're just done.
That was a huge grab from Raven. If you maybe if you get the egg off before the Chrono lands, you have some hope there, but it's still just not a good setup for you. You want to be the ones jumping here. And what do you think about this item choice from Boss Q? As you watch this fight. I mean, Sunray is healing a lot. That's the second Sunray of the fight, but there's just no fight back versus Faceless Void. And the jumps were just way too good. The Chrono, the 2-man hook shot. You're not killing Faceless Void during BKB, and he's killing you. But this Refresher Orb, this is a very interesting early Refresher Orb on Timber. Do not feel like I've seen this almost ever.
Yeah, this would be a first time for me. I mean, I kind of get it. Refresher is a lot of regen. Timbersaw uses that regen really well. So it's 7 mana regen, 13 HP. It's double BKB. Okay, that is very powerful. But to get it before your BKB is not even down to 6 seconds. Very curious.
I think this is a little early, but I believe his rationale is that if he gets jumped in BKBs, he wants to be able to reset the fight and then still have another one up to go in to make space. Like, Boss Q wants to be the one getting jumped because he does not want his other 2 cores getting jumped, right? That's a recipe for disaster for Blacklist. They'll get bursted, and then that fight's hard. So he wants to frontline. He wants to use his BKB for frontline, but he doesn't want to be in a position where he has to use it off a poke. Let's say he gets X and arrows coming. Do you BKB that, right? okay, if he has to BKB it because he doesn't want to get jumped on the follow-up, then he still wants to have another one up for the fight that's going to dissuade Polaris from committing. This is the rationale I could see in this game that makes it kind of cool. But I do feel like it's just a little early in the item progression. I don't know. It just looks weird to me this early. Because you're not really refreshing anything else. It's just, you're refreshing Cloak of Flames? I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, if you went like Scythe and then Refresher, that would make a ton of sense, right?
That just seems better to me.
But I do like your explanation. Because like Polaris, as you said, when they do that kind of poke, they get the BKB out of it. They can't just go smoke and then fight Blacklist because they're going to be thinking, well, the Timbersaw does have a second.
Yes, that seems pretty annoying. The thing is the poke that scary? You have double force on your supports, you know? I feel like you have ways to get him out of him. I don't think the burst is that fast. Maybe it's scary if you get like rebounded on and disposed into the team. I could see that argument being pretty scary. It's interesting. We'll see if it pays off. Maybe it'll pay off. You do have a Hex now on map. So that poke is a little scarier. You get disposed in and you get hexed. You're kind of dead there, unless the chrono comes through.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Mac.
Looking.
Almost getting caught. It is nighttime. That is the only reason he is still alive. Or at least his BKB is still intact anyway.
I mean, Raven's right there. You can't BKB. You're getting chronoed.
That's true. All right, well, Polaris are all looking at their next round of items, but they're all pretty far away. CML does have, did you say he had an Eon disc earlier? Oh, Boomy gets caught. Bye-bye, Boomy. Speaking of Boomy, he's trying to build Ags.
It would be nice if he gets it for single target burst, but this is a pretty greedy Mirana item. And honestly, I don't know how reliable the impact is in this game. I wouldn't mind Jules or even trying to get the Wind Waker in this game. Wind Waker's huge if they get it. I know it's a long way away, but you got to start thinking about going late here because you're not ending this game anytime soon if you're Polaris. This game is going late. You're going to have to rat it out and come up with a game plan to beat this lineup late game. Because we're already approaching that 40-minute mark. Raven's level 20. Aegis is about to expire, but this pretty much got him to his Scotty. He's a tanky Faceless Void now. Almost 3,000 HP. A lot for Marcy to cut through.
You know, I do have to say, I understand why a team would naturally be pretty greedy. Because when it goes right, I feel like it's the least stressful strategy from a pro play aspect, you know?
Oh, yeah.
Like Blacklist,
it's easy.
For the rest of the game, it kind of feels secure. I'm like, all right, this is chill.
Yeah, you don't have to do anything.
You don't have to make moves. You just respond to what the enemy does, see if they make mistakes.
I mean, why do you think Team Secret did it for like 3 years? They won a lot of lands off that shit.
They really did. Clem's back onto Boomy into the Static Storm, so he is dead. Bocarino is trying to go for the kill onto Bosku here, and if he got the bashes, maybe he could have gotten it, but does manage to Timber Chain away.
That's a pretty good spread.
Henry's keeping him alive, actually, pretty decently. The Chakram's doing some damage, and maybe still the chase down with the Spirit Siphon. Bocarino gets low, but he does manage to die.
Is he gonna pay
Carlo
for
makes
it?
the commitment there, and yeah, he was giving up his life to be able to get that kill on Bocarino. Maybe that wasn't worth it. Bosku use that refresher now. Pops it, but doesn't use the BKB. Doesn't have to. Not yet, anyway.
Now Polaris, they know there's no ults. You definitely look for something here.
Yeah, but apparently Bosku.
BKB.
Yeah, second BKB is forced.
I mean,
so now Polaris.
I think you keep looking.
They tried to catch him. Okay, Akashi with a nice teleport forward. The arrow comes forward, but it's not on the mark. Bosku able to jump over the side here. Goes for a TP out. If they get the Scythe or the X, no. Neither one goes off in time. Neither one was in range. And they do manage to get everybody out on the side of Blacklist after that.
And Boomy says wait as he unpauses on his own teammate. Very nice. I like that one. One of the X factors in this game, now that I'm watching these fights play out, is actually the Sprout. The Sprout leash is super good in this game. Because I don't think Faceless Void is going to have an answer.
Oh, yeah. Because he didn't build, like, other melee heroes go Battle Fury.
Yeah.
So you have the Quelling Blade naturally, but Faceless Void doesn't do that.
I mean, Raven has this in the backpack, but are you really swapping it in, right? I mean, and you're going to have to slot it out soon. If you sprout this Faceless Void at some point, it really screws him. You can also semi-leash this Timber. I mean, it's not that reliable because obviously it cuts everything down, but, you know, if you stun him or X him into it, maybe it messes him up for a second. Might be all you need. This is a really good Sprout leash game. Might be pretty annoying, and that was a fight where Marcy lived through that chrono, which is also a pretty good sign if you're Polaris. You're like, all right, maybe we do have enough to just tank this with some Rum and some Sunray, some extra armor if they can get to it. Raven wasn't feeling great about that fight. Went in, get a good core chrono, the guy walks away, and you have to kill your DP to kill him. And I don't know if Carl had to do that, but... That said, the scariest thing about Faceless Void late game is when refreshers come out. Because this hero is the best refresher carry in Dota. There's no ways about it. Double chrono, double BKB on this hero is absolutely terrifying. So Raven is building into that next. You can also get Shard off Roche later if it comes down to it. That's going to be a big test for Polaris. Can you survive 2 Chronospheres? Because I think this game is going to get to that point. You're going to need an answer. It might also get to a point where you can pool an Ags with somebody in this game, and there are a lot of very powerful Ags upgrades. Ags Egg, maybe you save somebody. Ags Disrupt Roll, absolutely devastating here. So both these teams could use super good Ags upgrades if they get it.
You know, looking at that last Chronosphere, part of the reason the Marcy lived for so long was the Chakram was sitting on him the entire time, and I can't help but thinking that like the trend for Timbersaws lately has been a more killer route on this hero. Most notably Aghanim Scepter, right? Yep. We're seeing these early Aghanim Scepters. We're seeing Blink Dagger Scythe, Double Chakram, just like tons and tons of damage. And you know what, the Chronosphere, I kind of feel like I would love to see an Aghanim Scepter on this Timbersaw, but Bosku doesn't think it's the way. Do you agree with this? Like, he is still focusing on being initiated on and surviving through it, because now he's thinking about going a Yule Scepter.
I think it's weird because normally I would say Blacklist are very greedy, but it almost feels like they didn't itemize too greedy. Like, who wants to frontline in the fights and force the issue? Is it Carl with the early greaves, BKB, Sange, and Kaya? Or is it Bosku with double BKB off this refresher BKB? And then if it's only one of them, right, then in theory you want the other itemizing for a bit more damage. I mean, this DP build is still damage, but I think this build also allows her to frontline if you went that Ags build on Timber. And then if your DP dies, you don't care as much, right? Because then Timber just blink Hex, double Chakram somebody, and they disappear.
Careful there, Bosku. I'm fairly certain you're not allowed to go B. This is already a problem in, I think, one of the Western European games.
Oh, he's asking to go to the bathroom or what?
Well, apparently we're having a headset issue for Polaris, so Bosku said, all right, well, it's going to take this long, and then we'll go to the bathroom.
You know, I actually have Bosku muted. I was like, where is this in the chat? It's not a BM.
This from Animajor?
Yeah, this is from playing against these guys, you know. Yeah. All these SEA teams span so many lines and chat wheels and all these noise. It's like, I just mute them all. So it's not a BM mute, but I did kind of find it funny. Like, oh, I actually had muted from back in the day. I mean, it's one of those things, you go in the series and you open that scoreboard and you just pentamute straight down the board. There's certain teams you just gotta do it, man. You just gotta do it, you know. SEA teams, South American teams, they're all up there. I think I have most of those regions muted at this point, to be honest.
OG, I assume. OG, right?
No, I never muted OG.
Really?
Yeah.
Really?
I just thought it was funny because, like, you know what they're doing, you know? It's like, oh, here's Seb spamming his voice line for the 20th time this game. Yeah, cool, bro. At a certain point, you just don't care because you know, they're not doing it to be annoying. They're doing it to, like, psych you out. But if you know they're doing it to psych you out, it doesn't really psych you out.
Oh, okay. So because you understand that it's a psychological game for OG, it doesn't get under your skin, but if it's just being done to be annoying,
these teams they're pure chaos. You know, they're not using it to psych you out. They're just doing it because they can press the button and they can spam. Coincidence? I think not for a billion times in a game, even if they're getting steamrolled, right? Like, so the thing about OG is they spam a lot of voice lines, but if you're beating them, they don't spam it as much. You know, and it kind of goes away. It's a mental thing they're doing. These guys, they have no reason. They have no purpose. It's just endless voice line spam. Why? I don't want to hear this. I can't take it anymore. So you get muted. You get muted. That's what's up. You know?
Muted.
I mean, honestly,
a rampage mute.
I think players get used to it. They kind of just don't notice anymore.
Yeah, for sure.
Like by the end, I don't think I noticed voice lines at all, really. It's just noise in the game.
Yeah.
But it's
that's why you need a particularly annoying voice line to really be able to cut through, which, you know, Force found his.
I mean, I respect that. So I'll respect you back. You know, that's how it works.
Mm-hmm. No, I mean, all it says is they were doing something right.
Now, it is Bosku, so it's also possible I just muted him because I played a pub with him, but nothing personal. I have no doubt. You know, that's the thing. I think all Dota players have like 2/3 of the rest of the pool muted. Because at some point they played a pub and they're like, this guy is so annoying. They just muted.
Do you ever unmute people when you run into them in a pub? Because that's what I like. If I don't remember you, I'm like, well, I'll unmute this guy. I'll give you a second chance, you know?
Yeah, if it's someone I respect, you know. No, I must have muted Puppy accidentally. Sometimes. I mean, you unmute them when you go play with them, you know.
Right.
I'm sure a lot of these SE guys, they have each other muted, and then like a year later, they end up with a team. They end up on a team with the dude, and they're like, "Oh shit, I have you muted, bro." You know, you don't tell them that. You just unmute them, and then you don't tell them you ever had him muted because that's kind of BM. Mm-hmm. That happens. I think that happens a lot more than people say.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I definitely heard. I've definitely heard some players talk some shit about some other players, and then, you know, 2 years later, they end up on the same team with them. And I remember that. I always think about that. I never bring it up. I never like drop that in a cast or anything like that because, you know, I don't want that to get out and be the cause of some sort of team issue. But it is.
It happens
funny.
a lot.
Like, oh, that guy's garbage.
You know what it is? It's that meme where like the two dogs on either side of the window are like snarling and barking at each other. And then the dog just like walks around and they're all chill. That's what it is. It's all this trash talk and hate and muting and tips. And then you're on the same team. You're like, oh, no, I respect you, bro. I always respect you. It's like, what? No, you didn't.
Okay, so this was a recent conversation because of the OG documentary about Seb and the major stand and all that sort of thing. And obviously there was a fair amount of shit talking called Sock's mega choker, right?
Yeah.
And like part of the explanation is that is a way to like tribalize your team, you know, like them bad, us good, you know, like, and it's a powerful force. But it sounds like to me you think part of that is that they're just lying. There's some bullshit.
I mean, I'm not gonna say that, you know. Don't ask me to say that, but there's always a little kernels of truth, you know. Somewhere deep down, it's like I do kind of think this guy sucks, but that's also just competition. Like you got to think other people are worse. Otherwise, how are you gonna go and meet them?
Sure.
So like that type of thing. It's not that they hate Sox, but they think he's terrible or something. Like obviously they don't, because they picked him to play with him in the first place. They talk about how great it is, but it's like you also got to go in these matches thinking you're the better team and the better players, and that's where trash talk comes into play. You know,
I feel like there are certain players though you can't like. Is anybody going into it and being like, yeah, dude, Miracle's like, oh shit, man, you're gonna crush him. You're gonna like. I feel like that doesn't work. You know?
I mean, they might say it, but do they believe it? You know, that's a big question. I'll tell you one thing. We're talking about you know, do people believe this? I'll tell you one guy who always believes it. That was PPD. That guy. That man thought everybody else was trash. And I fully believe that he believed it, like 100%. And that was powerful at the time. That was powerful. I was like, oh shit, you know, maybe these guys are trash. And then, you know, Sumail solo kills their enemy like 4 times. You're like, oh, maybe he's right.
He was right.
He might have been. I don't know. I'm just saying that's one of the guys I believe that he actually 100% believed it when he said it, you know?
Yeah.
Because some people say that and it's whatever. Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
I had
turns
people
out speak loudly and carry a big stick. It turns out it works if you've got, you know, like
if you back
Sumail on your team.
That always helps, you know. 2016 Sumail was definitely made a lot of people look like the trash that they thought they were. You know? Doesn't help when you're like trash talking OG and you don't play him and they're all
Tidal Wave
20 and 0
on Tim's.
Okay.
Bad start for Blacklist. And this good one. A two-man Chronosphere. Sunray's lined up.
That's
trying
right.
to heal these units. They're actually keeping them okay. The Static Storm is locking down a little bit. BKBs go off and they didn't have the damage. Now they have to retreat on out of here. Look at Pokerino. Wanted the kill on Raven. Not going to be able to get it. Overextended himself and now he's dead. They survived through the Chronosphere and they thought, well, it's just free game now. Kashi held on to his BKB. Good call by him. He's going to TP out. 80 bashes. Oh, one swing was all he got, and it was not a bash from Raven.
This is the Roche fight, so you lost vision control. Lost your Marcy, lost your egg. And that's a tough fight, because that Chrono's really good, but you do survive it with the double Sunray. Something else we didn't mention, but you can Sunray here, and then just egg and Sunray again with the shard. So it's a lot of heal getting pumped into this. On top of the Sprouts in the Chrono have been spot on from Akashi, blocking out a lot of the damage from this Void, who does not want to play with a Quelling Blade. Or might have to at some point in this game, I don't know.
Bosku, once again, used his refresher immediately after the BKB usage. So he does have that. If they get the chain stuns, nope, got it off. Got it off, stops Cinder chaining away, should be okay. Raven's gonna come in though. Once again, not getting the first hit bash and is gonna go for the X. X torrent interrupted by Tims with the hook. Now Bosku goes and finishes him off. Static Storm on out on Akashi. Doesn't have the BKB. Can't use this Satanic either. This is AU finishing him off with the Static Storm, and nobody from Blacklist is gonna let players survive.
Committed.
CML immediately A on disc.
Back in.
Nimmersaw kill, managed to finish him off. You get to bash? No. Raven managed to time walk away, but they see him tidal wave. They get the bash now. Burrito finally gets it. A Yule Scepter onto the clockwork. Blacklist win the first part of the team fight, but Polaris in force. Buy back, and now Roshan is available to them, and it's up to Blacklist. Is Blacklist going to buy back and try and play for Roshan, even when their ults are on cooldown?
They only have that Exo Chrono up in 9, but you're probably not getting here fast enough. And I think that's the right call. Save your buybacks for another day. Polaris making it work, buying themselves an Aegis here through those Chronospheres, quite literally. Furion and Kunkka buyback, double core. But you didn't use everything, right? Like 2 buybacks to get an Aegis and a big Roche kill, because that's Refresher Shard and cheese. And Refresher Shard for Mac is pretty nice here. Double Hex, double Ghost Ship, double Tidal Wave. Need I say more? That might just win you a fight.
Double Tidal Wave. Send him back to the fountain.
Also pretty rare you don't give this to Phoenix, but I agree. I think it should be on Kunkka here, because I think double Hex is better than double Egg. I don't think the eggs are winning you the fight. I think it's initiation and control. Now you have control of the game and you're pushing base.
This Marcy, we're beginning to see some late game Marcy.
Oh yeah. It is scary, man. It is absolutely scary. Late game slipping away from Blacklist a little. That was the Roshan day
one. At the same time, I mean, if they get one team fight, Polaris, they'll just lose the game straight up. Akashi in some trouble. The Scythe interrupts the Cards pushback, and Akashi has a chance here to still use the BKB if he wants to. X, nice counter. Counter to the Glimpse. Full flag. Chronosphere, nice Sprout usage immediately. The Sunray goes in, healing him up, and that's going to be a wasted Chronosphere. Blacklist are in some trouble now. Carino knows it too. He jumps forward, off the BKB. They've got the Scythe under Raven. They're locking him down. If they get him, he's dead. They could just force the buyback, and perhaps Polaris can keep on going for more. Bosku at a third of its HP, daring to go for Mac here through it all. With the help of Carl, they will be able to run down Pokerino, but now they've got the tidal waves coming through, and Akashi's laying out the damage. Carl's trying to heal himself up as much as possible, but on the side, Raven did manage to come back and finish off Mac. Akash fighting for his life here with this Aegis. Life number 1 gonna go down, but if they can finish off one of these heroes, Bosku living, and the Yule's glimpse back is gonna be able to finish off one. Akashi Trying to go for the teleport out, but it's going to be denied by the silence. Trying, no, the Eagle Scepter just in time. We almost got Bosku. Bosku living on a prayer in this last team fight. Played that last one at like 1,000 HP or less the entire time. Survives through it all, and now Polaris have no buybacks and very little chance to hold.
7,000 damage coming out from that Timber. Can't ask for higher impact from this Timber's on an extended engagement like that, especially when you have to use this Void buyback with no chrono. These initiation chronos are just not the ticket anymore. The Sprout is destroying him. You need a Battle Fury or something even then. I don't know, it feels like the tank ability is suddenly there for Polaris versus Faceless Void, but it's not there for the other two carries. And suddenly you have an Ags on this Disruptor. So A, you might just end the game here if you're not aware of this and you catch a big core kill. Because like you said, those buybacks still on cooldown for 45 and 70 seconds here, and you have Exo up in 5.
3 versus 5. So long for the Nature's Prophet to be able to come back into play, even if the Kunkka is up. So much of their damage comes from the Nature's Prophet. Blacklist can really push the envelope here. How much are they going to be able to get? They're going to try and go for 2 lanes. Not immediately it for tier 4s, it seems.
I think there was a throne possibility, but it's hard to make that call. You have this hard on Bosku. He's 5,000 HP. Can you cut through it? Now you might need your Sunray aggressively instead of defensively. You have to pick one or the other. Can't have it all.
No. Well, the Exorcism is down now. That'll slow down the push significantly, especially given how Raven, you can see he is so skittish. He was the one person to buy back in that last team fight. And unfortunately, he's a lot of building damage when the Exorcism is down, so they really could not get that melee barracks. Not able to get nearly as much as I like you said, I thought there was a throne possibility. I thought potentially the game could just end straight up. A Blacklist play it pretty safe. They play it slow and have now gone back for a smoke and a reattempt, a re-engagement here. Fresh Chronosphere. Fresh second Chronosphere. Ready to go.
Bosku is just trying to bait him in. They want to see the heroes with no buys. Furion or Kunkka, if you show and you get chronoed in a Static Storm, that probably is just the game here with the refresher. That is all Blacklist want to see.
I mean, that is just so much control. Chronosphere plus Aghanim's Static Storm. I don't know how you're going to live through that.
You need buybacks, and they don't have them. That's the problem here.
Trying to get him with the tidal wave. Him in. Trying to cuff it with an arrow. That was cute.
I mean, what's the downside of just letting this Timber siege here? And it's not the fastest, but you know they're all stuck in base.
Yeah. And he can flamethrower for extra damage.
They're going to smoke up again. They have a ward, so they're going to ward and try and get the jump for Raven. Again, you're looking for Furion or Kunkka. No buys.
Oh, the Chronosphere misses! Oh, Poke gets out of there. Now he's going to jump onto the Death Prophet. Hits him with the stun. Eagle Scepter immediately going down. Poke now pops his BKB. They're gunning for the Death Prophet. They're going to try and push her down. He needs more help, though. They have the second Chrono. The second Chronosphere does manage to catch Nothing. After run, the Supernova explosion. Wolverine is left on the wrong side of things, though. And Mac is being hammered by the Faceless Void right now. X back in. Pulled in by the Glimpse, and he's dead. 2 dead with no buyback. Akashi in some trouble. Has to pop his BKB. Goes for the Death Prophet. Immediately healed up by the good Exorcism goes. Oh, they are running out of power now. They try and leap away. That's a third hero dead with no buyback. AU finds the Glimpse. Static Storm onto the Phoenix. Up for the finish off as that's all their team fight. Akashi surrounded, bashed up repeatedly by Raven. And as well, Polaris will lose game number 1 as Blacklist do manage to push it to the late game. And that is where their expertise shines.
I mean, they won the late game fights without Chronos, basically.
Yeah.
I mean, that Chrono stalls up a little bit on the back end, but basically, Raven didn't do much in that last fight. The first Chrono missed. The second one, he ran away from it. And that fight is still not even close. The triple carry just coming online for Blacklist in that late game. I mean, maybe quad carry, Static Storm Ags is no joke. There's just no damage when you're getting jumped on like that if you're Polaris here. So maybe back to the drawing board in terms of how do we want to play versus Blacklist team that we know wants to do this every single game? They want to go late. They want to have triple carry. They want to get to a point where the force is just way too unstoppable. Even with some extra Roshans that I'm not sure Polaris should have gotten in this game, those fights are still way too hard. So you either have to be very confident in your scale in building the lead to get there, or you can outpace them. And I feel like you should just outpace them, because I think this team, they're pretty damn greedy, and they can get out tempo. Like, you can play these Beast Lycan lineups, you can play this Lycan Shadow Fiend, Visage Luna like we saw earlier today. This stuff in theory can just run Blacklist over. I think you have a pretty decent shot. That's what I would do, but obviously the onus is on them because Blacklist have put them in a corner with this game one.
Yeah, they have. Polaris, they need to be able to come up with a way to get out of this hole that they're in. They're currently 1-5. They lose this, it's heading to the lower division. So 2 games. That's what Polaris needs to be able to have a chance to get into tiebreakers, to have a chance to stay in the upper division. Otherwise, they're going back where they came from, lower division. And that would be a rough hope for them. But we are going to take a quick break as we head into game number 2. Check in with the panel.
Polaris on the brink right now in Blacklist Rivalry, feeling confident that they can continue to replicate the strategy that has found them occasional success, occasional failure in this tour number 1, because they did it. They do what they always do. 3 cores, farm all day, hope the enemy team makes mistakes, then win. And it worked.
Sure. Who did it work against, you know? That was
Polaris
that's the
Esports.
question.
But that's their opponent, so it just has to work against them. It doesn't have to work against
That's
other
all it
teams.
has to work against. They're not out here playing Game and Gladiators or anything. And for what it's worth, they also recognize their weaknesses. So the bans from Blacklist Rivalry, Coddle, Enigma, Beastmaster, Drow Ranger, Lycan. They know that they can get run over, and so they're just taking these heroes out of the pool. And instead, Polaris, I don't know, were they hoping to out-team fight? Is that the idea?
I feel like they are trying to outpace them, but the laning phase didn't go according to plan. I feel like they should be winning the lanes from the start.
It was so weird to me because Polaris at the first 2 minutes, they were like top 3 CS. And then I don't really know what happened, but it just kind of went the other way. And then Carl started to take over. There's this break. I don't know if he planned this, but teams walked into their jungle. He tanked a ghost ship and then DP exiled mid, and they had no more ghost ship. I really wonder if that was planned in his head, like, you know, I'm gonna bait spells here, pressure mid, but it worked out a lot for them. And then I feel like Polaris, they had this lineup where they could kill the Void, they could kill DP, they could kill Timber with the Sunray and the Marcy. They look so strong, but there are so many fights where the Marcy blinked in and couldn't really catch anyone, and then they spent a lot of time chasing, not enough lockdown.
Yeah, you weren't a fan of Marcy's itemization this game, were you?
I would have preferred if he went Basher into Daedalus.
You wanted damage as opposed to initiation?
I think he had initiation with the blink. He just needed to kill heroes with BKB, yeah.
Okay.
Because I think once the BKB runs out, you see how Blacklist fight? Like every fight, they're running away from BKB and then they turn.
Yeah, look at how everything is like happening in the team fights. You know, they come in, they're waiting for somebody to go on like either the Timber or the DP, and then the Chrono comes here. But if you can kill the first target quickly enough, if you go on him or with your Marcy, then I think the fights are going to be very different for your team. But because they couldn't really kill whoever they're going in, so it gave the Void a lot of time to come in and just wait and see if he gets a good... He didn't really get a good chrono every time, but he got a couple of really good chronos, which eventually won them the game. You know, in the last 10 minutes of the game, I don't feel like he did much with his chronos, but they still won.
It is weird that both Kunkka and Marcy kind of went utility, because Kunkka went Scythe of Vice into Aghanim Scepter, and then Marcy went into like the Blink BKB Abyssal as opposed to a Daedalus. And so no wonder they were struggling to kill people. The only person who built damage was the Nature's Prophet.
Yeah, but that resulted also in them not having Skadi against Faceless Void DP Timber, which was, I think it kind of worked against them in the end. They had a lot of damage with Sunray. It's just that the stuns weren't really landing, and Blacklist, they were like really clutch 4 stuff coming out from the supports, I think in like 2 or 3 fights, which just kind of got kited all the time.
Carl, our MVP on the Death Prophet, do you know did he buy the shard or did he get it from Roche? Because those fears at the end of the game on the Spirit Siphon were actually like doing a lot of work.
I want to say he got it from Roche, but I'm not too sure.
Do you think he'll buy something where he can get it for free from Roche?
Yeah, but Raven also had
Raven
a shard.
had a
though.
shard,
So
yeah.
does Raven get it or does DP get it? Because
Raven had a shard before they took Roche. from
okay,
what-
then yeah, he probably he got it for free. But solid performance. And how about that BKB refresher Timbersaw build?
It was kind of cool. I was telling Winder I saw Nisha Kunka do it. He's playing against Zeus, and he went BKB, and it was like, I think maybe AC, and then he bought Refresher, or Shadowblade Refresher, something like that. It was just no active items. And then eggs dropped from Roche. I was like, he's buying Refresher, so he gets the eggs. That's like next level. And then Mike takes the eggs. I'm like, all right, it's just BKB Refresher.
Yeah, it works because if you just need the frontliner and all they need is spell immunity, then why not just buy a refresher, I suppose. It works out in game number 1, and now clock is ticking for Polaris Esports to find a solution. Let's see if they can deduce one before game number 2. Polaris Esports sweating right now because they are potentially one game away from being locked for relegation. And Blacklist Rivalry feeling a little bit more comfortable because I know after the first week and a half we were watching them and we were like, oh geez, these guys might get relegated soon. But so far comfortable, although there is still a possibility for tiebreakers if things come up. And now Polaris, let's say same bands. We know the strategy. We know what Blacklist are going to do. They are going to play for late. Polaris this time they first picked Mirana and then they first phased the Kunkka. How heavy do you want to go on the push? Because those are not push heroes.
I feel like if you see Clock Disruptor, usually the more common answer is the Beast.
Okay.
Or more common response. NP Beast.
Lycan.
I guess Lycan is now in the pool as well, so I wouldn't hate to see that. I think it's really good against the two openings, even TB. Just the concept
Really?
of like
Coddle TB or just TB?
No, just TB. Like
Okay.
Mirana, Disruptor, Clockwork, TB.
Okay.
And I think they need that kind of hero to help them play the game. I think it also helps against what Blacklist had, like having a, I guess it's hard to say in retrospect, but having like a TB or Lycan there stops a lot of these mech buying offlaners, the DP, the
That was a mech buying mid laner.
There's no other example. Okay, but yeah, DP, I think it's a big comfort for them. I would like to see Polaris go a bit faster, like every set. I think it's important that they have easy more on the lanes. I think that's very important. They need to get through the laning phase with an advantage.
But they did do that in game 1.
Yeah, I think they should get the DP and say they get DP and then they get the lanes that they want.
Yeah.
DP allows them to play fast, you know. I mean, they have the same kind of lineup in the first game where if they did well in the lanes, they should be able to snowball, but they just didn't win their lanes enough, you know. So for me, I would keep things simple and just make sure you draw strong lanes.
What was I guess part of the complication for this one, having a Phoenix looked good, but doesn't really help with keeping the game fast, team fight oriented, cooldown dependency. And so I'm with you, Adam, because originally you were saying that you like the Polaris draft, but it's harder to execute.
Yeah, I felt like I think the NP pick was what convinced me the most because they had this DP against Kunkka and Polaris have a sort of faster lineup there. Like they can take this skirmish and then having this NP, Raf and TP in is always the +1 there, you know?
Right.
So they have something to play for.
So we have a swap around, right? Blacklist is doing
Just the Mirana.
first pick Mirana, but Polaris responds with a Doom Rubik. So that's probably their 3 and 4.
These heroes don't seem fast to me.
Doom
You can also just slow it down and have barely
Doom is like universal. He can be fast, he can be slow, he can be mediocre.
You can't take buildings unless you get
Meteor
Hammer. Meteor Hammer him. I'm sorry, I nearly forgot what was the item of the patch.
Everybody takes towers now.
Everybody takes towers.
I know I wanted them to play faster, but I like this approach from Polaris a bit more because I feel like Bok and Boomy, there have been a lot of times where they draft to win the lane, but Boomy always favors stacking and like going for a run instead of like playing the lane with Bok.
Sure.
So they have a more 5-5 kind of mindset, so I wouldn't mind seeing them draft to that as well.
Yeah, that's actually a pretty important point. Like I always mention about like, if you look at the teams that are doing well, you see like very, very apparent synergies between their 3 and 4.
Yeah.
Like you see like for Talon, Q and Jabs, they're really good at like working their synergy in the lane. Whereas for Polaris, it feels like they need to find like something that both of them can do, you know, Bok and Boomy, and agree to it together. You know, sometimes you just feel like Bok wants to play the lane, but Boomy's like, fuck you, I'm gonna gag mid, you know.
Yeah.
I need to help mid, or I need to stack, you know. He's doing something else, and then you look at Boomy, Bok, he's so sad, he's playing some Legion Commander, but his support is not in the lane.
You're never gonna forget that Legion Commander game, are you?
I'll try my best, but I always remember the Blade Mail with no boots.
He dreams of Bok when he closes his eyes.
Why can't you remember the good times? Bok had a lot of good Beastmaster performances, you know?
Fine, Mac Beastmaster, right?
Yes, I think that was it. Blacklist Rivalry 8th pick, a Primal Beast. Not as greedy as usual.
Yeah. Flex pick, because both of their cosplay, Cuckoo and Carl.
Yeah, I just don't know if I like it against Doom Rubik. I feel like these heroes are good against Primal Beast.
Doom is very good against Primal.
Rubik too, you always get pulverized for free. Can lift him mid-charge.
But do you feel like they are just picking it so that they get a flex hero and you're trying to pick something that a core that doesn't show too much? I mean, I'm not really a big fan of using the 8th pick that way, but I'm trying to figure out why would they do this here. And Primal is like kind of, you don't really care about your lane sometimes, you know. The hero plays well against most lanes.
Could be just a hero play Mirana. I think judging by how Blacklist have been playing this, probably Carl's hero. Because like I said, they want the 3-man.
But if you look at their bans, right, so now they ban Monkey. If they ban Ursa as well, then it might suggest that the Primal is off lane.
Well, I was going to talk about Monkey and Bed, but I think we might see a Wraith King against the Doom later on. I think that could be what they're banning for. Also, banning Monkey against Polaris is like, if you have a free ban, you're definitely going to do it. I think it's the only hero that Akashi looked really, really good on.
Wraith King against Doom.
It's classic.
Yeah.
I mean, something else we see are these like more Raven hero, I guess, would be a TA. Just take Aegis, you know, kind of easy. We see a TB ban as well.
Don't you feel like TA is a nicer route since you're going to be able to abuse, because you don't have cooldown, right? So you just keep running at him and then you can take Roche and then the game. I guess that's not how they like to play Dota. Wraith King is like, if you are playing slow, then sure, you know.
This is a pretty good Wraith King game. I don't know if you can just pick it here, though. The hero's not like...
How strong is the hero now?
Not very strong.
I mean, sure, Radiance
is cheap.
Radiance is cheap, but I don't know if I believe in that hero.
Me neither. I think the lane's pretty hard too against Doom and.
So they're going
Rubik.
Shadow Fiend because they don't play morphing, right? Otherwise, I would say morph. But
That's true, actually.
Yeah.
Raven.
he
not
doesn't play the morphing now. So I assume he's going to be playing the Shadow Fiend here.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's a safe lane SF.
Hey, it's Geek Slate.
Yeah, I remember this draft, right? Clockwork, Darkseer, and
Exactly
Doom.
the same form.
What was the last year? Ursa?
In the game where he was playing Doom, it wasn't Ursa. The game where he was playing Doom, Scam was playing. I don't remember.
Bloodseeker.
Bloodseeker, there you go. In game 2, when he's playing Ursa, Cox was on the Tiny.
So they pair the SF with a Trian, just a classic. You want somebody to protect the SF in the lane. He's very useful at protecting the SF in the team fights. But his laning is a lot weaker right now. I've seen some teams start to
Trian?
play the hero again. Yeah, Trian.
Liquid's picking it. That's all you need to know.
But how good is the hero still? Like the laning is pretty big difference right now compared to before. So if you still want to pick the hero, it's more about the mid to late game, right? He's still as strong as before later in the game.
I do agree the laning's less OP. I think it was broken, but now it's not horrible. It's still one of the more okay heroes considering Undying's like permaban.
But even this game, I don't even see Living Armor being that useful. There's so much magic damage on Polaris. Like, you put Living Armor on Primal Beast, he's still gonna feel kind of vulnerable.
It's still armor.
Yeah, that's true.
It's still good for the carries.
Also nice control, I think. Playing with SF, you know, you generally have... SF's not really a jump into your hero, it's more of a Ice Siege Tower, come fight us kind of thing.
Yeah, and Triumph practically wants to play like that as well. You sit behind your carry, you wait for them to jump your carry, then you click your R, and then everybody dies. That's the kind of game you want. So they're banning out the Void, the Drow.
There's a lot of carries banned out.
Yeah, I mean, they don't want heroes that can jump and kill the SF right away, or heroes that can outrange the SF, so they ban out Drow. I mean, if you want to outrange the SF, there's still Sniper, but you have Primal.
So Polaris thinks SF is mid, which can make sense too against the Doom. It's pretty free lane. I would say you definitely super free farm. Is there anything they can pick here to punish this Bloodseeker?
But don't you feel like if you put the SF mid, it's quite more vulnerable compared to safe lane? It's easier to ganking.
I think because you see this Darkseer, you're gonna have a free matchup top, and then you're gonna have this SF with armor and a free pos 5 to help. If that makes sense.
Yeah. But wouldn't you say that if they pick AM and SF, it's a bit too greedy, even though for Blacklist?
It is, but it's still a free lane. I don't think it was a great AM game. I can see a Lone Druid though. I think a Lone Druid would have been really strong. What's the pick here? Cuckoo Visage.
Oh, you want this Primal Beast to go mid?
I wouldn't hate it. CK. I like CK.
Cheap hero, I like.
Is it a cheap hero?
Yeah, CK is cheap compared to the other cores that they are picking. CK is way cheaper than their Drow Terrorblade.
Well, I've liked Bloodseeker a bit more, but I guess CK is more independent.
You're right. Bloodseeker is really good against their heroes, but CK is stronger in the lane if you are looking for kills with Trian.
They also have a pairing with the Mirana now too, right?
Yeah.
So Mirana has like a lot of lanes too.
They have a lot of kill potential with any two heroes, you know, CK3, CK, Mirana.
I wonder if we'll see a Magic SF.
But don't you want to go physical because you have a CK? CK, he's going to fight for you. And isn't the SF a win condition here in this setup?
Yeah, and if you get doomed, then you're useless.
Yeah,
with
that's
magic
true.
and stuff.
That's true.
And Doom doesn't care about dooming anyone else in this game other than SF. Last pick, Slark for Akashi.
This looks like an awful slot game to me.
He has Iron Shell, but...
Yeah, but you're gonna die.
Yeah, there's a lot of
Your Doom's gonna lose his lane badly, and then the Slark... I don't think Slark wins his lane. I might be wrong, but I feel like Primal wins most of his lanes. Not a fan of Polaris' draft.
Yep, the lanes are going to be really hard. The Slug Rubik is going to definitely have trouble against the Primal Mirana. And if you look at mid lane, SF Doom, that's already self-explanatory.
Yeah.
The only lane that it might be okay for them is the off lane.
Trian, that's so strong.
But even, I mean, I feel like out of the three lanes, that's the lane that they're probably going to be most okay. You know, the other two lanes, I feel like it's
I
harder.
guess so. But my problem with their draft is their draft looks like they need to do well in lanes.
Yeah, it's a Darkseer Slug draft, you know. You need to snowball and use the Iron Shell and run around and kill people. But you can't do that if you don't win your lanes.
And then is Clockwork and Darkseer even going to play the lane? Or are they just going to cut waves all day? Because I feel like Tree and CK...
I think you play the lane and you get a kill at level 2, and then you move on with your life.
Okay. Our work here is done. I'm washing my hands of that lane, and I'm washing my hands of this analysis because I want to get into the cast with Cap and SVG.
Well, they've washed their hands of this game. We're about to get ours dirty as we head into game 2 of this series to determine who's going to be heading down to the lower division, or if we're going to be going to some tiebreaker scenarios, which is still possible, but unlikely. Even if a player loses this, there's Geek Slate who would have to beat Talon, which I feel like they're not quite in good enough shape to do so.
Yeah, I don't know about that one, Chief. That sounds like an outlier.
This one probably is going to determine the whole lot of things here. And Polaris going off the back of Darkseer, Clock, Slark. Lane's very important here, Avery. How are you feeling about it?
I just feel like they don't really have man-up damage. Like, who's going to fight this SF and BKB or fight this CK with Heart, Armlet, Phantasm? Or fight this Primal Beast who's also going to have an early BKB? I feel like the early BKBs are going to cause Polaris a lot of issues in these fights, and then I don't really know how you gain momentum, because you can't force objectives, you can't force roads, you can't force towers. You're not that amazing at splitting the map, so I feel like this game is pretty straightforward for Blacklist, unless I'm missing something big. Now, if it goes really late and it gets really clowny, these Slark Darkseer lineups become really weird, because you can just pounce in and pounce out and start poking people and maybe get a huge back into the cog. Someone's randomly doomed. It's like a lot of spells that can just make the fight super chaotic, and it kind of favors these Polaris lineups. But when I think about these types of lineups, I think of Entity. I feel like Entity has run Darkseer Slark more than almost anybody. And they almost always do it either with overwhelming team fight, like with Undying, Disruptor type stuff, or some sort of displacement. Like you have a Tiny who can toss someone in and set the fight up that way, or Disruptor who can extend the fight off chases. Like, these sort of mechanisms make their ball work, because then they have ways to force you to fight the ball in an awkward position. But I don't feel like this Polaris draft has that. They don't have a way to displace heroes. They don't have a way to just run you down. They have like a hook and clog you back, and that's it. So you have to use this. Clock has to be on point. They have to use those initiations really well to set the fights up for Slark to get some stacks, because I don't see him just running in and man fighting people for stacks.
Yeah. This is pretty interesting here. They already had a slight plan for the Darkseer Clockwork lane. They start off with the tri-lane. Now, of course, that's not going to last for long, because Primal Beast cannot with a 1v1 against Slark very well. I know that one. But they did just make sure that like Bocarino wasn't going to be able to have like that first free wave where you double Ion Shell. They just kick him out of experience range. So Blacklist already kind of prepared for this strategy, I would say, in some ways, though AU is going to be in some trouble here. A lot of Ion Shell damage with the battery assaults. Raven's going to come over and help out, though, so AU's not going to die, especially now with that Leech Seed heal, but he will take a lot of damage on his way out.
Definitely a lot of damage, but huge advantage on this lane. They missed an entire wave of XP and gold on this dual ball, which is super debilitating for Darkseer, because this hero, he's okay with not getting a lot of net worth. He's not okay with getting denied XP. You fall behind, suddenly you can't play aggressive with back kills. You have to go surge and try and survive. This CK has a good matchup anyway. Double sustain on this lane. Does not bode well for the longevity of this lane for Boke here, who's already out of mana. Like, he is ferrying out a single mango, and that is it, and he's still level 1. This is very taxing on the Darkseer's resources. Another reason why those early waves are super important, because otherwise you just run out of mana on this hero.
Yeah.
So he's gonna have a rough lane here, I think. It should be very rough from here on out. And Polaris are gonna have to make it up somewhere else. Maybe Mac free farming mid with extra Devour gold. That sounds like a decent way to do it. But then he has to become more of a playmaker Doom and get some action going.
I've been playing this Darkseer a little bit lately, especially with some of the build that people are going, Arcane Boots, Ring of Health. And the early mana is a big problem with this build. If something does go wrong early on, like Soul Ring, the Soul Ring build up, you know, like even if Soul Ring's kind of a bad item now, like it's much cheaper, right? Pull out Arcane Boots, especially if you get the Ring of Health first. So it's a very different kind of lane setup. You definitely need these early bits to go well. So definitely concerning for Book. We'll see how he and Boomy recovers.
Maybe the one upside is you're versus a double melee lane. And often Darkseer, especially Darkseer with a strong support, Clock is basically one of the best. It's like Clock, Tiny, Breaker, and Nyx, I guess. But Clock is always the strongest skirmisher without creeps, tanking up the battery. So since they're versus double melee, it's probably pretty hard to just aggressively deny Boke a lot of this lane, despite the really good. But I think Raven is going to have a really free game here on this Chaos Knight. Like, I don't see them pressuring him with the start he's had, plus some extra tree and heal. And this is a
And then mid lane
decent
should be
CK.
pretty free as well, right? SF versus a melee hero. So Carl, 22 and 8. He's doing very well for himself with more CS coming in too. So this is going to be a rough one.
Carl's having a really good time. Mac did get ice armor though. The bane of every mid laner. A spell of "You shall never kill me again." Ha ha ha. Good luck.
Extra free 5 armor for that period of time. Nice pick off. That's going to be your first blood. So finally, something going right for Polaris, as this top lane wasn't super exciting, but you do finally manage to get that kill with the level 2 battery assault and level 2 ion shell, which is just tons and tons and tons of damage.
All right, they did not get punished after that rough start. Boke is now completely back net worth wise. He has a lot of resources. He has boots coming out on top of the mangoes that Boomy has been feeding him. But that's a big kill right there. Boss Q showing him who's boss. Get this dumbass fish out of my lane.
Yeah, that is going to feel really good, especially since you already gave up that first blood. You want to make sure your other side lane isn't going too bad. And in fact, it's going a whole lot better. Managed to get the kill onto the Slark. One of the upsides, as long as you don't have to deal with the static 1v1 of Slark just constantly stealing your stats, AoE damage of Primal Beast is really effective against Slark early.
I feel like this matchup is pretty nice for Primal, outside of maybe in the late game. I think you're just all magic AoE with the AoE stun and a decent ult if you can ever land it.
The lane can go really bad depending on the support matchup. Because if Slark starts getting ahead, one of the things about it is that he pounces on you and you can't onslaught out.
Yeah, that part sucks.
So, yeah.
That's kind of Slark lanes in general, though, you know? It's like he's either killing you or you're killing him. And then he either gets 6 ahead of you and you feel bad, or he gets denied level 6 and he's just super slow in the game. Hero doesn't have a lot of in-between. So maybe this is one of those in-betweens? I don't know. Cast or cursing myself. But this is another kind of quiet early game, which is probably favored for Blacklist, because I feel like, again, they're not some super fast tempo team. They kind of just want to play a slower game. And this Clockwork Darkseer is generally a lineup where you want to get snowballing. You can get the lane kills.
Oh, he barely stuck away that haste rune, and now he's slowing him down long enough. Maybe Carl can get here. CML's going to stop it. He gets the telekinesis. CML actually might die instead. He gets hit with the telekinesis. The raise doesn't connect, though, so he's okay.
And ice armor. Always faithful. Always waiting.
Yeah. The ice armor really make the difference there.
This spell is super neat.
Oh, might make the difference here. Mac almost dies. The triple raise. Again, manages to push through, and they even have a healing salve and some few tangos to give him. That's nice.
Ice armor. Always lurking. Always waiting. This is
like your SS.
You know, I've just heard. The thing is, I played with Quinn and he ranted for 6 years without the spell, so it's like ingrained in my brain. That's another decent kill here for Blacklist. Anytime you can find this Darkseer, you're super happy, because then you just get to free farm some waves. Your carry gets bigger advantage over him. The next time he comes back, that kill is more likely as well. Blacklist having a pretty good laning phase. Gonna try and turn it around bottom.
Bounce out of Osgood and pulled into the Doom. Now, he did have Onslaught going, but he's still going to fall. In fact, he dies to CML's right-click that followed him all the way after the Onslaught.
That means Slark didn't get any EXP, though, right?
I think so, yeah. He's stuck. Yeah, I think he would have been closer to 6.
I think he's still going to get it here, but that's kind of funny, because CML just takes it all. They're out of range. Now they're gonna go top.
Dire's bottom tower
Try and
is
pick up
under
the pace. He has no mana though. I don't know what this TP's about. He's not contributing much. I guess he can get arcane boots. Tanks the arrow. That's one way to contribute.
Don't worry, guys. I'll TP top and tank the arrow for you.
He does have arcane active, so he does get rid of him. Looking to put the pressure on with level 3 battery, level 3 ion shell. A lot of damage.
He's definitely going to be forced to use a couple of those leaps. Carl TPing into this. Telekinesis toss back, a beauty. CML still slowed a bit, but Blacklist not going to be able to catch up. So an SF rotation that doesn't do much here. He's going to find them trying to take his stacks. No, 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 no. That's all Carl's.
Hell no, you ain't taking my stacks, son.
Oh, with the battery assault, they're going to go for this.
He's just going to
It's
kill
going
him.
to be really massive. He's trying to get off the raise. The vacuum goes off. Carl hitting low. They finish him off with the ion shell. Oh, God, he's going for the Requiem. Oh, no, no, no. They were so ambitious in going for that kill onto Carl, and boy, did it not work out.
That was ambitious indeed. This is a decently tanky Shadow Fiend with long range off power treads with tree and armor on top. I did not think that kill looked close. I mean, it looked close in the end, but I feel like that's only because he power canceled his raise 8 times or something.
Yeah.
I think Carl just sits there and right clicks and he just dies. I don't think it's remotely close. So double kill going his way basically. Sesev's off to a very good start now if he wasn't before.
And that's very, very scary for Polaris, who both us and the panel talked about the fact that they kind of needed lanes to go well. Blacklist is going to reach some sort of mid-game where they're going to be super strong, and even the very late game is not secured for Polaris. It might get a little wonky, but it's definitely not guaranteed to go their way.
No. If anything, this SF could just cause him too many issues in the late game too, with tree and armor and 2 other high damage cores beside him. You have Murata ult as well, which gives you some evasion, some move speed. I mean, SF can get buffed up a decent amount in this game. Try and kill him early.
Back into the Doom.
Easy.
Hook shot there to follow it up as well. And boy, that arrow, that was lucky. There was a creep to be able to tank that one up. They're going to try and go for the deny. Not quite. Primal Beast cuts on through and will be able to get the counter kill onto Max. They trade 1 for 2 on that. Bosku, the recipient of a lot of experience at that time.
Oh, not the worst for Blacklist. You get that Doom out, you get a lot of XP for your supports here, and now you can probably just take this kill in mid. I don't think this is a defendable tower. You don't have the ults on Rubik. I think you gave Tome to Clock here to get that hook shot off. Yeah, you get a big SF kill, but you're going to give up some map port. Bosku wants to punish, but the Grand Magus says, stay in your place, Dinosaur.
And he manages to pull the creep wave off the tower, so the siege wagon dies and the push is defeated. That also gave Boke some recovery time, because after that failed kill on SF, he's only just now getting to level 7. Very underleveled offlaner.
Rough start, and then that death just held him back a bit, and they also haven't been able to really snowball this with ion shells or surges. You ideally want to just be fighting in open jungle areas with this duo, finding good kills off of hookshot cooldown, because the damage is overwhelming at this point in the game. You let Blacklist get the BKBs here, this combo is not going to do nearly the same as they are capable of doing right now.
Yeah.
So you're on a bit of a window here. A bit of a clock, I should say. Mirana ult popped. Just to try and scout out some jungle here. But the farm continues. The Blacklist farm, slow and steady, wins the race of not falling into Division 2.
Yeah, maybe instead of wins the race, completes the race, you know? Well, at least they'll get there in the end.
Or dodges of batteries.
Well, the one good thing for Polaris right now is thanks to that safe lane tower dying, they do have a bit of an advantage here, but it looks like their mid tower is going to fall unless they want to TP in for a fight here. CML actually stalling his own death for quite some time. The TP's come in, but they're just a bit too late. Spark managed to get the pounce on the SF. Not really who he wants, though. especially not without the Doom here, who only just now arrived. A little bit late to the course, but maybe the hook shot can help him out here. Pulling back in, managed to get the cogs on it too. Can the team even get up there? The high ground is well defended. Now the Requiem's going to go off. They go for the vacuum, but the Requiem sweeps them off their feet, and Polaris. Now, the arrow almost landing on Akashi. Dark back, gonna go off, but he can't get a pounce. It's still on cooldown. The Blacklist win yet another engagement.
And your Doom's just not offering anything there. He doesn't even have an item. I mean, he's just phase boots. Maybe his courier got Killer's Lane. Drums is finally coming out, but Matt gets 0 spells off in that fight, 0 item impact. Hookshot's okay, but you used wall earlier, so there's no real sticking power. And this SF had an arcane ring. So he's not even
they're
getting
gonna
slowed down.
They're gonna grab him here.
This is just a full wipe on top.
Jeez.
Brutal. Tim's dominating.
Bosku is gonna get that. He's got the exact same items, and I think he's gonna get his BKB as a 3rd item ahead of the Doom.
Yeah, that is not a good sign. Like, this is not where you want mid-Doom to be. You want mid-Doom to be highest net worth for sure, but you also kind of want him in that, 102, 202 range, where he's just having a very smooth game. This is just so slow. Kashi is dead again.
He's dead as well. Oh man, Polaris are really falling apart now. I mean, they put up a good fight in game 1, gave themselves a real fighting chance to be able to take the series lead. But now in this game 2, it is looking like they're a little bit shook. This is not quite the same team that we saw in game 1.
And this game is not going to get easier. So if you're shook now, you're going to get shook more. Because these BKBs aren't even out yet. You just have the early fighting items from Blacklist, Drum and Hurricane Pike. They're ready to fight and they're taking it to you. If you're not winning these, you're in trouble, so you better find something.
Darkseer's dead already. Caught by the grab for the Primal Beast. And every single time, there's going to be an arrow to follow that up.
Treant Protector denied in the Doom. Bach dead on the side. Sentry Ward slain by Tims. Nothing going right for Polaris here. I mean, if you're dooming a Treant Protector and you're not getting it, I don't know what to tell you, man. Things are not looking great.
No, they're not. You think they said that, though?
What?
I think they said, guys, our Sentry Ward died. This is not going well.
You never know. A Sentry can make all the difference.
I'm not sure if it's going to make a whole lot of difference in this game where Blacklist is up 5K in 15 minutes.
Well, all I know is Tims is dominating. He's also dominating them Sentries, so you can say what you want. He's having a pretty good game on his signature Mirana here.
Good shot out of the Primal Beast. That's not going to be an easy target because he still has the onslaught. Requiem goes out. Bosku low enough, and they actually do manage to get him through the raindrop as the Stolen Starstorm? Yeah, the Stolen Starstorm.
Wait. I like that Bosku tips Carl because Carl Hurricane piked the illusion instead of him.
Oh, that's what happened.
And I will 99% say that was a misclick. But if it was purposeful, that's pretty goddamn hilarious. But that is an unfortunate misclick there. He's like, I got you, brother. Shoves the illusion out. Still just dies. It happens. It happens. But you get a tip, so it wasn't that bad. I feel like Carl got a 1 in the end.
Maybe Carl says it was a mistake, but he intentionally did it because he wants to make sure he gets to carry the game. You know, because right now it was kind of looking like Bosku was just gonna run the whole map.
Yeah, he leashed the dog. You know, Primal Beast needed
Get
out of
your
control.
place.
He's also given some extra kills to Polaris, so when he kills him later, he gets more gold.
True.
1,000 IQ play right there.
They get more experience. They're higher level when Carl kills them.
Exactly. It's all according to plan here.
In fact, if he gets those levels soon, he can get the level 15 presence or effects building and end the game faster.
Yeah, that's also true. I mean, is there an MVP race for this as well? That's what I heard, you know? It's like, instead of winning a car, you get to win Avo's car. I heard he's contributing to the fun this year. So if you're the DPC MVP, you literally get Avo's car. That might be what Carl's playing for right here.
Go ahead and spread that around on social media, guys. The MVP of the SEA DPC will win Avo's car. That has already been put into signing. I believe as a employee of Equals, Avo didn't really have a choice. It was part of the contract he signed.
That's true. I saw that contract with my own eyes. It was very lengthy. That was definitely one of the conditions.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Also said Avo has to wear underwear at all times.
Well, I don't think he follows that, but everybody's gonna breach their contract, breach the britches in their contract, so to say, and that is the deplory of that man. But anyway, back to playing more appealing this game.
Yeah.
I don't know what kind of tangents are taking on us today, but shame on you, Cap.
It's because he recently told me an extremely interesting story involving him not wearing underpants at the major on the podcast. So.
All right, Cap, you don't have to plug your own channels every time you do a cast. You know what? It's fine.
That's the first time I've ever done it.
Well, let it be the last because it's
But
honestly
you should
very
go check out. It was a really good episode, so you guys should go check it out. It was all about the Lima Major.
You guys should not watch it out of principle. Shame on you. I've never plugged anything in an official cast. Outside
you
of
don't create anything.
That's not true. I'm just not going to say what I've created because it would be plugging it. You almost baited me, but good try. Remember, the MVP of this game is going to win Alvo's car. So let's see who pops off.
That's the important talk.
That is the important plug right here. Back. Getting attacked, but he's back to safety. See, now I'm doing your jobs. Get back on.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Sorry.
Nobody wants that.
I'll just tack on a little bit more to that rhyme scheme you have going on there.
That was shame on you again. Inappropriate. Come up with your own rhyme scheme.
4-13, 4,000. I think I did that Mac attack thing last time. You're actually stealing my thing.
Absolutely shameless today.
4-13, 4,000 net worth lead for Blacklist. This game is stalling out, and that's what happens when Blacklist is winning.
Yep.
They're just like, okay, we're winning, and we're just gonna kind of keep winning. It's not like they necessarily grow their lead, though, right?
No,
it's just kind of remain static.
They're just slow. They're just a slow team, man. Like that's why we're ranting about Avo's car because this team is just very slow. Even when they get a lead, they don't really just press it super fast in the mid game. I think the late game, I think the early game and late game are honestly pretty solid. It's just the mid game is so clunky for this team sometimes.
Oh, there it is. He went for it. The presence aura affects buildings.
I mean, why? They're not hitting any buildings.
I don't know either.
Wait, why did he take this talent?
He could have waited until he was level 27.
I don't even feel like the other talent's that bad, but here's Hookshot.
I don't think so either, but
he's got it off.
Oh yeah,
he did get it.
Before the Doom. Mac realizing this is going to be another foil Doom as Carl's just going to man up with his own BKB. He's going to get off the Requiem, and the Doom just expired on the Doom himself. So Mac is going to fall here, and Bosco is now back into play. He's ready to go, and he's going to go for an onslaught straight through the enemy team here, trying to stomp on a pretty brought out by the vacuum, finished off eventually, but the other two cores are still plenty healthy. Raven hit by an arrow from CML. CML's going to be in some trouble. Bulk does manage to TP out.
Saved his boy.
CML hiding away in the trees, tries, but eventually does fall. 2-for-2 exchange, honestly, not the worst.
I thought that was going to be way worse for Polaris. The way that fight starts, where you get BKBs off and a nice overgrowth on the Doom. Managing to salvage it, and now you can go back in because now those BKBs are down. This is your time to shine.
They're going to go for it with the battery assault taken away on Carl, slowing him down. Carl looking for a Hurricane Pike to be able to get away. Went one direction, now Raven's back into play, but they got the two into the cogs with the Ion Shell. Akashi trying to stick on top of this SF. The damage is so slow, and he's pulled back by Raven. No, he doesn't have enough. They couldn't kill him, even though the SF was totally isolated. They just going to lose 2 for that.
He's just too tanky with Treant armor on top of this Pike HP, and even a Pupil's Gift. Just too much for Slark to cut through. And this is what I was talking about, where the mana damage in this game is just very slow for Polaris.
Yeah.
It takes so long to bring these heroes down, and that's a problem. Maybe the target you Doom you can commit on, but outside of that, there's a lot of space for Blacklist to operate in these fights. Too much space right now as they look to claim the heart of Roshan. Make it even more difficult to bring down this Shadow Fiend. They choose to give it to him. You can also give it to Primal here.
Oh, Raven.
Nope, Carl.
Hey, Raven's been super aggressive with this Blink Dagger. Love to see it.
Hurricane.
Not back by. Nice Hurricane to get him back down to low ground.
He's just gone. Ran it off.
And he's just controlled up for too long. He's going to be hit by the Requiem once again.
Oh, he's stuck on the
Carl's
tree.
Winging on him. He's just he's hugging that tree.
What?
Doom just loves trees, man. He can't help it. He's going to be hit by the pounds. They're going to try and get the pick off from the support, and they do manage to do so. And Blacklist going to reset. And it's not like they have any abilities, so they'll chill.
I don't think I've ever seen that before.
I have seen that a couple of times. It is very annoying. Yeah,
That's
I see it all the time with Muerta.
Oh, yeah, but that one's a new hero, so it's like buggy, you know?
Well, it's the same interaction. It's a directional fear. So you go in that direction. So if you hit a tree, the hero will not go around the tree. It'll.
I mean, it makes sense. Just that's unfortunate, man. I don't know. The Dota gods did not want you getting out of that fight. Fear turns into a stun. Better off getting arrowed or something.
Yeah. Seriously.
That was also DD Shadow Fiend that whole fight, so didn't do him any favors there. And Aegis intact. Carl is on his way to win this game, stay out of Division 2, drive away in Avo's BMW, and he's looking pretty good.
Wow. What's this? BMW? You think Avo has a BMW? I was going to say a 84 Honda Civic.
Well, I think Oak's about to have a tombstone. I mean, the thing is, Avo doesn't own a car, but there are provisions in the contract where if he does not own one, then he has to purchase one at a high retail value of at least 60,000 USD. And so the BMW falls in that range. I don't know why he signed this. It's the worst esports contract of all time.
Yeah, there are a lot of predatory contracts in esports. This one is definitely the worst.
It was insane.
I mean, even worse than the one Samael signed, so.
Okay, well, that was just a low blow. I'm not touching that one. NDAs that exist for a reason. I'm saying that. Let you fall into that hole and end your career.
I forgot you were involved in that. All right. Blacklist.
I mean, okay, well, Arcane Rune on Carl now. Refreshing his cooldowns as I reorient my brain in this game. What stops you going high ground here?
2.5 minutes left on Aegis. Let's go.
Yeah, just go high ground. With the Trine armor on top of him, you're going to force his Slark to have to man up. But I don't think he can man up. He doesn't really have anybody else to help him do it. You can doom the SF and take that fight, but not when he has Aegis.
What happened? They got Rocket Flare and got scared.
I mean, it's Blacklist, so, you know, we're talking about them going high ground, but it's only 25 minutes too early. You got a lot of other farm.
I need to be fair. There is a lot of farm here. There's a tier 1 and a tier 2 tower, so. Ooh, and they're going to smoke up. 4-man smoke. Go to the other side of the map and leave the SF alone top lane. I like this.
He has the presence aura affects buildings. He doesn't need any help.
That's true. A little bit of subterfuge, as Polaris will likely think that all the team is behind the SF, but in reality, they're going back.
What's up? What's up, Mac? Got a delivery.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Primal Beast, DoorDash.
Is that Primal Beast is like side job? That's his side hustle.
Probably. They're gonna find the
Delivers parcels.
You'd be a good delivery man.
Nice catch for Raven. 3-second stun into an arrow. 3 pick off on these supports.
There's nowhere to go left on the map. Sure, the Slark can get out and cut some waves, but what are you cutting into, right? I just don't see these team fights getting better unless you land some huge vac wall cogs. That's your best bet here. Get a good Doom on a core, cause too much chaos in the fight with some crazy wall, and then Slark can commit. He does have BKB now. BKB on Boomy as well, so you have some ability to man up through the spell damage. But you got to build the stacks here if you want to win the fight. And that is the difficult part right now. How do you let Slark hit people without dying?
I don't know. I'm not sure if Polaris knows an answer to that question either.
Well, they're gonna have to figure it out here. Otherwise, they're looking at Div 2. They'll have a lot more time to figure it out. Scan is going to hit. They know where they are. Looking for the big wrap with the Slark night vision. This could be nice. If you can start the fight on the CK or the SF with Doom, he just timed out.
Oh, those shots, the SF, but you're going to put perfect. The high ground with Doom on him is now beyond BKB. That's the sad part, and especially if he's able to just speed his way out of there. The clockwork's been already. Akashi's just leaping into the night, hoping he can find the SF. SF even turning around and hitting him a few times, fronting him in fact, backing back in there from the side of Mac. Oh, he's one, but he do not have that damage, and now Carl's back for his revenge. It's a huge wreck for him. Akashi, he tries to go for SF. Now he's just going to pounce on out of there. And another pounce, so should be okay. 3 dead though, Blacklist. Plenty healthy. And we'll be able to hit the high ground once again.
That was almost the hook shot cog of his dreams if he traps the SF up there and displaces the fight. But the second the Doom hits and he gets around that cog, open range, you never see him again. So the fight's over because Raven's killing you on the backside. Very nice attempt at a setup from Polaris. That's a very difficult fight to win. So props to them. This might just seal the game. You don't have Doom for 80 seconds now. No Slarkle, no BKB.
You're talking about how he needs to build up stacks. He went in, hit the Chaos Knight once, and then had to run away. How many times are you going to be able to do that before you build up enough stacks to actually win a fight?
16 probably. That sounds about right.
Okay.
So we're at 1
ounces.
15 more.
All right.
Looking for number 2.
Oh,
missed it.
We're going to miss.
Gotta get out. Oh, he didn't get out.
He didn't get out the dark pack, so they had to bail him out there with a hook shot.
There's no Roche to play for.
Under attack.
Blacklist, no. Blacklist knows game is in their hands if they just play it slow and smart. Bosku charging in, but again, there's no Doom. Not much to be afraid of right now.
Did you notice Bosku drums can turn it into boost bearings? He has double boost.
I mean, he has a lot of feet.
That is not true. He has the normal amount of feet.
Well, you don't know if his front hands are not feet. What are you, a primal beast anatomy expert? I don't think so.
If it's not, that's still a normal amount of feet. Is in 4. There are a lot of quadrupeds in Coda Slam. Interrupted. Back he goes out. Akashi
killing him.
Stacks on here. Full force snap got him away, but the hook shot actually still connects. Nobody else was swallowing that one. He's by himself there. Akashi is trying to go for an easier kill, and his
that's a nice wall.
Clockwork's going to die in return. A beautiful wall goes out. Not quite enough to be able to kill Bosku. They got the Doom onto Raven, but protected by Carl. Really cannot keep that going. Unfortunately, these heroes just don't remain inside the wall for long. They have too much utility to get out.
And just the lack of stuns as well. Outside of this hookshot cogs and a telekinesis, kind of nothing. And that was a really good wall. You're not going to get a better one. It blocked them all off, got every illusion they want. Just nothing to hold them in place. You need the glue. Where's the glue, man? Now Raven's charging at you. That's a fast steed. Holy crap.
3 seconds into an arrow. Beautiful pairing.
He just covered so much ground.
Yeah. He's going to have a heart soon, so he can be more and more aggressive like that. Just the turnaround potential is just not there. We said the damage issues on Polaris become all the more blatant when these strength heroes start getting some serious HP pulls going over 3K.
There's a lot of problems in this game. The CK tankiness, him dealing the damage on the back end, SF that you haven't been able to answer outside of once in the early game. And this Primal Beast is causing you a lot of problems as well. He's tanky, he's getting in your face, being annoying.
Where's the reaction? Oh, there he goes, PML. Was there for a moment on the next, and now it's going to be Doom's chance. He gets caught up in the ultimate. Requiem goes down. He actually is going to be okay. His Blacklist are going to back out of there.
You're just getting worn down, though.
Yeah.
None of these fights are doing you any favors. You're not building towards any crazy item that's going to turn. And I agree with this, Smoke, man. You got to make something happen here. when you know you have the BKB window. Because SS is down, Primals is down, your smoke gets broken. That feels bad. Maybe you can bait on this power room top with a big vac wall.
Oh, that's the hope.
Oh, how greedy are you?
Both need something beautiful here. Akashi, he's going to take it. Raven sees his opportunity to go for CML again. By the arrow, but it didn't matter anyway.
Take the freebie and back out. Again, Blacklist, very disciplined. They don't have to force anything. Still, BKBs are on cooldown here. Polaris want to get something if they can.
Okay, they're going to use the Doom on the Primal Beast here. It's the kill that's possible, but both got caught. Oh no! Here goes all their team fight, and even if they do kill the Primal Beast, what does it matter if they lose? They got denied by tens of all people. GG is called, and Polaris will be knocked down. They will be relegated back down to the lower division, and Blacklist are, for now, secure as they are going to be up to a score of 3-4 and should be out of that tiebreaker scenario.
I mean, props to them. They pulled back some big wins in the second half of the CDPC when they were looking pretty rough, pretty slow. Probably the slowest team in this division. I think that's something they're going to have to work on because I don't think Blacklist is necessarily happy after this season's results, right? This is a team with a lot of expectations, a lot of big players. So a win today is a learning lesson for tomorrow. And if you're Polaris, I mean, you got slaps in this div. There's no way around it. So you got to go back to the drawing board in terms of what went wrong for us this season. How do we become more adaptable, more flexible, or just start getting the execution more as a team? Because some of these drafts it feels hard. Like this game, I think is just an out draft. I think this game is very difficult to win for Polaris. Like you either got to stomp the lanes and just snowball out of control with Clock Darkseer, or Slark has to have the game of his life. But this mid Doom is not doing you any favors. You have very little playmaking. Their moves just feel very forced. And I think when you're in that position and you're not some super dominant team like best in the world, you're not doing yourself any favors. Those games are hard. So for both these teams, I think there's some clear areas they can improve on going into the next season. I look forward to seeing them, especially Blacklist. I think this team has a lot more potential. If they can iron out that mid game, like figure out what they want to do in the mid game, they might look like a very different team. That's what I would point to for them. So I'm excited to see what they can do. Not a bad shot.
All right. Well, with that, we are going to call it quits here as the panel will take us the rest of the way for closing out this series.
The mechanics are definitely there for Blacklist Rivalry as they secure themselves being in a Division 1 as we look forward to Tour 3. And unfortunately for Polaris Esports, had a fun run. They got one win throughout this entire Division 1. It was against Bleed. They got a 2-1. But other than that, all losses. 1-6 as they end their Div 1 run. Disappointing because these are names that have been around for a while. It's not like we're looking at some new up-and-comers in Southeast Asia. They've been around, and yet I guess this is a testament to how competitive Southeast Asia is that even veterans don't have a free ride in Div 1.
That might be the problem, being around too long.
Yeah, I guess so. Maybe need a little bit of freshness injected, which, again, I look at this roster and I feel bad praising the player that hasn't been around with them the longest, but Akashi is, maybe not this series, but over the course of the entire tour, was the most impressive player to me on Polaris.
He's Monkey. He had some pretty crazy games on the Monkey King, especially. I think he looked really good. I like to see Polaris play around him much more than what they're doing now. I feel like they always set up. There's too many centerpieces on the team in the drafts.
They're prioritizing too many people sometimes. Like you feel like, they want to give Mac the priority because he sometimes can pop off and win them the games, and then sometimes you feel like, they're picking, they want Bok to have a good lane because if he doesn't get a good lane, then Bok doesn't do anything in the game. But they might be wrong because Akashi is the guy that actually wins them most of their games.
That's how I feel. I mean, Mac definitely has. Mac to me is like a slightly less reliable Bob because whenever he pops off, he really pops off. Is my analysis wrong?
I don't think so.
You don't think so?
I think you're pretty right. I don't think you're wrong.
Oh, okay, yeah. So I kind of put them in the same camp. Like whenever they have their opportunity, they will single-handedly carry the game. But the success rate on Mac is just not high enough to warrant. Also, this was hilarious. That poor Fear.
Poor guy.
Poor guy.
Unlucky.
But like all the players definitely have the potential to solo carry the game, which is what brought them to Div 1 in the first place, because in Div 2, they were being able to pull it off. But Akashi's the most reliable to me, and I think that they should be proud of what they were able to, like very few of their games just were outright stomps for Polaris, so they should be proud of the performance that they had, but obviously not good enough to stay in the division.
Yeah, for Blacklist, on the other hand, I feel like they should be playing like this, like how they're playing this game. They should be drafting like this and try to play fast, you know. I feel like they can play fast. It's more about they don't want to play fast.
They impressed me though, these two series. I feel like they've always brought numbers to fights. They fight pretty well. Even in the first game when Raven played the Void, he was much more active and willing to join fights.
Definitely.
Yeah, and I didn't expect, you know, Raven to be able to play Chaos Knight to such a
Is that
high
actually
level.
the Chaos Knight logo icon?
Yeah, it's his right eye. You can kind of see his left eye on the portrait, but what you should be looking at is the scoreline: 12-0-13.
Stats don't lie.
Stats don't lie, my friend.
He played really well. I will say though, MVP to whoever drafted, because I feel like this game was a big outdraft.
Michael Ross.
Michael Ross. Michael Ross and Cuckoo. Well. You may actually get an opportunity to praise the drafter, because we've got an interview with the Michael Ninja Boogie Ross with a big smile on his face. Mike, are we giving you too much credit? Was that your draft?
You can give me a little bit more.
Okay. Dude, I was there. I was watching each pick. I was like, this is genius.
Like,
each
God
man,
damn,
genius.
How did he think of that?
How did he think of that? Mike, I miss you, man, but I'm happy to see you have success here with this team, and obviously not good enough to make it to the major, but this last series, you guys really had something going here.
Yeah, no, I feel like it's unfortunate that we kind of found like our style and like the way we draft now, like too late into the season. But, you know, making it the major isn't the goal, it's TI. So hopefully we keep growing.
Yeah, long-term goals. Was there anything in the Execration series that you guys had on Wednesday that kind of woke you up for this series, or was it just kind of more of the same that you were like, yeah, we have these issues?
No, we just got fucking meepoed, man. Forgive my language.
I saw it. Last pick. You never know when it might come out.
Yeah, it's been so long. You get cheesed, and you're just like, oh my god, there's cheese things again. I forgot about it. And unfortunate. The other day it was Geek Slave. We forgot about Lycan, and our lineup was so
That's
bad
right.
against Lycan. It's like, now I gotta like start thinking about those heroes too.
Hey Mike, tell me the difference between being there and being here. Which one do you like more?
No winner, so you know that's good.
Big plus.
No, I mean it's nice. It's good to be like part of a Dota team again and like being involved. Like I said, like I got like more sense of fulfillment here than casting. Casting's fun, and you know, but like I've always been competitive, and I felt like a part of me was missing.
Just so you know, I miss you.
Aww.
I miss you too, man.
I'm crying.
I miss you too, Adam and Tsunami. Don't worry, you're all there. Not Sophie. Not Sophie.
Not Sophie.
That's fair. Yeah. She's coming back to Philippines.
Yeah, no
don't
love for
worry.
the Filipinos. Adam, any questions for Mike?
Yeah, what are you guys' plans now? Season's kind of over. You guys gonna scrim break?
So we're still gonna have a team meeting, you know, and discuss. But obviously we're gonna have a break, and then you know, wait and see for this patch, because I was expecting a big patch before this, you know, this tour, but it was such a disappointing patch.
Oh, that's true actually. Next time we see them, it'll be a new patch. So we can ask deep Dota questions. What do you guys figure out that you think helped you play so well today? You said you figured you guys yourselves out towards the end of the season.
Well, I kind of like introduced them at the beginning, like Art of War, like the concept of Art of War, which was introduced to me with Neski. And then that's why you can see us like playing with numbers and attacking with numbers, and like they're learning how to disengage properly, and like they're taking better fights. So yeah, just kind of those things. And the way I draft, I don't really want to devolve. I tell you.
That's fair. That's fine. That's fine.
But yeah, like we've kind of figured it out. But it's we figured it out too late into the season, and we were against SMG and Talon first week, so that was a rough one.
Yeah, there was the You were against AG also pretty early on too, right? That was the beginning of week 2.
Yeah, but we haven't figured ourselves out after that. After that series loss, we had a long like 5 to 6 hour conversation. Like we gotta pick something.
I want to ask.
Yeah.
I want to ask, what's it like competing in this 3-week circuit now? This is something new to you, right?
Yeah, it's kind of weird because it's like you have like those days in between, and you can just for that one series you can like pull up, like bring a new strategy, and then put that in your notebook, and for the next series you can just think of something else. Unlike the previous like tournaments where it's just like it's 2 to 3 days or something, so it's like you just gotta go with what's best. So you have like a lot more time planning compared to before. So it's fun, but I just don't like the break. The break is kind of annoying. I'm so used to it being finished.
I mean, would you say the better teams are better with having time in between, like, to figure out stuff? Like 1, 2.
Sure, like I can agree with that, but it's like there's also teams that strive when they have the momentum, and when you have those breaks, it kind of screws up the momentum, and you have to scrim. You can't like just take days off. Usually, it's maybe for the weekend you can have like a day break or something, but before it's like you boot camp like 2 weeks and then do one tournament and then chill for a bit. Now it's longer work, I guess.
I mean, you want to scratch your competitive itch, you got to take the good with the bad, it seems. But yeah. I'm happy to see that you're finding it as a fulfilling experience, and I miss you, man. I miss you, but hopefully we'll get to see you on LAN at some point soon.
Yeah, hopefully. Not this time.
Not this time, but fingers
Maybe
crossed
Bali.
for Tour 3. Maybe Bali, fingers crossed, man. Well, we'll catch you later, Mike. Thanks so much for speaking to us. Always puts a smile on my face to see that man's face, but I improved Tour 2 trajectory, but still kind of, this is where Blacklist were at the end of Tour number 1, which is like squarely middle of the pack. Last time they were in contention for making it to the major through a tiebreaker. This time, unfortunately, they found their momentum a little bit too late. We heard from Mike they had to face off against the toughest opponents at the very beginning, SMG and Talon, and so it was a pretty brutal way to have to enter the tour. Maybe if they had faced them off at the end of the tour, it might have had a better chance.
It might be a blessing in disguise, though, because they help you grow, and then because even if you are playing better, you might not be able to beat them, but they help you learn something that will improve the team, and then you get to beat the other teams that will also help you. So it just depends on how you see it.
That's a fair point. I could very easily see them, if Polaris was their first series of the entire tour, they're like, oh, this is easy. We're fine. We're really good at this game. Everything's good. But then they roll up to week number 3, day number 3, and they're like, maybe not so much. And now our finale for week number 3, day number 3, which maybe some of you are watching live in person, is going to be Bleed versus Talon. So stick around, and we'll be back with our final series after a break. Welcome back, everybody, to our final series of week number 3. It's not the final series of regular play, though, because Talon actually still have 2 series left. Already made it to the major, and yet they still have to face 2 more opponents. Their first will be Bleed today, and next Monday they will be facing off against Geek Slate. But for right now, they got to worry about Bleed. A little bit. They have to worry a little bit. They're still locked for the Berlin major no matter what happens, but as you saw from the ticker, they get to decide who gets to stay in Division 1, or at least they get to determine who's going to be in the tiebreakers. Because it's between Polaris is already relegated, but now we need to figure out slot number 2. Geek Slate
Or Bleed.
or Bleed. If Bleed win, they're safe. If Geek Slate win, there's a tiebreaker. And if Geek Slate lose on Monday, then they're also out. Couple of combinations here. Bleed, however, kind of scary a little bit all of a sudden as we enter the final week. They 2-0'd SMG if you did not tune in on Wednesday. A 2-0 winter from Bleed.
The first game was a meme.
It was a meme.
But the second game was a serious game. They actually legit played good and they won the game.
Yeah.
So they definitely figured out something. They fixed certain aspects of the draft. They finally put Colin back. Okay, you're the playmaker. Ice is gonna farm. Abaddon, Radiance by Radiance.
Yes.
He creeps. Colin gets to do his thing.
And you're only saying game 1 is a meme just because it was a kind of cheesy draft. It was the Naga Siren, Jakiro, and they had well, actually, that's really the only cheesy part. The rest of it was Rubik, DK, Storm. That's normal. But the Naga Disruptor was, Naga Jakiro was a little bit cheesy.
But I think the SMG was the one with the copium draft.
Oh, the Jug, yes.
The Jug, the mid Coddle, the first 2 Coddle NP, that's not SMG,
Yeah, it feels like they didn't really respect the opponents for the first game. For sure, then they're trying something like this, Sure, you can say the same thing for Talon. In the first couple of series in the season, they tried something different all the time in the first game. But it worked out for Talon, They figured a way to win the second and the third game, but SMG did not figure out a way to win the second game.
Do you think they just didn't care? Because their draft looks to me like they didn't care.
I mean, it's DPC points.
But I don't know.
Pride on the line, which Bleed, I'm sure there's a lot of pride. For one thing, it's a new brand entering Dota 2, and it's a lot of superstars on this team. We've obviously been talking a lot about Ice, and DJ because they were the most recent introductions as for this tour, but Dubu has been on this roster, and if you would like to know more about him, I've got just the thing for you.
There are multiple C players coming back to C this year. One of these players is Dubu, who is playing Position 5 for Bleed Esports. This is not the first time that Dubu comes back to C, but to learn more, let's look at his competitive history. Dubu's career started in 2014 in Korea when he joined MVP Phoenix to play in the Korean Dota League. For 2 years, Dubu would swap around between MVP Phoenix and MVP's Hot 6, MVP's second team, with only a small break playing for a Korean stack called Lottom in 2014. During these 2 years, the support for Korean Dota dwindled. They lost their local leagues, Nexon shut down their Korean servers, and most of the competitive players swapped games or retired. MVP, however, was special. They were the MVPs. Not only would their second team, Hot 6, be the starting point of many talented players' careers, like JRX or KP, but their main team became more and more competitive as time went on. They even earned a spot in the wildcard stages for TI4, even if they were unable to make it through. Unfortunately, during this period of growth, Dubu mostly resided at either Teamless or an MVP Hot 6, where he was still bringing up new talents and training his skill. Dubu's first big moment in the spotlight was when he became the coach of MVP Phoenix during TI5. There, he managed to accomplish the best result for any Korean Dota 2 team in an international tournament, Top 8. However, Dubu did not think this was enough. MVP would reform both their first and second rosters with only Korean players, losing KP and Nuts from Phoenix and JRX from Hot 6. Dubu would also be moved into the Position 5 role instead of as coach. This would bring about the golden age of Korean Dota. Dubu would accomplish great feats that year, earning top 4 at the Shanghai Major, top 6 at the Manila Major, and later improving his result at TI6 with a top 6 finish. Not only were their results flashy, their style was also very unique. MVP Phoenix played an aggressive, oppressive style that constantly seeked fights and outskilled their opponents. This playstyle was called Caveman Dota for its apparent simplicity and elegant aggression. After such an incredible performance, it would only make sense that this team would be torn apart by big organizations. Forev and MP would both go to Secret, and Dubu, Febi, and QO would reform MVP Phoenix with some of their old teammates, Ryzen and Velo. Forev would eventually rejoin the team, replacing Ryzen. They would stay together until the Boston Major, to which they got invited to. Sadly, their results were not as desired, and they went out in the first round. This prompted MVP Phoenix to quickly bleed out their players at the start of the new year, until eventually the team disbanded forever. As the golden age of Korean Dota came to an end, Dubu had to find a new place to go. Instead of staying in C, he chose to move across the world and play in NA. How did this happen? Why? Well, Dubu stated in interviews that he had previously befriended Boba during TI6, and that they regularly talked since then, despite not being on the same team. He also admitted that he didn't really know what he was doing after TI6. I don't mean in life, I mean in Dota. He stated, "It was because I just realized even though I watch replays and stuff, I cannot fully understand what they are doing, why they made this decision, etc. I was really keen to better understand the game, and now, with Team Onyx, I can make our own style." Though this change may seem odd now, Dubu was the first of many C players to go to NA. In fact, NA players would also do the reverse. The fact that both regions were considered weaker compared to Western Europe and China, and that they both spoke English, facilitated an exchange of ideas and players that was quite common during the TI6 to TI8 era. In fact, Dubu would join together with Abed, back then known as a young, talented player with lots of potential, and they would compete as Team Onyx. Despite being the underdogs, they would qualify to the Kiev Major and earn a sponsorship from Digital Chaos. Dubu would remain on DC until the end of TI7, where he would earn a top 12 finish and promptly disband. After TI7, he would rejoin his fellow Korean teammates from TI6 and honor their original team by making a stack called Team Phoenix. Interestingly though, they would not move over to C. Instead, they would compete in NA, and eventually got sponsored by an NA org called Immortals, owned by the same group who owns the Memphis Grizzlies. Immortals started out with a splash, qualifying and earning a top 4 at the PGL Open Bucharest, a minor. If you guys remember, this was the period of time where Dota was chaos and there were thousands of tournaments going on. Despite this, Immortals didn't achieve any notable results in any major tournaments after that minor. They were even unable to qualify to TI8, only managing to beat 2 teams in groups, one of which had both BSJ and Jenkins. After this experience, Dubu went back to coaching. He had previously stated that coaching at TI5 gave him a lot of much needed clarity and understanding about the game. He also went back to C, specifically Fnatic, together with his teammate MP. The start of the season went fantastically for Fnatic as they achieved the top 8 at the KO Major, top 6 at Chongqing, a good 4th place at ESL1 Katowice, and even a 3rd place at the Dream League Stockholm Major. Afterwards, the results started to decline, and they got last place at the last 2 majors of the year. This prompted a change in Fnatic, and they kicked their carry, MP, moved Jabs to position 1, and moved Dubu back to a playing role as position 5. They also acquired another Korean, March, to coach them. Despite this little experiment, they were unable to make it through the first round of playoffs at TI9, and the team would make changes shortly after.
At the very least, it doesn't look like it's quite going to be there. The stall comes out, it wasn't able to time it perfectly. Abed trying desperately to hold on to these racks. They're dropping meteors down from the sky, but Dubu not able to get the stomp off. They jump in another round. Ice trying desperately to hold on. A triple kill. DJ, can he find his moment? They need to hold on. He jumped forward, the black hole, but he didn't get Miracle. Miracle trying to close out this game. Can they take him down in time? No. The Ancient will fall.
Dubu continues playing career in C by moving over to GeekFam. This time, they achieved some great results qualifying to the first 2 minors. In the Summit Minor, they would earn a 5th, 6th, and in Bukovel, they'd earn a respectable 3rd place. However, Dubu was let go shortly after the Bukovel Minor. After being teamless for a month, Dubu was called by an old NA friend, Awi2000, to join their current team, Crazy, as their coach. Dubu talked about this experience in the Position 6 podcast and states that he didn't really care about coaching or playing, but he cared about who he was playing with. In this case, he wanted to play with Awi and Moon Meander. Crazy would only manage to qualify to a single minor, Star Ladder, before COVID struck and Lance died. They did pretty well in online third-party tournaments, but eventually the organization just dropped all of their esports teams. Dubu was once again teamless, and this time he took a break as the COVID situation ironed itself out. With the announcement of the DPC, Dubu formed another stack in NA by the name of Undying. This stack included veterans like himself and Moonmeander, with some of the up-and-coming talent from NA, SA, and EU, Bryle, Timado, and Saberlight. Undying performed very well during the DPC, becoming one of the top teams to watch in the NA region, and one of the few that could go toe-to-toe with a dominant EG. Unfortunately, their performance in TI-10 was not as desired. Despite having a very impressive group stage performance, they dropped to Fnatic in the playoffs. This did not faze Undying though, who chose to stay together. They continued to perform well in the NATPC and got signed by TSM, one of the most important North American esports organizations. TSM became a powerhouse of NA Dota, not just locally, but also internationally, filling the hole that a weaker EG had left in the NA scene. They won the regional finals and managed to earn a second place at the first major they competed in. As the year went on, it seemed like TSM's power was dwindling. They were unable to qualify for the second major of the year, but they performed well anyway? As TI approached, people still expected a solid result from TSM, but this time they were unable to get out of groups. Granted, this TI was stacked, and TSM did not look particularly weaker than any of the teams in the lower bracket. Results, though, matter, and Dubu was let go after their performance. A page turns, and Dubu is now back to sea. He joined the new organization, Bleed, and embarks on his quest this DPC. The first season did not go their way, but can the new season be better? Will we see them at Berlin? Or will Dubu continue to roam and see? Watch to find out.
Unfortunately, the conclusion for that answer is that Bleed will not be able to be at Berlin. But you heard it from Ninja Boogie on Blacklist Rivalry that ultimately the goal is looking towards TI. And Dubu has a lot of TIs under his belt and is very much a student of the game. I think you'd be hard-pressed to find many players that achieve so many top sixes and are still like, I don't fully understand the game. I'm watching replays. Why are people making these decisions? Homie, you're top six. You're the one making the decisions right now. But it seems that he very much enjoys the learning process of Dota.
Yeah, Dota is a hard game, you know, what can I say? You never stop learning. The moment you think you figure out something, and then you're like, oh, I know this game, and then that's when you lose.
What about when you win TI? If you win TI, then you can say that, okay, I think I understand Dota now. And even then, you only understand it for that 1 week, and then you show up a month later and you're new patch, completely out of your element all over again. And we enjoyed that little segment, and I think a couple of people are enjoying it in a venue here in Kuala Lumpur, as opposed to just watching it on the stream, because we are having a watch party right now with cosplayers, apparently. There's a Templar Assassin and a Marcy planning strats, it seems. What would a Marcy and TA be talking about?
Get Roshan.
Get Roshan, get Roshan. Drop your stick. I'm gonna sidekick you, you kill that.
I can't decide who's the bigger memer here. One of you.
You really think Adam's a bigger memer than me?
You really think
I will say that, Adam, you've warmed up quite a bit. At Genting, you were, I think, keeping a low profile.
I was trying to be professional.
Yeah, you were trying to be professional, but then...
I've sat next to Winter too many times.
Damn it, don't blame me, man.
Yeah, what are you talking about, the biggest memer between us two? How are you not putting yourself on that list?
Yeah, I think you're kind of in between both of us.
Yeah, I think you're underselling yourself here.
Man, you said, oh, finally I'm talking about some Naruto shit the other day, you know.
Yeah, you made a Naruto reference, but you haven't watched Naruto.
He's trying, and I admire the effort. But what I really want you here is for the Dota expertise, specifically the expertise for Talon versus Bleed, because we got to learn a little bit about Bleed and Dubu, and we talked about their performance against SMG earlier, which earned them a 2-0 performance. And Talon, on the other hand, how much experimentation, Winter? You think what is Jabs gonna play? Tell me. Is he gonna play something normal today?
I can't wait for Jabs to decide. Let's join the three-way tie-break, you know.
The points really do matter. So like we saw SMG lose to Bleed, and I'm sure some people were like, well, they're already qualified for the major. It doesn't really matter. There's a 160-point difference between first and second place, and an 80-point difference between second and third place. So no matter what, if you're qualified or not, you really want to scoop up every single piece that you can get if you're hoping to directly qualify to TI. And so Talon, despite being in a very comfortable place with a top 3 finish in Lima and, well, only a top 3 finish in Tour 1, so they didn't get very many points there, they have to be trying hard still. For at least one of the series.
I don't know.
For at least one of the
I
series.
don't know. I feel like Talon has a very relaxed mentality most of the time.
But do you feel like they'll be just individually better and be able to win, even though they're relaxed?
I think as long as the draft's not too hard or too far-fetched, they would probably take this game.
I mean, only one game allowed. Hoodwink. Only one game.
Only one game. Well, so technically, again, they only need to win one of their upcoming series to remain in first place, either against Bleed or either against Geek Slate. So technically, they have 6 games, and they can fool around in maybe like 2 of them.
Why are you making this sound like some buffet they're choosing? You know, okay, which,
can I
go for this?
Let me get a Slardar. Give me a little bit of the Hoodwink.
I want
there.
the Rubik back. Bring back the Rubik offlane.
And why is it always Jabs? Does no one
There
else
was one game where 23 played Pango and they won.
Yes,
that
and
was
one
the
game where he
game.
played Doom and they lost.
That's not fair. That game, there was actually a reason to be a carry Pango. If you compare it to the game where he was playing Hoodwink offlane. Or some Rubik offlane.
I'm sure he had a reason. We just don't know what it is.
Maybe Makoto will get to have fun. Who knows? Share the love. Spread the love, Sunby. Don't just let Jabs have all the fun. As we get into our first draft, it's a Bleed versus Talon, Io, Broodmother Band, Lycan, Naga Band, and Bleed first pick the Rubik.
There's a Nature's Prophet in the pool.
Lycan, Naga.
So we'll get to see how serious Talon is.
That's true. That will determine it. Bat Rider's still in the pool also.
Oh, but Corin hasn't really shown that he's played Bat Rider.
True. That's what I'm saying. Now's the time.
I mean, if they're trying to win...
If they're trying to win, they pick Tiny right here.
Yeah,
Tiny
Nature's Prophet.
That's true.
I remember during the interview, he said, tell me how to... Was it an interview or somewhere I heard? The coach is asking, tell me, how do we beat Tiny? Okay.
They're trying, man. They are trying this game. Q Tiny, they're not fooling around.
Oh. No, but you don't know that yet. You have to see who's playing what.
Fair. But Q's never allowed to have fun. I never see Q having fun.
Yeah, but he might not be the Tiny. You know? He might be
I
Mikoto.
feel like based on the draft opening, I'm my half of my foot is in already. That they're serious. At least half of my foot.
Yeah, but that's what happened with the first draft where they last pick Hoodwink.
Finally.
They were in the door and they're like, nope, I'm out of here.
Then they jumped out the window at the last second.
Oh my god, okay, fine.
Alright, why are you hating on the TV, Winter?
I'm not hating on the TV. I'm just saying fine, to accepting the fact that even though Talon picked Tiny and Nature's Prophet opening, we will never know until the last pick whether they're trying.
But that's the beauty of this also. You know, flexing.
Bleed is trying for
Bleed
sure.
is trying.
They pick Terrelway and then they ban Morphling.
No one's gonna doubt that Bleed's gonna try in this.
Yes, because again, if you aren't aware of the stakes, if Bleed lose this, they will only have 2 wins, and they have to. Geek Slate would have to lose to avoid tiebreakers for relegation. But if they win, then Bleed is comfortably not in relegation, and Geek Slate. Actually, then Geek Slate have nothing to play for if Bleed win.
I mean, Talon is like deciding who's going to be their opponent in Division 1 next tour.
Oh, that's true, actually. There's also some history here is that Jabs has played with Ice DJ. Who was the other player?
Dubu?
Oh, Dubu?
Yeah, he played with Dubu.
No, it wasn't Dubu.
Yeah.
It was 23, yeah. 23. It was 23
And
Jabs,
23.
DJ Ice on one team.
Oh, on the Fnatic roster.
Yeah, correct.
Yeah.
So I wonder if like there's some ego battle going on here, you know. I feel like he does have the tendency to do that.
I'm pretty sure they know a lot about each other. But on the other hand, I feel like Jabs has grown a lot as a player. A lot of the things that he's been telling me during the interview or during his play, like I feel like he's not the same person 2 years ago, 3 years ago. He's definitely a much more matured player nowadays. And being able to lead and draft on a team, lead them to top 3, it's not an easy feat.
How about, have you seen much growth between his time on Fnatic last year versus Talon now? Or is
I mean, I'm even comparing to back in the day because when I first saw him, he was in Faceless.
Sure, yeah.
When he first came to...
You were the coach of them?
Yeah, I went and coached them like for a couple of months, and I got to see when he first joined like a foreign team. Because before that, he was only playing on Thai teams.
Right.
And that was the first time he went to a team outside his comfort zone, and I already felt like, wow, this guy actually has a lot of talent.
Yeah.
He's very willing to learn. He has a lot of good features that you would want on a teammate. You know.
And he has brought it to success on many of his rosters, but this Talon roster definitely seems like the strongest of them all. Death Prophet, Coddle, and Ember Spirit taken out by Talon, Bleed, protecting their Terrorblade. They ban out the Morphling, the Drow Ranger, and the Slork.
What do you pick here? ENG?
Leshrac.
No.
Leshrac or Zeus?
I like that. No, they'll definitely pick post 5.
They don't do Lesh
It's ENG
without
or
IO.
Silencer. I like the ENG against TB because you kind of deal with his illusions in a way.
ENG is a hero that we don't really
how
pick.
did we forget?
I mean, we don't really pick that much in SEA, but the other regions have shown like ENG is like a pretty...
Is it? I feel like SEA is the region that's picking ENG. Am I wrong?
Like who picked it the most? You saw...
Shanks and someone. Zhao. Is it Zhao?
Yeah, Zhao.
I mean, it's mostly against the NP that people pick the ENG, I think.
It's also very strong in the lane, and in the team fights, you're more like a damage dealer. You know, you can carry the game with ENG actually as a post 5. I would say that it tells you a lot about what kind of post 5 player you are when you want to play ENG or you want to play Elder Titan. You know.
No, I think you play ENG, but it depends what you buy. Do you buy Dragonlance or do you buy like Holy Locket Mag? You know.
Okay, fine. So you must be the Dragonlance fight.
Yeah. I mean, you can play ET and you can buy like eggs or you can buy Mag.
Okay, fine.
Right?
We ain't getting that kind of farm, dude.
That's true. I'm just thinking of I'm trying to remember his Silencer game where he had like 60 in.
Yes,
he has first item shard.
We had brought up every single player on Talon except for Ole, and how could we forget his signature of Elder Titan?
IO is his new signature. Come on.
They're forcing it on him, though. I don't know if he actually likes playing IO.
Yeah, but he's good at it.
He's good at everything.
They won games with it, you know.
Yeah. But I think ET from his LGD days is still the one that sticks out the most to me.
It's a very big counter towards Terrorblade.
Yeah.
So you amplify the magic or magic damage, so you kill the illusions very easily. And if you're ever near him, if you ever get to that farm, you take away all his armor.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if DJ will play the ENG here, because
to remove the buff.
Yeah, on the ET in the lane. I think it's unlikely, because I don't think Dubu will ever play the Rubik, but maybe there's a world where Dubu goes top on the ENG.
I mean, can't he just play ENG and go to the other lane?
Yeah, he can. I'm not sure if they are comfortable doing that though.
Because it's a nightmare for Elder Titan against ENG. There's nothing you can do. He keeps removing your buff and you're useless. And you can't fight him, you have to run away, you can't pull creeps. There's nothing for you to do in the lane.
No Morph, no Drow, no Naga. What's the pick here? Faceless Void.
Lash, no, Lash. They have Elder Titan, pick Lash carry, serious.
They have to pick their carry.
I mean, fine, they pick Zeus. I mean, you need something to deal with the illusions.
I like this. I think it opens up the pool for 23 as well. He doesn't really need to be a hard carry. He has a NP and Zeus right now.
So he needs to be on like, say,
CK,
again,
Bloodseeker.
CK, Monkey King, Bloodseeker.
I like Bloodseeker just because of the Zeus. Makes the hero kind of low-key strong, yeah. You have so much global presence too. You have double Wrath to enable your team. Like it's ET tiny combo.
But do you think they have enough disables if they go for Bloodseeker? They don't really have
I think if you get
stuns.
stunned once, you just die. Like this tiny combo with the Earth Splitter on top and double Wrath coming in.
How about Monkey King for 23?
I mean, I feel like that would be a better way of rounding up the draft. But not to say that the Bloodseeker is weaker.
Sure.
It's just the draft would take more boxes, so everybody will have a better time in the game, you know. And Bloodseeker, you're playing all in on this magic from the Zeus with the ET aura.
Yeah, I can see that. They need a hero that takes Roche, can kind of fight good in lane.
Meanwhile, Corden's hero pool is also getting smaller and smaller as he's going to have to figure out a hero to go against Makoto's Zeus mid. Storm and Ember gone.
He still has Pango, right?
He still has Pango.
I mean, unless he gets back.
Yeah, there's no way he's gonna have Pango by the end of the bet. No way. I'm just wondering if Bleed wanna do a thing where they just put the Doom in.
Oh yeah, that's true.
I think it's good against Zeus if you can get a creep. like a good creep.
Corden has not played at this tour yet.
That's true, and
he's not a very
flexible
mid.
Has he played Kunkka?
He has not played Kunkka. This tour he's played Storm, Ember, Puck, Sniper. Well, I guess Sniper's a little bit
No Sniper.
Well,
Sniper. That's not the Corden you want to see. No.
Sure, but it was out of the box for him, which I respect. And then Tusk and Tiny.
Okay, I think the Tusk game he played against Zeus as well. Then he was playing, if I remember correctly, he played Tusk against Zeus.
He was playing against Polaris and...
Zeus?
He was against an Ember mid.
Oh, not Zeus. Okay.
No.
I mean, Tusk is one of the heroes that is pretty good against Zeus in the game, but I'm not sure if it's still... Okay, they banned out the Kunkka, so no, we will never know.
Well, there's a Pango available.
Yeah, I guess it's Pango. And if they pick Pango, I guess the Bloodseeker would make more sense for...
True.
But the Pango against Zeus lane is rough. It's hard, because you don't really buy mitigation until maybe Mage Slayer if you want that later on.
Mm-hmm.
And Talon has a lot of magic damage. It's a really hard game to be a Pango.
I mean, then what else would you rather he be? Are there any better options remaining? Like that he will play? Okay,
wow.
Sure. 0 games Bat Rider, not anymore.
Finally.
I feel like most mid players play the hero. I guess it's just not a big comfort for him. I like this pick much more. I think Talon was probably not expecting it either. But it does suit their draft, a lot of split the map, through side lanes farm and then Bat can do something.
Corden looks tense. How does Sticky Napalm work? Tell me.
Oh, it's also not a good matchup against the Zeus because Zeus has heavily jump now, which slows you, so you can never really get onto him. You also feed him mana.
Yeah, I mean that's like Zeus against all this like Storm, Barrett, all these heroes. Like the spammers, like he just gets a stick and then he gets to play the lane easily.
What's the pick here?
For 23 Savage.
Not an easy.
Maybe he picks the Pango. Run it back. Carry Pango.
Bloodseeker. I like their draft. I think the NP is the one that's gonna kind of carry the game. Bloodseeker also helps them counter fight. I think like this Lasso's gonna come out. They have to do something to turn the fight.
I feel like I don't think it's gonna be that easy. The laning phase is gonna be very hard for Talon. Like the Elder Titan, if the Enchantress is gonna be on the top lane, he's gonna be useless in that lane. And I feel like the Ench and Doom can actually just win that lane straight up.
The thing is, Ench doesn't want to lane Bloodseeker though, because he has super high armor and high regen. You can never really zone him out, so it's kind of annoying both ways, I think.
They do have a lot of kill threat. I feel like the Ench just needs to make sure that Elder Titan cannot bully the Doom. Doom gets to his level 3, and that's when they're gonna be able to crush the lane.
Yeah, we play to stack the triangle too for a Bat Rider. That does sound kind of nice.
And bot lane's like farm lane, right? So the Rubik's just gonna be pushing out the lane, making sure you can pull, dealing with the Nature Prophet Treants. Terrorblade doesn't really care about the right clicks. I feel like they should be able to farm that lane. And mid lane, Bat Rider against Zeus, like you said, 50-50 lanes. So there'll be 2 lanes that are gonna be split even, and Bleed is gonna be having an advantageous top lane if the Enchantress is going top. So I feel like there's a better chance that Bleed will be able to have a good start in the game.
I feel like it's a lot on Corden, and that recipe has not.
I like their heroes a lot more. I feel like the Talon's lineup, it's not that easy to play with just one stun. It's really not that easy. I would not consider Elder Titan a stun because he needs somebody else to start, and then only he follows up. So it's just realistically the Tiny.
But how many stuns do Bleed have?
They have the Bat Rider.
And Rubik. And Rubik have 2 stuns.
2 stuns is better than 1. Simple math. Which Corden are we going to see? Is it Michael Corden on the Bulls or Michael Corden on the Wizards? Let's find out in game number 1 with Avo and Seek.
Maybe it's Michael Corden on the Chicago White Sox. He also played baseball. I don't know if it was for the Sox, though.
I know why you hire all these Americans for C, honestly. I think, I want some references to badminton. Who's Michael Corden of badminton?
I used to know his name. Unfortunately, I don't. I know he does give us 2 random holidays every other year or so, though. Did you know in Malaysia, whenever that guy wins his badminton gold medal in the Olympics or in the SEA Games, they just shut down the banks? It's amazing.
It's also when someone wins the election, and honestly, randomly at any moment in the Malaysian holidays, it's one of the loveliest places to holiday in.
I consider myself the best player.
Bleed, they need to win this, otherwise they're going to go on a holiday called Division 2.
I wouldn't say that's a holiday, it's more of a demotion.
I would consider it something more like when you go...
My dad says in chat. Hello, son.
don't. No.
I did not type it.
Oh, mic issue. Okay, for Bleed. I would have considered it a little bit more something like the second act of a movie, you know? Maybe even like of a sports movie, something I'm thinking of with like a famous basketball player who then went to go play baseball and then needed to train a bunch of animated cartoons. Space Jam. Right? Where they had to go through the training phase.
No,
it's
more
Space Jam.
No, it's more like when a football player retires and they decide to go to a country that doesn't play football, you know?
Like America?
Yeah, like America. Actually, that's a perfect example.
Yeah.
Like when Beckham went to America, he wasn't that good to begin with, but then in America, he sure was.
It's true, but he was really good at making a lot of money with the LA Galaxy.
Yeah, he did make a lot of money. He was good at making money.
And so
most
was
football players you realize are not that good at football, but they're great at making
his
money.
name, the Swedish guy who was really good and actually ended up playing back in Europe after.
Ibrahimovic?
Yes, that's the one.
It was great.
Yeah. So I mean, but they could be an
He was
Ibrahimovic
very
story.
good at waiting for everyone to do the work for him, and he would touch the ball one last time.
That's right. And then he would take off his shirt and get a yellow card every single game. You gotta love having people like that in the ML.
He's now in the Asterix and Obelix movie, and I kid you not.
What a turn that this rank has gone on. And
He
it's
is
good
the
because
Terry Crews of football.
Bleed are still figuring out their mic issues and
And also their game issues and strategy issues.
well, I'll tell you what though, a win here over Talon does see them safely out of the realm of tiebreakers. Worst case scenario, they just play tiebreakers.
Yes, it's not that bad. They always have a second chance.
But Alvaro,
So-
there's still maybe trouble down the line for them, even if they do win this game. Because what happened to the last team that beat Talon Esports in DPC?
Was it, what was the team? Was it Fnatic?
I believe it was Fnatic. And what happened to them?
They disbanded.
Oh.
So by that logic, teams that beat Talon disband.
Right.
Who beat them in the major again?
Liquid.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
No, but I think you know what it is? It's because
okay.
Liquid has
At
jabs
least we
with
learned
2Bs, so he's
Oh,
like the
right. So
block.
technically disbanded
Yes.
because he's now the coach again.
That's right.
Oh, that's why.
right.
That makes perfect sense, actually.
Yep, and I think everything's good to go here
Okay,
now.
so the theory is true. So beat Talon, disband.
Yep.
Right.
Yep. Well, hopefully not for Bleed, right?
Yeah, hopefully not for Bleed.
I would like to see them continue here
The
as...
CEO is now nervous. They just heard this comment. Guys, don't let them win. We can win the tiebreakers.
Tiebreakers are always a scary situation to be in, though. And it's funny, actually, because compared to where Talon found themselves last season, these games, you know, I'm not going to say they mean nothing to them, but worst case scenario, they join a three-way tiebreaker for first, second, third. They're going to the major, and they have been for almost a full week already.
That was actually my favorite question in the... Wait. 23 Savage, he's kind of leading this. Nice avalanche onto 4. Q always dazzling us this Tiny.
It's the Rebel Ravage, man. I'm telling you.
Rebel Ravage. I love that. So when I asked them about Fnatic actually in the major, right? I was pretty candid with it. I was like, guys, what happened with Fnatic? And everyone goes, I get an answer from everyone, and they go, oh, no, Fnatic played really well. That was their best game, whatever. And then 23 Savage looks at everyone and goes, come on, guys. What? Says nothing else, refused to answer. He's like, no, whatever, we move on, we move on.
It was one of those where he answers with his eyes, right?
Yes, but he did say the words, come on, guys.
You gotta love it.
So, you know, it depends on who you ask on Talon. That game might have just been a really good game from Fnatic.
Well, we'll see here how Bleed are going to come out and perform. Because I'd say Bleed actually are, I mean, it's hard to say a team's coming in with more momentum than Talon, a team that has been just growing ever since their debut in Season 1. In this with this roster.
Yeah, but when you reach rock bottom and you know where that is, any win feels like a huge win.
Well, that's what I'm saying for Bleed.
That's what Lima felt.
Well, that's what I'm saying, right? I mean, their wins over SMG were convincing at that.
Yes.
Like, look,
Yes,
I'm not going to lie. I was expecting a 2-0 when we sat down here about 2 days ago and, you know, saw Mid-1 lock in his hero, saw Moon, the CEO. And then all of a sudden, when the Bleed Ice ABBA is carrying them the game, I was, this team might be back.
Corden also seemed a lot more unleashed as well in that game, where they just let him play his Space Creators.
Particularly on the Storm.
Yes. I feel like they forced Corden for a while to just be like, no, you're a win condition mid laner. Okay, right? But now that he's just back to creating space, just is what he excels on, and then let Ice be more of a carry, which obviously this Doom definitely will fulfill that role.
Yeah.
I think this is a much better situation for Bleed.
I'm wondering, like, who made that call within the team, because I think overall, now that both teams are playing their officially last game, we'll see if tiebreakers are afoot for either of these teams, but now that they're officially playing their last game, it seemed to me like that's the direction that I thought this team would want to go in, and obviously that's a lot of recency bias, you know, sneaking into that statement, but I was always really impressed with Corden's rotation game, especially when he played his Pangos and his Pucks. Even Puck is not the best hero. I was always really impressed with Jackie having the most expensive Dota 2 cosmetics in the entire, you know, probably DPC, but also on how much he likes to play these late game and how good he is, in my opinion, on the late game win conditions. And the same thing about Ice, about just being up in your face and annoying as long as offlaners can really be.
I mean, Jackie was when he was a Motivate Trust, right? He was the, first pick me the carry. It's fine, I'll carry, right? And that's how it worked for a while for them.
A lot of
They did
rating for him back then, right?
Rating and Medusa were the two heroes, and it would always be the first out of the first 4 picks, right?
Faceless Void, I remember in those days for him was.
Yeah, but that had to come later because they couldn't first pick Faceless Void. And Terrorblade is one of those other heroes. We've seen another team do this. What was the team that also found success with Terrorblade first? Was it Polaris? There was 8 pick Terrorblade.
I think so. I think
it was Polaris. They saw it work once and then it didn't work again. But it's a dangerous idea, but it can work if you have the draft to make it work. That's a nice stomp with the blood right there. Good combination. 23 Savage will just chase on the Doom. Ice should be dead here, but they tried at least get a counter kill on Tamale. They realized not enough damage.
Yeah, the nice part about this kind of a lane setup is that if you can hit that Echo Stomp, not only do you set up for Bloodrite, but you set up for Bloodrite. That's a silence. That means no, hear
not
me
only
out.
do you set up for Bloodrite, but you set up for Bloodrite.
Hear me out. You never let me finish, Avo. Let me cook.
Go ahead. Continue with your wonderful metaphor.
They have this Enchantress, which counterpicks the ET super hard. Means you can't enchant him, which means you do a lot more damage there with your bonus damage you get from the Astral Spirit. It's a pretty big deal, actually, in this matchup. Because normally the problem with this ET is you very rarely get a laning partner that's also going to set up and stop the Enchantress from removing all your bonus damage. But with this kind of a combo, if they can continue connecting on it, it's going to be really punishing here. You're going to get a lot of utility out of this ET. And that makes the Ench pick feel really weak, honestly. It's still a Dubu classic, so he's going to be able to do a lot on it, don't get me wrong, but not being able to dispel the bonus damage on the Astral Spirit, I don't know. If I'm Ollie, maybe I put a second point into this into the Astral Spirit.
I don't know. 23 is kind of suffering this lane a little bit. 14 last, it's not that great. The Terrorblade is doing a really good job because this matchup for the NP is non-existent, right? You just don't do anything against TB and his armor.
Yep. I think the issue that Ollie's going to have, though, is, what else is he going to do? Unfortunately, I think this hero kind of got pretty hard countered in their draft. It's 2 laners that are pretty strong into him. The Doom, for one, with this Envenomed weapon, especially that Ice has grabbed, by the way. I did want to point that out. Doing a lot of work against 23, right? Because obviously, we reduce the healings, and that is what Bloodseeker really ends up becoming a lane boss on, and being able to out-sustain you through his last hits and deny with Thirst.
Yeah, that's true. The mid lane matchup is the one matchup we haven't really spoken about. The Zeus versus Bat Rider. I'm actually... Oh. Never mind, I thought it was going to be a play. But it's just... Oh, apparently Bloodseeker might die there. They already whirlwinded him, though.
Where are you going?
Oh, quick little pause. There's the enchant immediately, though.
I would suppose this mid matchup, by the way, is very Zeus favored now that you have the jump, right? Because the jump slows you ridiculously for a second and also slows your cast points.
Yep, I would also say the point on the jump is that it helps you get up and down cliffs, which was previously an advantage that Bat Rider had exclusively over the Zeus. So now that, he pops Firefly, it makes a difference, really, when you're, trying to control and contest the runes, especially, right? Because that's always a really dangerous part for any mid laner. If you try and go through the river, Bat Rider's just going to kill you. Not unless you have a little jump to get up to the high ground. He still might kill you, but at least you have more moves to make and ideally supports to rotate and help you. So that's a good point.
That's true. I would say that Corden understands this too because he's only putting points in Sticky Napalm and still has a point in Flame Break or Firefly. Usually Batters do this when they don't think they have any kill potential in their matchup because Flame Break or Firefly can be useful depending on the gank.
Yeah, he's got boots delivered, so it does now, call into question whether or not he could go for it. I think another reason it's a little bit scary is you're playing into an NP, right? We can maybe speak a little bit about the bot lane now. And so jabs can always TP in anywhere, right? And kind of ruin your kill attempt rather quickly. I would also say that, oh, hold on. Down bottom, Jackie does not have meta. I don't believe this is a real kill attempt.
Oh, we have telekinesis, though. I'm going to try. Jab sent back, and Jab's like, okay, I'll kill DJ. Wait, I have to TP? Took too long to TP. Okay. That extra auto attack on DJ might have condemned them.
Yeah, the reflection doing a lot of work there from Jackie.
Good Fateful too.
Indeed. What was I going to say? Oh, right, the supports that Talon have, in my opinion, are a little bit stronger at rotating towards the mid lane. That being said, now that the enchant build is a lot stronger because of the changes that this hero recently got, you're more incentivized to max this, which means, wow, you've got...
Jabs came in and just to see DJ die.
Yeah,
Top lane, they're going for Ice as well. So much movement between this Bloodseeker, but the Infernal Blade keeps him away. Too much heating.
Dubu. That's why you have to be really careful on your enchant here in this kind of a matchup, right? Because as soon as you don't have enchant, as soon as you do start trying to play a little bit more with those creeps, you do open up the ET to do a lot of work here. He has put that second point now in Astral Spirit. Might pay for it here, but Ice is not going to be caught by the stomp. Should be fine, though. Enough space there for 23. Ollie's really trying to get the enchant out. It will not work.
No. He will. Yeah, there we go.
We got one punch.
He did get one punch, not bad. Now we are slowed though. Impetus as well. He stomps the ground in anger. That's not gonna work. But Ollie is fast though. 310 movement speed, 330 on the Doom. Doom will eventually catch up. Will he catch up in an okay space to fight? Apparently not. Scorched Earth available in a second, but the blood right. Oh, really? He actually got the Scorched Earth off. Ice? Ice is gonna die here. And he's not gonna get the kill.
There it is.
Sorry, that came naturally.
I think that's where you start spamming the "I consider myself the best player" line.
Oh yes, actually, that was a mistake by Talon.
Yeah, and
really missed opportunity.
That was just a mistake there by Ice. Honestly,
well, no, obviously that's the question.
I can't quite say why he makes that move. I mean, just very bold from him, and ultimately unnecessary.
I think he was. Can I get Scorched Earth before they silence me? Yes, I got it. I have to do something with this now. And this is a bunch of sunk cost fallacy. There's sunk cost fallacy. There's sunk cost fallacy, right?
I suppose so.
That's my armchair analysis.
I think that'll have to be it. I mean,
otherwise I don't understand.
You spend the mana. I'm gonna use the Scorched Earth. You know?
Yeah, exactly.
It's fine. He's on his way, well on his way towards this Midas by any means. Devour still only up to level 1, but with that Midas online, he'll get a bunch more XP, get Devour back up. This won't even make a difference. In fact, he's come back with full mana now, so, you know, it's all good.
I mean, it's not all good because the Bloodseeker was actually struggling a little bit. Now he's full, happily at the top of the network chart. Decent last hits. Now all of a sudden, Corden's job got 10 times harder, and he has to deal with the Rupture this whole game.
3 heroes mid as well for Talon as they do rotate away, trying to secure this second rune. And it will go into the bottle here for Makoto. That's kind of a big one here. Illusion rune, a dispel basically against the Bat Rider. Might make a difference. Oh, he's going to just use it now for the mana regen as he does gank bottom. Jackie's the target here, at least ideally.
This should be an easy kill. Oh, he broke the wrong tree this spot. He's trying to be aggressive, trying to kill off Jabs. He might be able to, but Jabs TP's just in time. Avalanche to cover his escape, and here comes Makoto. They're just swapping around. This is a tag team, truly. Thunder God's Wrath still available to get vision of Jackie. There we go. Utilized. They have no more mana, but they have a tiny.
Yeah.
And one last Dark Lightning will get the head of the Terrorblade.
Jackie actually committed there before he put that third point into the meta, right before they actually started going in for the fight, so he did not have a point available for a Sunder. So he was committed there. So, you know, good job by him for trying to really go for that kill. I am surprised, though, that Corden did not TP on down. He's really close to BOT, so I think that's the last time Corden is really inactive on this map. But I do think not only do you get that kill onto the NP, you probably also kill the Zeus, too. So I think for him, TP was on cooldown. I think he ran back home or something like that, but a missed opportunity for Bleed. And good rotations out from Talon, who do force Corden back to base by having 2 heroes in the mid lane. All this snowballs really from Ice kind of letting up the pressure onto 23, right? Like that allows Ollie to come mid instead. All these kind of other things tend to have a snowball effect. Corden will go top now, though.
Maybe if they converge top and kill 23 before he can get Rupture off onto the Bat Rider, that could be a good way. However, if he gets Rupture off, he's TP here defensively. And oh, Corden's already searching. Rupture immediately. There we go. What are the TPs? Defensive TPs. Q's already come in. They doom. 23 Savage. Everything to try to kill this Bloodseeker. And he should die this rate. Corden's already fallen, however. He got the movement speed bonus from that, but goes into the Firefly. Dies to it instead. Ice will be the next victim of this engagement, hopefully for Talon. As Ollie mashes him to bits, Dubu will be capable of skipping away.
Yep. Hop, skip, and a jump. He'll be out and away. Jab's still continuing to farm bottom, really looking to apply this pressure onto Jackie. He's already got the Javelin, so he's going to go Maelstrom first. Very standard, but does allow him to continue fighting, actually, into this TB with the little bit of 70 bonus damage that you get. Magic damage at that, of course. So continuing to make Jackie's game a little bit more difficult. That death on Corden doesn't bode too well either, especially as that's his first use of the lasso. So rotating to the top lane and not really getting much for it, especially without forcing Jabs to rotate away and, you know, unleash a little bit of this pressure on TB. It's Bleed are setting themselves up for a little bit of a difficult early game here. And unfortunately, they really have to make plays happen on these Dooms and these Lassos. Those are the biggest playmaking tools that they actually have. Their Siege is just fine, but against a Zeus and against a Bloodseeker and an ET, like, they're going to clear your creeps, no problem.
Another Rupture. This ability has lower cooldown than Lasso, so I'm going to use much more of it. Thunder God's Wrath, the stump, cancels the TP, and 23 Savage comes to collect the kill. As now he has been slowed, pulled back as well, but has face boots and enough thirst movement speed to get him away.
Yep. Really troubling early game there with the kill onto Ice. Has his Midas complete though, so he is going to continue scaling no matter how many times they end up catching him. But Talon with, again, a phenomenal early game here. Really, I think they got just about everything that they were happy with. I think the only question mark was how well 23 was going to do, especially since it was looking a little bit cloudy with how well Ice was off to in that top lane. But things are going very swimmingly for them. I think the next biggest thing that Talon are going to be looking to connect on and really feel the impact is continuing to rotate with this Zeus on this Thunder God's Wrath and setting up for kills. But that should become much easier now that they've given Q plenty of time to farm for Blink Dagger. He has it in 500 gold, so like this game only gets harder for Bleed.
Yeah, like we were talking about, they just don't have plays to make except for that lasso. And of course, if you deal with a Bloodseeker or Bloodseeker's anywhere nearby, he's going to rupture you. That's not going to be a play to be made either. I mean, sure, you can lasso support. Okay, that's a play. It's a kill. Yeah. If they can manage it, for Q is still alive here. They use the Earth Splitter as well. Q has managed to run away, throws the tree in anger at Corden, and they rupture a Rubik. Just at least guaranteeing one kill. It's going to be DJ. Corden gets away with a TP, but this tower might fall for Talon now.
Yeah, most importantly, I think that was actually a pretty major kill if they... Oh, Doom, top lane.
Yeah, in the top lane, they're trying to go for the MP. There's no way for him to TP now, and so he's just going to fall to Ice and Dubu. They tried to deny him, but that was not fast enough. Instead, the objective for 23 Savage is now to kill off Ice. Does he have enough damage? Ooh! One hit away. A single Maelstrom proc would have done the trick there.
That's what I was going to point out, but they're not done that, though. They're going to try and kill the doe.
Yeah, okay. Goodbye to Dubu. Goodbye to Dubu? Oh, no.
Oh, he lived. He should have thrown
well,
the throw.
There's blood right. You know, there's how Bambi ends. Bloodseeker in the jungle.
Radiant's top tower.
Down
Kills Bambi's mother.
I believe that's how it ended for me.
Yeah. You first hear the rupture sound.
I thought I was watching Space Jam at first, and then Bloodseeker came out of the jungle. I was very confused.
No, that's the Tasmanian Devil you're thinking about.
Which one?
The Tasmanian Devil.
Yeah.
They're very similar characters, though.
Very good, very good. Big kills, though, here for Talon. I believe they really got to make something happen, I want to say, on this next Doom Lasso, because they can't just, keep getting kills here onto the MP. Like, that one's fine. You do get the kill, and you stop him from farming away, but 23 is just now having a pretty much uncontested game. It's not every day that you see a carry in general outlast hitting and getting more money than an MP.
Okay, he's gonna die though. I love this little bridge of fire he's made for himself, because he was tossed.
That one, oh yeah, I see it. That one kind of hurts.
He is like literally Greek fire. He can set the sky on fire, huh?
That one kind of hurts for him because he was 100 gold away from Blink, and now is going to be set back just a little bit. He has the smoke in the inventory, so you know he's just rearing and ready to go for a fight. But credit to Bleed, they're doing the next best thing that they can. They can't reasonably defend this mid tower, so Jackie is going to start sieging for the bottom tier 1 tower, try and at least make a little foothold for himself in the triangle camp to his enemies.
Mikoto way too aggressive with his positioning here. Flame break back, there's the stomp. Mikoto needs to jump himself to safety, or perhaps he actually wants to re-engage. I want to take this tower so they can get the Blink Dagger for Tiny. Is that going to be enough with the deny? No, it's not. They need the last hit.
Yep. Any of the last. So Q just needs a little bit more, so now you can see why these little deaths actually make a little bit of a difference. That's an aggressive TP in there from Jackie, if I say so. If he's tossed back into the Zeus, like, man, there's a Thunder God's Wrath, there's a Nature's Wrath, there's so many things very angry. All the forces of nature on this team. Stones.
Stone, lightning, blood.
Yeah.
Though, the Thunder God's Wrath for her, and with the Arc Lightning, they kill her. As in the bottom lane, we're also seeing the Battery trying to toast the pig, and he will get some Abigaling today, but Corden will die for it.
Yep. And another kill for 23, man. That's the Blink Dagger now for Q, so the next time he respawns, he will be able to get a Blink initiation. So action's still here to follow for Talon, although they may want to wait here. It does feel kind of bad. They have Wrath of Nature, but they don't have Thunder God's Wrath or Rupture. So not too much for him to play with. Might end up seeing some tosses into Earth Splitters, honestly. That's a pretty good way of killing tanky heroes like this Ice Doom, who is still going for this BK Bean second item, by the way. So his farm, not too bad here on the Doom.
I mean,
it's bad considering he's a Doom, but, it's a Doom. He's still going to get his items. He still has a chance to have a good degree of relevancy in this kind of a game.
Yeah, but it's not why you pick this hero, right? It's not to, recover. I don't know, it feels bad.
No, it's not. For me, it's very similar to if only he could be a little bit more like Sand King, where if Sand King, sometimes you pick him early and then they counter him with Lifestealer or something. Oh, hold on, Ollie.
Yeah, Ollie's gonna be burnt alive.
Oh yeah. Burnt alive. Burnt
alive.
Yes, very good.
It's a new pizza flavor.
It probably is. And unlike a Sand King, where like you start losing the lane, you just start stacking the jungle and like, you know, you recover that way, get your Blink Dagger, make a big difference. It does feel like the entire point of this Doom is like, I come out of the laning stage, one, having ruined a safe laner's day, and two, with a big item advantage. Maybe he can still come out with an item here and make a difference. BKB is quite strong for him this game. It allows him to get on top of this Mikoto Zeus, who is just going for this Kaya and Sanj. So, you know, it's going to make a little bit of a difference in terms of who he can get on top of and kind of shut them down. But the difficulty for him this game
Bottom
is...
lane, 23 Savage. Sorry to interrupt. That's what? They went in with a lasso.
Yep.
I guess they forced BKB.
Yeah.
He didn't even know they didn't have a lasso. Because he was 8 seconds away.
In the triangle.
He will. Ice is trying to get away from the creeps. He was actually stacking as he was doing that, but he stacked for Talon instead. Mikoto will happily take this.
Ollie as well.
That's Kaya and Sanj for Mikoto. Plus the shard. That's why he took so long to build this, because he built a shard halfway through. Probably one of the most broken shards in certain games on Zeus, obviously.
Yep.
Okay, and this is one of them, because you have the Doom on the enemy side.
Oh, yeah. And the TB, right? Who eventually, I mean, for now, it's just the magic damage is good enough. He's only got 1,300 HP, this poor TB. But eventually, once he gets, you know, you can see he's got 3 ultimate orbs in the quick buy right now. That's a lot of stats. It does feel really nice to still have that scaling magic damage against him.
Yeah.
So, as you say, a nice build up here. But for Talon, man, it's just like they've been mostly, they're using their ultimates much more effectively here than the side of Bleed are, right? Every time there's Thunder God's Wrath, it seems like you have 23 Savage looking for a fight, gets the vision to Rupture, hold on, another fight, as Jubu is simply dead. But every single time that they have, like, especially Thunder God's Wrath and Rupture, they're just always looking for something. They're always looking to make a little bit of a play, find a pick off, farm that side of the map, and then, you know, retreat like the Tide, right? They're like the Tide, and they move in aggressively when they have the ultis. They smash some stuff up, smash a couple boats against the rocks, and then on their way back, they farm everything.
What do you think waves are? That is the weirdest explanation I've heard.
That's how the Tides work. Especially because Bleed, they don't really seem to respect this. And they're not only that, they're not really like using their ultimates as effectively, which is surprising because you have Doom and a BOT's Batrider. It's just not connecting here for them.
I mean, look, I will give justification to Gordon that you are playing against Rupture, Bloodseeker, but I agree with you that the Talon guys are using their ultimates much more effectively. You have to play this way when you have a Bloodseeker or these kind of carries where it's like, yes, he farms really fast, but you have to play on his timings really well. Otherwise, this hero can fall out really easily, especially against a Terrorblade.
And honestly, his game's not any easier because Bleed's initiation kind of sucks. It's like we walk up to you within like touching range, and then I lasso you or I doom you.
Yeah, and then I run away.
It.
And then, all of a sudden, I'm bleeding everywhere.
And how do you run away from a Tiny? How do you run around your Ruptured? From ET's even actually really good against these kinds of lineups with the reach that he has as they go for another kill. Man, Doom made 2 ultis for you, huh?
Yeah, I don't know. One of those was over. I mean, definitely the Earth Splitter was not needed.
Definitely the Thunder God's Wrath, I would say. That to me is a much more high utility.
Maybe he just wanted vision. Oh, he had a regen rush. He's like, guys, I have to use as much mana as possible. It's the efficient play, Richie. You wouldn't understand.
I mean, look, even though Bleed have smoked literally right underneath a Talon Observer ward,
oh no,
I do think this is the right move for them to be making. Now
it is. They have the ultimates. Oh, Rupture immediately on Corden. BKB. Run, Corden, run! You're bleeding! Corden, get him to the high ground! They also doomed him, and now they toss him away from the high ground. Is he saved? Q just saved 23 Savage in exchange for his own life. Yeah, Terrorblade's gonna hit him to death. Q will fall, and Mikoto goes into the high ground himself, manages to kill off DJ. Now Jab's in the middle of this, tanking and giving vision so that Mikoto can keep on lightning them. Ice will fall. 23 Savage actually gets that kill here. Yeah, he wants to continue, but not going to find any targets.
In Ice's dying breath, he stops to turn around his one true love, Arcane Rune. Really, actually, it's an effective deny, of course, because you don't not want that thing into the hands of Mikoto. He would absolutely own you in this next team fight. So it's actually quite a heads-up move there for Ice to do the rest that he can there with his dying breath.
Oh, Rubik Mech, I haven't seen this in forever.
Really? We've been seeing it a bit, actually. Rubik Greaves in the DPC. There's been like a handful of
we
games.
saw it, but not for this season. Less so. Like last season it was the build, the mech on Rubik first. This season we see it less so. Obviously this game it makes sense because Doom is not going to build Greaves this game.
Yeah. Yeah, and another problem for them is Doom is not going to build pipe for them this game. It's a really darn good pipe game, isn't it?
It is. Dubo is, though.
Ah, that's good.
So that's fine. Aegis for 23. 23 might just die here, though. They have vision of him. Yeah, Corden comes in, rupture him. He's already lost the Aegis. The rupture did not stop Corden whatsoever.
Kill Dubu.
At least they punished Dubu for this.
Yes.
Which seems to be Talon's game plan. Hurt Dubu as much as possible.
I think Dubu might be in for it, though. I mean, that's half the reason you pick an Enchantress anyway, isn't it?
What? Masochism?
To die.
Yeah, okay. So, yeah.
I mean, he's been doing a pretty good job. That's not even Flame. I think a lot of the times that he's been dying, it's been him kind of tanking the bullet for a lot of his teams. So, I've got to give him credit. I think Bleed, they're definitely struggling, and I think we case in points there. Even in his dying breath, 23 Savage ruins Corden's day by simply casting Rupture, and he dies, and 23 is still happy. Like the game is really hard for them. And again, I just think it's off the back of this initiation. Blink Dagger soon though for Corden, and I do think that actually makes a really big difference. Issue for them, however, issue for Jackie is that there's a smoke ant coming his way.
Yeah, they kill Jackie before the rest of them can connect. Jackie's already fallen. Bleed, will they continue this regardless? Yeah, Corden wants to initiate onto Q. They have a lasso and they use all the resources on this poor Tiny. Q will die to this. Burned up by the Firefly, but 23 Savage has finally joined the fray. He wants to go for Dubu, and he'll settle for Dubu. That's the real target. Rupturing DJ, thinking maybe that's an easier kill. DJ doesn't have a mech. Immediate jabs, BKBs just to get the kill. As Dubu, next target as well. They decide to let them go. It's the tier 2, no reason to dive in.
Yep. This Blink Dagger, as I was saying, for Corden's going to make a world of difference for him. I think the only thing that's really unfortunate is you take a look at this lineup, and this is a lineup I really want to build the Lincolns against, isn't it? Doesn't feel too great against the Ench, of course, but prevents Sunder, prevents Lasso, prevents Doom. Like 3 of the biggest targeted ultis that I can think of out of these 10 heroes anyway. And I think it's going to take a lot of wind out from the sails here, Bleed. Like they do need to get this Blink Dagger online for Corden. I think that should be #1 priority. Ice as Ice actually has already farmed up his. And I think you can really take it to Talon in the next fight. Set yourself up in the jungle, set up some vision, contest next Roche, and I think that's your path back into this game.
We'll see. Once they get Lincolns on both the Bloodseeker and Zeus, I think that path is closed.
Agreed. Well, unfortunately, it's maybe closed already for 23, who has his already. And Zeus nearly has his already. Yeah, okay, so.
It's just, like, the timings are way too tight.
The timings are tight, but I really think that's the move that Corden has, especially to make it. I don't see any other way for them to reasonably get back into this game unless they take some miracle fight around the Roche, which can always happen, but I would still say that Talon fight better in the Roche pit around. Between a Bloodseeker and ET's amazing around Roche, Zeus for vision. It's really difficult here. I think it's another really tough part for Bleed is that maybe one of the reasons that they've been focusing on Dubu so hard is because he is the person on this lineup that's supposed to give vision. Either through creeps or through his own body.
No, yeah, it was through his own body.
Right.
Yeah, but you're right. That's exactly why he is constantly killing himself, and Talon just sees it as a free kill because they kill him so quickly. I think now with the Untouchable,
almost
level 2.
Almost level 2, and the eventually full pipe. He's got a hood.
Q, you know that you were smoked. You were in front of the illusion smoked. There is absolutely no way.
I don't know if our camera caught that, but they got baited by it.
They tossed the Doom illusion.
Yep. Not their brightest moment.
The Thunder God's Wrath. I think Mikoto Thunder God's Wrath to go, you idiot, obviously it's an illusion. Okay, now the counter smoke, I Bleed. They're very satisfied with what just happened. So maybe they can make something out of it.
It'd be even more if they could catch the Zeus before it got Lincoln.
I'll settle for a Q right now. Corden, oh, he guesses the wrong place. He thought it was up there, but instead it was to the side. That's the sticky napalm to give vision. If Corden gets blinked, this initiations become much easier, and these smoke gangs become easier because they can just, once the smoke dispels, they go full.
This is a big moment, Avo. Jackie behind all of this has been farming incredibly effectively.
Yeah, yes,
heroically. Scotty and a Manta style. He has. This is not an easy game. He's been farming in the right places. And you know what a hero truly needs?
Gold.
Someone to throw their body in the way so that you don't get hit by the truck that is Talon. And that's been Dubu all game.
That's not what a hero.
That's exactly what a hero needs. That's the line from the anime, isn't it?
What a hero truly needs is someone to throw their body in front of them.
Yeah.
So sacrifices.
Exactly. Sacrifice.
That sounds more like something I'd hear in 1930s, not something you'd hear.
See, we got there. Up and over the trenches, lads. Here we go.
What we need is more pawns.
Dubu, he's gonna he'll get this tower here. Actually, it'll be a 1-for-1 trade. They'll be quite happy with this. But big items here for Bleed.
Yeah. Yeah.
Roche is, oh, sorry, I had to reconnect. Roche is not up for a while. 3 minutes until it can spawn. So Aegis would have just been reclaimed. This is a really crucial 3-minute period right now for Bleed. If they can force out even like a Thunder God's Wrath, something small, a BKB charge for 23 Savage, like they do put themselves in a pretty serious position here to get themselves back into the game. It's only a 6k net worth lead. It's not as big as it seems.
You're right, but they're about to hit the double Linken's timing, which will make this game really difficult, and so will Ice's until he gets Ags, which is not that far off though. He's halfway there.
Yeah,
Corden,
actually.
Is he smoked? Oh, he's just invisible. Okay. Sentry, does it reveal him? No. Sentry just got revealed. Corden, biding his time. Patient little Corden.
Yeah. Needs to get this one right. There's the Lincolns. Now they have double Lincolns. Of course, you can stack them, right? So if Makoto or 23 decides to help each other out, they can give each other a Lincoln's buff, and it.
But they're both cores, so who will be the more self-centered one? We're gonna find out now. I think it's gonna be 23 Savage.
Do you think if Makoto didn't already have his shard, who would get the shard?
Okay, Doomed jabs. Immediate TPs to help him. Q's also here to solve him. And Ice.
Wow.
100-0
Dude,
for the
he was
man.
alone.
Yeah, I actually expected something there.
He was alone. I was expecting more as well. You baited me with the sound of your voice, fake hype caster.
Okay, well, I'm very sorry. Look, I saw him initiate and I thought, surely there's a plan.
I agree. I thought there was one too, not Talon.
He heard your sacrificial pawn, so he's like, okay,
I'll do it. They're gonna, well, okay, 23's, he smoke ganked the midway, but the rest of his team is smoke ganked. And they're sweeping across the map just a second late there. Would have been able to catch DJ. Not the biggest kill in the world, of course, but would have been something for their troubles. Although if they do continue, maybe they find Corden here. Nope, he's gonna get out of the way of this one as well. No chance. Okay, well the play by Ice, you know, it's you know what it is, Abo? Calling back to the tier 2 dive that he made earlier in the game, it's just his weakness, the tier 2 tower, right?
When he's attracted to them?
It could be.
Like as a magnet, I mean, obviously.
Yes, as a magnet. Yeah, it's like the Enigma, now it used to be the old shard, now it's the Ag Scepter, right? The Hoover effect.
Oh, right, yes, like the little wisp.
Yeah.
Yes.
That could be it. I was thinking like, what does an offlaner truly hate? You know, the tier 1 tower, obviously. But once you get past that, the difference between a tier 1 and a tier 2 tower, like, I don't think they're usually ready for how strong a tier 2 tower is.
Well, tier 2 towers, they feel high and mighty, right? But they're still out. They're not part of your base, right?
Well,
we're like, oh, look, I'm tier 2. Oh, look at me. I'm stronger than a tier 1, right? I think if you're truly against the ruling classes, you would hate the tier 2.
I mean, look, he's this guy, this tier 2 tower. I think he's got the same sets as a high ground tower, doesn't he? He does.
Exactly.
He's basically a varsity tower. He's on the varsity squad.
God,
you know,
so disgusting, right?
He's wearing his Letterman jacket outside of the base. It's like, bro, you haven't even graduated yet.
I think Ice should just run at it, even with backdoor protection, and show what it's worth.
That's what I think.
Like just start hating the tower, man.
That's where I think this comes from, you know? It's this offlaner mentality when you're winning the lane and you destroy their tower and then you just want to keep crushing them and then you think, oh, I can dive a tier 2 tower. And then, oh, no, I can't, actually. This thing does almost twice the amount of damage.
Yeah, of course. It comes from that. And of course, making a play like that without your teammates nearby is perfectly normal just because of the arrogance that comes from being an offlaner.
Right.
Yes. Truly the cockiest of positions.
You know what else is a cocky position? Position 5. DJ thinks he can buy a mech and a shard, and he has. I'm not sure how much of a big deal this telekinesis.
He's technically the 4.
Yes, technically, but he.
Dubu has a full pipe though.
Yeah.
So he's been shown up by his 5.
And maybe that's even a bigger deal here. This full pipe of insight. They had a couple defensive items. The biggest point against this Rubik relocation, though, of course, is the fact that you're still playing into a rupture. Yeah, so it's still going to be a problem.
Also, he chases you even if you're not ruptured. He just goes, okay, I'll move 2 steps.
Gem of True Sight now up for Ollie. Oh, they have a Heaven's Halberd as well.
Is he the best target? Okay, yes, that's the only one that link in, so they can lasso him quite quickly and dispose him equally as quickly.
That's good. That's good.
Makoto is joining though. He should reveal his position. Will Bleed continue this aggression?
Double BKB used, as well as only the Flaming Lasso of Roche is up in 2 seconds, and they actually still have meta. This could be an opening. Jabs is dead for a minute.
They still have Doom, which is a really, really big deal. However, everyone now has Lincolns. Do we have Ags on Ice? He decided against it. He's going for Shivas instead.
This could be a big moment. Third iteration,
but they're not in Roche. They're not in the pit.
I don't think they're going to get there fast enough. They didn't scout it immediately. I think that means Talon are going to be able to kind of easily take this. Jackie, he is such a big part for this team. This Eye of Scotty slow is huge against this NP as well as this Bloodseeker, to be honest. And not being able to get that from range for him, you know, puts you at a huge disadvantage here in this kind of a matchup. I don't know. Oh,
No, they found Dubu again. I am actually not sure why.
Dubu found them.
Yeah, I don't know where he was. He's gonna die. It's just a matter of time, but he will die. They stop the jump, that slows him down. It's the Dubu game, guys. You ever played against Enchantress? It's fun. It's great. Ice meanwhile is tired of Dubu dying alone, so he decided, I'll die too.
And he did it top lane, man.
I actually, he was going for the tier 2.
He was going for the tier 2 tower, and 23 said, no, I think not. I shall defend my towers. Yeah, I don't know. Ice, unfortunately, not having a stellar game here on the Doom. His laning stage was actually good. It was really good until he took that first death underneath the tier 2 tower.
Yep.
And that kind of just ended up spiraling him here. Talon doing a good job rotating heroes into that lane. Once again, bleed from the early game. I mean, and the credit to Corden here, right? It felt like an impossible game for him to continue playing into this rupture, but also, you know, as a result of that rupture, mostly unable to connect.
Oh, he has shard now. Oh, good luck, Ice, surviving literally.
Jabs the Aegis. That's interesting. Do you think it's... I think it's actually because of the double Lincolns. They probably know that for now they're going to really struggle to kill Makoto in 23.
Oh, that's a good point, actually. I mean, Jabs is also acting as the Dubu of this team, right? Where he's like kind of committing suicide to get vision.
Right.
So I would say that there's like there's a two-pronged approach, right?
I see.
It's an almost fork approach.
And I also think that Jabs is the designated tower hitter here, to be honest.
That's also true. He's definitely the high
stand out front. He's the high ground boy. Is he tankier than the Bloodseeker?
Yes.
Yeah, actually he is. And with the eventual Satanic, he's already got the Morbid Mask. He is actually tankier, and he man fights a bit better as well with that Halberd as they do find DJ and kill him. Yeah, so this makes sense for me, actually.
I also think the choice for Ice to go for shields as opposed to Ags, while understandable, might really hurt him in the long run, because now I don't think you're getting a Doom off ever. The only things that you have, besides Rubik's spells to cancel Lincolns, is Enchant.
Yeah.
It's kind of difficult for you to cancel those Lincolns.
Yeah.
Mind you, I'm saying, obviously Rubik can do a great job, but that's his only role. Bottom, by the way, Ice once again alone. Do they have the Bloodseeker nearby? No. And obviously no bash on the Nature's Prophet, so the BKB TP will suffice. And however, he doesn't have BKB.
And there is a Basher on 23, right? Which is why you bring that up. And
yes,
it's pretty scary. Basher into Abyssal next. He's coming on very nicely for all his items. Again, Jackie's still keeping pretty good pace here right behind him, but he does need to save for buyback. It's that stage of the game for him already. It's looking a little bit scary, but at the very least, Ice, even if it does cost him his BKB charge, is able to force everyone, he baits everyone back there from Talon, more like it. And does give Bleed a little bit more time to get that much more farm on a couple of their heroes. Important statuses for them, of course, the buybacks. Everyone does have it, except for Jackie, actually. He's bought out for the Crystallis. So this is going to be an all-in, basically, for Bleed if they should get into a fight right here. Talon posturing pretty nicely. And again, with this Basher, it might make the biggest difference here of them all. Basher, full Satanic now on Jabs. Of course, the Aegis and Heaven's Halberd. So look out for that 5-second disarm onto Jackie. Undispellable, that thing. If you're in range for him. Oh, it's still undispellable.
It's undispellable no matter what. Yes, Jesus. Corden has been discovered because of that Thunder God's Wrath. He's been ruptured as well. He has to force himself in TP. A single bash. Oh, he's forced to lasso. He's forced to lasso. He knew he was going to die regardless.
Heard a Doom.
So he just used his ability.
Okay, they Doom Jabs on his first life. They killed him.
Dubu did die as well, by the way, if anyone was interested. Jabs. He's fine in his second life. I mean, using the Doom on his first time doesn't seem that great. Now you have no lasso, no Doom, and your meta is running out.
Yep. These heroes have buyback. That's not even that bad of a fight for Bleed to take. You can see it, this D-ward now that Makoto's going for. They took it around the ward. That's the right move to make against this kind of a lineup where like where high ground isn't really your friend. Against,
okay. This initiation might actually work. They're going for Jabs again. And this time he has no Aegis to cover him, but Jabs, surprisingly tanky, gets tossed back. The damage from TP, not high enough. His armor, apparently impressive. Jabs survives this. So does 23 Savage. The damage kind of got divided among the two of them. And now it's just going to be Talon retreating as the meta ends.
Yeah, but Bleed didn't have to buy back there, so that's actually kind of a win.
It is.
They get the Aegis. They don't have to buy back on their cores, and maybe you read that the other way where buy back on your cores and you get another kill there. I'm not so sure, right?
No, I think it's better on the buy.
I agree, right? And the reason is there's still no BKB and no lasso for Corden, so not really much of a difference he makes. And you know, as much as maybe is tantalizing a target as this Dubu Ench is, I don't think they turn around to kill him another time. So yeah, really good hold actually by Bleed. They used the rest of what they had on that meta. They've been able to force back Talon. Now, the tricky part is going to be this next minute where they don't have meta. Talon are going to be well aware of that, so anyone showing here is going to be a prime target to get jumped. Corden especially. He is going to be basically the biggest threat. He's the only one with spells, really. Ice, still another 50 seconds until Doom. And he's showing, again, in this top lane, Avo. Okay,
Dubu's here to cover.
He's going to get out. Oh, and then he just Thunder God's Wrath. Again, another big tool, because like I was saying, a pretty good and well-propositioned fight from Bleed. If only they weren't playing against the Zeus, who is always going to have the vision advantage over you because of Thunder God's Wrath, they wouldn't have been able to jump him like that.
Q decided to D1 with a Tiny, and he realized he should never do that.
Yeah, but he's...
Oh, they actually canceled the Lincolns with a Force Staff on the Bat Rider. Q might die as a result. They stay with his Hunger Seal. Told him no, he couldn't get up to the high ground, to the low ground, sorry. So Q will fall. Now go for Mikoto, and Ice Ice chasing him down. He gets bashed, however, and he is unable to kill off Mikoto as 23 Savage covers his mid's escape.
Okay, not a terrible trade, though, all things considered. Again, you do remove a big amount of team fight control, lockdown, and most importantly, catch. Q is huge in these fights for this team. He is the first one in. Like Winter was saying, his criticism of this ET that, and by the way, Ali playing a phenomenal game on this ET, I have to say.
As he usually does.
As he usually does, but it's made, he's being basically alley-ooped, if we can continue our basketball analogies, by Q. Because as Winter was saying, you know, this ET hero doesn't feel that amazing on his own right now. But if you have that setup stun, if you have a Tiny Ava tossing in with the vision granted by the Zeus, you know, when they're still rooted by the Gleipnir of jabs, like it is easier to play this hero, right? They've enabled him very well. So by removing one piece of that puzzle, this ET does feel a lot weaker. It doesn't feel like you have anything to jump off of when you Thunder God's Wrath. Like, so even that small kill is actually a pretty big reset here in terms of how well these teams team fight. Now, that being said, Avo, there's still a 70k net worth lead here for Talon, so things are...
It's also a cord in the trees for Talon? Okay, he's not there. Anyway.
Things are tough, but...
Yeah, if it wasn't the Zeus on the Talon side, which just completely nullifies this poor Terrorblade, I feel like there would be better chances for Bleed, because this TV will eventually just outscale the Bloodseeker.
And Jackie's done a good job really measuring his usage of the BKB. It's still 8 seconds, Avo. So that's...
Measuring. He's only used it once.
Exactly. Measured once, cut twice, right? You're supposed to do the other way around. It's okay. Don't worry about it. It's a handyman joke.
You measure twice, you cut once?
That's what you're supposed to do.
Why do you measure twice?
Well, because you can... If you like cutting a... It's okay. Well,
what are you measuring? Is this sausages? Oh. Okay.
Yes. Does that make sense?
I only understand things if you talk about food. This whole carpentry thing.
Fair enough. They might go
we
for
need
a kill
80
here, by the way.
Though? Okay. Who saved him? Telekinesis Rubik.
Telekinesis.
And he didn't need to BKB then.
No, not necessarily, but he was scared of additional fall because they used the Thunder God's Wrath. Now Dubu, he says, take me instead, coward.
Dabs decides to be like Dubu. I am also an Enchantress. Look at me! And he's trying to stop Dubu as well. I hear a lasso, though. That's going to be for the Tiny. They want to get rid of this annoying toss, and they will. Rupture for the Dubu, not for the Bat Rider. Meaning that Corden is free, finally, to do whatever he wants.
Wait, but Bleed needs to chill. 23, he's been cooking up something spicy. He's got a DD run right now. You do not want to fight into this. You have a chant.
It's okay, it's okay. Doom dispels, Doom dispels.
Doom does dispel.
Yes.
And so does
Not the hero, the ability, mind you.
Yes.
So enchant is true. You have tons of dispels. Bloodseeker is useless against you. Go, Bleed.
Maybe go into Roche, 30 seconds. Oh,
Don't go Roche.
They're not going to have meta by then, though. And Tiny's going to be back available. They're just going to have to wait for the ultis to come out, specifically Makoto's.
If they could just get another kill off this, but once again, Ice Ice is roaming on his own without his team. He's really desperately trying to get a BKB up.
Oh, no, he's changing.
Sorry, that Ag's not
Yes, for Ag Scepter. Good patience here by Talon, recognizing the state of the game. You know, like I said, it's like the tide, and now it's their turn to come back in and into the port and smash a bunch of boats.
Again, this is not how water works.
The
person who decides that is Moon?
It is Moon.
The CEO.
The CEO, of course.
Ice as a duo.
Oh, the Yules at 30.
Nimbus, what a combo.
Wow, that hurt.
That was, of course, Q's Yules, not Ice's. That was really well played.
The
Q does love the Yules. He builds it every time on the Tiny.
It's good.
He eventually always builds Wind Waker as well.
It's good. He makes it look good. I feel like Tiny, especially not as a core, he doesn't really benefit from... He has a similar play style of like Earth Spirit where I jump in just like this and kill Dubu. The toss.
And
whoa,
dies in the toss because of the rupture.
They alley-ooped him 23 set. Whoa!
Lasso for Q. They want to get rid of the best Tiny in C. Will they successfully do so? Yol saves him for now. Blood right. And Q is now walking out of the base with a Blink Dagger. Gets away. Jackie still stuck in that Sprout. But that BKB saves him from further harm. As now the Nimbus and Thunder goes back. Plus a Bloodseeker wails down on Jackie. Gets rid of the Terrorblade. Talon still full team. And the Bleed only has one member left alive.
Yeah, and that's Bleed even looking for, I want to say, the right kind of moves. I just think a little bit too close to too many cores on the side of Talon, especially when you consider the global impact that the Zeus has been having all game.
Yeah.
It's really done a great job at shutting down Corden. Really, the success of this is just shut down Corden the game.
Also, Q is really, really good.
Oh yeah.
Oh, look how good he is. He actually caught Ice yet again. Forced to use a BKB, and Q is alive because he forces and flicks himself to safety. Well, that was a flicker, sorry. Ice now has no BKB for this next initiation, so his Doom is going to be really hard to hit.
Yeah, okay, it's only mid lane Arax. Hopium for Bleed.
Yeah, sure. Hopium.
And they can fight for Roche because Jackie was patient and did not use the Metamorphosis. They just need to get in there as soon as possible. And even then, they still might need to buy back on Jackie if they hope to mount some sort of defense at this Roche. And I don't think they're going to be able to do it, Abo. I think this one is looking really hard for Bleed. The backdoor's super tough. Like, because of the kind of initiation, because Bloodseeker does not have to awkwardly be the first one in with no move speed, just relying on his BKB, which, by the way, he has 2 of now with a Refresher Orb that he's built, he tends to join fights already with a good amount of Thirst move speed, like he did in that last fight. And it just means, like, everyone is just all of a sudden on your high ground. Jabs has no respect for it either, even less so that he's level 25 and literally has no TP cooldown. You have a Blink Dagger on your Tiny. ET doesn't really need to be on the high ground, honestly, to have impact with the range that he has. Neither does Makoto. It's just, high ground just isn't good if you're Bleed, which is why I like the smoke move that they're making.
Yeah, they have to find outside their base to try to find an easier fight where TP can actually get in.
This could be good, but there's a ward on the high ground here for Talon.
Okay, they just discovered the ward.
Of
course, the ward discovers them too. However, they don't know if it's just Dubu. They just ruptured Dubu.
That's Nietzsche, isn't it? When you gaze into a ward, the ward gazes back.
Indeed. DJ will be Gleipnir. Tree thrown. There's a toss in Ava. That's going to be 2 supports down for Bleed.
Yeah, and it's only 2 supports, but it's 2 supports without buyback here, and careful jabs. Close to scouting Ice, but he does get out of there just in time.
He also has no way to cancel that TP because Gleipnir got used earlier, so it's fine.
That's true, but 23 does.
Corden. That was very, very close. They didn't have a Nimbus either, though, so they couldn't use that global cancel. However, Talon still has a 26k lead. They just killed the 2 support. They still have the Aegis. They could just go high ground like you were mentioning earlier.
They could, but I want them to wait until Ollie gets Ag Scepter on ET, because this is one of the best ET. Well, in my opinion, it's one of the better Ag Scepters in the entire game. The hero's just not really that good.
Yes, I agree. Anything that gives you magic immunity is kind of broken.
Oh, yeah.
And it's the Legion 5 thing.
Legion 5. Oh, yeah. Good days for that. There was also the... Who else gives you magic immunity? The...
Marcy.
Oh, Marcy used to. And
Still does.
Still does. And then... oh, goodness. I'm forgetting the big one. Oh, Dawnbreaker Shard, which we just saw earlier today.
Oh, right. Dawnbreaker Shard. Yeah. I wouldn't consider that big one, but okay.
Oh, that's good.
Lasso catches the Tiny once again. It's mission to kill Q, and this time they will.
Maybe?
They have to succeed. They have to kill Q. He doesn't get away with it. Corden does die, though, as a result of this, and Jackie's been stuck, and now the Bloodseeker's wailing on him because of the BKBs. He can't get asunder. He needs the Blood back. Didn't use it in time. They've been doomed the poor Elder Titan. Nothing works.
And now
Talon cannot be stopped. The GG is called.
They killed him. Yeah, they actually did try and sunder there, but into the Lincoln Sphere. So it didn't do anything there.
Oh, that was what stopped it. Oh, I saw the animation.
Yeah, the Lincoln stopped it. Tough game there for Bleed. And honestly, just a phenomenal draft from Talon and well executed on there. Yeah, I thought that was well executed from there. I thought Ice was going to have a little bit of a better time in that top lane with the start that he got off to. And it didn't end up playing that way, but I think Talon did not make this any easier for Bleed with that draft.
I don't think Bleed made this easier for themselves, though. I mean, Adam did mark some of the issues that they had in the draft as well. The lack of stuns. Technically 2 stuns, which is better, but one of them was completely nullified by the Bloodseeker. And well, Ice's performance in the mid game was a little bit dubious. But we do have another set of experts, or that's actually the same set of experts. I don't know why I lied about that. Unfortunately, we couldn't find new ones, so it's going to be Adam and Winter with the Tsunami guy.
This Tsunami guy is just here. Here's scenery. All this stuff is green screen. I might as well be green screen. Bleed! Get bled out by Bloodseeker. Game number 1. To be expected if we look at the entire scope of the past 3 weeks. But I really had some hope after the SMG series that, you know, Bleed's really got their mojo back. Not quite.
It's gonna sound a bit weird, but I don't think they played very badly. I feel like they
Talon are just much better.
Yeah, I feel like old Bleed would have crumbled to this, but they did drag out the game.
That's a pretty fair assessment.
I think they were dying on the right heroes a lot of the time. I think maybe Ice died a bit more, but a lot of the times Dubu was the one tanking the ganks. And they did get to the point where I think the TV could have fought the game. It's just that team fights were so hard because I guess Q Tiny found like every initiation possible.
I can't even think of many fights that Bleed initiated. Despite having a Doom and a Batrider, I don't think they got to start like a single fight on their terms.
I mean, you're playing against Zeus. There's always Wrath. They see somebody pop Wrath, your daggers get disabled, then you cannot jump, and Tiny jumps you.
Yeah, I mean, I talked about it in the draft. Like, this Tiny was set up for success. He has Earth Splitter and double global presence, so he's just one-man army sweeping the map.
One stun, but it's enough, apparently. I mean,
do you see the Ice when he jumped top? He doomed the NP and Tiny stun tossed him with one Wrath and he just died full to 0.
Yup.
Yeah, that's why I feel like if I'm looking at this this lineup, I feel like the Doom probably should have just went mech pipe and allow them to fight, because then you can play with your early timings with the Batrider. Because I feel like because the Doom lost his lane, right? It went terribly, and everybody's trying to farm BKB, so the supports don't really have anything to do in the game. They're just breaking smokes and just dodging around. Whereas I felt like if Doom actually went mech and pipe, you don't even have to finish the Greaves. I think you just get mech, then you go for the pipe. Because whenever you have this TB hero or illusion hero on your team, you're playing against Zeus, you want somebody to buy pipe to protect the illusions in the team fight. I feel like that's pretty darn important. And it also means that somebody can play with the support. So if you're Doom, imagine the Doom having a mech and pipe, he's running around defending towers, and then the Rubik and this Enchantress feels like they have a purpose in the game.
Well, Dubu eventually did work his way up to a pipe, but it may have been too little too late.
It's too late already. Yeah. Like you're missing the windows where if you get a pipe, say around minute 20, I feel like you take a couple of fights, you win them, then maybe you get to go Roshan, but because everything is so passive, everybody's trying to farm BKB, there's nothing you can do.
It doesn't matter though, because the game was already decided as soon as Q got his hands on Tiny. You cannot let this man cook on this hero. First bans were Io and Broodmother.
Too many bans.
I know. Yeah, so like I look at Io and Broodmother and I'm like, yeah, you kind of have to ban that against Talon. But then what, do you first pick Tiny if you're Bleed? What do you do?
I would like to see them try to secure Jackie's pick more. Like, I think in this game they picked the TB pretty early, but we know like Mikoto's a Zeus Slash lover, for example, but they let the Zeus and ET through. I think that's very bread and butter for Talon to pick these heroes. You know, we should be kind of expected when you want to go to this Terrorblade route. I think that's something they can kind of fix.
Yeah, and to be fair, this was the first time that Talon debuted the Elder Titan in this tour of the DPC, but we know it's an Oli favorite, and we know that it's a good counter against Terrorblade in general. And if you know these things yourself, well, you should prove it in a competitive environment. You sure are pubbing it up and battle cupping it up, but how about you play some real tournaments? Go to ePulse.com/wallet/redeem-code and scan that QR code, and you get a chance to have 7 days of Prime, or you can put in the code DPC23Spring. Prime gives you access to some more esteemed tournaments and lets you bypass the buy-in fee, because you can earn yourself some money if you think you're good enough at Dota that you can beat some of the other scrubs out there. But you have to prove it in the field of battle, not just talking online, not just in Twitch chat, not just on Reddit comments. You gotta do it for real. I'm sick of all this talk. people thinking that they're good at Dota. Show me that you're good at Dota. And I need Bleed to show me that they're good at Dota if they want to bring this to a 3-game series. See the watch party. You guys are missing out. Sophie's there, John's there, Shufei's there. It's a party. If you're local in Kuala Lumpur and you missed out on your opportunity, I feel bad for you because there's good times being shared, and I don't actually know the name of the venue.
Switch Arcadia.
Switch Arcadia. Switch Arcadia. Things are popping off in Switch Arcadia as people are enjoying this Talon versus Bleed series. Although maybe, I know it may be a little bit Talon biased in that camp with John and Sophie being there. Bleed needs some support. Give Bleed your power. Spirit Bomb. That's right. That's right. There we go. I like the effort.
Where did you get that from, Winter? I need to know.
What? I know.
The Spirit Bomb?
Yeah.
You know?
Do you know what Spirit Bomb is a reference to?
The ball.
Okay.
To defeat the enemy.
Yes. You're being very generic, though. Do you have a specific...
Goku?
Oh, snap!
Damn.
Winter continues to impress me with his knowledge of pop culture and anime. Well done, Winter. Well done.
He defeated Majin Buu.
Holy
Stop spoiling.
Dude! Amazing stuff. So who's the Majin Buu of Talon for Bleed? Let's say Bleed's Goku in this situation.
Q has the closest hand.
Q Tiny. Different form, grow level 1, grow level 6. These are the different forms of Buu.
Yeah, but unfortunately, there's not enough bands, so you have to fucking deal with it, man.
Is Tiny the hero? Why not just deal with the IO? Deal with IO. IO Leshrac.
I think I have better odds against Tiny than IO Lesh.
Q Tiny? Better odds?
I think on a strategic level, it's easier to deal with Tiny. I mean, I would choose to deal with Tiny compared to IO Lash. I feel IO Lash is just, no thank you.
I would almost say that Q Tiny is like less strategical and more mechanical because he is just so good at knowing his limits and knowing his initiation. Whereas IO Leshrac, you know what you're getting yourself into.
Yeah, but first they must play good Dota.
Yes.
And IO Lash is like, I feel like it makes good Dota hard. You know, Tiny is just like, if you have a draft, you group up, you have a point, like a DP, you group up with something, you're together.
Okay.
Then the toss back, it's not so scary. But if you're splitting up, everybody's trying to farm 3 BKBs, then obviously somebody's gonna die.
Yep. I think that's fair. Would you let the Tiny go through or the IO go through?
I feel like the IO is probably hard to play against because they probably don't have practice against it.
Yeah.
Talon's the only team that's playing IO, and I don't know who they get to
What's
scrim.
the counter?
To IO? IO Lash?
You had said Nyx Assassin on the first few weeks. I thought that was a good
Nyx
one.
was one of the solutions that NTT tried. They lost anyway. I think... I'm not sure. I feel like on a big picture scale, the Tiny was only allowed to do it because of what happened in the lanes. And Talon was so far ahead that his Tiny looked so good, because he could go anywhere and kill anything on the map, and Bleed couldn't retaliate in any way. I like to see Bleed be a bit more active.
Okay.
I think once they had Pipe, Mag, Greaves, Dagger on bat, but there was never a point in the game where they could actually come together and see their draft and what its purpose was.
I mean that's why Corden doesn't play Bat. They don't pick Bat because Bat is a hero. Where he's not the same with Pango, Park, or Ember. He needs to farm. The hero needs to farm. You can't just expect a Bat. Okay, keep rotating. You have less, so move your ass. Come over here.
Why not?
Pull some. No, you need
a Doom to play with.
You need to farm BKB. You need to farm. You are more expensive compared to the rest.
You don't need to farm though. You can use your spells off cooldown without farming. You can just walk in.
But I feel like
big lift.
when you compare the Bat to the others, to the other three heroes, Bat is more expensive. Like he needs more than the other three.
I feel like that's stylistic. I've seen some bats do a lot with very little.
Boots winlays.
Yeah, but they need their side laners to be able to cooperate. And also you need to be immensely familiar with the hero. And this was the first time we saw Corden playing Batrider this tour. Will he do that again, or will he get his hands on one of his classics?
Wait, Undying
the
Storm
ban. I respect the Storm ban a lot.
Okay, so what's the idea? Undying Storm ban?
They're just first pick, right? So they don't want to give the 8-pick Storm, which Talon is very comfortable picking.
So there's still Broodmother, there's still IO, there's still Tiny.
It could be for the Bat again.
They choose MP over Brood. So does it mean that they rate MP over Brood higher?
Tiny baby.
MP Tiny, I'm totally on board.
Or they just feel like Bleed doesn't play Brood.
Ice knows how to play
yeah,
Brood.
But
in my opinion, the Brood is easier to counter because Talon have the last pick of this phase.
8-pick.
So if they pick, let's say, Brood Rubik here, you pick Naga or something, it's kind of simplified, right?
Yes, I
would argue it's the same for Beast though, so I wonder if Talon will just Night Stalker here.
That's what everyone's been doing. Like
Yeah, they also have the NP, so they're not too worried.
Why is Beastmaster suddenly so highly contested? What changed? Like, why is he being picked so early all the time?
Excellent question.
I don't know, man.
Like, what's the reason? I don't think he's been changed
It's
a lot.
probably because you can. I mean, I don't think it's a change, but you can clear stacks. You get by in your lane
But
most of the time.
last patch he could have done the same thing,
Yeah, but he was highly contested last patch too, right?
but not as much, First phase, so
Yeah, so it's also quote unquote good against NP because you cut Sprout. You roar BKB.
But that was true last patch also.
Yeah, but people are picking Beast against NP a lot, right?
And last patch people are picking Batrider against MP more, and this patch after the 5 mana nerf, people are not picking Bat against MP so much.
Maybe.
It's true. So ditching the Night Stalker, they go back for the Q Tiny.
Well, they have options. They can still go back for the Doom or the Night Stalker unless Bleed's second phase banned them.
I'm sure 23 has like 15 heroes he can play against this.
Yep.
So I'm not too worried.
I would take the Water Boy. I just trust that the most in 23 cents.
Water Boy is the strongest carry.
Agreed.
Strongest carry hero.
Strongest carry. 7.32E.
Literally no counters.
I think Western Europe is favoring Drow Ranger as their favorite carry, I think.
It's, yeah, pretty sure. You're right.
Against Morphling, he's good because he can pierce the armor.
Sure, but then I look at Morphling, I'm like, well then can't you just steal all of her Agi?
Yeah.
With the Aghanim Scepter?
That's why nobody outscales Morphling, right?
Yeah, but Western Europe seems to have a different idea on which way the matchup goes, but SEA, I'm with the Water Boy. Morphling is just too strong.
I mean, one thing I would say about that matchup is like the Drow matchup is a little bit more dependent on your lineup.
team.
Yeah, your lineup has to be like, okay, a Beastmaster Rubik, it's a pretty nice setup for that. And Drow Ranger has a specific timing against Morphling where the Morphling cannot fight early, because the silence is just too much and then you just die to one stun. But late game, sure, Morphling's going to be able to outscale the Drow. But before that happens, before the game gets to that stage, how much can you hold on to the map?
Right.
How many Roshans have you given up?
given up. You already know it's going to go poorly. Corden's getting banned out. Ember Spirit, Pango taken out.
Yeah, they know who's the Achilles heel.
I mean, they understand that Jackie's not gonna play an enabling hero. And Bleed, they have this Beastmaster against a blind pick right now.
Yeah, do you feel sometimes they are, like the way they're drafting, there's no balance, for Bleed? Like the three cores, they don't really balance out each other.
I think they have a very individualistic style of play where they're all trying to carry the game. They're not really like all in Jackie or in Corden or anything like that.
Lack of trust on each other?
I think it's lack of chemistry maybe. Either that is just the way they want to play the game.
Yep, Jakiro, another favorite of Mr. Dubu against Nature's Prophet.
It's pretty good against Tiny in the lane too.
Yeah, laning was a damn sure problem last game, so hopefully we get to see a game this time. So you have the raw into Macro Pie is actually so painful right now. Like I always feel like, oh my god, I see a raw, a stun, and then I drop my spells. And the change to Ice Path is pretty nice as well. That's one of my favorite changes of all the changes to Jakiro the last couple of years. That was my favorite one.
I agree. It's very unique to have a stun that lingers on the map.
I wonder if they'll still pick Night Stalker here.
Silencer.
Or Batrider.
I think it makes more sense to pick Initiation with this Silencer because they just have Tiny right now, but they also see the Beastmaster.
What does Silencer do here that is better than the other
That's a strong
hospice?
lane that they like.
Because the last time they picked the Elder Titan here.
I think they just like everyone seems to be picking Silencer as a lane dominator.
It does seem that way. I mean, Global's never not useful. It's just used better when you have more jump.
Yeah, and they snag up the Puck as well. So there goes Puck, there goes Pangolier, there goes Ember. What is our friend gonna play? He's gonna have to play something else. Probably not the bat this time.
Nope. Can't do the Storm. His team banned it out.
DK's banned as well.
DK's banned as well.
There's still Konka, right? That was banned last phase by Talon in the last game.
There's still Konka. I'm not sure how comfortable he is. We always talk about Corden's hero pool. I haven't really seen something that I think like this is a Corden hero.
Oh, is that the Corden hero?
It has to be, right?
Mid Ricky. So what's the idea behind the Ricky here? He wants to have a silence against Puck. I mean, it's kind of annoying for the Puck in the early stages. You have to at some point buy a force staff, I guess.
Who did carry Ricky?
Scam.
Scam, that's right.
With his Meteor Hammer Sleeping Dart, he was not the carry. He was safe lane.
He was safe, that's true.
I'm pretty sure he had like some SFTA in his game, right? Someone else that has.
It was a TA, I believe. Then he bought X Daedalus in the end.
I mean, the Ricky is definitely nice against the Puck, but I'm not so sure how good he is in the whole game.
Stuns though? I feel like Rubik Lift into Ice Path, you just need damage to kill heroes.
Yeah, they have a lot of setup, even with the Beastmaster roll. I'm not sure. I'm not sure why the Ricky is.
Yeah,
I'm trying to.
So weird.
I'm trying to understand, but I can only say that the silence is really good against the Puck.
They have a lot of vision abuse right now.
Yeah,
Sleeping Dart's a nice setup for the Ice Path.
Yeah,
as
and
well.
Ricky is very good against Silencer in the game. You can bully him a lot. But apart from those reasons, I'm not really sure why.
Alright, Talon need to pick something that's decent against Spectre, I think is probably what Jackie wants.
Get the Water Boy.
Get the Water Boy.
Water Boy is not so good against Ricky.
That's true.
But does he care? I don't know.
I don't think he cares.
You can just buy Pygrant since you're a natural Dragonlance buyer. Or you buy Lincoln's. This is a really good Lincoln's game. I think you would want a Lincoln's hero.
I mean, how about Spectre? Do you think Spectre will be
For them?
good? Yeah, for them.
I think it's alright.
It's pretty good against the... Okay, there we go. Neil with your Drow Ranger.
I think Ricky's
but I wanted the Water Boy instead.
I think Ricky's really good against Drow. Because you have double Blink Strike to constantly stick on him. I mean, Talon have a lot of ways to protect, don't get me wrong. They also have very strong lanes. This Beast lane looks like it can be rough.
The lane is very strong, right? Drow plus Silencer against Beast.
Both these heroes just walk up and like use their orbs on you and do not aggro creeps. It's super annoying.
Seems like Talon are expecting this to be a safe lane, Ricky, because they ban out Death Prophet and Primal. which I feel like are mid laners.
I mean, it's so hard to pick the last hero because they're lacking so many things. You want to pick Spectre against Drow, then you look at your other heroes like...
I feel like you have
no
to do
damage.
it, right?
We have no damage.
What can they pick that gives them damage?
I don't know, Slug, maybe? It's very hard to pick because the other parts are very weird together.
Ursa?
I like the Spectre the most. I think if you have Manta in this game with Beast Aura, you have kills, you have stuns for you now.
I actually think I might like Outwarden. I feel like the hero that has damage.
I think the lane can be weird.
They need something that can carry the game, has damage, has some sort of strong laning presence. You need so many things, you know.
CK.
I think CK gives you lane, but the game is hard. I think Skitter would play CK.
Skitter would play CK for sure.
Other than him, I'm not.
Oh, Skitter would play Abaddon.
It's an ass Abaddon, yeah. I like the Spectre.
I mean, there's not many options, you know.
It's Bloodseeker. I don't hate the Bloodseeker. Rupture's really nice against Drow, but you're kind of on a timer against Coil.
I mean, this Ricky just makes everything so good.
I know, it's so weird.
I don't know what works with the line.
Let's look at the first 3 heroes, guys.
I know.
I mean, the first 3 heroes is still acceptable, you know.
I mean, a Sleeping Dart into Ice Path.
I swear there's no damage, you know. They can't. They go on somebody. They don't have enough damage to kill.
Jakiro is their biggest source of damage.
The Macropire, you know.
Macropire is their biggest
Maybe
source of
steal a spell on Rubik. It's kind of okay. Talon don't really have a team fight item buying lineup unless Jebs decides to
get Greaves.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's an uphill battle from here, man.
Also, yet again, Corden is stepping out of the box of traditional mids, and it typically does not go well. Ricky versus Puck is an interesting matchup.
It's pretty Ricky favorite.
Okay.
Because he can jump on you all the time and he has super high armor and regen.
And at the same time, Ricky is kind of a hero that suits his playstyle. We just don't know if he plays the hero.
If he's in the game.
Oh, well, how greedy do you want him to? I mean, he has...
Damn it, Adam.
He's not really going to be allowed to farm very much, because...
He doesn't like to farm, man.
I know, but Ricky without farm just feels bad, though, especially post-Sleep Dart nerf.
What do you need? You have a good lane, you have hammer, and then you run around, you gang people, then you buy a shot. What else do you want?
So if you rush ring in this lane, I think it's actually pretty free.
You're gonna free farm the lane with a ring. Serious? What? Why do you look at us like that? Like we are telling you we are being so delusional, you know?
I understand where you're coming from. It's just that I don't think it wins the game.
Yeah, but that's what the Spectre is for.
He's supposed to win the game.
That's true.
He's supposed to hold the game for the Spectre so that the Spectre wins the game.
Do you think it's gonna happen?
Nope.
Adam, how about you?
I respect the attempt. I will say Bleed is gonna have a tough game.
An A for effort. Let's see how we'll grade their execution in game number 2 with Avo and Seek.
I don't see much faith from this panel.
Nope.
But I believe that Bleed might be able to win this one. The Ricky Puck matchup they mentioned is pretty good. Ricky grading space for Spectre. Ice can stay in his lane forever now, not to have to do anything this game, which is really good, considering last game's performance and his obsession with tier 2s.
That's right.
He's Beastmaster now. He can hit it.
That's what I was saying. Now I can get that Helm with the Overlord creep. They're going to say, okay, Ice, first you get Helm 1, that's a tier 1. Helm 2, tier 2. Then you get Helm 3, and then, you know, stay in the jungle until you get Helm 3, and then we'll win the game.
Like, you actually can hear the in-game comms. Ice, we can rotate mid. Tier 2! And he's just running towards with his dinosaur kill.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, look, they give him a hero that he's going to be able to farm just as aggressively on, but much safer. Ice, unbelievable, this kind of aggression. He still actually does not catch the puck. A little bit unlucky for him there.
So this level 1 already. Okay.
This ward for Makoto actually is going to be unrevealed, so it's a pretty big win for him. Very heavy vision-based matchup here. Especially as a ranged hero into any melee, you know, having that vision uphill makes a huge difference, not just aggroing the creep wave and all that stuff, but all that. Shout out to everyone over at the watch party, of course, for joining us live.
Hello, watch party people. Woo! It's not live.
It's not live.
Okay, but in 5 minutes, we will get the biggest cheer from
They are going to go crazy.
Absolutely.
They're going to lose it.
Oh, there's a part of my brain that can see into the future. It's a very small one. It's my foresight part, right? And I can already tell you it's going to be explosive.
Was it in your forehead? Because then it can't be that small.
That's why. Well, my forehead has like half of my brain, hence its size.
That frontal lobe, you know. Doing a lot of heavy lifting there.
It's more involved than London taxi drivers. Anyway, I have a good belief in bleed. On the ward aspect, by the way, you can always aggro with people from other lanes. It's kind of easy to do.
Oh, that's a good point.
Once you get used to it.
Yeah, that's a really good point.
Also, if you want to practice that, a little pro tip that
Okay.
came from
Pro tip.
lovely Brianna Slamajama.
Okay.
If you are trying to aggro from other lanes, get used to aggroing and pressing S immediately after, so your hero doesn't move. And at first it'll feel a little bit awkward because you're trying to go back to your lane. But if you press S before you center back on your hero, you'll always be more accurate with your positioning, and the aggro will be easier to do as well.
Oh.
Little tip for you. That has nothing to do with this game, but you know, since we're talking about it.
It's really
Queen just denied 2 creeps. My man,
You know,
2 straight denies.
Because the tip that Brian gave me that didn't have anything to do with the game of Dota was always eat squirrels by the tail first.
Oh, because that's where they hold their emotions?
Right.
Right. He told me about, it's like, did you know seagulls actually have very few bones in their necks, making them rather easy to snap?
Oh, goodness.
Anyway, I haven't seen him since.
Yeah, or any seagulls in KL, so.
It's true. Big guys.
Big guys.
Big scary guys.
DJ, back on the 4 Rubik here, this time from
He's allowed to be 4.
Do you think that had any difference here, that Ice had to lane with Dubu instead? Now he's got himself his usual laning partner on the TJ Rubik?
I don't think it matters.
No?
I wouldn't say this matters too much. Like, yeah, you practice lane shenanigans with people, right? But when you have people that are so veteran, like Dubu, Ice, and DJ, if you're newer players, if say Corden was the one that's the offlaner, maybe, because he probably hasn't gotten used to playing with everyone, but I don't think these guys have many problems. They've played on teams together before, you know, so it's on some iteration. So, some fanatic had Ice, and DJ, I bet.
That's true. That's true.
And Dubu was probably their coach at one point at some with that, so.
A now entombed org as well, so that list isn't going to grow anymore.
Oh, who knows? Rumors say maybe they come back.
Really?
I don't know.
Oh, come on.
There was a rumor they were picking up a Chinese.
You know, in 5 minutes, there's going to be so many disappointed people at that watch party.
There's also going to be a Reddit thread and a counter Reddit thread about hate.
Yeah, probably. Nice. Doing a decent job up this top lane, going for the Ring of Bazzi build into the Axes. You know what we're seeing a lot more these days,
I love this build.
Is people ignoring Helm of the Overlord and going for like Pipe of Insight or Mechanism Greaves.
Yeah, I think it's fine. People realize how good Axes are. The only problem with that build, of course, is that you don't have the pushing power that Beastmaster kind of needs. And you also have to play really well on your timings when you play that kind of Beastmaster, because you have less utility. So it's just like you can't just be from a roar, right? You have to do much more early, and the rotations become a little less clear. It's like, you know, when the time was playing Wraith King Radiance, right? That was like the thing. And people were like, why don't people like Wraith King Armlet Dezo? And casters would go, oh, it's because it's not good. It's not as good as Radiance. Radiance gives you farm. No.
And then
the reality is it's easier to play. Like, it just is easier to play. Like, you play the Armlet Dezo back then, it was actually pretty solid too, but it's just really hard to play on those timings compared to Radiance, where you get Radiance, you guys, I'm good to go. Let's just play.
Well, Ice wants to micro, so he's going to go for the Helm build. No Radiance here today.
That's a much better build for this game particularly. Nothing stops your creep.
That's what I was just thinking about as well. Yeah, it should be fairly easy for him, and he'll be quite happy to be able to get some pushing and take down finally that pesky tier 2 towers. He does dump his next 2 points into that Call of the Wild Boar. Down bottom though, Jackie on another classic win condition for himself here. That mid lane, or sorry, that safe lane Spectre, pardon me, with Dubu to support him.
The creep's extra armor, by the way, you know, it's bonus, right?
Oh, that's a good question.
I think so.
Yeah, probably.
Okay.
If I had to guess.
That's pretty huge then against Drow.
Yep.
At least early. I mean, later 8 armor means nothing, but early is pretty good.
There's also a matchup that Bleed have excelled in. I believe they had this Dubu Jakiro against some mid 1 off lane NP. And Dubu's getting away with the exact same skill build, which allowed him to really dominate that game. Do you remember that? Yes. There was 2 points into the dual breath early, just like this. So 2-0-1, so no stuns here, but he's getting a lot of work done and forcing Jabs to use this TP rather defensively. And by that, I mean just to TP home for regen. They're going to try for him now.
Yeah, Dubu is making sure he doesn't get tossed back, though. They throw a tree at him, and that tree will be enough to kill him. No need for the toss whatsoever.
Really aggressive. I'm surprised they decided, they calculated they could make that play.
Yeah. Maybe they didn't expect Q to go for this triple, like this 1-1-1 sampler build, because it is a lot of damage on this build, right? Without needing to rely on your attack speed.
Maybe they thought he was like rotating away towards the bounty rune, which he's going to do now, by the way. But you didn't pick him up on a ward, so Yeah, just a pretty aggressive move there out from him.
Or maybe he wanted to die so he could refresh his mana.
He's still at like 150 mana, though. That's what I was thinking. That's the first thing I checked. He's still had enough for a couple more spells. So I don't know. Just a miscalculation. It happens. And I was thinking maybe he wanted to go mid and refill the bottle, but that's not the case either. Corden doesn't need any bottle refills, right? He's going for this Perseverance. It's basically like the OD from the mid lane. Well, OD is normally in the mid lane, but OD with going for this Sleeping Dart into then the Meteor Hammer combos gives you some good push power as well against this Puck if Puck starts to rotate away from the lane.
Did you call it Sleepy Dart?
Sleepy Dart.
Just for Dota, guys.
It's like a little bit melatonin.
Yeah, some warm milk.
Ricky throw. That would be a great cosmetic. Sleepy Dart. It's a glass of warm milk.
There was a pacifier in their mouth.
Oh, that's cute.
Oh,
Babality. I do like that. I think this build should be good, but last time we saw this with SMG, I think it was actually against Bleed, right? It failed. It did not look good at all on Moon. Was it SMG versus Bleed? I believe so.
I believe it was. I think you're right. This time, though, they've got a lot more follow-up for it and a lot more area damage to kind of combo with it. You know, you're looking at following up things with like a Primal Roar, Sleeping Dart, Rubik Telekinesis, lots of area control into Ice Path and Spectre, you know, who thrives among this chaos.
Ice Path is really good with Sleeping Dart.
Oh, yeah.
It's a great Dart. Sleepy Dart, sorry. Sorry, Richie. I didn't want to break your pacifier metaphor.
Thank you.
He has Meteor Hammer now, by the way. Oh, there's a hit Mikoto?
Wasting no time.
Wow.
Oh.
Wow, what a play. He still can kill him. He has smoke screen in a second. Mikoto, he face shifts. He's stuck in his smoke screen. He'll die. Passive Meteor.
And there's that Meteor Hammer. 1, 2, 3, faster than any, well, faster on average, I suppose. Oh, it is a new record. Holy moly.
It is a new record. Right. Corden. For all those people on Reddit that said he wasn't that good, look at him. Look at him now.
Look at him now. Look how much he's playing that young hero in the mid lane.
Yeah,
Riki Meteor Hammer.
He's the shortest hero, which means he's the youngest.
That's right.
He's going to get an Ice Path off before he dies, but I don't think that's going to be enough to kill off Jabs. Jackie sure is trying, though. He realizes he is a Spectre in the early game. Yeah. Which means you have nothing to offer the world.
Yeah, but it also means that Jabs doesn't really annoy you either, right? Like you just Spectral Dagger and you say see you later, you carry it, not a defeat.
Yeah, you won't die.
Welling. You won't die.
It's Dubu's second death and you haven't been able to trade this for anything. I mean, he's just trading himself, I guess, for space.
Again, and it's I hesitate to say this, it's fine, right? It's not a big deal, but he is preventing Jabs from rotating away to lanes. Although I say that, and, well, there he goes now. Oh, he's going back home again. Good.
I mean, I guess you could argue that this is also the best thing that Talon can do in this lane, is to kill the Spectre. So it's kind of a win for both in the sense that Bleed drafted this well to protect Spectre, but Talon is making the best out of the situation.
Well, so what I thought was going to happen here actually was I thought Jabs was going to have the freedom to rotate a little bit more around in the laning stage, and he hasn't at all, right? Like a little.
Okay. So that's a win for Bleed.
And that's what I'm thinking. Maybe that's why they're playing so aggro here. Dubu preventing, you know, his tower is almost flawless, right? It's only taking a little bit of chip damage here. A lot of space for the Spectre. You know, it's Corden easily gets the mid lane tower, doesn't have to worry about getting sprouted, which is kind of a problem for Ariki, honestly. Like it's, I don't know, it's doing okay so far.
Oh, he has Quelling Blade, he's fine.
Never see this.
He's gonna rotate away here, actually.
Corden. He's like, guys, I think I can hit Meteor Hammers without any setup. Watch me.
Is there, okay, so there's no sentry next to this ward that he's walking past, so he is undetected through here.
He's already pushed mid, so obviously the normal route now is to push top. Because you push mid so early, is what do the Meteor Hammers do. There we go.
Well, perfect timing. He hits the entire group up as well. That was pretty sick, actually.
And Ice steals some of his farm.
Yeah, he secured it. He's going to get denied. Oh, quick Corden.
Oh, of course. Corden took to the trade. 23's like, I think there's a Riki.
He sees the TP's coming, actually.
Yeah, he does.
But they see the Riki.
They do. Trim Coil immediately. He's setting up the Meteor Hammer. That's going to hit 23 Savage. But Corden's being hit right now, too. And thanks to the Wrath of Nature, they'll be able to burst them down.
Yeah.
Maybe a bit too aggressive there.
Just a bit, yeah. A couple TPs end up coming in. I'm surprised Ice didn't like throw the boar in to give him a target to jump out on before the puck completed the TP. But
good point. Actually.
It seems like Bleed thought they could have taken that fight a little bit, and then there was a little bit of miscommunication there.
There was no Roar available, right? The Rubik doesn't have his steal spell.
That's a good point, actually. If they have Roar, perhaps that looks different. You're right.
Exactly. Like I think it was just a little mistimed.
Yeah.
Oh, here, Haunt as well.
Top lane.
Haunt immediately. This is going to be for 23 Savage. Huge kill. And in fact, Jackie still gets down bottom to continue his farming fest. Okay. This is a big deal for Bleed. Usually Spectres don't get such easy kills, especially on the enemy carry this early.
Yeah, that's a big one. I mean, that's why you pick this hero, right? The Spectre into the Drow Ranger. Like,
yeah, it's the best matchup in the world. Oh, Corden. Jabs knew something was fishy there. Avoids the Meteor Hammer. There's still the smoke screen that delays the Sprout a little bit and delays also this TP, which now gets cancelled by the Ice Path and now killed off by Corden, redeeming himself for the earlier play.
Yeah, there he goes. We'll see if Makoto can make another play at this somewhere else. There's a couple of really nice stacks as well, actually, in this Talon jungle. We haven't really spoke really much about this top lane, but Ollie's had a lot of free time to stack. He's made 5 stacks already by my count, maybe even a bit more. So a lot of work being done by the Silencer outside of just doing a lot of damage in lane. However, Ice is rapidly approaching now his Helm of the Dom timing, so we should start seeing this tower go down. It's only a little bit unfortunate. If he had a better lane, well, obviously a bit difficult into a Drow Ranger, he'd be able to maybe contest for a couple of these stacks. Instead, Bleed, the best they can hope to do here is just soak a little bit of the XP.
Yeah, I mean, Corden could try to do something, but I think he's learned his lesson that he doesn't want to sacrifice himself. In fact, Corden might die regardless, actually. We have Marksmanship on Drow, tricks to the trade, avoids a lot of damage, but he still has the Arcane Curse on him. That should be enough to kill him, or one more Marksmanship proc? Not even needed. 23 Savage will avenge, or will get revenge from earlier.
It's 2 int loss as well there on the Riki.
Oh no, satyrs are not very smart creatures.
Up to 4, is that true?
Yeah, because they're goats, right?
Uh-huh.
Sometimes they just, you know, goats, they seize up. You ever see that happen?
I have seen that.
They have like seizures and they just drop.
Yep.
Yeah. That's because their frontal lobe is not as developed as mine.
That's right. That's right. So when something scares you,
I also drop. Yeah, that's my defense mechanism. I will say Ricky has 1.3 intelligence per level, so he is actually a really dumb goat. Even among the goat people, he's dumb. Now Spectre, who's a little bit smarter. He has a big global silence. He's stuck in the Dream Coil, but he's tanking this for now. Here comes the help from Jabs. Nice avalanche. Can they toss him too? Yes, they toss him back. Into the multi-shot they go.
Wow. 5
really well timed here on Talon.
5 heroes here, and nothing in return here from Bleed. Ice, he is too busy pushing top lane, has a fresh helm, has not yet grabbed a creep with it, however.
Oh, they want to jump this puck, though. Yes, they do. They succeed. Telekinesis immediately, and DJ gets the kill.
Yeah, really, really good kill.
Okay, Bleed, okay. They come here to play.
If only they had Haunt. Haunt's up in 22 seconds. This would be an excellent opportunity for them to get something out from this.
Oh, Ice?
Corden's going to know he's underneath the ward.
Yeah, Ice reveals himself under Q. He's done the Primal Roar. Corden is going to die way too quickly. And now they use the Primal Roar, but it's a bit late. They lack the damage. Q is tanky enough to survive his dual breath while DJ is dying on the sidelines. Q will finally fall here with the help of the Spectre. DJ did die as well. They caught up to Jabs now, who's trying to go for Dubu. Blade Mill activated. Jackie cannot be hit anymore, but he has to be careful not to be slowed too much. Ollie's also nearby. Jabs gets away with a TP, and the multi-shot deters this aggression from Bleed.
I think we saw something quite rare there. Jabs was actually only hit by one of the 2 dual breaths, which you can actually do.
Yeah. The fire one.
Mm-hmm.
Was the damage one, the second one's the slow.
Yep. And so, I don't know, just pointing it out. He makes it out alive. That was pretty good.
We've got to watch this dual breath thing again.
Yeah. Honestly, that one kind of sucks for Corden, but that's a pretty common ward spot for a sentry in lane to unblock a camp and get vision, so maybe should have moved a little bit slower until Ice was able to at least, land a stun or something like that. But kind of a tough fight for him.
It was odd because somewhere there was miscommunication because Corden, like you said, goes in before Ice is there in position to use the Primal Roar. So even if there was a sentry, they should have had something prepared for that eventuality. It's not uncommon against a Riki, even if there's a common ward, to just put sentries everywhere just in case.
Also, I'm rather excited for this game, though, because DJ, check out what he's building. He's not going for no mech Rubik. He's going for Blink Dagger. I quite like this a lot, actually, into pucks especially. It's one of the best ways of actually catching onto this little fairy Shakespearean creature. Great follow-up as well for Ice Ice Ice. Allows you to steal some really wicked spells this game, such as Avalanche is probably the best one.
This is my daily mention of South American Dota. Back when Puck was the hero of the meta, like, I don't know, maybe 3-4 patches ago, everyone was developing the different strategies, and that was the time where Lions were coming back into the meta, Shadow Shamans for the Eastern Europeans, right? And there was one region that discovered the true counter was the Rubik, and that was Matthew particularly. Back then he was on Thunder Awaken.
El Gotito
would always pick the Rubik against the Puck, like you said, because of the telekinesis, also almost a 0 cast point stun, right? And that always catches the Puck. In addition to his spells being kind of good to steal.
Yeah.
Like Waning Rift is really good, and that's what Matthew would do actually. He would wait for the Waning Rift, he would steal that, telekinesis into Waning Rift, and he would kill him every time.
That's pretty good. Worst one, obviously, is Phase Shift, but the others are actually pretty good.
Yes.
Illusory Orb especially. I mean, it's always really nice to have a support hero that can basically two-shot a wave, or one-shot a wave, and DJ can do that if he gets his hands on Illusory Orb. So I'll be looking forward to that.
I actually think Waning Rift is really high value in some matches, particularly against Puck, but I do think that they're all really, really good. And of course, you get to Dream Coil. You know, Dream Coil is just incredible.
Yeah, Dream Coil. It's an ulti, right?
especially because you have your Rubik, right? So you Dream Coil and you break it with the
Radiant
telekinesis.
are scanning.
So lots of useful things there.
Do your own work. You set up your own independent little support right there.
Pulling himself from his bootstraps.
Yes, he is.
From his Dream Coils.
Yes, he is. Ice hiding in the trees. Does sense the smoke coming. Has teammates on the way now.
Okay, the smoke
Ollie
got revealed.
Or that was
Ice.
Q, pardon.
Yeah, Primal Roar just for Q to prevent Ice from being
This is a risky fight for Talon to take. There's a 2-1 here, and they know it.
Yeah, Bleed's already running here. Little Satyr leading the fray.
3v4, but Spectre has ulti, so this could be a big one.
Oh, to Dream Coil immediately. There's a Haunt as well with the silence. The Spectre can't reality in. Meteor Hammer's charged, but stopped by the Avalanche, and now Corden's already dead. Duel from the sideline gets a nice little ice bath, breaking their escape, and they telekinesis the silencer back into it with an Acropire as well. But Spectre couldn't join in time. Jackie now finally getting the kills they were looking for in the back lines. Dubu in trouble as the multi-shot gets here.
Too hard, though.
Kills off Dubu, and a hexed up Spectre is trying to run away, but not from Q. Toss into the gust, into 23 Savage's damage. Jackie is all but dead. And now he is dead.
Indeed. Man, that's the second time silence has actually made a huge difference in these fights. Global silence, that is. Because
stopping the reality there was actually so clutch.
Yeah, and in the last fight as well, he actually stopped Macropire from coming out. And that would have been a 5-hero Macropire into Ice Bath. So they've ended up making really big differences here on the global silence. My boy Ollie really making this hero look amazing, and it's paying off for him too. 14 ints stolen now out of the past 2 fights. Riki's not the smartest Satyr I've ever seen.
This guy's already in high school, you know. He's taking the technical diploma. He's aspired to go to Tokyo University.
Yes. What does that mean? Is that anime?
It's like a really high uni. It's one of the best unis in Asia.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Did you not know that?
No.
Sorry, if it's Malaysia, University of Malaya. That's where he's going. UM. I don't have references from Manila, I'm sorry.
Nope, that's okay. But again, off the global silence to basically win this fight. I think Bleed, you know, by expending that roar early and not immediately able to get the follow-up kill onto the Tiny, like this fight looks different, right? Q landing a couple of toss back. He gets an avalanche there as well, which stops the Meteor Hammer from being channeled, so Corden does nothing, but he's going to get a hammer hit now.
Okay, that should be able to kill the Nature's Prophet eventually. However, Corden might die as a result. We'll see what they can turn this into. Waiting here to prevent this Blink Strike. This TP's taking forever. The Ice Path will annoy the Puck. He's forced to jaunt himself to safety. And Corden will live.
Yep. Little healing salve there, courtesy of Dubu.
Courtesy of the trusty shovel.
They want to maybe make another play here. They have Sleep Dart, so they're very eager to try and make something work. It's kind of a tough play, though. Talon, they definitely know that they're playing in this kind of cheesy period. Is this cheesy? Is Riki Meteor Hammer cheese?
No.
It's skill-based?
It's skill-based, yeah. It's a hard thing to do. I mean, I guess once you get the dart. I don't know. I don't think Dota has too much cheese. I think the only cheese in Dota is when you have like a really easy lane matchup. Like I'd say like Huskar lanes or Broodmother lanes are cheese.
I was going to say the only cheese in Dota is when you kill Roshan like 3 times.
That's true. Or if you have Chuan in your team.
That's right.
Because he's eating it in the trap.
Eating the cheese. I will eat the cheese. A good voice line.
That should be a voice line. Unfortunately,
it used to be. I remember.
Neon has not been in DPC for a while.
Yeah. All right.
Jackie's
going for Radiance, by the way.
Yeah, I was going to mention this to you.
Radiant Spectre. We saw one game of Radiant Spectre early on in the DPC. I don't quite remember the game. But it ended up looking actually fairly convincing. And again, versus this Drow Ranger, right now it gives you the burn as well as that passive miss chance on yourself. So even if 23 does eventually get this BKB online, it's going to be a little bit problematic. I am a bit curious as to why he decides this is the correct build of Radiance, in particular over something like the Ag Scepter, which we have seen as, I would say, the more popular item for most Spectres.
I think he might go for Ags regardless, like Radiance into the Ags.
Right, but I guess I mean by that, like more specifically in this kind of a timing.
Yeah.
And I'm, especially because you're playing with a Riki, so it does feel like you have, look, Riki's not a global hero, but because he is invis and can sneak around the map, you get the opportunity to surprise your enemies, right? By like hitting them with a little sleep dart, even if Global's not going to save them, right? Because it doesn't stop items from being channeled. That's when Spectre, you know, Shadow steps in. I don't know. I thought maybe they could have used that to somehow accelerate Jackie's game, but he's going to play it like super standard, super safe, the easier build, like you were talking about with the Wraith Kings preferring to go for the Radiances earlier. And it'll pay off in the long term. Like this item will allow him to scale very nice.
I think the 2 points here, because I agree with you. I was thinking the other build usually contains Manta, right? Which is great against the global. So it's surprising they go for Radiant.
Yeah, and against the Drow.
But I think the 2 points to be made here are, first, the Radiance tends to be better at canceling blinks, because even if you don't hit a Tiny with your illusion, it's going to cancel that Blink Dagger with Radiance, which is important. And second, you have 2 heroes whose only use in the team fights is to hit, and Reigns might save your supports that small.
Okay. Yeah, no chance for him.
As you can see, Jabs, he light years and he goes, okay, I'm gonna hit now, right? If you have the Reigns, maybe you get him like 1 hit misses, and that's a huge advantage.
It's a damn good BKB game here as well for Jackie, right? Doesn't really feel like too great of a Dispel game out of just like Mantas and all that kind of stuff, because there's so many. There's how many silences? Like,
I think you do double Dispel.
It's like 4 silences on this team.
Yeah, 3, right? Well, I mean, I guess Silencer has 2. Then.
Yeah, right. And then you've got a bunch of roots. Especially if they get Ag Scepter here for Jabs, see what he wants to build. Yeah, I don't know. I
agree with your BKB point, though. Because there's no like overgrowth or any root that goes
exactly. That's until you get 25 on Puck, and then maybe you have a problem. But until then, like you're Bing chilling.
Yeah. I do agree with the BKB choice.
And they are not, because they are Bing burning.
Who? Talon?
Talon, because of your Radiance.
Oh, right. Yeah, right.
No ice cream there for them.
So Radiance burns?
Yes.
Okay.
Is that the active? It is burn. Toggle burn.
Oh, literally?
I thought it was going to be something, you know how sometimes
Clever,
they add some flowery language on it? Like
Flame of the Ancient.
Yeah.
It's just like, burn. He's just burning people.
He just burns. It hurts.
Why did the sword burn? Whatever.
So you go to the doctor. What's wrong? Burn.
Like 3rd degrees? Just burn.
Just burn. What's wrong? Dark Mercy. Brigand's Blade. Oh, okay. I got stabbed.
But how many times? How low on HP were you on the last stab?
Don't worry. I have a Verjuigus Dale here for you.
Oh, my God. Well, don't move. Oh, my God. You're not healing anymore.
Oh, my God. That'll be $8,000.
Okay, this is just very American. No, that's too much.
Talon going for a smoke. Oh, trying to get him there on that blink reveal. Not really the blink reveal for Q, to be honest. He's had it for a while, but could have been a good opportunity.
Yeah, it was just a blink. It was just a normal blink.
Double blink, though. This is real friggin' annoying for Bleed to deal with, to be honest.
That's what the Radiance is good for, right? Canceling all these blink daggers. Okay, Ice. Okay, not the best positioning. Now with the global silence, can dispel this. No problem.
They're on the back line.
He's already dead, and we can think lightning to catch Corden as well. Here's Smoke or something. There's the Hunt as well. Going to the back line, trying to find 23 Savage. Jackie's chasing after, but the Hurricane Pike sends Jackie flying. And now Jackie doesn't know. He's in no man's land. He's caught by the Sprout. The Avalanche as well. They toss him Corden. Went right through him, and he just dies because of the Dream Coil. Jackie also finished off as DJ at least gets a single kill on this MP. Also finishing off Ollie. DJ's the real carry for this fight, but even DJ has to eventually die as the Ava toss him into his grave.
Dude,
that was a team wipe for Bleed.
Yes, it was.
And the only kills, sorry, for Talon, and then the only kills that that Bleed got were off DJ pretty much.
It's true, but he got the important ones, like we should mention.
Yeah,
right?
Jackie did kill.
He got the 2 right clickers, which means that Talon, they wanted to do Roche. It's not like super key for their game plan. They don't have like an Ursa or anything like that that like needs to accelerate the Roche timings.
Did you see what killed the Drow? I'm gonna see it. Because look, like now you chase, right? When you do a Hunt in a second, and he just gets away. Yeah, see?
It must just be Haunt. I mean,
He's Hurricane Pike. No, he Hurricane Pikes here, and then what kills?
Oh, the ice is ice.
Oh, the Blade Mail. Oh, he kept hitting him during the Blade Mail. That was why. It was. I mean, obviously, it was also the creep, but it was the Blade Mail that killed him.
That's the thing, man. You try and kill ice. I mean, an unfortunate timing there for Bleed to be smoked into. Obviously, the silence kind of wrecks them.
Yes.
And ice, but big play for ice is that he actually got off the helm of the Overlord before the silence.
Yes, right.
And before he was zoned away from the Ancients, because he still had a pretty big impact towards the latter end of that fight. And like I said, Talon aren't able to secure Roche off the back foot of this. Honestly, for Bleed, you didn't get a roar off in that fight. You've got Macro ready again. You're just missing this Haunt.
Yeah.
Do you have Roche damage is the question, kind of, right? With Inner Beast now, level 3. Like, you can probably force it. It's a bit scary. Talon, though, they really want to take down this Roche. They don't necessarily need their ultis for this, so if they can just get a good pick off here. Duper's not going to let him know. He's not playing Ench.
Jackie is going Manta now, by the way, as opposed to the Eggs, because he realizes he needs to be able to hunt quicker, which is what happened that last team fight, right? If he hunts quicker, it's not as easy to kill off the Beastmaster there.
That's true. And that's where your point on canceling blinks really comes into play, right?
Yes.
Because you get global, like you're just gonna haunt. Like it's a natural response. You know something big is coming, or they're doing it to save one of their teammates, right?
It's the fly or haunt response.
Yes, as I believe. It's silence or haunt.
Silence or haunt.
And for Spectre, it'll always be haunt now once this item does get online. And that significantly destroys like your second and third forms of initiation here for Talon Esports. Puts Drow Ranger in immediately a lot of trouble, especially because now that there is no Shadow Step, this Linken's like doesn't feel that amazing, honestly.
Okay, they cancel Q's Blink Dagger, and they see him with a Hawk. They're gonna sleeping dart him into the Meteor Hammer ideally, but the Roche... Okay, it's just for the board. It's fine. That's gonna get a kill on Q. It's a very important kill. They only stole tree grab, not great, but getting rid of Q does enable you in the next team fight.
Corden's also picked up a Diffusal Blade, so he's also substantially more annoying in these fights.
Especially if he doesn't blink into the Spectre Sprout.
Yep. Yes. That one was surprising.
Yeah, there's area damage on the enemy team, right? Don't go close to your team.
That was also a little bit unfortunate, I have to say. Corden had a really good sleep dart. First of all, his smoke screen was on point. Like, the Tiny jumped in and he immediately smoke screens.
Yeah.
And even though he's global silence, when Puck jumps in, can't do anything. Right? Because he was stuck inside that smoke screen. Then Corden hits him with a sleeping dart. It was looking great. And then, unfortunately, Jackie's illusion woke him up.
Oh, I didn't see that.
Yeah, so he's kind of...
Global silence, they forced it?
Oh,
they forced it. They missed time the Roche.
And they dragged him out of the pit, too.
This would be huge for Bleed now as they counter-initiate with the Haunt. Up to the high ground they go. They're following Ollie. No, they got 23 Savage with the Iceman as well. 23 Savage does have a BKB, so he's just going to die in the Macropire. As Jams joins and he does have a BKB, they can find the Macropire. And Vortex won't be able to survive. The Primal Roar comes a little bit too late as Corden and Jackie have both died. But they're able to clean up regardless. They already killed Jams. They got rid of Ollie. Ice is the carry now as he routes both Mikoto and Q. DJ and Dubu also nearby. They both carry a lot of damage. We have the teleportation stolen from DJ. He could just use it here, and he is. He's going for Mikoto. He has telekinesis. He does have it. Steals something from the puck. He doesn't need it. He just gets bursted by the Fate Bolt. Now Q, unfortunately, left alone. No friends to play with, and no life either. Bleed will get the team wipe in return, and this should secure them the Roche.
It should, honestly.
It should.
They don't have... Yeah.
They have a Beastmaster.
They have a Beastmaster, but they don't really want to kill the Roche either because they want Jackie to pick up this thing, man. Or maybe Corden.
Just...
Oh, but it's so...
Soften it up.
It's so scary, though, because you're still playing into this NP teleportation. Puck's going to be up in 20, has buyback, and Drow Ranger's already live. 23 is running over to the pit. I don't know.
Run 23.
Good fight. You could see how quickly they actually get back in here and demolish, but jumping 23 at the very start of this fight does make things a lot easier, but Jab with this BKB, he's too scary. We got to go back to... Oh, do we have to go back to live? Jackie's back.
Talon's already in position to contest this, but the Roche is falling too quickly. Jackie took it in time. Okay, it worked. And now he has Manta as well, because he got the last hit from the Roche.
What a steal there, by the way. Getting Illusory Orb towards the end is just
and stealing the teleport from the MP, also huge.
That's the second time this DPC season that we've seen a Rubik make a sick play off of a teleport steal, honestly.
It's because MPs aren't used to Rubiks actually caring about them because most of their spells are pretty bad. Or they're just mediocre. Like Treant's fine, Sprout is fine.
Yeah, it's like they say, it's if I had a nickel for every time that's happened, I'd have 2 nickels. And it's just weird that it's happened twice. Such a strange interaction. I mean, it's 2 heroes we see a ton of.
It's 2 nickels is 10 cents. That's like a solid 10th of my day rate.
Yeah, that's not bad at all. Hey, you can pay it?
Yeah, aren't you? Oh, sorry, your production.
Yeah, that's right.
I forget that's your rate.
No, we don't get. They give me lunch though, so.
I also take your lunch.
I know you do. Wait. Going for an aggressive smoke play now with Aegis here. They're playing without Haunt and into this global silence.
Okay, they need to Primal Roar the Silencer first. Oh, okay, that's not gonna work. That's not gonna work. The Ice Path is barely short.
I thought you were gonna say that's not gonna work. The third time. You know what to say, comedy comes in 3s, right?
Yes, but that wasn't funny the first 2 times, so I didn't think I should repeat it the third. Oh, okay, by the way, we talked about DJ not going for mech build. He did go for mech.
Oh, but
it was just later.
But he went for Blink first.
Yes.
And I think that's made a world of difference here because your mid laner's a mid lane Riki. And like, no disrespect to Corden, he's playing a pretty good game and he's played a phenomenal early game. I have to give him credit.
But now he's useless.
But now he's a mid lane Riki with a Meteor Hammer. I wouldn't use the word useless. I would use the words mid lane Riki with a Meteor Hammer. Those words specifically.
Right. Or Moon.
Well, usually Moon builds Guardian Greaves.
No, he built Meteor Hammer last time we checked. It was this exact same build as well. I will say that the Rubik is equal in the Ricky's farm because, like you said, they know this, and the Greaves is going to be an important dispel to deal with the Silencer. So I don't mind this. Corden,
that it is.
He's just playing 4 now, and 4s are allowed to die, right, Richie? So it's all good. Haunt, Global Silence, but the Manta Style's here to dispel it. Jabs, it's going to TP with his BKB. Nothing can stop that.
That was close.
They forced the Haunt. That's actually a pretty big win for Talon.
Yeah, I mean, it is. Aegis has...
He also killed the mid laner, which we're just crossing over.
Aegis still has 2 minutes on it left, 2 minutes and 40, and there's going to be another Haunt in just about that time, but Global's going to be ready in 30 seconds less than that. There is a Roar though, Ice for a kill. Jab
it's a Macropire. I mean, the Hawk is rooting him. They're going to kill him thanks to the Hawk. Jabs is dead, all because of Dubu's Macropire. And Bleed, they ran away so fast, nobody could catch up to them.
They're gone like a whisper in the night there, those two assassins. And they've barely left a trace other than the scorched marks, a bunch of burnt trees, and a hawk corpse. Who could have committed this crime, Abo?
I love it because one of them is also this big, lumbering, slow dragon who shouts and reverberates everything he says.
That's right. He can't help it, okay? He's born with it.
It's true. He went for a Blink Dagger on Dubu, which is why he's so fast. Talk about this lumbering dragon. And it's been working wonders because the supports this game are realizing they have a third support this game, so they need to pick up the slack a little bit.
Yeah. I mean, it's helped them in situations like that. It helps you stay a lot further away from the fight, so you don't get caught by the Tiny, you don't get caught by the Drow, you know. You can even flank the Drow. To be quite honest, with a good Ice Path, right? Having more range than range shrews is like their biggest weakness, and Ice Path does exactly that. We saw him actually use that to his advantage earlier when they were setting up for that second Roche fight, when he ended up catching 23, just about where he's standing now, right? If you can use your imagination. But that might change though, Abo. You know why? It's 23 has got a BKB. It's a pretty big item here for him. That alongside the Lincoln Sphere. His only problem is that he is going to be lacking damage a little bit until he can at least get this Chrysalis online.
I mean, I don't know, Drows just have damage, right? I don't think this hero ever has damage.
They do, but, you know, so the problem is against Spectre, you know, has a Blade Mail, has 10, a little bit more around the Ices, you know, it gives them +3. They got a lot of bonus armor, right?
Yes.
Guardian Greaves are going to be up soon. That's even more armor for yourself.
Yeah, okay.
What else is there? Like, those are the only issues I'm seeing.
Oh, they're already up for DJ.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah, look, DJ is the mid. Like, he really is. He should change his name to Chrissy again because he's playing core.
Yeah, so there's just a lot of armor here, which is why I'm a little bit concerned, right? Until you start amping up that number.
Sure.
But you're right. I mean, Drows, they typically like to punch above their weight classes. That is typically, however, when Spectres can't haunt immediately onto you.
Yeah, that's the worst core-to-core matchup for Drow. Everyone knows it, so this is the one game where it's harder.
A little bit of counterplay. And the reason I brought up the Spectre, by the way, is because now the Acceptor is completed, so there's a Shadow Step. So Jackie is just waiting, looking for any excuse to press his ultimates button, which is probably R, because he's a boomer, a Dota boomer.
What do you mean?
What
else would be the ultimate?
The Legacy?
Oh, Ice? Yeah. Ice got found. He is...
They're scared.
Going to die eventually. They just don't know why Ice is here alone. Like, oh, guys, it's Ice. It's fine. He's definitely alone.
Right.
There's no way he's baiting us.
You're only scared when he's got his friends. Then he's Ice.
Yes, it's true. Right now, there's Ice, maybe Ice. Which are all, by the way, names of competitive Dota players.
That's right. Ice,
and Ice.
Don't get them confused.
No, they're all.
They get very upset by that.
It's funny because only the guy with 3 Ices is still playing today.
Right.
And this shows that, you know, the bigger the volume, the harder it is to melt ice, right? And obviously, when you add more Ices, the surface area does not increase because otherwise the melting speed would increase too.
Did they ever make a team called the Icebox?
No, I think that's a Valorant thing.
Oh, really? Oh,
I think it's a map or like a place.
It is a Valorant map. There. Oh, Makoto's going on. Has a gem. Oh, and jabs. Also into the trees. He will go.
Pretend your support. Pretend your support. They don't like supports. There we go.
No, he's good.
He's good.
No, he's not. Psych. Got you.
Smoke screen them. Skull card and put them to sleep.
Put him to sleep. Hit him with the hammer.
DJ's happy though, because now he gets to beat Corrin's net worth.
These kills are not that big though. I mean, we're 33 minutes in.
He's a 4. It doesn't matter.
We're almost. I mean, it doesn't matter if he was a mid or core. I mean, look, it's Jackie.
He's poor is what matters.
It's the Jackie show though.
Yeah, that's true.
He's getting there, man. 33 minutes in. Like, this is a very scary Spectre. Once this Basher's online, man, like, you can start kissing this Drow Ranger goodbye in these fights. It gets a little scary once every 4 hits, you know?
You know, Jackie's looking around, right? He's seeing his mid dying, his 4 is very farmed. He's like, guys, I think I'm back on Motivate Trust.
Oh, very true.
And if that's the case, then he's going to carry this game. That was his signature style.
Oh, man. All the Thai teams, huh? All the Thai teams. BKB active.
Jabs. Okay, DJ. He's going to save himself now. That's no TP, though. DJ, what's the goal?
No.
Apparently the goal is to counter-initiate onto Jabs.
The silence does nothing, Abo.
It does not save Jabs' life, but it might condemn Jackie, who's really low already, and the Drow is pummeling him.
Wow.
Goodbye, Jackie.
Carry for carry.
DJ still has no TP, but he's hanging out in the trees, just going deeper and deeper into the woods.
Right. He's fine.
Stay in the trees, stay in the trees.
He's finding himself into the wild, into the Alaskan wilderness.
Oh,
Transcendentalism, Avo.
Oh, he's going to die if he only eats rabbits.
Oh, no.
That's not what you should do. They don't carry enough protein. DJ, just run. Oh, they're counter-initiating. What?
DJ.
He's
Oh,
coming
he
to save him. And Jackie's back. He popped back for this. He's going for the route first, but she has way too many 4-steps here. A third one. 23 Savage gets away. Wow. 3 4-steps is all it took to save his life.
That's ridiculous. Nerf 4-staff, man.
Get a nullifier.
That's bullshit.
This is the nullifier moment.
Oh my god. That's ridiculous. Wow. No, that was
really
excellent.
well played. That was really well played.
That was really well played. And you know what sucks about, like, Adam said this, he's like, it's not even that Bleed played poorly, like, in the last game, which I agree with, by the way. They're not playing poorly now. DJ hides in the trees.
This game is much better than last game.
No, for sure. I still don't think they even played that poorly last game, honestly, except for Ice a little bit. But DJ, he blinks out of the trees, he breaks Lincoln's. That's when they buy back. Look at this counter initiation. Look at this. Beautiful. This is, I mean, come on, man.
I actually can't believe that my favorite part of it, Savage, is that he actually turned slightly before he started TPing, so they could continue to force stab him in the right direction, right?
That's wild.
Like, to know that level. I mean, someone definitely called, guys, I have another force stab. Savage, just look at me. Something like that, whatever it is.
Look at me, Savage.
Look at me, Savage!
Look at me. All right, man, that's the problem with these 4-stabs. You know, you get 1, and then there's just 2, and then 3, right?
It multiplies. Like
multiply. It's amazing.
Like an infectious disease.
Oh, it's crazy, huh?
Yeah. But now the solution to all of them is just to nullify them.
Yes, right? That's what you need to do. You
gotta nullify them.
Yeah, no, I mean, and honestly, Riki's a good nullifier purchaser. If only Corden had a farming mechanism that didn't
or gold,
put him on the map and immediately get him killed. Talon, though, looking for a fight here. Nice job by Dubu.
That smoke screen.
Walk into it. Q walk back into it, man. Giga Chad. Double 4-step as well. He's out of there.
Oh, they shadow stepped. There's only shadow step though. They're not gonna commit to this 100%.
They definitely should not. 23, by the way, showing off his new hypothermia shard and his brand new.
Oh, he's had it for a while actually.
Silver Edge break though is going to be a big deal here.
Yeah, that's Silver Edge is how you deal with it with Spectre. You wait for Blade Mill to end. You Silver Edge. Pow, pow, pow. And then Spectre dies.
Spectre dies just like that. It's very 2 less passives. It's half.
It's half the Spectre it once was.
Seriously. DD in the river though, just kind of chilling.
Jackie does have BKB now though.
Toto, drop your bottle. Very good. Disciplined mid laner. He says 23. I have a present for you. Pick it up.
Look at me, 23. I have a bottle.
What they say.
23 is actually like an owl. His neck can turn in any direction.
Bring a man a water. He's going to ask you to bring him water for the rest of his life. Teach a man how to bring himself water. Get himself water.
Oh, I thought it was you can give a man a bottle, but you cannot force him to drink.
That is true, actually. You can't bottle other people.
What? Oh, right.
No, you're right.
You can though.
Well, you can. Oh, well, not the power rune.
That's true. That's true. The power rune's like little Gatorades in the Totem, right? Because they're all different colors and they taste like this. Double that tastes blue.
You couldn't have gone for a more Southeast Asian reference there.
That's like the what is it called?
It's like the
oh, you know what I'm talking about? Those drinks that they love here in Malaysia.
Oh yeah.
There's 2 letters.
Oh,
I forgot what it was called. I lost it. Sorry, guys.
I was gonna go like it's like the jelly inside the chendol.
No, it's not. It's only one.
There's different colors sometimes.
No, if it's not green, it's not pandan jelly, and it's not a good chendol. Please stop with your heresy. Also, you should find out if it's actually frozen pandan jelly or if it's not, because that tells you the quality of the chendol. And if it's frozen, you should not pay for it. You should categorically refuse.
Got it.
It has to be handmade pandan jelly. That's how you know it's a good quality chendol.
What if they lie? Like Draw Ranger's about to lie to them by picking up this DD rune. And it's going to activate here relatively shortly. Roche is up. Next big point of contention here does come with that second shard, or second Roche bounty of the shard, I should say. Talon have got just about everything that they're looking for here. How many 4-staffs do they actually? I think they have 4 4-staffs.
Okay, 1 Silencer, 1 Drow. Oh, 1 on Puck.
Yeah.
And 1 on Tiny, yeah, 4.
That's okay, kind of crazy. They're going to go into the pit.
I just need 4 nullifiers, Richie.
Yeah, that's what you need. 4 nullifiers.
Okay,
and Roche, he's dead. I mean, it's too late.
They even BKB to secure this bounty. Oh, are they going to fight into this?
They did see the BKB use.
Shadow Step. May just commit for the Q kill. Ice Path and catch him.
Can't reach him.
Yeah, once the Ice Path misses,
Kodo has vision on the Corden here.
Corden has been caught, silenced, and also Dream Coiled.
Yeah,
he does BKB though.
He's got a bodyguard with him as well, that Ancient Granite Golem. Nothing's going to happen to him there.
You talking to me, Ricky?
What?
Sorry. In Spain, they're all Greek.
Let's see.
So I realize that's a very specific cultural.
The granite golems?
Yeah, all the granite golems.
I see.
We call them, when someone is really buff in Spanish, we say they're duro, like they're hard.
Yeah. That's true, actually.
Yeah, so.
Most games, actually, it's not that hard for Bleed. I think they really have.
Yeah, they can't take this game for granted if you're Talon.
That's true. I think this one can be a little bit of a diamond in the rough for Bleed if it does continue to be, you know, a little bit more dangerous. But there's some very gray gravel conditions approaching.
Okay, that was too far. Toss actually got a miss there. Corden just activated the BKB. That's the global silence. They can at least get rid of Q, but they can't go any further here. They already used the Haunt as well, so they know the positions here.
Talon have wards down as well.
Okay, maybe they're trying to go for the silencer instead. They still have a Shadow Step. Corden got caught, and Corden has nothing to protect. Oh, the Ice Path, but he might just die regardless. Corden's already dead. They're going for the Savage, but Savage is an Aegis. Ollie still preserves himself alive, and now Jackie's starting to go for their target. It's going to be jabs here as he takes BKB. Jackie realizes this is not the fight to take. He asked for retreat. The TP will be successful thanks to the BKB, but they've lost 3 in exchange for an Aegis and a support.
Oh man, that fight was like driving into gravel there, to continue my terrible pun and analogy, because at first it's not so bad, but then you start to sink in a little bit and you start going uphill and just nothing goes anywhere. They lost all traction in that fight.
I mean, yeah, okay. That fight was just ill-advised. I'm not even going to do metaphor. It was just ill-advised.
It's just chasing, like, that first, like, this is too far already.
Yes.
Like, deciding to go up to the high ground, I think, is actually what condemns them here.
Yes.
The first pickoff onto Q is just fine. Again, I spoke at length the last game about how big a difference having this kind of first-in initiation has made for them. All game, it's been all series, all season for Talon, it's been the same thing. Q goes in first, and then everything else follows.
Yes.
You remove that, and it becomes substantially more difficult. You gotta make them play a bit off foot. No one with Bleed, by the way, on having buyback. No one.
I mean, the fact that they kill Q and then immediately, oh no, respect the Q. He Manta Styles the toss.
Good.
Okay, that's gonna work. He's not dead yet.
Corden.
And now they put jabs to sleep, but there's too many force steps. They forced them out of the ice path too.
That's
okay. Ricky is queuing the nullifier, so in calculating by his GPM, 2 years, Richie, he'll have a nullifier.
This little maneuver is going to cost us 8 years, or whatever the meme is that I can't remember.
I don't know what that is.
That's a meme. Someone will get it. Top lane, Ice, going for a kill.
Okay, they will kill the Tiny, and that's a dieback.
That's perfect.
That's huge. That's huge.
Yeah.
Now you don't have to deal with Q, which has been your biggest thorn. So maybe you can take an actual team fight.
23 took the tome with knowledge, huh? He's going to definitely take this marksmanship chance, I presume.
Yes. No way you take multi-shot waves against Blade.
So he bought the 40-minute tome, took it away even from Mikoto, who is also got quite the
That's a little bit odd.
25.
Oh, they see this? They did. They come to telekinesis and into the ice path they go.
Deleted.
That's why he doesn't get the tome, mate.
It's true.
That's why he doesn't get the tome.
Doesn't have buyback here, by the way. This could get ugly for Talon.
Corden BKB'd for this, though. Well, I guess it doesn't matter anymore because your puck is dead.
No buyback, Avo.
Yeah, no buyback. And they don't Tiny doesn't have buyback, so they're definitely going to force something.
They are going to force something. That's for sure.
The Haunt did get used for that, though. We have Shadow Step now.
Spectre with level 25 as well. They still have a Roar, so Blade not pushing without, you know, without any, or they're pushing with some still pretty powerful tools.
They went for the Sprout damage. Sorry for that. Haunt damage down, by the way. Oh, no. They actually hit him with a Meteor Hammer. Primal Roar as well. The damage, they're piling it on. He put to sleep as well. Doesn't have time to activate the BKB. Jazz does have a buyback.
Yeah, he does have buyback. Oh, Ollie nearly dying to the illusion there. It's 23. Does find the real Spectre with the break. Careful.
He does. Spectre, though.
How do you like it?
How
do you like it?
They don't care. They have a claim there. They cut up to him. He's spread. He's trying to get out of the trees. He's telekinesed to safety.
Oh,
and he's going to be fine. And now, thanks to the Ice Path, they might have caught 23 Savage. In goes Corden. He's immediately deleted. They throw a Hawk. It's all the Macropyre, Richie. But they finally forced them to safety under their attempt by Dubu. The two supports trying to get rid of 23 Savage. They're trying to start this revolution, but DJ, he has to get away. Ollie gets him now with your King Curse. And Ollie has a Ghost Scepter. DJ will fall at this. And 23 Savage will survive.
And so
it's the four-staff game, Richie. He got Ollie at least.
All right, I mean, sure, you'll take those.
Yeah, that's good.
You'll take those. Yeah, and this is when really Corden was like wishing he was not a mid lane Riki, because he expends all of his usefulness when they do go diving and get that initial kill into jabs. That is like how you use this hero into the late game, which we are rapidly approaching now, by the way. And this is a nice back and forth C fiesta that we've been craving for a while, hasn't it?
Yeah, this is what the people at the viewing party
we got one of them, folks. But I don't know.
If Bleed could bring this to a third game, this continues, right? This would be ideal for all viewers. Not great for Talon. Well, actually, I guess it's the DPC point, right? That's what Ami keeps mentioning.
It is DPC points. No, I mean, yeah. Look, come on, Talon. You still have tiebreakers, okay? Give the people what they want.
Yeah, exactly. Talon, come on.
Let them have their
Let
quota.
Bleed cook.
Let him cook.
Let him cook.
Let him cook.
Well, let him. What is? Let him bleed.
Look at them.
Look at how happy they are.
They're so happy. They want.
Read the body language. Someone crossing their arms means eternal excitement.
Very good. Very good.
I watched 6 seasons of Lie to Me. I know exactly how to read people.
These fights, though, they're getting pretty like close as far as like these initiations. And Corden, if he can keep pulling that off, like that is exactly what they need him to keep doing here. He's
sure, yes.
No, but like, it's because it can't be anyone else. Like, Ice is simply, like, until he gets an Arcane Blink, he cannot get off these roars fast enough. Like, there's going to be Force Staffs, there's going to be Mantas, there's going to be Pucks jumping him, by the way, who still doesn't have level 25.
So you think you should go Arcane Blink over the Shivas he's thinking about? Because he's just going more armor, which I understand too.
I genuinely wouldn't mind the Arcane Blink. I think, like, I don't know, it's kind of crazy. It's super unorthodox, and there are Lincolns, so it's probably the wrong move. But
so why are you suggesting it?
Well, because then you roar.
Don't doubt yourself, then.
And then you get drums of Slom.
Okay. What I want to see, to be honest, more than whatever shenanigans this Beastmaster will do, is a Nullifier on Jackie as well. I think the Nullifier on Riki will eventually happen, but you need to trust the Spectre.
No, you can disassemble Radiance.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, look, they need a blink canceller first.
This might be the first time where it's actually kind of relevant.
So I don't see that being a good idea here, genuinely. But you can disassemble it. And then you have it like right away, and you have buyback.
I didn't know you could disassemble it.
Yeah, ever since, if it doesn't have a recipe, you can disassemble it.
Really?
That's the general rule of thumb. They have changed that a couple times.
I mean, if you say that, I believe you. I've never seen this interaction.
I think.
Okay, you can look it up if you want to, but I believe.
I think Dragonlance is the exception. No, it has a recipe now. Never mind.
Yeah. I don't
know. Yeah, if it doesn't have a recipe, you can disassemble.
Okay.
Yeah, it's kind of weird. I learned that when I saw people disassembling Lotuses to get mana boots, and then they would reassemble the Lotus. It was crazy.
Oh, that's a Pog play.
Yeah,
that's a very Pog
really
play.
Sweaty.
Oh, bro, I need to try that. That's great.
Yeah. Just thinking here, like, what are the fight conditions that Bleed need? They need to get Tiny out of these fights. Silencer needs to die. And
also Tiny.
And they need these nullifiers as well. One nullifier at least.
Boys, just the one. I'm asking for 2 or 3 or 4 nullifiers.
Yeah. Oh, there they go.
Okay, they go for the silencer.
Amazing.
They know their target. That's no more global. They have on this kind of Tiny. 2 Force Staffs have already been used on him.
23's in.
And they still call him with a sleeping dart. 23, I don't know if you're on the right side of the fight here. Can they catch up to him with a roar? They cancel his Lincolns. Now the roar gets him as well. Smokescreen, so they can't cover him, but they have stunned the Spectre.
Yeah.
So they are not hitting this Drow. And 23 gets away unscathed as Jabs is now, thanks to his BKB, catching up to Corden, and Corden will die. ISSI stuck in the pit as well. Has no amount of movement. Starts his TP instead. That's not going to work either.
No, and now
2 cores are dead.
10 seconds. Dubu, he's not out of it yet.
He is not. He doesn't have the blink time now. They're just force staffing the poor Puck. As Dubu dies, DJ gets caught too. Everyone but DJ has buyback. But it's a very, very scary proposition.
And just a Lady Luck is not in Bleed's camp tonight. I mean, Talon immediately roaches up. Dream Coil.
Oh, that was what stunned the Spectre?
I believe so. Dream Coil pierces Magic Immunity because it also stopped
So he
recording.
snapped it?
They both snapped it. I don't think they heard or saw the projectiles because the buyback from Ollie into the global silence. I didn't even hear Coil. Actually, you know what? We have the technology. Let me check. It was indeed Dream Coil.
Oh, that feels so bad.
Yep. A sneaky play, though, honestly. They obfuscated the sound of the coil, which is honestly, for me, the biggest sound cue. It's more of a sound cue than a visual cue for me.
100%.
And
I mean, the visual cue was also obfuscated by the smoke screen, right?
Yeah.
Not obviously intentional, but...
Radiant's top tower has
I never thought of that, but yeah, sound is a very important part of Dota.
It is. Oh, careful mid. Oh, sorry, I thought there was a hero down there.
You just gotta let it go. Like, you at least let... I think you shove as much as possible, and you let 2 lanes of Rax go.
Yeah, Haunt's back in 35.
Maybe one lane, actually. They're not pushing as fast as I expected.
I'm really surprised, by the way, Jackie's going to eat his eggs and not go for a nullifier. Shocking.
Radiant's top barracks
Yes.
are under attack.
I mean, the force steps are killing you, man.
Yep.
Are fortified.
Yeah, the force steps are killing them.
Yeah, you only lost one lane direct. It's not that bad. I expected faster push, but Drow wasn't there in the beginning, so that's why it took so long.
Still might be looking a little rough, though, here, honestly. I don't see Talon backing away. I mean, this is where Talon really play at their strength, right? They know exactly, like, they have this balanced Talon that I've noticed really for a while now, but especially in this last game.
Talents, yeah.
Talents, right. Where they have a deep and fundamental, like, understanding and respect of the enemy's, like, timings and power spikes. Like, okay, guys, like, we use BKBs, we use this ultimate. They didn't use anything. We're up 30K, or we feel strong. We're up a bunch of items. We back up. Like, we do not give them openings, right? And I think that's like the way you have to play against a lot of other tier 1 caliber teams at international lands. Otherwise, you give teams openings, they will take them, and they will absolutely drag you. That 1 inch you gave them, like, into the late game.
Mile.
Exactly. It's incredible, right? And Talon just is not doing that. Super disciplined. I'm really impressed.
It's the T1, honestly. It's the same mentality they had back in the day, and it feels very similar to their playstyle there. It's the good parts of T1.
Yeah, look, the multi-shot is to clear Hawk vision. Like, what? You know? Like, just the foresight.
They have a Scythe of Ice now on the Drow, by the way. Okay, Jab's got Ice Path, not that it matters.
Gordon nearly died there, by the way.
Was it just a puck burst?
Yep.
Okay. Gordon, don't hang around. Gordon, you just die as an accident.
Kinesis, they're out of jabs.
Okay, Jackie's gonna try to kill Jabs. That's the Aegis God.
And he used Satanic.
Gordon, okay, he activated the BKB already. Global Silence, setting up the Meteor Hammer.
No way.
It's not gonna hit Gordon.
The Force Staff. It wasn't gonna hit him anyway, but the Force Staff.
Buy a
Damn.
Nullifier. Please, Jackie, I beg you. Little pigs can also be Force Staffed. Do not buy Scythe. Just get the Nullifier, Jackie.
That is true. Little pigs can be Force Staffed.
In fact, they're known for sliding effectively. Pigs are like the penguins of mud. It's a little known fact that a lot of pig farmers know. And my dad was one of, or my grandpa.
Radiant are scanning.
Best jamon in the town.
Is that what he called it when he would take you to the mud farm with the mud park, Havo?
Yeah, you go, oh, my little pig. I'm going to collect your ham.
Oh, that's adorable.
No, he actually was a pig farmer, and let me tell you, they slid.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah. Jamon.
Bleed, though. They're sliding.
Everyone in Spain at one point has been a pig farmer. It's part of our blood.
Let me transition away from this, please. Please. They're sliding their way into the enemy side of the map here, but again, Talon just holding the triangle. You know, not giving any opportunities, multi-shotting from the high ground, clearing Hawk vision. They've got sentries up, really covering their bases, and now that's the item that Jabs needed yesterday, man. The initiation that Bleed just got, they don't get again. With this Lincoln Sphere online, it is substantially more difficult. You're playing into, what, 2 cores now with Lincolns?
Yeah, oh, you're totally right.
Rough.
Now, if only there was some way of stopping these
there is
schemes.
Nope.
A projectile that also cancels Force Staffs? Crazy, Richie.
Must not exist.
I mean, even Ricky has decided to go for A on this, which I commend.
Yeah.
I definitely think Gordon needs it. At this point, he's no longer a core. He's just trying to survive and sit down smoke screens.
Wow, even Makoto is going for a Lincoln's. I thought we were going to see the upgraded Witchblade. What is it? The Revenant's Brooch.
Yeah. But we're not going to see it.
How late does a game need to go, Abo? And how many times does this item need to be buffed before people are going to start building it? Honestly.
The question is, does a game need to go later for a team to buy Revenant's Brooch, or for them to buy Shard on Kunkka?
No,
That's
Kunkka.
the real question.
Honestly. This game is...
Gordon, stop revealing yourself.
Very much in the bounce. Jackie's without buyback here, by the way, for 1,600 gold. So any kind of a fight that Bleed take, especially Ice as well without buyback for another 500 gold, like, they need to be ready. Ali does not have buyback, though, for Talon. So that is, I wouldn't say it a win condition, but it's a fight win condition, which gets you back into this game. I don't think you barrel off of one team fight here if you're Bleed. You need 2.
Okay, Gordon got caught in the back lines as they were going for Q. Gordon activates the BKB. Here's the MP, hitting him physically with a multi-shot. He's dead again.
That's global, but the Jackie, he's caught.
Buy.
No, he's good. That's the force. Okay, they killed Ice's creep, but now off the buyback here, Talon, they're going to be looking to cut their winnings, really, and get out of here. Oh, no, he's going in.
He finds Dubu. Dubu has an on this, can still set up the Ice Path, but he's been silenced. That thing to dispel it. Dubu's also fallen.
Okay, also has buyback, but again, this is just Talon. Like, I don't know. I feel like if we looked at a heat map of them, they've spent the past 5 minutes basically in this area. Just
choking the enemy team out.
They're like sharks when they hunt from the reefs, you know? Just never going too far there, using it as cover. And Bleed have really struggled to uproot them.
It's more like dolphins because they're sadistic, right? They just want the enemy teams to suffer before they go in for the kill.
Yeah, absolutely.
Sharks are noble creatures. Dolphins are the real assholes.
1,000 gold, and Jackie still doesn't have body. Ice is so close, but he doesn't have a creep anymore.
It's okay. I don't think the creep even matters. Just vision at this point. Just take a treant, honestly. Okay, the racks are gonna fall. But you have one more lane. And you know what, Richie? Last lane, easier to defend. Now you only have to defend one set.
That's right. Jabs, who was not ratting before, can't rat it at all.
Exactly. There you go.
Take that.
Take that.
Wait, no way. No way. This is the
setup. I don't know. Corden could might be stuck in a pickle here. He has no BKB yet. He blink strikes to safety. Corden is fine for now. As the Hunt's already been utilized, they gotta kill the puck. The roar got him. And thanks to the Ice Path Macropire, they might be able to turn into Jabs as well.
He doesn't have buyback.
He doesn't. And Jabs could be in trouble. He has BKB now. He activates in the middle of the smoke screen. He's fighting back against Jackie. Jackie
global
has to get away. The global.
What?
He just stops the aggression though. They can't continue this. They have nothing prepared. It surprised even Bleed, and they defend the racks, but they didn't get that much out of it.
How the hell? How have you stolen global silence? That should not happen. Things that should not happen in Dota. Number one, stealing global silence. Impressive. I mean, Guardian Greaves there really making a difference there for DJ.
Actually, how did that happen? I agree with you.
I think he Guardian Greaves himself.
Oh, yeah, Guardian Greaves.
Freaking stole global silence, and he's going to have another one soon.
Q's coming in, though.
23.
Doesn't want that to happen the second time. They did catch 23, but he has a Hex. They have to be a little bit careful. They're going for the Silencer first. And
Wait,
Silencer is down.
There's a roar in 2 seconds. They might be able to catch 23. No.
They're going for Q first. Supports die quicker. And then Kyle with the Ice Path. That now is Jabs is suffering the roar. And there's no more BKB on him. Jabs will die.
Whoa.
Savage is out, though. But Bleed slowly crawling themselves up in this game. They're like salmons going up a waterfall right now. Can they make it all the way? Can they reproduce this season? We're going to find out soon.
You're taking it just one step too far, man. That was such a good analogy. They spawn. Will they spawn in game 3? Just say that.
Oh, that's it. Yeah. That's it. That's it.
There it is.
They've got there to reproduce, right? That's
spawn. Just call it spawn.
Okay, sorry. I'm not a fish person.
I can tell.
I'm not a fish person.
Winter's disappointed.
Sorry, Winter.
I think Winter's probably disappointed in the way that Talon handled that fight as well, honestly.
Yes. That was not as disciplined.
No, it wasn't.
Dubu is kind of bonkers on his Jakiro, though. He's actually getting the craziest.
No, look, I agree, but that was Talon forcing everything out from Bleed and kind of lining themselves up and given the opportunity. And they executed, by the way. That lineup there, Corden, just getting that first kill onto Q simply by just letting him walk into the high ground, like that's exactly what they've needed. 1 lane of Bear, 2 is a stretch here, Avo.
Look at Corden's regained confidence, though. He's thought away from the Aeon Disc, he's going for Nullifier again.
Wait, but okay. Oh, I thought they were going to keep pushing.
No, they're not.
They still have global, though. So, like, Rubik has global, so he's better silencer pretty much right now.
Okay, this Ags could actually be huge if they give it to the Ricky.
Oh, Roche is...
or maybe even Rubik? I don't know, huh? Because
I like Jakiro's, honestly.
Oh, maybe. Who are they giving it to? It is Dubu!
And he has taken, I was going to say, he's taken the Macropire talent as well, so he does...
He's building the Ags anyway.
230 pure damage a second that goes through Magic Immunity. I'm telling you, you get one of these fights where enemies don't know why they're dying in BKB. It'll happen once. They need to make it count.
Okay, Global Silence used to stop Jackie's onslaught and save Q's life. That will work. Now Silence is down.
The Giga 4-staff users. So the next Global Silence that we hear, unless it's in another minute, is going to be DJ's. Just be ready for that. Okay, he still has it. He's not stealing anything else. Hasn't really seen any other enemies, but I don't think he's really hankering for a different spell at this time. Want to get this Spell Amp talent, which won't do anything for his current Stolen spell. Ice, Ice, Ice.
And Big Silence.
He's at level 25, so he has much more reduced cooldown now on this Primal Roar. Pretty big deal. 17.8 second cooldown on that thing.
If you're Talon, I think you just... Oh, they're not going to wait out the silence. Okay. They're walking into a global. And they don't have their own global yet.
This Spectre, by the way, is about to hit level 30. That's an additional 5% dispersion. This game gets so difficult. She's already so tanky.
4,300 HP.
Oh my goodness. I mean, that is...
the effective HP on this monster.
You've got to be hitting that break, man. But Jackie, he is getting ready to pick up the team and really, really carry here. Speaking of picking up things, Q can do that twice now. He's at 25. Has gone for 2 toss charges. With toss requires no target. He is a Maestro with this. Be on the lookout. Just trying to find a bunch of...
a Meister?
Maestro.
Oh, Maestro.
Yes. Gordon even nearly about to hit 25. Has Nullifier, does not have buyback.
Oh, we have a 4-step.
Has only the cheese, though.
Gordon cannot die now. This Nullifier is crucial.
That is.
No longer can he do these shenanigans. He has
Actually,
to play patient.
Jabs is going to hit a really big spell here. Not really. Not too many range shooters he cares about here.
Jabs. Has a guard engaged, dispels it. Can't use the global silence. There we go. Counter global silence utilized as they're going for Q first. Q gets in the middle of the fray, gets a 3-man avalanche and the toss as well, trying to break the coil. But Q's already dead. For now, DJ stole the coil, and they caught the poor Puck, who breaks it. Gets hit by the meteor hammer as well. Mikoto's gonna die to the Ricky tricks of the trade.
Jackie's second life.
Ice though does fall as Jackie's second life going for 23 Savage. He's been turned into a pig. Here comes Duel with the Ice Path. They can't cancel his TP.
Oh, they canceled the TP.
He canceled himself.
He canceled it.
23 Savage is now stuck. They jump in the sentry. Jackie's able to pummel him to death. Goodbye, Jackie. Dubu still alive, keeping this team fight alive, and Bleed's chance as well as they bring down Jabs. The dual breath onto Ollie. No Ghost Scepter will save this man. Dubu, the champion of this fight. And also DJ, let's be honest, DJ, that Dream Coil steal.
I can't believe it. 23 Savage cancels his own TP, the double hex.
I think he thought that they were going to bash him because they had Abyssal. So I think he thought they were going to see it anyway. He took a little bit too long to cancel. Maybe it was
that was such a bold play. I mean, Mikoto also had TP'd into that. This is
look at the puck. Just look at the puck. He got stopped so much.
Crazy fight. I can't believe this. Look at this. The entire time, by the way, Jackie's getting killed. 23's like on a quarter or on 2/3 HP because of that Macropire Ag Scepter. Double hex onto Jackie.
Yeah, I'm not really sure why he canceled.
No, he did it by himself.
No,
man.
He definitely canceled it, but I don't know why, because
there wasn't even a sentry down.
No.
They thought they could have reinitiated there, and he thought wrong.
You think that was this?
Yeah, for sure, because Mikoto bought back and TP'd in.
Oh, okay.
Mikoto was in that fight because he dies the first time, and he was just convinced that they were going to be able to take that, and he was wrong.
That makes sense.
The buybacks from Bleed ended up being way better because they can still TP to their tier 3 tower, which is kind of a big deal for them. Ice gets off that second roar, and the fight's so hard. None of them have died back, though. None of them have died back, but 2 win conditions. Ice is the most recent buyback alongside DJ. Jackie still has buyback, so he can still afford to take 1 death here.
DJ does not have global though anymore, which is important because I pretty much won in the last fight.
This is Megas.
We'll see.
Oh, I
don't think so.
It's tight. It's close.
Yeah, they're not gonna. After they worked so hard to get to the spawning point, right? They're not gonna wait. They're not gonna throw it all away.
Okay, big item, by the way, is picked up their Bleed. Now they've got a couple of neutrals, but they've had Fallen Sky, Ex Machina now into the inventory for Jackie immediately.
Huge.
He also is holding on to this Refresher Shard, by the way. Okay, that's a spooky, scary Spectre for sure.
Yes. Who has the Fallen Sky?
Riki does.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Holding on to it.
Meteor Hammer plus Fallen Sky.
Oh my God, Dubu's insane.
I don't know. Dubu? He might have just set up only for death. And Dubu will live. No, the global silence will condemn him. Goodbye to Dubu as well. They need to get the Shakira back somehow. 23 and Jackie head on. They got the bash finally. They're refreshing it for a second Abyssal potentially. Also second BKB. They just realized this Drow is too tanky. They're going for Jabs instead. And Jabs is going to fix the Nullifier. They can't force that him. But Corden,
hello?
he got the sleeping dart. Someone killed Jabs. Jabs to save the cheese. Corden is now alone. And Corden is now going to fall. They went for Q instead. The Drow Rangers going for the Beastmaster 2, and now Ice Ice will die. And Jackie fighting 23 Savage round number 2. That's not going to work. He's lacking the teammates. He Ex Machina, but 23 Savage, he can survive this. He has the friends to do so. The power of Nakama surprises Bleed, who just changed objectives halfway through the fight.
I couldn't believe that. They chose mercy, and Jabs chose violence. He demolished them. Now it's going to be a 3 versus 4, but it's 23's got buyback, Jabs has buyback, and it's certainly at least Megas.
Yeah.
I cannot believe what I've seen there.
I mean, the choice to go for Drow first and realizing it was not great. Oh, no.
No, not
We don't have A on this. Dubu's just going to commit buyback.
Dubu.
Hey, they have to force this. Haunt, actually.
Wait, he's in.
One Haunt.
No way. The Meteor
Hammer will hit
save the day.
Now they can get Dragon
The macro.
The Macropire is still taking him down. Dual breath. Savage is down. They got Jabs too. Ollie, Ghost Scepter. He'll be fine for now. Nullifier. They spell the BKB, but they got the Abyssal still. The Ice Path won't hit Mikoto. And Corden is still barely alive. Preserve BKB too.
Wow.
They gotta save the Spectre.
Scary.
Use the BKB, Corden. He doesn't use the BKB. He's still on cooldown. And now Jackie's gonna die as a result as well.
Oh,
they got that team wipe. Bleed. Bleed had a strong chance there. A really strong chance. and 2 times it slips away from them.
Just so close to them as well.
I mean, what a great game regardless, and Talon played fantastically well, but it's the bleed they wanted to see all season. They actually looked good, they looked solid, and these small mistakes they can't get rid of end up condemning them to a 2-0.
It does, and now they are down. I'm gutted for them. I thought they were bringing that back. They were clawing it back, to use some Talon, kind of similarity words.
Yeah,
there.
but they hemorrhaged all over the table, Richie.
They really did towards the end. That breaks my heart. The moment Jabs gets off the cheese in that fight, everything comes swinging back down from them, man.
That last team fight was pretty good as well, but
it was amazing. I thought they had
the BKB either.
Gordon didn't get the BKB off. Oh, it's unbelievable. With that, Talon, they move into their last match, getting ready to face Geek Slate on Monday on 1 p.m. They're already guaranteed first. No other team can hit 6 victories. They still have 1 more match to play as well, so they have just secured the top berth here for the SEA DPC region. Bleed, however, have a date with Destiny, as they are going to be playing for some tiebreakers.
Well, we'll see, because the Geek Slate has to beat Talon.
Yeah.
If Geek Slate beat Talon, they can still force these tiebreakers. So let's see if Talon is going to be merciful to Geek Slate, or if they'll let Bleed live after this season. For now, we're going to go with our group of experts on the panel. Tsunami, please take it away.
Bleed moments away from a transfusion in this game. Number 2 was a hell of a comeback, but they just could not finish it off, unfortunately. Talon closed them out in a definitive fashion, and there's still, it's not all gloom and doom for Bleed. Really, it all comes down to whether Geek Slate can win their series against Talon on Monday, but still, I'm sure Dubu is like, what more could I possibly do, man? I'm just one Jakiro.
Oh, he did everything in the game. For the first 20, 25 minutes, he was basically their entire damage. In one row.
He was the team fight. This fight right here, yeah.
This was the double ice puff. Yeah, the 2-man ice puff and his macro pyre dual breath. Just killed 2 heroes.
I swear the first 5 macro pyres, Jeb just stood in it the whole duration. Didn't even try to move.
True. He was just hoping to right-click his way out of the situation, but yeah, heartbreaking loss for Bleed, but probably the best we've seen them play all DPC long.
Yeah, I don't know what to say about that. I feel like their early game went well this game, and then they're just behind, but they played this mid-late game style so well. They were so far behind, but the game felt 50-50 throughout, and I'm really impressed, Bleed. This is not some trolling Talon, Talon's trying real hard this game.
Definitely.
Yeah, just the lane. I feel like the Beastmaster lane losing quite badly. Usually when you get access, you don't really lose your lane, And he was I think at some point almost 2k behind the draw from the laning phase. Imagine if they didn't actually fall that far behind later, and Corden starts to do his rotation or over rotation, you want to call it. He's just moving around trying to set up kills. Sometimes even when he should be farming, but he's still very, very keen in moving and helping his team.
So I was having a bit too much fun with the meteor hammer. The dive top was very...
Yeah.
I mean, the first skill was great, when he got the hammer and he killed the puck with the Rubik rotating in. The puck didn't expect the hammer and he got killed. Then he started to move around the map. A little too much, in my opinion.
It did feel like he had some unfamiliarity on the hero, knowing when to tricks the trade, knowing when to blink strike.
The way he's using his spells is not like his Pango or Pugny.
Yeah.
Definitely shows that he doesn't play the hero a lot.
But despite that, such a competitive game. And yet again, Talon, we're not praising them because we expect them to be this good. They are the champions of our DPC Tour number 2. Regardless of how the Geek Slate game goes, but their team play is amazing. The earlier highlight with the triple force staff on 23 Savage Drow Ranger to get him out of trouble. The coordination on Talon is just something to behold.
Yeah, everybody is very, very clear about what they have to do in the team fights, what they have to do in the game.
Even here, 23 canceling his TP.
The amount of trust he has on his team, to do that. Sure, he looks like a silly guy, stopping his TP there, but the amount of trust you have on your team when somebody buys back and tells you, hey...
I want to know what happened, dude. Where did they go? How did he take out this cheese and eat the cheese? Where is my team?
I don't know, man. They just felt like the illusions got him or something and just left.
I think if he would have actually died if Corin didn't sleeping dart him.
regardless, though, Bleed would have probably died in the rest of the fight.
That is true.
Because Jabs isn't even like doing that much in these remainder fights.
I mean, he's so tanky with the way he's itemizing, you know. Skadi, Satanic, AC, and how much you need to do to kill this guy. But on the other hand, when they have the axe on the Jakiro, they actually can kill him.
I feel like the fights came down to whether they could kill the puck or not. I feel like in every fight, Talon lost. The Mikoto died. One stolen Dream Coil, you know. Korn had the nullifier.
Yeah, I mean, that's always the story about Spectre, right? Like, how fast can you clear the enemy support? And then once you clear the enemy supports, you can kill the remaining heroes easily.
It's a Huskar score. We call it the Huskar score.
I don't get it. Why is it the Huskar score?
It's just every Huskar in like our pubs back in the day. I think Yapsor used to call it the Huskar score.
Every kill you get,
it's one death.
That's one death.
Oh, I see. So you're a 1-1 KD.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, he was, I mean, like you said, he was just standing in magnifiers, whacking away with his Scotty, and it got the job done. He is our MVP for game number 2.
Don't think he got the memo about the Jakiro ulti being painful.
Never read patch notes.
It's received a great number of buffs, and player who we also got to witness a lot of wonderful performances on is Q on his Tiny. Q, I'm glad we finally get to speak to you. It's been a while, and I know that you're not the biggest fan of interviews, but I gotta say, your Tiny this series, amazing. Is that your favorite hero right now this patch?
Yes, I like to play the Tiny. This I like before this patch, and I just forgot to play this now.
Would you say that it's your favorite hero in Dota?
Maybe Miana.
Mirana, okay. I mean, you amazing on both of them, but it seems like your team likes putting you on Tiny a little bit more.
Yeah, my team want me to go first to go initiate. That's why I always play Tiny.
I see. All right. It's hard to turn it down. Winter, any questions for Q?
Now, why is Tiny so much better than the other post-4 heroes? Like, what's the main reason Tiny is much better?
Maybe the spell is so easy to use and cooldown very fast. And this hero no needs much item, just one dagger has so impact.
Do you feel like his stun is a bit too imba, the stun?
Not sure.
He's probably a toss player. And stop praising Tiny. You're gonna get him nerfed next patch if you keep talking about how good he is.
Man wants to play Mirana.
Man wants to play Mirana, that's true.
All right, I have a question, Q. How do you get to pick your hero in the draft? Or is it like the team is like Tiny not banned, Q Tiny?
They just ask me what you want to play, or just let me shoot Tiny or Hawk, and I shoot Tiny.
Tiny or what?
Clockwork.
Oh, okay. No, don't pick Clockwork.
Yeah, I confident more Tiny.
Yeah, it shows your Tiny is so good. You say it's easy to play one item, but I've not seen many Tiny players play like you, man.
I got the chance to ask the rest of your team this over the season, but I want to know how your Lima Major experience was, because this was your first time playing in front of a crowd, right?
Yeah, my first time. And I feel so good when I go out and hear somebody say, "Let's go Talon," and yeah.
Nice, I'm glad, because I can see the crowd goes both ways. Sometimes it scares the players because it's just a lot of pressure, but it seems that you enjoyed the support.
Yeah, I enjoy. It's so good.
And I guess you're going to be able to do that again in Berlin. How much time do you guys have before you guys fly off to Dream League?
Maybe we fly at 5 or 6 on
April,
yeah.
Okay, so I guess tomorrow or Monday you'll do your Geek Slate series and then take maybe like a 1 or 2 day break and then off to grinding more Dota then, right?
Yeah, we just go back and chill with family.
Well, enjoy your time off, because right now you're doing a great job at representing all of Southeast Asia and showing them how good the Dota is in this region. So congratulations and good luck on your Geek Slate series on Monday.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Q. I'm glad they finally gave us him. I know he's not too confident in his English, I think, but like he's so happy. to get a hold of, and he's got that young player spirit that I feel like you guys don't give me.
He loves playing Clockwork, man.
And Mirana.
What? But he said he picked Tiny. If his team asked him Clockwork or Tiny, he said Tiny.
Yeah.
Okay, fine.
He wants to win.
Clockwork is such a fun hero by Ags. Pew pew pew.
Yes, that's true. Clockwork has become much more fun after that Ags, I will say.
Yeah, but what he said is true, you know, like Tiny is just much more like a simple hero. It's very straightforward. What you're gonna
him, man, I see other Tiny players. They don't make it look this good. For him, it just comes naturally. He's just like, oh, I have a Tumblr's toy. I'll toss you over here. I know my cooldowns. I know the enemy's cooldowns constantly. He knows the limits so well, and Tiny's a hero that you can abuse if you are able to push it to the limits.
Yeah, his positioning for the toss is like by far like probably the best. You know, I've never seen someone able to abuse like the stun duration, and he waits till the last second. He gets into position. He gets tossed. And he always tries to initiate really, really quickly. I don't feel like anyone can jump so quickly all the time. You know, he sees an opening, he just goes. You know, he doesn't hesitate.
Even here, like whenever there's like Beastmaster creeps floating around, I never see him miss tosses. Defensive, offensive, the man's a beast on Tiny, and the people and the other teams in Dream League will have to be on the watch out because I have very high expectations for Talon looking into Dream League.
They look so good this season. Not to jinx.
Yeah, not to jinx, but this is it's good to finally have a Southeast Asian team that can maintain consistency. Tour 1 was a bit touch and go for Talon, but after Lima, they've been looking fantastic. And we can take a look at the standings now, and we can see where Bleed are residing currently, or the results for today, rather. Execration versus Army Geniuses was our very first series of today. Execration picks up the 2-1 over your boys AG, but it's okay, Winter. Like you said, it was AG, this is their first time in Div 1. They're getting used to it. But Execration, they're major attenders. They topped Tour 1. They're a good team.
Yeah, nothing to be ashamed of, you know, for what AG did in this season. I feel like they learned a lot for sure, and they're gonna be able to use the experience they gained and, you know, hopefully qualify for the major the next season. But overall, they did a very, very good job this season.
And that means that Execration will indeed be our third and final representative from Southeast Asia going to Berlin. Second series of the day was Polaris Esports versus Blacklist Rivalry, and that one was a 2-0 in favor of Blacklist, which means that Polaris will be bumped back down to Division 2. Valuable experience gained, but would you say that, I mean, I look at this Bleed game, I look at what Blacklist was able to bring, Army Geniuses. I do feel like Geek Slate and Polaris have been the weakest teams in this tour.
Yeah, which is kind of surprising for Geek Slate, right?
Yeah.
They looked like they had a quote-unquote upgrade, I guess, but I think losing Sheep, their coach, hit them a lot, it looks like. But Scam did say in his interview that they're learning and their coach has very good ideas of the game, but they just can't find a middle ground right now. They're working on it.
Yeah, and they're going to have to find that middle ground soon, because with this third series of Bleed versus Talon going the way of Talon, that means that Bleed are still on 2 wins, and Geek Slate are currently on 1 win. In fact, we can take a look at the standings, and you can see the numbers behind all of this, so you get a clearer idea. Talon still fully undefeated, which also has me believing that they will take their Monday series against Geek Slate very seriously, because I do feel like there's a sense of pride going fully undefeated in your DPC.
I mean, there's nothing to play for but pride.
But it's kind of weird, right? Because they are semi-break right now. It's like one of their short breaks before the actual... They fly,
That's
right?
true.
They fly on the 5th.
Which maybe, I wouldn't be surprised if they actually go home and like don't stay in the boot camp for this Geek Slate series.
Yeah, that would make a lot of sense, I think.
Yeah, he did say in the interview they are going to go home for a couple
Yeah, I
of
just
days.
wasn't sure it was after the Geek Slate series or before, but if they're leaving on like the 5th of April, the Geek Slate series is on the 3rd of April, so they would only have like 1 day at home.
I think they take the game seriously, but they probably won't scrim this weekend, maybe head back, something like that, you know?
But they are doing a great job being fully undefeated. SMG Execration, they will need to figure out, I don't know if we'll play a tiebreaker for that. In fact, let's take a look at Monday's schedule. I know it has 1 guaranteed game on it. Does it have our tiebreakers on it? It does have a tiebreaker on it, excellent. So Geek Slate versus Talon is the final regular season game. And then we will have a tiebreaker to determine 2nd and 3rd place. Why are we doing that? Even though both teams are going to Berlin? Because there's a lot of points on the line. Second place is going to get $28,000 and 240 DPC points. Third place gets 1,000 less, $27,000 and 160 DPC points. It's really the 80 DPC points that you got to be playing for between Execration and SMG. And I guess even for Execration, those 80 points can make a difference because they got top of Tour 1. That's a lot of points for them for Tour 1.
Yeah, it's going to be a very, very spicy series, you know. Both teams are going to have a lot to fight for with the DPC points and going into the major.
I also think between these two teams, like the top half, this has been the most clowny series. The Execration versus SMG, like none of us knew what was going on.
So yes, this is the one that we keep bringing up. This was week 1 on Friday. This was the series that SMG had Greaves on Storm Spirit.
Mid one played some Meteor Hammer, Radiance,
Hammer,
Night Stalker.
I'm telling you guys, man, the Greaves on Storm Spirit is something, you know.
Damn it, Winter.
Copium is what it is, Winter.
They got the win, though. They got the 2-0. Do you think they'll be able to do it again? Because I think Execration have grown a great deal since week number 1.
Yeah, but overall, I feel like SMG is like a lot more solid as a team. I mean, Execration did improve towards the end, but still, like when I look at the potential, you know, like how far and how strong, how high is the ceiling? I feel SMG has a higher ceiling. It's all about whether they can get the draft right when it comes to that series and whether they are able to, you know, execute well when they draft the heroes that are really, really comfortable for them.
Because SMG needs to get all the practice now because they're not going to Dream League. Execration, they're going to get quite a bit of practice against international opponents over the next 2 weeks during Dream League Season 19, which if you're not familiar with the tournament, the groups are live and you can check them out, but it's basically like a mini major. We have 2 Southeast Asian representatives, Talon and Execration are going to be going, and they're going to be going against 3 or 4 European teams and 3 NA teams, 2 Chinese teams. It's 2 South American teams. It's got everybody.
They'll make us proud, man.
I hope so.
I believe in SCA. Talon looks really good. And they are, I think the attitude of how they approach the game now is what impresses me. They're always looking to improve. Like come back from major, talk about this in week 1 where they change their play style, you know, they're trying to adapt and learn and improve. I think that's really commendable.
It is, especially for a team that, you know, once you're already on the top, it's very easy to get complacent, and I know this region has a history with that. But so far, Talon are impressing, and perhaps they will continue to impress when we see them on Monday against Geek Slate. But that's it. We have hit the conclusion of week number 3. Only 1 series of official play remains, and then 1 tiebreaker series, and then there might even be a Geek Slate and Polaris Esports tiebreaker, but that still factors into the future. Right now, we're just worried about the present. I hope all of you who have been at the watch party in KL have been enjoying the show, even though it was a 2-0. And if you've been watching online, same thing. I hope you guys had a wonderful time here on twitch.tv/ePulseGaming. We'll see you again on Monday.